Making mistakes in youth can tarnish one's reputation, which is indeed a bit regrettable. However, Feng Mei thought of the Magpie Bridge Fairy and also remembered the story everyone in the village knew, how young Master Zhao had given Gu Yingying a treasure and a painting. She comforted her by saying, I heard from some villagers that the relatives going to the battlefield have written letters to their families, which have already been sent to the post station. Also, old Li Zheng has received a letter from Lord Su, knowing that the emperor sent people with flour. We hope to get the flour before the new year and distribute it to the villagers. Everything will get better. Gu Yingying believed what Feng Mei said but didn't believe that the magistrate who visited Lanjiang last time would be so generous as to bring the flour back for old Li Zheng. She slightly shook her head and said, This might be hard to do. You've seen that magistrate. He's clever and not easy to deal with. But it depends on who you're talking about, Feng Mei said with a firm look in her eyes. She believed old Li Zheng could bring back the flour and share it with the villagers. No matter how powerful that magistrate is, he should know that Jinxia is the hometown of Lord Su. Old Li Zheng is Lord Su's older brother. If the magistrate offends the Su family, will he still keep his official hat? Jinxia is the granary of the southern part of Jingyu Kingdom. If the magistrate comes here and doesn't work to help the people, some righteous people might criticize him harshly. For 3 consecutive nights, Su Xinlan did not come to Gu's house to keep Gu Yingying company. Instead, Feng Mei made time every day to visit, bringing delicious food, eggs, fish, and even some homemade pickled vegetables. In 3 days, Gu Yingying found it hard to eat the same meal twice and was grateful to Feng Mei in her heart. She remembered her mother and second sister-in-law saying that the Luo family managed to send 60 taels of silver during the limited days set by the county magistrate, thanks to Feng Mei's help. Feng Mei had gone to the Luo family and told them that the Gu family had no men at home and the whole family's livelihood depended on Gu Xiaoya earning some silver. Now that Gu Xiaoya was badly injured and needed care, she couldn't earn money either. They must compensate the Gu family's losses as soon as possible, or they would be looked down upon by the villagers. In the future, if she wanted to stay in the village, she would have to walk with her head down. Mrs. Feng first scolded Feng Mei harshly, but after the scolding, she cried and begged Feng Mei to lend her 30 taels of silver. She said she had asked relatives and friends to help gather the money, but they couldn't raise more than 35 taels. Poor De Lang and Er Lang went hunting, but it rained during these days. The roads were wet and difficult to walk on, so how could they hunt? Feng Mei asked Mrs. Feng in return, Second aunt, you know that on rainy days, the roads are slippery and hard to walk. But Gu Xiaoya always goes to pick herbs, rain or shine. When we all in the village helped the Gu family harvest rice, your family was the biggest group to come eat. The Gu family didn't have much grain, so why don't you understand their situation? Hearing this, Mrs. Feng had no choice but to scold both Niu and Xingya in front of Feng Mei. She said they only had enough rice at home, but they refused to eat there and went to the Gu family instead. Xingya cried sadly and explained, Grandmother, I clearly remember that it was you who told me to go to the Gu family for a meal. Mrs. Feng glared at Xingya and said, It must have been your auntie who said that. You are mistaken. Joshua was also scolded many times by Mrs. Feng because she caused her family to lose money by asking them to make windmills, and she still hadn't paid back the silver. So, in front of relatives, Joshua could only endure it. But she shot a sharp look at Niu, thinking, why does the mother-in-law favor this one who loves to eat? At home, Mrs. Feng even cooked meat soup and made Niu eat more. But Joshua, who had given birth to several sons for the Luo family, never saw anyone give her a bowl of meat soup. Thinking of this, Joshua looked at Xingya with disdain. This stubborn girl only knew how to think about eating, as if she was starving and had just been reborn hungry. She was really annoying. Feng Mei saw this scene and felt very sorry for Xingya, the younger generation. She couldn't bear to see her being scolded by Mrs. Feng or bullied by Joshua, so she advised Mrs. Feng a few words. In the future, we should consider that others also have their difficulties, and not just think about ourselves. Also, I promise to lend you silver, and I will definitely lend you 5 taels. What? Only 5 taels? Mrs. Foam couldn't believe her ears. Such a small amount of silver. Who could she pay back with it? I only have 5 taels myself. I can't even spare a penny more. Foam Mei, wanting to prevent the Foam family from worrying, tried to comfort them. Once I get home, I will see if I can talk to my relatives and borrow some more money. Your husband's niece married the manager of a silk shop. Would she really be short of a few dozen taels of silver? Just ask her for some help this time for my sake, Fengshe said, her eyes brightening at the mention of the wealthy woman, and she spoke in a commanding tone to Fengshe Mei. Just borrow 5 taels of silver, no more, Fengshe Mei replied, unable to stand Fengshe's attitude, as if everyone owed her and had to listen to her. After saying this, she angrily left the Luo family. However, she still found 5 taels of silver after returning home and sent it to Fengshe. Fengshe Mei emphasized again that the money must be sent to the Gu family early. Otherwise, the Luo family would be treated poorly in the village, and she warned not to expect her to help them then. Fengshe had no choice but to agree again, promising she would send the money. On the 3rd morning after Qinshe returned from the county office, Fengshe and her husband asked Su Tai and his wife to help them go to the Gu family and deliver the silver. Qinshe agreed in person, confirming 60 taels of silver, without missing a single coin. She signed the contract and handed it over to the village elder. Fengshe and her family also signed the papers. That day, the village elder took the contract to the county office, showed it to the magistrate, and only then was the matter truly settled. The day after the Luo family repaid the silver, Gu Yingying, when her mother and second sister-in-law were not around, took 5 taels of silver to Fengshe Mei and said, "Aunt Fengshe, you brought me so many delicious foods, so keep some money for yourself to buy some lamb. It's cold now, eating more lamb can strengthen your energy and improve your health. Isn't that great? Didn't I already give you lamb when I visited your house these days?" Fengshe Mei saw that Gu Yingying was insistent on giving her silver and quickly understood her intentions, so she refused to accept it. Although she lived alone and found it hard, she still felt she was better off than the 3 members of the Gu family. When Gu Xiaoya's father was at home, he never let Qinshe do heavy work like chopping firewood. It was always Gu Xiaoya's father or the second sister-in-law who did it. But now, with no men at home, Qinshe had to chop firewood herself. "Look, I came to your house for a meal and didn't bring any silver." "You're just being polite," Fengshe Mei said, finding an excuse to refuse Gu Yingying's insistence on giving her silver. "Although our family has little grain left, we still have enough to give you a bowl of rice. Moreover, mother and second sister-in-law have told me many times that you help them chop firewood, feed the pigs, and do many chores. I don't know how to thank you enough. I feel so grateful." Gu Yingying looked a bit embarrassed and spoke softly. Fengshe Mei finally did not take any money and stayed at the Gu family for 5 days to take care of Gu Yingying. She only left after Su Xinlan and her mother returned. After lunch, Gu Yingying heard Mrs. Zhu say, "Xinlan and her mother are back. They brought you some pastries, all sent by Sister Xiao." "Oh, and Xinlan said she can come to keep you company again starting tonight." When she heard Xinlan was back, Gu Yingying's eyes showed hope. She reached out and opened a small wooden box beside her bed, taking out a letter from inside. She waited until Xinlan and her mother came to visit her, talked for a while, and after Mrs. Su left the room, only she and Xinlan were in the room. She then handed the letter to Xinlan with both hands. "Xinlan, I've been waiting for you to come back, so I can personally give you the letter from your brother's son, who asked someone to bring it back," Gu Yingying said sincerely, with a warm smile. Since she received this letter, she had kept it in the wooden box and never opened it. Thinking of Xinlan, during the days after Zhao Sun went to war, she often mentioned her brother's son. So, she carefully kept this letter for Xinlan. Xinlan looked surprised. She first glanced at the letter in Gu Yingying's hand, then looked at her face, which had become rosy again. She asked awkwardly, could it be? Surely it wasn't meant for her? Shouldn't it be for Sister Yingying? A few days ago, when she came to take care of Yingying, she helped her wash her face every day. But during those days, she only saw Yingying looking pale and felt sad for her. Now, after a few days, Seeing Yingying's face turn rosy again, she felt happy for her. She thought she should tell Sister Xiao about this good news soon, so she wouldn't worry too much about Yingying, fearing that her brother Sun's savior might have suffered hardships. Sister Xiao also told her that recently, a government officer came to Mo Alley to look for her. He said that her brother Sun and the soldiers fighting outside had written letters back to their families. Some of the letters were stored at the relay station, while others had already been delivered to the government office by the soldiers. If you want to know earlier whether the letters had arrived at the government office, it's better to consider the officials and be understanding of how difficult their work is. Aunt Xiaoying sensed the underlying meaning in the words, but chose not to bother the officials for money. However, after the official left, Aunt Xiaoying felt worried about her child and regretted not asking more. She thought that if she paid the officials, she could earn the money back later. But if the letters from her son were kept at the government office and not delivered promptly, she would be very anxious. So, she went to ask the official to help her check if Zhao Sun had written any letters. Aunt Xiaoying offered the official 1 or 2 silver coins. The official took the money, glanced at her lightly, and said, "I will show you when I return." That evening, the official delivered the letter to Aunt Xiaoying, and it was indeed written by Zhao Sun. Aunt Xiaoying opened the letter and saw a message on the first page. It was from her son, greeting his mother, asking her not to worry, and saying he was safe at the northern battlefield. He also mentioned that because he could draw and had a good memory, he was recommended by Uncle Su, her father, to work with Lord Su. The villagers who rushed from Jinxia Prefecture couldn't enter the barracks of the Imperial Guards, so they were arranged in the tents led by Su Chong, the officer. When Su Chong arrived in the northern desert, he went with several other generals to meet the crown prince to discuss how to defend against the bandits from the Lu country. Recalling what Aunt Xiaoying had said, Gu Yingying told Gu Yingying honestly when she handed her the letter, "Yingying, the letter Aunt Xiaoying sent is definitely for you." It seems the crown prince ordered that soldiers can only send 2 letters to their families. Sun wrote one which is on the first page, and another one is for the person who saved his life. Besides Yingying, who else could that person be? Hearing this, Gu Yingying understood something and smiled knowingly at Su Yinglan, saying, "Then I will open it now, and we can all take a look." The letters that were kept together with the one Aunt Xiaoying received probably didn't hide any secrets. Gu Yingying stretched out her slender hands and quickly opened the letter so that her sister Xinlan sitting by the bed could see it too. But after opening it, Gu Yingying looked at it and realized it was a very simple drawing. Although it didn't have labels for the rivers or the names of the ancient cities, she could understand it all. Because she had often visited West Street and seen maps of countries like Jingyu and Yun in a bookstore, she knew a little about this time and place. However, considering that Xinlan was visiting relatives in the imperial city with her elders and had stayed there for a while, she decided to wait for Xinlan to speak first and just listen. Xinlan pointed to a curved line on the map and said to her, "Come, Sister Yingying, help me see if this river is Lanjiang?" Gu Yingying smiled confidently. "Yes, it must be." Hearing this, Xinlan was very happy and explained how she recognized that this river was Lanjiang, telling Gu Yingying, "Actually, I knew this river was Lanjiang because I found the location of our Jinxia Prefecture early on. Look, it's this circle here." Looking closely, she was right. Zhao Sun had marked the location of Jinxia City with a circle on purpose to help them understand the map. "It seems that your brother Sun cares about his mother and drew her location on the map," Gu Yingying said with her own opinion. "In my view, it's not just that." Xinlan pointed north on the map and told Gu Yingying, "Brother Sun and his men went to Mabe, just like my father and others, to fight alongside my uncle. I think you've also heard my uncle say that he always appreciates talented soldiers and doesn't favor anyone unfairly." Gu Yingying nodded repeatedly. "That's true. Otherwise, the people of Jinxia Prefecture wouldn't be able to enjoy good days, thanks to your uncle." Xinlan didn't argue. That was the truth. Everyone knew it. So, talented young men like Brother Sun, who can paint and recite poetry, when they join my uncle's side, they are bound to be given important roles, Xinlan said, noticing Gu Yingying's curiosity, and deliberately teased her. "Do you want to know what Brother Sun did after going to Mabe? What achievements he made? Is there any reason not to want to know?" Gu Yingying glanced at Su Xinlan and said, "Don't just tell half the story. Be clear and straightforward. Listen to me. Brother Sun was actually practicing martial arts before he got sick. So after he went to Mo Bay, he competed with my uncle in archery and didn't lose. Knowing that Brother Sun is talented in both literature and martial arts, my uncle arranged for him to disguise himself as a local from Lugua, sneaking into the enemy camp and discovering the location of their grain depot." Before Su Xinlan finished speaking, Gu Yingying imagined that Zhao Sun used his skills to write down everything he knew, draw pictures, and then handed the information to Lord Su. "Thanks to everyone for their support and encouragement. I wish you all a happy May Day holiday and a joyful family time." Orange summer little words. After reading it, Lord Su sent people to burn the enemy's grain depot. Zhao Sun made a great contribution. He wanted to tell his mother, who was far away in Jinxia City, so he marked Jinxia City's location on the map. After sharing his thoughts with Su Xinlan, Gu Yingying asked, "Did I guess everything correctly?" "Just a little bit," Su Xinlan replied. She wasn't confident about the rest, so she didn't say much. Anyway, her eldest uncle had mentioned that her father recommended Brother Sun to the uncle, which made him very pleased. In the letter from her uncle to her grandfather, he also said that Brother Sun was a rare, talented person. The young men going to fight in Mo Bay weren't just Brother Sun who had studied books. Like Yingying's second brother and a few other boys from the same village, they all knew poetry and literature. But among these young men, only Brother Sun could, after arriving in Mo Bay, recall and sketch out the ancient towns and villages he passed from Jinxia to Mo Bay, all from memory. Diligence leads to success. Her uncle understood this principle well. That's why he thought highly of Brother Sun. Su Xinlan thought for a moment and said, "You're right that Brother Sun wants to tell his mother about these good things. But don't forget, in Jinxiazhou, there's also you." Suddenly, Su Xinlan remembered what Annie Xiao had said, and she hurriedly replied, "Us too?" Gu Yingying felt a bit confused, not understanding why Su Xinlan mentioned you and then used we to hide it. Was there really a need? Seeing Su Xinlan blush slightly, she decided not to ask more. She nodded and said, "That's true." Thinking about Zhao Sun leaving the imperial city with his mother and coming to Jinxia Prefecture, he had developed a deep attachment to this place. No matter what, he could often see his mother's friends and their families here. Also, his trip to the northern desert was with the people from Jinxia Prefecture, right? After everything, if it weren't for Xinlan's father's introduction, even if Zhao Sun was talented, he probably wouldn't have been noticed by Su Chong so quickly. Gu Yingying felt a strange, sour feeling in her heart, something she couldn't quite explain, but it was definitely a bitter feeling. For most ordinary women, competing through family connections seemed a bit unfair. That night, Su Xinlan stayed at the Gu family's house, resting in Gu Yingying's room. She was still lying on the soft bed, but as the night went on, whenever she heard a dog barking, she would wake up. She woke up 3 or 4 times during the night. Even without lighting an oil lamp, Gu Yingying could hear faint sounds and knew that Xinlan was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It was understandable, after all. She had finally come to Jinxia Prefecture to see her beloved. But because of the war, they had to be separated. Any girl in her situation would feel upset. Gu Yingying also woke up 4 or 5 times during the night. But when morning came, she forced herself to smile, not wanting Xinlan to see that she was worried. Soon after waking, she heard Xinlan ask, "Isn't your second sister-in-law supposed to bring you hot water first thing in the morning? Today, it's already bright, and she hasn't come yet. Should I go see if she's at the kitchen?" Gu Yingying quickly said, "No, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe in a little while, my second sister-in-law and my mother will come over." Today was a little unusual. Not only did her second sister-in-law not come into her room after dawn, but her usually caring mother also didn't come to check on her. Could it be that someone came to the house? Maybe it wasn't a stranger, and the dog in the backyard didn't bark unfriendly. Su Xinlan could only reply, "All right then." But she was worried about Aunt Xiao and wanted to see Yingying's face turn rosy again, better than a few days ago, and hoped to tell Aunt Xiao about it. However, since Zhu's family hadn't come, she didn't want to leave. fearing Ying would be left without care. Almost counting silently, Su Xinlan reached 50, then 51, when she heard arguing from the main hall. Fine, Qin, you hide all your family's money and valuables. Keep them in the coffin. That was Shen Rui's voice. Su Xinlan sensed something was wrong. She quickly signaled to Gu Yingying with a look, wanting her to listen too. Yingying put her hand to her lips, making a shushing gesture to tell Su Xinlan, "I'm listening." It was early morning, and her mother and second sister-in-law hadn't come. It turned out a familiar person had arrived, an old acquaintance who often caused trouble for them. "You curse me early in the morning, lacking manners. Your father was a teacher, after all." In her memory, it was rare to hear Qin speak about Shenrui. Today, however, Qin was furious, and Yingying knew her mother was very angry. She whispered to Su Xinlan, "Maybe you should go to the kitchen and find something to eat. I didn't expect them to come back and cause trouble again so soon. You know how they are, idle, and with no real work. If I can't get money from my mother today, they probably won't leave easily. In other words, Xinlan, you should go cook some porridge and rest afterward. Only after Shenrui and the others leave could they have a meal." Su Xinlan also knew the Gu family didn't have much food. Even when neighbors visited Yingying during these days, they brought some flour and rice, but it was still too little. Rather than cooking breakfast at the Gu house, she thought it better to wait until she got home, cook it there, and bring it to Yingying and the others. She planned to ask her mother to come along. She didn't believe Aunt Gu would dare cause trouble at their house if she saw her. Su Xinlan needed to help Yingying go to the toilet. Otherwise, if she left and Zhu's family didn't come for a while, Yingying would feel uncomfortable. Yingying shyly shook her head. No need. First, she was worried Xinlan couldn't carry her, and second, she felt too embarrassed. Su Xinlan left the room through the side door, leaving the Gu family and returning to her own home to cook porridge. Gu Yingying waited only a short while before Zhu Shi came in. Without saying a word, she covered her eyes with a silk handkerchief and helped her get out of bed to solve her problem. Gu Yingying looked at Zhu Shi with gratitude, almost crying. The suffering she endured and the hardships her family went through to care for her could never be fully repaid by the small amount of money the Luo family gave. She would rather the injured person be Mrs. Feng or Mrs. Jia, and she would give some money to the Luo family so those two mean women could suffer. Goodness, they can't even keep their own water buffalo contained, and they keep a troublesome cow. The magistrate was worried that the Luo family might mistreat the water buffalo, so he sent officials to check on the Luo family, making sure the buffalo wasn't hurt. In this time, cows and horses are very precious, and ordinary people dare not offend them. Zhu Shi opened the window and left it open for a while. Then she added some charcoal to the fire basin. When she came back to close the window, she looked apologetic and said, "Sister, I made you hungry. It's not that my mother and I didn't want to cook, but second aunt and the others came, forcing my mother to give them silver." Gu Yingying trusted Qin Shi. Her family was almost too poor to eat, so where would they have silver to give to second aunt and the others? Let those lazy good-for-nothings go far away. Gu Yingying really didn't want to mention those people. They are healthy, capable, and literate. How come they can't support themselves? My mother didn't spoil second aunt and the others this time. No matter what they said, she didn't give them any silver, Zhu Shi said to reassure Gu Yingying. But inside, she was worried that her mother might soften her heart and give some silver to second aunt and the others. Over the years, her parents had already given a lot of money and things to second aunt and the others. While Zhu Shi was still in the room, Gu Yingying asked her to bring the thin wooden board she had used last time. She sat on the bed and wrote a note, then wrapped it in a silk handkerchief and asked Zhu Shi to deliver it to Fan Shi. Previously, she asked Fan Shi to help deliver her homemade shampoo and body wash to her friends in the city, hoping to exchange them for some grain. But recently, she was injured and couldn't make shampoo or body wash anymore, so she asked Fan Shi to explain the situation to her friends. Once she recovers, she will definitely make more shampoo and body wash to give to Mr. Fan's friends. Since food is important, Mr. Zhu also pays close attention. After receiving the note, he left through the side door and went to old Li Zheng's house. Gu Yingying felt relieved inside. She trusted her second sister-in-law to handle some matters because she didn't need to worry. Her second sister-in-law wouldn't easily tell others about it. For example, she asked her second sister-in-law to leave a message at old Li Zheng's house. It wasn't just about the shampoo. She also mentioned that villagers were going to pick up their letters, and there was a risk someone might secretly take flower scent from the imperial city. The shouting and arguing in the main hall continued. It was always Shenrui talking about how the people of the main family had taken many advantages, and how much the second branch had suffered because of it. After Mr. Zhu left the main hall, Gu Yingying no longer heard Qin's words. She felt frustrated for Qin inside her heart. Even the eldest sister-in-law shouldn't have to tolerate her younger siblings forever. Gu Yingying's anger was almost too much to hold back. She stretched her left leg and slowly moved toward the edge of the bed. She thought that even if she had to crawl, she would go to the main hall to drive away Shenrui and the others. However, her ankle was still injured and slightly feverish. Moving her right leg lightly caused a dull pain. Gu Yingying endured the pain and decided to go all out. As a daughter, she must protect her mother. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. A faint smell of fish soup wafted into the room. Gu Yingying, who was angry, sniffed it and couldn't help but swallow. She knew her sister Xinlan had come to bring her breakfast. She had left only a short while ago, but Xinlan must have been tired from the trip. Gu Yingying looked up and saw Xinlan walking in with a food box in her hand. When Xinlan saw Gu Yingying, her eyes curved into two beautiful crescent moons. She pointed at the food box and said, "I brought you some lean pork porridge and a bowl of fish soup. By the way, the carp used for the soup was caught by my mother herself in the pond. It's really tasty." Gu Yingying was so hungry she didn't want to hear more. She urged, "Hurry up and give it to me so I can eat until I'm full before we talk. Look at how anxious you are. Shouldn't you wash your hands first before eating?" Xinlan and Gu Yingying both valued cleanliness. Even if they were hungry, they made sure to wash their hands first. Thinking about it, I should also properly wash the letters I wrote before. Gu Yingying waited for Su Xinlan to bring water. When she used a handkerchief to wipe her hands, she noticed a slight oil stain on the cuff of Xinlan's light purple dress. She quickly asked Su Xinlan to open the cabinet, found a small bottle of her own shampoo, and handed it to her. Holding the porcelain bottle, she removed the wooden stopper and poured a little shampoo into her left palm. Then she placed the bottle on the bed and dipped her right hand in water to help Xinlan remove the oil stain from her cuff. Although they are rural women, Xinlan is the daughter of the village head, and she has seen the world in the imperial city. The beautiful clothes she wears are not something that can be bought with just a few silver coins. Unlike her, who wears rough cloth when gathering herbs in the woods or cooking in the kitchen, she only wears fancy clothes when she goes to the city for a walk. "You are really clever and skillful. You treat me very well," Xinlan said, watching Gu Yingying carefully help her scrub her cuff. Her heart was full of gratitude. She also felt happy for her brothers and their mother. In the future, if she could become part of Yingying's family, she would be blessed. After Gu Yingying was injured, she also helped her organize her wardrobe in this room. She saw many beautiful clothes inside, some she had worn before, and some she had never worn. But every time Gu Yingying went to the city, she wore simple clothes and never dressed in overly bright or fancy outfits. She carried a copper basin to pour water, then took out fish soup and porridge, placing them on a small wooden table so Gu Yingying could sit on the bed and eat. Gu Yingying ate quite well, which made her wonder, was she really that hungry? "You can eat your porridge with big bites, haha," Xinlan said with a gentle smile. Gu Yingying held her bowl and took another sip of the fish soup. "It was light but good," she said, "eating small bites and slowly is also very nice." Suddenly, she remembered that Xinlan had been watching her face while she was washing her cuff. She wondered if there was ink or something on her face, so she asked, "Is there something on my face?" Xinlan was momentarily stunned, then pretended to be serious and said, "Yes." "Quick, help me wipe it clean," Gu Yingying said, caring about her appearance. Even with only her good friend Xinlan here, she was still concerned. However, Su Xinlan secretly chuckled and said to her, "What are you thinking?" "I said I have a reason, because your face is as lovely as a peach blossom, prettier than anyone else's. But how can I help you wipe it? Gu Yingying realized she was being teased. She gently pinched Su Xinlan's hand and said, "You like to make fun of me. When that someone returns from the battlefield, I will come and see your good show. At that time, many obstacles will be set up to prevent Sister Xinlan from easily entering the city. Let's see how anxious she gets." Su Xinlan looked happy. Hearing Yingying say this made her and her family feel joyful. It was clear that Yingying had been thinking about her brother's son, but was too shy to admit it. She just said she was watching a good show about her and her brother. Who is watching whose good show, anyway? Su Xinlan looked toward the direction of Mo Bay and said to Gu Yingying, "Although Mo Bay's journey to Jinxia Prefecture is long and difficult, especially with the war going on, this time the Crown Prince is leading the campaign with many brave soldiers. I believe that her brother's son and others will return in less than 3 months. When that happens, you can wear a beautiful pink dress, put on some makeup, and go to welcome her brother's son." It turns out she couldn't stand Yingying's admiration. Whenever she saw a talented, handsome man, she would go ask questions regardless of whether he was committed to someone. No matter how beautiful Yingying dressed, she found her a bit annoying. But now, everything was different. Even if Yingying wore rough cloth clothes, carried a small medicine basket, and squatted by the field gathering herbs, she still looked as beautiful as a fairy. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone happiness. Happy face. Today, Orange went for a health check with her colleagues. She took the form to the door and heard the doctor call out, "Little Aunt." Orange was still thinking how considerate calling her by her family nickname. Soon, she heard the doctor ask, "It's me, Little Aunt. How come you didn't recognize me?" With both of them wearing glasses and unable to remove their masks, Orange stepped closer to look and realized that the doctor was actually her nephew, 2 or 3 years younger than her. That look in his eyes made Orange feel a bit embarrassed herself. Orange summer little words when her brother Sun returned victorious. He would surely recognize at a glance which woman was Yingying, the one who had saved his life. Su Xinlan imagines how happy her brother would be when he sees Yingying's sister. Suddenly, a loud noise from the main room interrupts her thoughts. Without thinking much, she rushes to open the door and runs into the main room. Taking advantage of the open door, Gu Yingying angrily shouts, "Gu Shun's wife, you bloodsucker, go die. Shut up, you little brat." Shenrui yells furiously, rushing toward Gu Yingying's room. She first pushes past Qin, who tries to stop her, then kicks Su Xinlan, who is coming toward her, completely ignoring everyone else. Qin quickly protects Su Xinlan, tears in her eyes, and says, "You shameless woman, why are you causing trouble in my house and dragging Xinlan into it?" Thinking that Xinlan still belongs to the Su family, Qin fears that not only the Gu family, but also other villagers would dare to offend them. Afraid Shenrui might make a big fuss, and that her unruly sister-in-law's kick could seriously hurt Su Xinlan, Qin holds Xinlan in her arms. But she also worries that her daughter, resting in bed, might be harmed by Shenrui, so she quickly releases Xinlan and runs forward to hold back her crazy sister-in-law. However, she arrives too late. Shenrui has already stormed into Gu Yingying's room. "Little brat, my second uncle and I are about to run out of rice, and you're still living it up at home. I'll make you eat." Shenrui sees Gu Yingying eating cake, gets furious, and rushes forward to hit her. This scene is seen by Qin and Su Xinlan. Of course, it is also reported to the old Li Zheng's family, who have already returned home with Fan and Zhuang. Qin steps forward to stop Shenrui, but is pushed to the ground and grits her teeth in pain. Shenrui kicks Su Xinlan's calf, causing her pain, but she endures it. Just as she tries to step forward to block Shenrui, she hears Fan's voice asking, "Shun's wife, are you still a decent person?" At this moment, Shenrui has pulled back the quilt from Gu Yingying, clenched her right fist tightly, and is about to strike her injured ankle. Hearing Fan's words, she turns her head to glare at her and raises her hand, but she dares not move forward. After a moment of hesitation, she has to withdraw her hand. Mother Su is not worried about food or clothing, and her house is spacious, so she cannot understand how difficult life is for me and Qingyu. While speaking, Shunrui pointed at Gu Yingying's nose and almost spat fire in her eyes, saying, "My family's Qingyu originally had a job at the academy that could support us and help us give some to that reckless girl. But her and her second brother caused us to lose our home and run out of rice." Gu Yingying saw Fanshi coming, and even though she was angry, she had plenty of good reasons to argue back. But in front of Fanshi, a respected elder, she chose to stay silent. Her eyes toward Fanshi were full of sincerity, with no guilt or begging. Fanshi had told her before that no one is perfect, so don't expect too much from everyone. Making mistakes isn't terrible, as long as you try to fix them and don't repeat the same errors. Similarly, if someone around her makes a mistake, she shouldn't criticize too harshly. She should give them time to improve. She has worked hard to change and has improved a lot. But Shunrui still hates her so much. Who should she blame? Before Inger's father went to the battlefield, didn't he and Inger's mother send you a few hundred jin of rice? And it's only been less than a month and it's all gone. Fanshi didn't hold back and directly asked. Shunrui shot a glance at Qinshi and replied, "But when we were at my parents' house, we didn't just eat rice. We also needed vegetables, right? Inger's father already gave you money. Isn't that enough to buy vegetables?" Fanshi said, then suddenly patted her own head and exclaimed, "Oh, my memory is getting worse. I remember your mother said that Qingyu got some silver and wanted to find a job in the city, so he stayed in an inn for convenience. But no one expected that after over a month in the city, the silver was gone, and he still hadn't found work." Gu Yingying secretly smiled and gave Shunrui a faint look, noticing she didn't blush at all. She couldn't help but admire her strong mental strength, truly exceptional. What Fanshi meant was clear to everyone. The people from the main household had already given silver and grain. You second household people are still coming to ask for more. Aren't you being too shameless? If it were other women, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Even if she came to cause trouble, after hearing Fan's words, she would probably feel ashamed and turn away, going home to reflect on herself. But Shunrui was not an ordinary woman. She had been raised in the Fu family since childhood, cherished and cared for by Mr. and Mrs. Fu. How could she give up easily? Knowing this, Gu Yingying looked at her with disdain, and Shunrui felt a surge of anger in her heart. No matter what Fan said honestly or what she demanded, I am married to Qingyu and am part of the Gu family. But I don't expect my parents to support me forever. I can stay at my parents' house, but I won't take a single coin from them. I only want to ask my eldest sister-in-law for 30 taels of silver. Once I get the silver, I promise not to come back asking for anything before the new year." Madame Qin was so angry she almost fainted. She tremblingly asked Shunrui, "Just kill me then, and 30 taels? That's the money for Ying's life. If your daughter's life is at stake, then my son's is too. He's locked at home by that wife, and without silver, he might be. Do you want our Gu family to lose its lineage?" Shunrui covered her face and cried bitterly. Gu Yingying looked surprised. So Shunrui came to cause trouble because Uncle's son had caused trouble outside? Wow, it really is a lesson in parenting, raising a prodigal son. Zhu and Madame Qin looked at each other, realizing what was going on. Madame Qin was momentarily stunned. She had only 2 biological sons. One had been taken by illness years ago, and the other, lucky to be alive, had been taken to the battlefield by his father. The battlefield was dangerous. Their father and son went north to fight, and no one knew if they would survive. Who could predict? Qingfeng only had one younger brother, Qingyu, and Qingyu only had one irresponsible son. Emotionally, they wanted to help. Logically, this was... Thinking of the silver, Madame Qin felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was money paid by the Luo family as compensation for her daughter. It felt like a knife stabbing her, so painful she couldn't bear to part with it. She was reluctant to spend it. She painfully shook her head at Shunrui, saying no. Gu Yingying's tense heart finally relaxed. Luckily, her mother was clear-headed and didn't let Fan be confused at a critical moment, protecting their family's silver. Shunrui tightly held Fan's hand, crying as she begged her to ask the eldest sister-in-law for money to save her son. Gu Yingying cleared her throat and pretended to kindly advise Shunrui. Second aunt, if you have something to say, let's sit down and talk calmly. Please don't make things difficult for Grandma Sue. Look, since Grandma Sue came in, she hasn't even sat down, let alone had a sip of tea. Think about it. We went to Grandma Sue's house, brought tea and cakes. How can we be so rude and neglectful? Shinrui angrily shook off her hand and pushed the shampoo bottle that Gu Yingying had placed on the wooden table onto the floor. The porcelain bottle shattered into many pieces. The light fragrance of the shampoo filled the room. Gu Yingying caught the scent and felt even angrier inside. But she held back. In this situation, she wanted Fan Shi and Su Xinlan, two outsiders, to see how much Shinrui was to be disliked. Qin Shi felt upset for her daughter. Even in front of Fan Shi, she looked displeased and asked Shinrui, "You've argued and caused trouble, and now you've broken the shampoo that Inger made. How can you act like a respectful elder? If she didn't treat her daughter well, she shouldn't blame her for not caring about their son." Moreover, her daughter Inger was capable of supporting the family, but Shinrui's son was truly a spendthrift. Lending money to that prodigal son was less useful than saving it for their own family. The floor near the wooden table was a bit wet. Qin Shi worried that Fan Shi might slip or get cut by the broken porcelain. She signaled to Zhu Shi, hoping she would clean up the shards. Shinrui stomped her foot hard and pointed at a piece of broken porcelain on the ground, asking Qin Shi and Gu Yingying, "Second sister-in-law, you finally told the truth. Your Inger even made shampoo. Did you use any of this for me or Qing Yao? All you do is say I don't act like a respectful elder. Enough, Qin Shi. You really should calm down." Fan Shi couldn't stand Shinrui like this. She was clearly from a scholarly family, but acted like a shrew. She felt sad for Gu Yingying. She had traveled far to gather herbs and stayed up late making shampoo, pouring it into bottles. It was supposed to be used a few times, but Shinrui, this quarrelsome woman, had broken it. If she kept it, at least they could exchange it for some flour. Mrs. Fan only heard Shinrui muttering and asked, "Is Inger still lying here resting? Why are you blaming a patient like that? Moreover, Inger is just washing her hair. She didn't cost you a penny, nor did she ask for your help." After she finished speaking, Shinrui remained silent. But she didn't leave the bedroom, nor did she make tea for Mrs. Fan. Gu Yingying saw Shinrui like this and felt confused. Based on her understanding of Shinrui, who is quite harmful, she believed that after being scolded by Mrs. Fan in front of them, Shinrui would find a reason to leave. However, Shinrui stayed still, which was unusual. Thinking about today, only Shinrui came here to cause trouble, which also seemed strange. Even if that spendthrift didn't like living in the countryside and had been locked somewhere in the city because of some bad deeds, wasn't Gu Yao, that harmful person, always following Shinrui? Why didn't she come along today? Gu Yingying quickly signaled to Su Xinlan. When she saw the other person look at her with a puzzled expression, she then looked toward the storage shed. Inside, there were some herbs she kept in cabinets and others in a basket that still needed to be dried. The herbs stored in the house could all be gathered from the forest, but many were medicinal ingredients she used to make shampoo. She was worried that Gu Yao, the harmful one, might take advantage of their busy work here and rummage through the shed to find them. Su Xinlan looked at Shinrui and then at the shed, and then asked Gu Yingying with her eyes, "Could Shin's fuss here be an opportunity for someone in her family?" Gu Yingying blinked at Su Xinlan, indicating that was her thought. Su Xinlan calmly left the room and headed toward the shed. Zhu Shi carried a tray with tea for Mrs. Fan and the others, including a cup of green tea prepared for Shinrui. But Shinrui didn't reach out to take it. Zhu Shi didn't insist, knowing it was just for show. Gu Yingying took the tea from Zhu Shi, looked at her without inviting her to sit, and sat herself on the soft couch brought by Su Xinlan, then asked, "Second aunt, should I ask second sister-in-law to go to Master Shin's house and invite second uncle to come and keep you company?" Anyway, today there was no way to get money. Not only would she not give Shinrui any silver, but she also wouldn't provide her with food. Who should support whom? Really? Shinrui knew well that it was that reckless girl who told Fan Shi in front of her, making sure she knew that she wouldn't get a single coin from their family. Since she came, she won't leave empty-handed. Pretending not to hear Gu Ying's question, she smiled and looked at Fanshi. Shenrui said, Madam Su, I've been waiting at the village entrance for the ox cart these days. Several villagers mentioned that recently, the emperor invited young men from neighboring countries to a horse race. Is it true that it's to arrange marriages for the crown prince and others? Fanshi had previously advised Shenrui kindly, but she didn't listen. Now, she was shamelessly trying to talk to her again, and she didn't want to bother. Shenrui chuckled softly to herself, then asked Fanshi, I heard that your younger uncle's family also has a beautiful daughter and a talented young man. I suppose they received invitations too, to go to the outskirts of the imperial city for the horse race? Your Su family's daughters, like Xi and Lan, are beautiful and well-educated. I wonder how many princesses and noble daughters from neighboring countries they will outshine. Fanshi still ignored her. Gu Yingying, lying on the bed, felt embarrassed for Shenrui. Such words, even in the Su family, wouldn't be appropriate to mention to Fanshi. And now, they were in the Gu family's house. Who would talk about their younger uncle's family for no reason? Fanshi's younger uncle was Su Chong, whose strength was beyond what most could imagine. Su Chong was once called the living King Yen by the bandits of Lu State because, early in his career, to defend against Lu State's enemies, he sacrificed his wealth and led soldiers with a coffin to fight. After leading troops in Jinxia and other areas to the battlefield, he captured an enemy prince. That prince was known as a victorious general by Lu State's people. Since then, Su Chong was no longer just a military governor, but was also granted the title of King Jingnan by the emperor. He was one of the few non-royal princes in the court. Over the years, no matter who the emperor sent to govern Jinxia, they would consult with Su Chong first. For example, the previous governor, Dingda, was known for loving his people. After discussing with Su Chong, the emperor appointed him as governor. Dingda improved water management, encouraged farming, and established schools, doing many good deeds for the people of Jinxia. The people of Jinxia greatly admire her and also praise Su Chong. Because of this, Lord Ding was transferred to the imperial city of Liang, also called Jinglan City, to serve as the governor of Jingzhou. However, for some reason, the prefect appointed this time, Yen, still allows officials to collect extra fees from villagers when delivering official letters, something Lord Ding would never do. How can Yen compare to Lord Ding? Mrs. Fan is especially angry about this. She hasn't heard much from Sister Xinlan, but she can guess Mrs. Fan's thoughts. Yet, Shenrui, the troublemaker, surprisingly doesn't understand why Mrs. Fan ignores her, and she keeps bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Since the crown prince and others are matchmaking, they will surely arrange for princesses from neighboring countries. That's fair, Mrs. Fan said impatiently, giving Shenrui a sharp look. The crown prince's affairs are not for us common folks to worry about. Right now, our most important task is to take care of our own family. Shenrui felt a lump in her throat. She thought, this wife is really hateful, only knows how to help the elders' family bully her. For now, she would endure it and not argue with her. Once there's news about Yaoer, she'll settle the score. After sitting quietly for a while, she finally heard a quack sound coming from the backyard. Shenrui's eyes lit up with joy. She stood up proudly and left the room. Gu Yingying saw Shenrui leave and quickly sensed something was wrong. The quack sound was unusual for the season, especially since it was hard to hear now. That shrew only left after hearing the quack. Gu Yingying wondered, could that sound be a secret signal sent to Shenrui? Worried that Sister Xinlan might be in trouble, Gu Yingying hurriedly said to Madame Qin, Mother, go check on Sister Xinlan at the side door. Madame Qin understood immediately and rushed out of the house. Mrs. Fan looked worried. She hoped Xinlan was safe. She wanted to go see for herself but didn't want to leave Ying alone, so she stayed in the bedroom to keep Gu Yingying company. Just then, a scream came from the storage room. Gu Yingying listened and thought, this isn't good, Mother might be scared. Mrs. Fan was worried about Xinlan and Qin, but she tried to stay calm in front of Gu Yingying. To avoid upsetting the woman who couldn't get out of bed and walk, she felt uncomfortable inside. When Mrs. Qin arrived at the side door, she saw Su Xinlan lying unconscious on the ground near the wooden door. Today, this woman was dressed in light purple fancy clothes, quite different from her daughter-in-law's outfit. Mrs. Qin was about to go forward and pick up Su Xinlan, but as she took a step, she was blocked by a woman in black. A cold male voice came from behind. "Old lady, you must quickly give us 55 taels of silver to our shopkeeper, or who knows if your daughter can wake up again." The voice was completely unfamiliar. Mrs. Qin had never heard it before. She felt both dislike and some fear. She didn't know why Inger said to come to the side door for Xinlan. She also didn't know what kind of people Xinlan had met, or what she had gone through before she was knocked out. Mrs. Qin shook her head, about to say no, but before she could, the woman in black covered her mouth. The woman in black was probably in her 30s, slim, with heavy makeup on her face. Her lips were bright red, her nasolabial folds deep, her chin pointed, and her eyes looked fierce. Seeing this woman in black, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but think of Jia's wicked wife. Honestly, in terms of cruelty, this wicked woman was just as bad as Jia. Mrs. Qin didn't know this wicked woman at all, and she was an honest person who never provoked anyone. Why had she attracted these bad people? Without letting her speak, Mrs. Qin pointed at Su Xinlan on the ground with her finger, signaling to the woman in black, "Let this girl go first. If you release her, we might still have room to talk. Otherwise, my family will report to the authorities." The woman in black looked at Mrs. Qin with disdain, took out a folded note from her sleeve, and opened it so she could see clearly. "Whose handwriting is this? I believe you can recognize it. It clearly states that the 55 taels of silver owed by him to our shopkeeper should be paid by his aunt. You don't try to deny it." The wicked woman was talking about him, who was Gu Qingyu and Shen Rui's reckless son. Mrs. Qin had already seen the 3 big characters at the end of the note, which was the name of that prodigal son, Gu Rongdong. Reflecting on what Shen Rui had said before, and looking at the mean woman in black, Qin sure gradually understood. It was that reckless son who had caused trouble outside, not only harming himself, but also dragging their relatives into trouble. What was even worse was that he had harmed Su family's ex-in-law. Qin sure shook her head again. That reckless son was not her child, nor was he raised by her. If he caused trouble outside, she shouldn't be responsible. Take her away, hand her over to our female shopkeeper to teach her properly. Maybe she can earn more silver and be obedient to our shopkeeper. The woman in black looked at ex-in-law lying on the ground, as if she was inspecting a product ready to be sold, with a clever look in her eyes. Qinsha was shocked and quickly waved her hands. No. From what the woman said, it was clear she was not a good family woman. They couldn't let them take ex-in-law away. Qinsha reached out her right hand and gestured to the woman in black. "I will give silver." The woman in black didn't move her gaze, but covered Qinsha's mouth with her hand. Even though she understood that this woman was about to agree, she still felt uneasy. She then spoke to a tall man standing nearby. Let Gu Rongdong's mother watch the door well. If we receive even 1 less coin, when we go back, we'll cut her son into pieces and throw him into the wilderness to feed the wolves. Although her voice was quiet, it carried a cold, sinister tone. Hearing this, Qinsha couldn't help but gasp inwardly. If they didn't give the silver, her nephew would be dead. If her nephew died, she would have betrayed the Gu family. But all that silver belonged to her daughter. If she used the silver to pay off her reckless son's debts, the one who would suffer the most was her daughter. Qinsha's heart was bleeding. She was an honest woman, married to Qing Feng, a kind man. The couple worked hard, saved for many years, and finally managed to accumulate some food and silver. But this year, most of it was lost to those reckless sons. How could they live on in the future? When Qinsha saw Shenrui, she was brought by that tall man. Seeing the smug look in the woman's eyes, she felt angry inside. "Big sister-in-law, I told you nicely before, give me some silver to pay the debt. You didn't listen. Now, you've caused trouble for the daughter of the magistrate. Do you know how hard it is to mess with her? Quickly, tell me, where is the silver? I went to find him earlier and returned the item to him." Shenrui looked down at Qin with a commanding attitude, raising her eyebrows slightly. The last two sentences were spoken in a tone that sounded like a command. Qin glared angrily at Shinrui. Even if she died, this family wouldn't be run by this shameless woman. This woman had a son but didn't raise him properly, causing trouble for many people. She never reflected on her actions. Yet, she still had the nerve to come here and ask for money. She was so shameless. The anger in Qin's eyes was also seen by the woman in black who was covering her mouth. She didn't move her hands, afraid that if she spoke, someone nearby might be alerted. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she directly told the tall man, "Go search the place. There are only about 10 simple houses. Even if you search them all, you should find some money before dark." Shinrui wanted to go herself, but the woman in black stopped her. "Stay here and watch." The tall man entered through the side door. He saw no one and heard no sounds, so he felt reassured and headed toward the main hall. Earlier, Shinrui had argued with the people from the main house, then went to Gu Xiaoya's bedroom. She had told them all this, and she remembered it clearly. Zhu Shi sat by the wooden table. Following Gu Yingying's instructions, she saw the shadow approaching slowly. She threw a small stone at the suspicious figure. The stone hit right near the tall man's right foot. The tall man had broken into someone's house and was after their money, so he was naturally guilty. He didn't expect that after checking carefully, he still didn't notice anyone else inside. His fear flickered in his eyes, but quickly disappeared, replaced by calmness. He placed his right hand on his waist, drew his sword quickly, and stabbed toward the direction where the stone was thrown. Zhu Shi waved her hand, scattering some medicinal powder. A strange, fragrant smell spread instantly, making it hard for the man to see clearly who she was. While the man was dazed by the smell, staggering around, Zhu Shi stood up, grabbed a wooden stick, and knocked him out. She took his sword, stored it properly, and then handed it to Fan Shi. Everything that happened in the main hall was clearly seen by Fan Shi hiding in the shadows. After taking the sword, she examined it carefully and saw the character Ning on the hilt. Thanks to Fan's connections in the city, after she sent the sword overnight, she received a reply. The sword had been checked and confirmed to belong to Dong Ningyuan, the close friend of the female shopkeeper at Yinghua Pavilion. In Jingyu country, any sword or blade bears the maker's mark. Using that mark, they found the apprentice of the craftsman from Jinxia Prefecture and quickly learned the owner's information. Once Fan knew the answer, she told Qin. Qin, even knowing, found it hard to speak when asked by Gu Yingying. As a mother, she couldn't explain to her daughter that the man who came with the sword to hurt them was a womanizer's lover. The owner of that sword, if you say he has a serious purpose, maybe. If you say he's just idling around, perhaps. But he has a way to make money. Still, he came to our house not just for silver, but also to avenge his friend. Seeing Qin's uncomfortable expression, Gu Yingying didn't ask further. She also knew some things were better left unspoken, or asked of the Su family. Perhaps they knew more. Since the thief came to their home, Lao Lijing had arranged a few trustworthy villagers who knew some martial arts to guard outside the main yard. If anything suspicious happened, they would stop it immediately. Even Gu Qingyu's family was not allowed to step into the Gu residence anymore. Those villagers agreed and kept watch as promised. It was just that she felt guilty towards Sister Xinlan, who stayed behind to keep her company, and ended up getting hurt. Luckily, she was only knocked out and not seriously injured by a blade. Otherwise, she would have felt even more guilty. She asked Zhu to carry Sister Xinlan and place her nearby. She moved to the side herself and carefully gave her acupuncture to treat her wound. Within an hour, Sister Xinlan woke up. Everyone waiting in the bedroom, including Zhou, looked at her with grateful eyes. This was the first time since crossing over that she had treated a patient while sick, and it was in front of her mother, second sister-in-law, and the patient's family. Xinlan has finally woken up. We owe it all to Inger's help, Zhou said, looking at Gu Yingying, who was sitting on the bed, sweating from exhaustion. She felt both worried and grateful, saying, "Our mother and daughter should thank Inger." Gu Yingying looked at Zhou Shi with a guilty expression, wanting to jump off the bed and bow to apologize. She felt responsible for Sister Shinlan's injury and was ashamed to accept Mother Sue's thanks. However, she couldn't get out of bed at the moment. She could only wait until she recovered and then repay Sister Shinlan and the others properly. When Sister Shinlan woke up, Gu Yingying heard Zhou Shi say, "Inger, I'll take Shinlan home first. After a few days, we'll come to see you all again." Gu Yingying quickly asked Zhou Shi to bring some medicinal herbs, which she handed to Zhou Shi. She told her to make medicine with them and give it to Sister Shinlan to drink. Actually, Sister Shinlan had been punched by a villain and fainted. Even after waking up, she would still remember what happened before she fainted, as she had been frightened. She planned to prepare some calming medicine for Sister Shinlan to help her rest well. Su Shinlan stayed at home to rest for just over 2 days. On the 3rd day after dinner, she came back to the Gu family and told Gu Yingying some of what she knew. "I didn't expect that the villain who knocked me out was the wicked woman asking Aunt Gu for money, her lover."
Huh?
Gu Yingying remembered Zhou Shi mentioning that the thief who sneaked into the main hall was a tall man, probably no older than 30. After some investigation, Fan Shi confirmed to Qin Shi that the man's name was Dong Ningyuan, 29 years old, from the imperial city and skilled in martial arts. But her mother had clearly told her that the wicked woman asking for money looked to be in her 30s. Could it be that Dong Ningyuan had some kind of obsession with his sister? Su Shinlan sneered. "You might have forgotten that 2 years ago, a top scholar's son was chosen by a matchmaker. At first, he wanted to die rather than marry her. But when he heard that the woman, who was 15 years older than him, was the sister of a powerful official in the imperial city, he immediately agreed."
So,
"But the wicked woman who tried to extort my mother isn't the sister of a powerful official," Gu Yingying said, feeling ashamed for Dong Ningyuan. Choosing a partner should be a matter of taste. It's better to find someone who is pure and makes a living by singing or performing. That's fine. But the key issue is, does that woman have any real skills? Over the years, has she ever made a living with her craft? Enough about them, Su Shinlan said, not wanting to discuss this topic. She was not interested in gossip and deeply disliked that wicked woman. Only asked Gu Yingying. Big Uncle helped us report the case, and the county magistrate also sent someone to the government office to discuss this matter with the magistrate. After they consulted with Dong Yue, the owner of Manhwa Pavilion, they decided to compensate me with 20 taels of silver and to apologize to you all. Do you see? Just an apology? Gu Yingying snorted coldly. Humph. To those wicked people, what is an apology? Can it stop them from doing bad things, or make those they hurt feel better? There's no need for an apology. I am a simple person, very simple. For someone like me, anything is less important than money. Tell them not to pretend. Just give me Manhwa Pavilion. Even if they don't apologize, I won't blame them anymore. After she finished speaking, a hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. Su Shinlan felt helpless when she heard this. Although Manhwa Pavilion is not a government run-in, everyone knows that many high officials like to go there to drink, listen to music, and enjoy good food. Dong Yue, when she was young, worked as a companion for many years. She used her own hard-earned savings over 10 years to build that inn. They finally made the business successful, and how could she be willing to give it to Yingying?
Susin Lan Kindi Atvis, Anzai, Zinging.
Don't say things in anger. Think about how to make those wicked people suffer more. Show them some color so they know we are not easy to bully, Gu Yingying said. That's certain. But she knew very well that if it weren't for Shinrui and their troublemaker, they probably wouldn't have faced so many problems. At first, Madame Fan wanted to report the case. Her mother was worried that her cousin Gu Rongdong, who hadn't yet passed the imperial exams or married, would lose face if Madame Su reported the case. She was worried it would affect his future. But luckily, at a critical moment, her mother listened to Madame Su's advice. She realized that if they forgave Shinrui once, there would be a second, third, or even many more times. The family's money was hard-earned. How painful it was to use it to pay off the reckless Gu Rongdong's debts. Moreover, my father and second brother are both away fighting, so no one can predict what will happen in the future. We must save some money to support our family. My mother agreed to this. After Mrs. Fan helped report the official matters, Gu Yingying and her family could hear the villagers talking about how unhappy Shenrui and her family were and other similar comments. But even if they were unhappy, Shenrui and her family still owed Dong Yuer money, which they couldn't refuse to pay. Since they offended the people from the main household, Shenrui had no choice but to ask her parents for help. She took some money from her father and sent it to the city. Gu Yingying also secretly overheard some conversations between Mrs. Zhu and Feng Mei, which revealed these things. Feng Mei said, "Honestly, your second uncle and his wife weren't entirely innocent when they were kicked out of Jinxia Academy. They only have one son and one daughter, but they didn't raise them well." Mrs. Zhu whispered, "We can only talk about this quietly here. We can't let my mother-in-law find out. If she hears, she will be upset." "That's true," Feng Mei agreed. "According to reason, my second uncle and his wife should have done a good job raising their children. But who would have thought that my second uncle, a disciplined man, would raise a son like your cousin, who drinks and sings with singing girls?" In the memories left by the original owner, she only knew that her cousin Gu Rongdong was a spendthrift and lazy, and he was unkind to her. So, she didn't have a good impression of her cousin. Later, Gu Yingying also heard villagers say that Gu Rongdong was spoiled by his parents. If he wasn't corrected in time, he would cause trouble in the future. She only listened quietly. She thought that her cousin, being far away in the city, and with her second uncle losing his job, wouldn't come back to the countryside to visit her and her family. Since they wouldn't meet, she had no worries. But she didn't expect that the same person who looked down on villagers, like her second aunt, would come back to trouble her family less than a month after her father and second brother left home. That time, after overhearing Feng Mei and Mrs. Zhu, Gu Yingying learned that her cousin, the prodigal son of Shenrui's family, was truly irresponsible. Her cousin had lived in the city since childhood and rarely returned to the countryside with her second aunt and her family in a year. As he grew up and studied at the academy, he and his second brother went out with some classmates to cause trouble, and they all got hurt. Later, like his second brother, he was also thrown into the big prison of the government office. After his second brother was released, he truly changed and became hardworking and ambitious. However, his older cousin, after leaving prison, not only refused to change, but also blamed his second uncle for not making money, failing to buy a house in the city for the family to live in. Why should he go back to the countryside? Spending every day with birds, insects, and fish, even if he met a real person, he might not find a true friend. How lonely must he feel? Did his second uncle and the others ever think about him? His second uncle was so angry he almost spat blood, but in front of his second aunt, he could only glare fiercely at his older cousin and dare not say a word against him. If he did, it would anger his second aunt, and that would be trouble. So, whether his older cousin wanted money, fancy clothes, or jade pendants, his second uncle and second aunt would try to fulfill his requests. Both second uncle and his wife were idle people. After second uncle left the academy, they really had no source of income. Where did they get the money to give to his older cousin? It was from the people of the main family. Whenever his older cousin had some money, he would go to the pleasure boat to sit, drink, listen to music, and chat with some high officials and wealthy people. He thought that was the only way to show his noble status and stand out from ordinary men. But the guests on the pleasure boat not only paid for tea or wine but also gave tips to the singing girls. His older cousin looked down on most singing girls, except for Wan Mei, a talented singer he was very fond of. Even if he gave 10 taels of silver to the shopkeeper once, he could only sit in the outer room of the private chamber, under the supervision of a few strong men, peeking through the door curtain and layers of silk to see Wan Mei's figure standing by the carved wooden bed. She was so graceful and charming. Just seeing her once made his older cousin feel pity and want to take her away from the noisy place immediately, to spend his life only with her. But just as he was about to stand up, the strong men supervising him pressed him back into his seat, making him unable to move. "Mr. Gu, don't forget, you already have an appointment with our shopkeeper. Please respect Miss Wan and keep your promise." The burly man with a stern face glanced coldly at Gu Rongdong and said, Gu Rongdong, the older cousin, could only sit quietly. He was only allowed to look at Wan Mei for a moment while sitting outside, and even then, he was only given a cup of tea. Soon, he was not allowed to stay outside either. His heart felt frustrated. 20 taels of silver, and he still couldn't get close. Was this meant to be a joke? After returning to the inn, his mind was filled with the graceful image of Wan Mei, which he couldn't forget. Even late at night, he kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep because he missed her so much. A few days later, feeling unwell, he asked a doctor to treat him and sent a message through old Zhu to his second uncle in the countryside, offering 20 taels of silver for treatment. When the second uncle heard this, he quickly sent 23 taels of silver with old Zhu, who was driving a bull cart, to deliver to the cousin. That time, with 20 taels of silver, the cousin gained enough confidence to want to speak directly with Wan Mei, the female manager of the moon gathering boat. Yes, he no longer wanted to watch the beauty behind a curtain, but to see her up close. He also longed to listen to Wan Mei play the lute and have a heartfelt conversation with her. Wan is not the real manager of the moon gathering boat. The true owner is her good sister, Dong Yuer, whom she met when she was a singer in the imperial city. Gu Yingying remembered that Feng Mei had said this in a whisper. Later, Xianlon also told her, I guess, even Shen Rui's son, Gu Rongdong himself, might not know that the real manager of the moon gathering boat is actually the manager of Yingyu Pavilion. That woman is called Dong Yuer. She's a singer who sold her loyalty for money and has been doing so for many years. Gu Yingying only knew that Gu Rongdong was already 21 and unmarried because her second uncle had high hopes for him, wishing he would pass the imperial exams early and bring honor to the family. Her second uncle once told their father that at least Gu Rongdong should become a candidate for the provincial exam before getting married. But Gu Rongdong was known to be lazy and uninterested in studying. He preferred traveling, visiting the boat to listen to music, and enjoying himself. So, everyone who knew Gu Rongdong understood whether he could become a candidate for the exam. Their father, who watched Gu Rongdong grow up, knew this well. But to avoid upsetting the second uncle, he still said nice words to comfort him. All right. When Rongdong passed the imperial exam, we all went to celebrate his success. However, before we could even enjoy the feast, we heard that my cousin, who is in love with a singer, got into a fight with a rival and was tricked. Gu Yingying wasn't worried about anything else, only afraid that her reckless cousin, who has no real skills, would cause trouble again in the city and bring problems to the family. She remembered that Su Xinlan had told her last time, on the day Shenrui came to ask for money, that when Xinlan arrived at the side door, she overheard Gu Yao talking. Everything you wanted I have gotten. She can't get out of bed, so she can't check or notice anything. Xinlan also said that she heard a strange woman's voice, but before she could understand it fully, she was knocked out. When she woke up, she found herself in her room, with her mother and Aunt Gu crying over her. Gu Yingying knew that Shenrui had come to cause trouble that day and was scolded by Grandma Su, but she didn't leave. After hearing a chirping sound, she left.
There must be a reason for that.
She knew that on that day, Gu Yao had come to the house to look for something, or rather, to steal something. Besides stealing a bag of herbs, she wasn't sure what other items the troublemaker had taken. On the third morning after Madame Fan reported the case to the authorities, Gu Yingying sat on her bed, taking the soup that Zhu Shi handed her. She quickly drank most of it. The medicine had a bit of red in it, so when she drank it, her lips and teeth felt a slight sweetness. She smiled at Zhu Shi and said, Second sister-in-law, the weather has gotten better these days. When you have some free time later, help me dry the dandelions. With winter approaching, it's best to dry the herbs early and store them. This year, it's been hard to get out of bed and move around. Going to the woods to pick herbs is out of the question. She could only wait until after the new year to work hard and earn some money to support the family. After breakfast, Zhu Shi went to the backyard to dry herbs and heard Qin's voice. It sounded like Qin was talking to someone softly. She wanted to get closer to listen but was afraid Qin would see her, so she held back. After listening for a while, she heard a familiar female voice say, Big sister-in-law Qingyue, you're a generous person and understand the big picture. Please don't argue with my Rui. You know very well that she is, apart from being straightforward, not really doing anything badly. Mrs. Zhu's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. How dare this old woman say that Shenrui, that troublemaker, is just straightforward? Is that what you call straightforward? Clearly, she has a cruel heart, speaks harshly, and is unreasonable. When delivering lunch to Gu Yingying's room, Mrs. Zhu tentatively asked, Sister, Xinlan went back early this morning. Did your mother come to see you after she left? Gu Yingying shook her head slightly. No, she didn't. She had wanted to ask whether her second sister-in-law was busy today, maybe working outside since the weather was clear, so she didn't come to see her. But she felt it was not appropriate to ask. After all, there was a lot of work at home, and she couldn't help much. Asking more would be pointless. Mrs. Zhu noticed the guilt in Gu Yingying's eyes and felt a bit guilty herself. She explained, Don't misunderstand, sister. I only asked because I heard our mother say something this morning. Hearing this, Gu Yingying felt a little uncomfortable inside. She truly regretted that yesterday morning she had told Lao Lijing, Grandpa Su, the sun has been out these days, and the villagers should be busy chopping firewood to bring home. Things have been quiet here lately. Maybe it's better for the villagers to go back and prepare more firewood. There's no need for them to come here for now. It's fine. We can help them do some work and keep an eye on them here. That way, I feel more at ease, Su Tai replied, not agreeing outright. Those bad people only want to earn money, not to hurt anyone. Besides, someone is helping Gu. At this point, Gu Yingying's face showed some embarrassment, and she silently reminded herself to call him, Cousin. I heard that someone helped settle the debt my cousin owed. Those bad people probably won't bother us anymore. Qin and Mrs. Zhu also agreed that the villagers should go back to work. Otherwise, when it snows, it will be hard to go into the woods to chop firewood. Although Jinxia is in the south and snow is rare in the village during winter, when it does snow, it melts quickly and the ground stays wet, making travel difficult. Su Tai urged a few more times, but seeing that Qin and the others insisted on sending the villagers back to work, he had no choice but to agree. Not long after the villagers returned, Shenrui's mother hurried over. Gu Yingying waited until it was almost dark before Qin came to see her. Qin brought Su Xinlan along. Gu Yingying asked suspiciously, Mother, did you go to Xinlan's house and then bring her here? Qin sighed helplessly and said, It's embarrassing to admit, but I didn't go specifically to pick up Xinlan. I was just taking Shen's wife back to the village entrance when I met old Master Zhu. He told me. After hearing Qin's story, Gu Yingying couldn't help but feel amused and a bit helpless. It turned out that Gu Rongdong, who was lazy and irresponsible, gave 20 taels of silver to Wan and asked to listen to the talented girl Wan Mei play the zither and share some private words with her. Wan agreed. Gu Rongdong was very happy, thinking he could drink with the beautiful girl and enjoy a boat ride to see the scenery, living a relaxed life. But unexpectedly, after Wan took his money, she led him to a private room on the second floor. That private room was not the same one Gu Rongdong visited last time to see Wan Mei. He was suspicious and asked Wan why it was in the same room. Wan stood outside and clapped twice. Soon after the applause, a thin woman wearing a veil came out from inside. Before Gu Rongdong could see her face clearly, a man in white stormed in and kicked him. How dare you covet my young master's woman? Are you tired of living? Look at yourself, your sharp face, your scrawny build, and your pockets are cleaner than your face. The girl isn't blind. She wouldn't fall for someone like you. Gu Rongdong's purpose for going on the boat was to show off that he was a learned and generous young nobleman with good taste. But now, the woman he liked was hurt by this brute who barged in and kicked him. He called him ugly and poor. He couldn't stand it. Gu Rongdong grabbed a teapot from the table and aimed it at the man in white's head. But he only broke the teapot and didn't hurt him. The man in white was only slightly hurt. Then, the man in white called some strong men who knocked Gu Rongdong out. They tied him up with ropes and threw him into the inner room. Gu Rongdong was beaten badly and kept there for more than a day, only drinking 2 bowls of water. He couldn't see the face of the woman he admired clearly, nor hear her playing the lute for him. Instead, he was falsely accused by Wan and the woman, claiming he had behaved improperly toward her. Gu Rongdong tried to defend himself, but he had no proof. In the end, Wanwan pretended to be kind and advised him, "Do you know who the young master you offended tonight is?" Gu Rongdong looked disdainful. He had seen many hypocrites dressed as gentlemen. The man in white was just one of them. Was there anything worth discussing? Listen carefully. Earlier, because Miss Wan was jealous, she scolded the young master you offended. But he is the son of the governor of Jinxia Prefecture, young Master Yan. After saying this, Wanwan secretly glanced at Gu Rongdong and saw his face turn awkward. If you want to save yourself, quickly go and apologize to him. Say you didn't know beforehand that Miss Wan already had someone she liked, and you didn't realize she admired such a noble and handsome man. Ask for young Master Yan's forgiveness. If you want to stay away from your family and live somewhere else, then forget I said anything. Hearing this, Gu Rongdong felt very uncomfortable. He didn't want to lower himself to flatter others. He had never learned how to do that since he was a child. But after thinking for a long time and unable to come up with a good solution, he reluctantly agreed to Wanwan. "Since you are helping to speak for me, I will give you face and try to reconcile. Help me speak for you." Wanwan was so angry she slapped Gu Rongdong and scolded him for being unwise and said he would regret it. Soon after, Wanwan ordered people to keep Gu Rongdong imprisoned. He was only given a bowl of porridge each day, just enough to see someone, and was forced to write a promissory note. Later, she took the villain Dongning Yuan to Gu's village to collect the debt. Unexpectedly, Dongning Yuan injured someone and was also hurt by medicinal powder. His sword at his waist was taken by Mrs. Zhu and handed over to Mrs. Fan. In the end, even though Wanwan paid for someone to plead for him, it only pleased the governor and made the magistrate think it was a minor matter. But the magistrate went with Su Tai and refused to agree no matter how the governor persuaded him. He didn't want to let it go so easily. "Lord Yen, please forgive me for speaking frankly. Although this matter, if it reaches the official bureau, would be somewhat unfavorable for both your son and you. As a result, everyone in the town would surely learn about your son's unusual preferences. This would cause him to lose face." The magistrate looked at Su Tai, who was standing nearby with a serious and stern expression, and kindly reminded him, "But you also need to consider that the woman injured by Dongning Yuan, who was taken away by the Wan family, is related to Prince Jingnan. Even if I, as the local official, try to hide this, I can't keep it secret. The villagers from Gujia village were not easy to deceive." When the magistrate previously went to oversee the rice fields, he saw firsthand how tough the local people were. Women dared to argue and even fight in the fields. The men, most of the village, would band together to fight neighboring villages fiercely. The magistrate sneered. Even facing Su Tai's sharp gaze and the waiting magistrate, he retorted, "Do you think that bringing this old man here gives you the right to act arrogantly in front of me?" Hearing this, Su Tai's anger grew. His right fist clenched tightly as he was about to confront the hypocrite, but the magistrate quickly stopped him. "Sir," the magistrate, feeling worried for the magistrate, said, "Without his help, we wouldn't be able to deliver the tribute rice on time, let alone receive the emperor's reward. Everyone in Jinxia knows how much the Su family has contributed. In other words, if you oppose the Su family just to protect your son's and your family's reputation, be careful. You might not leave this place alive. And forget about keeping your official hat on your head." The magistrate gritted his teeth and suddenly struck the wooden block loudly. "Go to the side and rest for now. Once I find the woman who manages the Wanyu boat, Wanwan, I will call you back to discuss. I will handle this fairly," Su Tai calmly added. "Also, have Yen Yuan, your son, come here, without that troublemaker, who will give them an explanation." After Wanwan, Dongning Yuan and others, along with Yen Yuan, were brought to the magistrate's office, they were asked to wait while Su Tai and the others went in for a discussion. The result was that Wan Yuan was willing to pay 20 taels of silver to Su Xinlan, who would then take Dongning Yuan to the Gu family to apologize to Madame Qin and the others. Gu Ying did not accept this proposal. Su Xinlan was not interested in the 20 taels of silver. She only shared her opinion. She wanted to imprison the people who hurt them, at least for 10 days. Ying's sister said she liked money, but that was just angry talk. However, she truly meant it when she said she wanted to imprison those bad people. The magistrate dared not let Wan Yuan be detained because that woman was working for Dong Yuer. Even though Dong Yuer was older and far from the imperial city, an old lover of hers still cared about her. That person was someone the magistrate could not afford to offend. So, Wan Yuan was only fined 30 taels of silver, and the person was detained for at least 10 days before being released. After Su Xinlan received the 30 taels of silver from Su Tai, she brought it to Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying refused to accept it and gave Su Xinlan an awkward look. You know I like money, but 30 taels isn't enough for me to use. I knew you'd react like this, Su Xinlan said, not insisting. She had already expected that Yingying wouldn't easily accept the money. She then said with a smile, I'll keep this silver and, when my father and the others return, I'll buy more meat. Then I'll invite you to help me cook and prepare a nice meal to welcome them. Okay, Gu Yingying snapped her fingers confidently. That was definitely fine. She remembered it had been several days since she last heard from Xinlan about her Aunt Xiao. She indirectly asked Xinlan, Did you and your mother go to the city to visit Aunt Xiao? After all, she was Lady Zhao's mother. Since Xinlan liked her son, she should care more about her. Xinlan grinned mischievously. How about this? When you recover, I'll take you to visit Aunt Xiao. Gu Yingying took the opportunity to tease Xinlan. Haha, I'll definitely go with you. And don't forget, you just told me you'd help me cook. Waiting for your father to return, your brother will surely come back too. After joking with Su Xinlan that time, in less than 2 days, Gu Yingying heard that Gu Rongdong sincerely won over the talented singer Wan Mei and even received her money. Her heart was filled with turmoil, and Gu Yingying almost felt sick. No matter how lazy or idle the second brother is, he has never relied on others for support. But Shen Rui's cousin, Gu Rongdong, who was born into the family, chose to find a good girl outside rather than a talented singer, just to enjoy the benefits of her money. She also had some doubts and asked Qin directly, Mother, there's something I don't quite understand. Tell me, Qin asked with curiosity. Hadn't she already explained some of this before? Gu Yingying honestly said, I just heard you say that my cousin owed money outside, and Wan Mei helped him pay it back. Also, the house he's living in now is rented with Wan Mei's money, and the furniture was bought by her too. Qin smiled gently, that's right. But not long ago, I heard some villagers say that my cousin's debts were paid by his parents with help from his maternal grandfather, Gu Yingying said with a self-deprecating smile. How are we supposed to believe that? The stories didn't match. If Wan Mei, the singer, had long wanted to help pay her cousin's debts, why didn't she help when he was forced to borrow money? But after they gathered the money and paid it, she was the one renting the house and helping buy furniture. It seemed like she had other motives. Moreover, her cousin was now living a good life under Wan Mei's care. Even if he didn't treat his relatives well or didn't want to give them anything, he should at least give some money to his parents or his beloved sister, right? Recently, his grandmother even came to ask for a bottle of shampoo from their mother. If they had money, shouldn't they pay for it? Gu Yingying always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since that day she saw Su Xinlan faint after being hit, and after the thief entered the house, she truly felt overwhelmed by all the troubles she faced. They haven't had a proper rest yet, but today they happened to meet again. Shen Rui's mother came to ask for a bottle of shampoo. She said that Yaoer is also part of the Gu family, and since Inger made the shampoo, why can't Yaoer use some? Mrs. Qin straightforwardly told Shen Rui's mother, Son, Yaoer has looked down on my Inger since she was little. Would she care about the shampoo Inger made? Sun quickly replied, That's not fair to say. Big sister-in-law Qingyue. You must know, Inger's shampoo has a nice smell. It feels good to smell. In the city, there are many shops selling cinnamon oil. You could let Yaoer wash her hair casually and then apply some cinnamon oil. Wouldn't it smell nice? Mrs. Qin used to care for Gu Yao, though not as much as her own daughter, but she still showed some concern. However, after Shen Rui and her family caused trouble a few times, she felt disappointed. A niece is a niece. Even if she gives her heart, she still can't hear her say a kind word. Sun's eyes showed silent awkwardness. If it weren't for her granddaughter Yao, She wouldn't have come to the Gu family to beg this indifferent Mrs. Qin. In theory, since her daughter married Gu Qingyue, the Gu family should support them. But in the end, the responsibility of supporting her daughter and her family fell on her and her husband. Sun intentionally reminded Mrs. Qin, big sister-in-law Qingyue, "Do you remember that when Gu Qingyue first liked Roy and asked me to bring it up? I agreed because I thought you were a good person and trusted you." But now, as Sun spoke, tears fell. Mrs. Qin also felt a bit confused. This woman was fine before. Why did she bring up the past? She had previously gone to Shun's house because her younger brother liked the daughter of the master, Shen Rui, and she helped her younger brother speak to her. If time could go back, she would rather let her younger brother marry a hardworking peasant girl, someone kind-hearted and sincere, who would truly treat him well. She wouldn't have gone to help him pursue Shinrui or ask her to speak to Shinrui about her brother being kind and wanting her to marry him. When Shinrui's mother started crying, she also felt a bit sad. She took out the shampoo she had originally given her and handed it to her. Once given, it's no big deal. Give them another bottle of shampoo, but don't let Gu Yao wash her hair into a flower shape. Gu Ying also feels a bit uncomfortable inside. Why does Shinrui's mother take the shampoo without paying? It seems that in daily life, she receives gifts from Shun Fuji's disciples. The more she receives, the more she thinks she owes them. Although her father was also a disciple of Shun Fuji in the past, that's a different matter. Gu Ying feels something is strange about Sun's coming to ask for shampoo, so she asks Su Xinlan to keep an eye on things, especially on Gu Yao and Shinrui's family living at Shin's house. If anything unusual happens, she wants to be told immediately. Su Xinlan agrees. "Don't worry, Sister Ying. Even if you don't tell me, I'll watch out." Their family has been acting a bit strange lately. In the following days, whenever Gu Ying sees Su Xinlan, she asks about what Shun's family is doing. She especially wants to know if Gu Yao and Shinrui's mother and daughter are staying at home peacefully. Su Xinlan honestly replies, "Actually, since Gu Yao's grandmother came to ask for shampoo from Aunt Gu, I haven't seen Gu Yao for several days." Hearing this, Gu Ying thinks that Gu Yao might have already left the village. Almost everyone in the village knows that Gu Yao and her mother still prefer to send someone in a carriage to the city to buy things, even if they live in the countryside. So, no matter the weather, Shinrui always goes to the village entrance to wait for the items to be brought back. Sometimes, Gu Yao also goes with Shinrui. But now, hearing from Xinlan that they haven't seen Gu Yao for several days, it seems unusual. Gu Ying frowns slightly and says, "Gu Yao's grandparents rarely come to our house normally. If her grandmother needed money to buy shampoo, I wouldn't believe it. And once Gu Yao gets the shampoo, it seems she should do something with it, which makes sense." Su Xinlan nods in agreement. "I think so too." Thinking back, she had also asked some neighbors near Shin's house about things. She then quietly tells Gu Ying, "In my opinion, Gu Yao probably went to the city." A neighbor near Shin's house said that Gu Rongdong was attracted by a talented and beautiful woman and wanted to marry her, so he settled in the city. It seems that once they buy a house, they plan to move Gu Yao and the others there. Is that irresponsible cousin planning to live off others for a long time? Gu Ying looked disdainful and said, "First, let's not forget that Wan Mei is a singer. It's hard to tell if she truly loves Gu Rongdong. Maybe Gu Rongdong is lucky to have found true love, and he's doing well. But has he thought about what happens if he marries Wan Mei? That means he will have to support her. She was singing on a boat. Before she married, the shopkeeper still saw her as useful and kept her. But after she married, would the shopkeeper still accept her? Also, no matter if you're a man or a woman, everyone grows up and gets old. Gu Rongdong might have married Wan Mei partly because he was enchanted by her, like being bewitched, and partly because he's lazy and can't support himself. He didn't get much money from his parents and just wanted someone to take care of him. But Wan Mei makes a living by singing. Even if the shopkeeper still allows her to sing, how many more years can she keep doing it? What will the future be like? Has Gu Rongdong thought about that? That villager also told me that Gu Rongdong's grandfather and father were scholars, so they probably could teach him well. But I don't know what happened. He was a decent young man. Why does he want to marry a singer instead of someone from a good family? Su Xinlan looked uncomfortable and stopped talking. Gu Yingying helped her say what she left out. Marrying a singer? Why not just find a girl from a farming family here? As long as she's from a good family, it won't shame our Gu family. How do you know that? Su Xinlan looked surprised. These words were actually said by a neighbor from the Shin family, but she hadn't told Yingying yet. Gu Yingying pointed to her left and right ears and smiled playfully at Su Xinlan, saying, I have a wind-following ear. Haha. Su Xinlan laughed and gently tugged on Yingying's right ear. Then listen carefully with your wind-following ear. See if your annoying cousin is talking to someone right now. Gu Yingying sighed with a smile. She didn't really want to hear about that troublesome cousin. Even if I had the ability to hear everything clearly, I wouldn't want to listen to what people are saying. I just share my thoughts with Su Xinlan. Alright, no more jokes. Let's talk about Gu Yao. I thought about it earlier, and it seems that you haven't seen Gu Yao for a few days, probably because of her brother's marriage to Wan Mei. Maybe she's trying to persuade her brother to leave her, to cut ties with the singer.
But how to do that is not easy.
First, we need some money. Gu Yao's brother, who spends money freely, needs money to live in the city. His house is rented by Wan Mei, and the delicious food he eats is also prepared by her. If he leaves without paying Wan Mei, it wouldn't be good. Right now, I just want to know if Gu Yao's grandmother coming to ask for shampoo and Gu Yao going out to earn money are related. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Yingying heard a question. On the day I was knocked out by the bad people, wasn't some of the herbs you kept in the storage shed missing? I heard they were for making shampoo. When Shun Rui caused trouble that day, Gu Yao didn't go to the main hall. Could it be that she took them? I had already guessed the answer to this question, and admired Su Xinlan in my heart. She knew the answer without asking. Still, she said, took instead of stole, to save face for the person who caused trouble. Gu Yingying confidently said, besides her, probably no one else knows so much about our affairs. But it doesn't matter. Making shampoo requires some herbs. I have told my mother, second sister-in-law, you, Aunt Sue, and Grandma Sue how to do it. But since you already know, why haven't you made it? So even if Gu Yao stole the herbs, she might not be able to make good shampoo. The person who wanted to imitate it thought that with a few more tries, it wouldn't be a big problem. But she couldn't surpass herself. Also, the porcelain bottles used for the shampoo were specially made by a skilled craftsman with the help of Fan Shi. The patterns on the bottles are very unique, drawn by her own design and crafted by the artisan. In this time and space, it's rare for someone to replicate them. Moreover, each bottle has a special mark at the bottom, like a Y shape. Most people wouldn't notice this. So, she wasn't worried that Gu Yao would make shampoo and cause her trouble. She could always tell real from fake. Gu Yingying saw Feng Mei in the bedroom and received some herbs and a bottle of shampoo from her. She looked closely at the porcelain bottle. Even though it had a pattern of orchids, it was rough and looked cheap. When she checked the bottom, it was completely empty with no marks at all. Without waiting for Feng Mei to speak, Gu Yingying shared her opinion. Aunt Feng, you brought me this object. Are you trying to tell me someone is selling shampoo in my name? If it wasn't Gu Yao, then it must be someone Gu Yao asked to do it. Feng Mei looked surprised. This was even faster than a fortune teller reading her fortune and predicting things. Curious, she asked, did you perhaps ask a fortune teller to read your fortune before I came here? Gu Yingying chuckled at herself. She was from a new world. How could she, a girl from ancient times, need to ask a fortune teller when she faced a problem? She could think for herself. It's better to rely on herself than others. She pointed to her ankle and awkwardly smiled at Feng Mei.
No, Aunt Feng.
You're joking. I guessed this myself. She told Feng Mei her opinion right in front of her.
Feng Mei listened patiently.
A trace of complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She sincerely said, Inger, I didn't expect that your cousin sister could do something behind your back and you would guess it. But don't be upset. Don't blame yourself. It's not worth it. Besides, your cousin's sister has her own hardships. Gu Yingying didn't want to hear this, but to understand what was really going on, she pretended not to mind and said, that might be true. Feng Mei saw that Gu Yingying remained calm and thought she was quite understanding. She relaxed and said, "Even though the sun has come out again recently, the weather is getting colder. I was worried that your orchid sisters might get cold, so I took some charcoal for my family to bring to them. Her mother-in-law insisted I stay at their house, and even took me to the port area to look around, buying this and that for me." When they reached East Street, Feng Mei and Orchid's mother-in-law passed by a cosmetic shop. They saw women lining up outside, waiting to buy cosmetics. Feng Mei was watching when she heard Orchid's mother-in-law say, "Stop looking, there's really nothing interesting to see." Then she leaned close to Feng Mei's ear and said, "Before you came, Lawner and I wandered here and saw many women choosing hair wash water. Honestly, there were more people that day than we see now. I took Lawner inside to look. After I went in, I found out that someone had hired a singer to try out her hair wash water here. She poured a little into her hand, and it smelled faintly nice. It was good for washing hair, so we bought some, but after we took it home, whether it was Lan's mother-in-law or Lan herself using it, it didn't work well. Lawner said she wanted to throw away that bottle of hair wash water. I should have guessed that the things sold by the Gu family woman wouldn't be good. However, Lan's mother-in-law advised her, don't throw it away.
Keep it.
We paid silver for it, 5 taels per bottle, and bought so many useless things. When opened, it had a bad smell, like medicine that had been left too long, giving off a sour scent. It's not just unpleasant. It also doesn't work. After washing, the hair is greasy. When you dry and comb it, many hairs fall out. It's really harmful, Lan's mother-in-law said. I must keep this bottle and find that woman. When I do, I will make her pay us double, Lan hurriedly said. No, mother. Remembering what her parents and Feng Mei had said, the people from the main and second branches of the Gu family weren't doing well. She asked her mother-in-law not to worry too much about this and not to blame the woman who sold the hair wash water. That woman was Gu Yao's daughter. If she wasn't in trouble, she probably wouldn't cheat her fellow townspeople like this. My parents still live in Gu family village and they often see Gu Yao's parents. Let's just think of those few silver as stolen or spent on food. Let's not argue with them. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy May Day holiday and a joyful family time. Orange summer little words. Although Lan's mother-in-law listened to the advice, she still told Feng Mei about it when they went to East Street. Feng Mei also went to look and indeed saw Gu Yao, the woman selling hair wash water. As Sister Lan's mother-in-law said, the woman with the surname Gu is there showing off and deceiving people with fake goods. She is not only tricking the guests in the city, but also fooling some acquaintances. Careful observation shows that the hair-washing water Gu Yao gave to the singing girls does have a faint, pleasant fragrance that is refreshing. However, because many women were watching when the girls used the shampoo, Gu Yao took the money and handed over the hair-washing water without letting anyone open or check it. Sister Lan's mother-in-law told Feng Mei, if only Sister Lan and I had been more careful at the time, opened it to smell before buying, we probably wouldn't have bought a bottle of smelly, disgusting hair wash water that makes you want to throw it away. Feng Mei, upon hearing this, also secretly resented Gu Yao for being too overbearing, trying to earn some silver by scheming to harm others. Back at Gu's village, Feng Mei immediately took the bottle of hair wash water brought from Sister Lan and showed it to Gu Yingying. This was not to let Gu Yingying apologize on Gu Yao's behalf. It was to let Gu Yingying know that someone was secretly sabotaging them. She told the singing girls that the hair wash water was made by her cousin herself because her cousin owed some money to her parents and used this as collateral. Some of those women actually used the shampoo you made, so they believed her. Gu Yingying sneered coldly, thinking, people are sitting at home, and trouble comes from the sky. The ones who betrayed her this time are again the family members of her second uncle. She didn't want to seek help from the village chief or the elder to solve the problem, but wanted to handle it herself. A determined light flashed in her eyes as she said to Feng Mei, Feng Auntie, thank you for bringing this water and for being honest with me. Now I know Gu Yao has done some terrible things behind the scenes. Rest assured, whether it's Gu Yao or her brother harming the villagers, as soon as I find out, I will stand with the villagers and help everyone get justice. Feng Mei knew that the current Gu Xiaoya, once she spoke out, would surely act. But looking at Gu Yingying's ankle, Foam May quickly waved her hand and said, "Don't, Inger. You should rest well first and not get angry over these matters. Besides, the people who bought Gu Yao's shampoo probably aren't all that foolish. After trying it once and realizing it was not good, I told my close friends that it was not worth buying. Fewer people went to buy it, so I believe that Gu Yao, no matter how clever, could not make money from it anymore. Aunt Foam, you don't need to worry. Even if I can't go to the city to confront Gu Yao, I have my own ways to make her stop. I am not worried inside. I just feel helpless because I can't get out of bed. Ordinary people always have their weaknesses. I know a little about what Gu Yao cares about. I promised Foam May in front of her that I will make Gu Yao compensate Sister Lan for the fake goods she bought. Since I can't move easily, I have to ask someone to go to the city and find out news related to Gu Yao and her brother. My most trusted friend is Sister Xinlan. But after Sister Xinlan was knocked out by a bad person last time, I realized that even though she was born in the Su family, with a father fighting outside and an uncle who is a military officer, she read many books but was not as diligent in martial arts as the men in our family. Before, villagers who took exams in the village also sparred with Elder Su Tai. Few could beat him. Everyone knows that the men of the Su family are all skilled in martial arts. We don't necessarily need to hire a master to gather information, but at least we must ensure they can fight off the bad people around Wanwan. Otherwise, before we even sneak in, the bad people hiding in the dark at Wanmei's rented house might knock us out. How can we gather information about Gu Rongdong then? Professional work should be done by professionals. But whether to trust others to do it or not, I haven't decided. Just the payment alone makes my head hurt. I thought hard and finally came up with a good plan. When Mrs. Zhu came into the room, I begged her, "Second sister-in-law, please help me find some soap berries in the storage room. Soak them in a basin for at least 2 days until they swell." Mrs. Zhu took note of everything. She thought I wanted to make shampoo again. Feeling a bit distressed, she said to me, "I saw you make shampoo and body wash before, and I know how to do it. Why don't I try again?" Gu Yingying smiled and said, "Is there still a need to try? Didn't you do a good job helping me before?" Even when helping to soak the soap berries, she didn't crush them completely while pounding with a stone, and had to do it twice more. But to boost her sister-in-law's confidence, she didn't mention these things. She only reminded her, "Remember to check in a couple of days. When the soap berries have soaked and expanded, take them out and crush them with a stone. Then, add some water to the crushed soap berries and heat it up." Zhu Shi remembered that Gu Yingying used to make shampoo herself, always lighting the fire, never asking her to help. She also noticed that when heating the soap berries it could only be done on low heat. This was mainly because soapberry water tends to foam easily once boiling, so the fire had to be kept low. After boiling the soapberry liquid, she would add dried orange peels and some dried flower petals, then continue stirring and boiling. Zhu Shi recalled that during the previous times helping Gu Yingying make shampoo, she always thought about what to do first and what to do next. Before each step, she carefully considered what was needed. Whenever she was unsure about something, she would ask Gu Yingying directly to avoid mistakes. She mainly wanted to help her younger sister-in-law because gathering herbs was tiring and she didn't want to waste herbs because she was clumsy. Also, in Zhu Shi's view, making shampoo wasn't just helping her sister-in-law, but doing her best to earn money and support the family. I remember, once the soapberry liquid is concentrated enough, you should turn off the fire. When it cools down, it's easier to filter and pour into porcelain bottles. Every time you fill a bottle, you remember what scent it has.
But I
might not remember, Zhu Shi worried. Gu Yingying chuckled softly. Seeing how attentive Zhu Shi was, she felt happy. But she thought Zhu Shi was being a bit too cautious. If she couldn't remember the scent, she could just open a bottle and smell it, right? Just help make the shampoo and fill the bottles. Don't worry about the scent. If you're really unsure, you can skip adding the flower petals. It will still work. Zhu Shi quickly stood up to open the door and go to the storage room to take out all the soapberries for soaking. Gu Yingying was worried that Zhu Shi might get too anxious and overlook some small details, so she kindly advised, "There's no rush, sister-in-law. Take your time." She made a bit more shampoo and asked Fan to take it to the city to help clarify things for the loyal customers. Isn't it better than everyone explaining it themselves? Half an hour later, Gu Yingying saw Zhu return to her room, looking proud. She said, "Sister, I've soaked the soap nuts." Oh, and I also took out each small bag of soap nuts and soaked them too. It turned out she had also opened the herbal packs from before. Gu Yingying muttered in her heart, but didn't criticize Zhu for doing this. She thought there was nothing wrong with it. She smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law, maybe after the soap nuts swell, let mother help out. You two can make the shampoo together." Since all the herbal packs were open anyway, she suggested pouring out everything and using it all to make shampoo. There were too many herbs for one pot, so they would need to cook it twice. If mother didn't come to help, it would be too busy for just the second sister-in-law to handle alone. Zhu suddenly remembered something and looked at Gu Yingying with surprise. She asked, "Sister, mother isn't at home." She went to the city to find Gu Yao, saying she needs to teach that troublemaker a lesson. But you, hearing this, Zhu felt guilty inside and thought, "How forgetful I am? I forgot to tell you." Gu Yingying was initially stunned and found it hard to believe. But she quickly calmed down and said to Zhu, "Second sister-in-law always has a good memory. Maybe you mentioned it to me before. But I've been busy every day, so I remember some things and forget others. That's why I didn't recall this right away." Could her little sister-in-law really have a bad memory? Zhu didn't believe it at all. She knew her words were just to comfort herself. To reassure her, she honestly said, "I was planning to carry you to my parents' house and then go to the city with mother to talk to Gu Yao. But I was worried you wouldn't be used to staying there." Also, there were some things she knew her little sister-in-law couldn't tell her mother. Worried she might worry too much, she didn't go to the city with her mother. "But don't worry. I told Granny Qian next door to help find Aunt Sue, so she can come with us to see mother. That way, she won't be alone." Gu Yingying wasn't worried. Without anyone to keep Qin company, she wouldn't be able to go to the city either. "I am worried that after Qin arrives in the city, she might be reluctant to spend money on food and lodging and may not want to bother any relatives, which could make her life very hard." Pretending to be relaxed, I smile and tease Mrs. Zhu. "Hey, second sister-in-law, why don't you carry me back to my parent house now? Before it gets dark." "Haha, you're joking. It's already this late," Mrs. Zhu replies awkwardly with a smile. Gu Yingying also wants Mrs. Zhu to go back to her parents' house for a couple of days, even if just to rest. But she also understands that even if she asks, her second sister-in-law might not agree. Even though her parents live in the same village and are not far from the Gu family, during busy farming seasons, both families are busy with their own work. In January, the second sister-in-law only manages to visit her parents twice. The second sister-in-law is 3 years older than the second brother, which is something the original owner cares about a lot. The reason the second sister-in-law married the second brother is because her father was injured in the leg while saving her mother on the battlefield. Even after recovery, he couldn't do heavy work. In the years after returning from the war, her parents often helped her in-laws. They would send firewood, rice, and sometimes lamb meat. Whenever they had something, they would share it with the family. The marriage between the second brother and the second sister-in-law was arranged by their fathers, Zhu Fengnian and the Gu family. No matter if Zhu Fengnian agreed or not, her father simply said, "After we go back, we will become in-laws." So, the second brother married Zhu Jiaoing, Zhu Fengnian's daughter. The second brother didn't mind that she was a few years older than him. He thought she was easygoing, not petty, and kind to her family, so he loved and cared for her deeply. Although her father couldn't do heavy work, sometimes when he saw the Gu family busy, he would bring his wife to help. Even if they couldn't do much, just boiling water or helping out was fine. However, the original owner looked down on the second sister-in-law and her family, often speaking unkind words that hurt them. She would ask how much help they could really give, implying they only came for the good food and wine at the Gu family's table. Her parents-in-law were honest and didn't mind her words. The second sister-in-law didn't argue with the original owner either. But after the original owner left and she became her second sister-in-law's younger sister-in-law, whenever she saw her, memories would come to mind. She always felt she owed her family too much. Of course, it was the original owner who owed them. Since her daughter went to the city, it's just the two of us eating, and it doesn't feel as lively. Gu Yingying begged Mrs. Zhu, second sister-in-law, why don't you invite Uncle Zhu and the others to join us for dinner?
Mrs. Zhu looked happy.
It had been many days since she last ate at her parents' house. After Rong Jie left home, she felt sad but didn't want to tell her mother-in-law or younger sister-in-law. Luckily, her younger sister-in-law found a reason for her to visit her parents' home again. When Sister Xinlan comes, I will go over. But won't it be dark by then? Gu Yingying protested, waving her hand and urging, hurry up right now. Mrs. Zhu went back to her parents' house and brought her father and mother to her in-laws' home. Her father helped start the fire, and she and her mother cooked and prepared the meal. Not only did they get everything ready, but they also shared some family talk in the kitchen. The whole family was very happy, especially Mrs. Zhu's mother, who saw that Gu Xiaoyan now greeted her and her husband kindly, and was willing to teach her daughter how to wash her hair and was generous with money for buying things. She felt her daughter's love was not wasted. Thinking that Qin's family had gone to the city and wouldn't return tonight, she took the initiative to tell Mrs. Zhu, later, when we eat, let your father go home alone to watch the door. I will stay and help take care of Rong Jie's sister. You can also say Inger can come, Mrs. Zhu thought gratefully. That evening, Mrs. Fan brought Su Xinlan over. Seeing that Mrs. Zhu's mother was there, she felt much more at ease. She let Xinlan rest peacefully here, knowing her and Su Tai would watch over the house. Su Xinlan agreed. When Qin's family arrived in the city, they went straight to a cosmetic shop on East Street to take away Gu Yao's harmful goods. But when they arrived, Qin only saw that the street was still the same, the shop was still the same, and many women were still choosing cosmetics. However, inside the shop, she didn't see anyone selling hair-washing water, neither Gu Yao nor the singer who helped her deceive others. Qin looked disappointed. She asked the shopkeeper about the woman who used to sell the hair-washing water, wondering why she hadn't come today. The shopkeeper, hearing her tone, which was similar to the woman who caused trouble the day before, immediately looked at Qin with suspicion and said, Madam, I think you might be mistaken. We only sell rouge and powders here. No one has ever sold hair-washing water. Mrs. Zhou smiled slightly at the female shopkeeper, took out 2 taels of silver from her sleeve pocket, and handed it over, saying, We only want the water for washing hair, nothing else for now. Since you don't have it, we'll leave it at that. Next time, if you have good items, we'll come back. The female shopkeeper saw that Mrs. Zhou was polite and nodded with a smile, accepting the silver casually and chatting a bit, sharing some news with Mrs. Zhou and her companions. If you're looking to buy hair-washing water, I suggest you go to Gu's village and buy from Madame Fan, the wife of the old village head. She knows how to make good hair-washing water, and her products are genuine and effective. You'll be satisfied. The shopkeeper avoided answering directly about anything related to Gu Yao. Mrs. Zhou pretended to be helpless and said, We've heard from others that there's a girl here selling hair-washing water at a reasonable price, and it smells quite nice. Thank you for reading, and I wish everyone a happy May Day holiday. Orange didn't go to the market. This holiday, she stayed in town to explore. Huh. The female shopkeeper sneered coldly, with disdain on her face. The girl you're talking about only brags and tricks people. Many women who bought her hair-washing water said it smelled terrible, completely unfit for use. So, that girl was beaten up by a few young women and wives. Hearing that Gu Yao was beaten, Qin thought, Sirs are right. But after a moment of joy, she secretly worried about the troublemaker. Over the years, she had often cared about her, but now her concern was mixed with hatred. She wanted to know if the troublemaker had apologized after being beaten. From her understanding of Gu Yao, it was almost impossible to get her to apologize. So, how could the troublemaker compensate for the damage caused? The people from the second household didn't have money. She hoped they wouldn't come looking for them again. Qin suppressed her thoughts and pretended to be calm, glancing at the female shopkeeper and asking, Where is she now? As soon as she asked, the women inside the shop, who were choosing rouge and snail dye, all looked at Qin with complicated expressions. Some even sneered at her, thinking she was just a foolish woman asking about a liar. Is she disappointed that she wasn't tricked herself? Or is there some other reason? Mrs. Chin didn't hear the female shopkeeper's reply at first. Instead, she heard the gossip of the women. There weren't many kind words. Still, Mrs. Chin didn't leave. Listening to their talk was a good way to learn how many bad things Gu Yao had done and how many people she had hurt. Later, she could tell Shinrui about it at home. She wanted Shinrui to understand clearly whether it was her fault as the eldest sister-in-law for not educating her daughter well, or her younger sister-in-law's fault for not raising her properly. Whether it's good or bad, neither of them could decide. It was better to listen to what others said. "Madam, from your accent, you sound like you're from Xining County." Mrs. Chin heard a sweet female voice. Even though she was speaking in the dialect of Jinxia City, it made her feel a little familiar. She looked toward the voice and saw a woman dressed in light pink, wearing a butterfly-shaped jade hairpin, with smooth skin and a gentle smile. Seeing the woman's curious eyes, Mrs. Chin honestly said, "Yes, I am from Xining County." "Young lady, you guessed right." The woman looked quite young. Mrs. Chin guessed she was about the same age as Inger, under 20. She thought about asking her later for news related to Gu Yao. This woman wasn't like the other women gossiping. She approached her and asked questions. Seeing that she was educated and polite, Mrs. Chin trusted her. The woman in pink pointed toward the government office with her eyes and then left the shop. Mrs. Chin and Zhou Shi quickly stepped out and followed her without planning to. When the woman in pink stopped and waited for them, Mrs. Chin stepped forward and whispered, "Young lady, I can tell you know where that girl who tricked people is now.
Please tell me."
"I beg you." The woman leaned close to Mrs. Chin's ear and whispered softly, "I see that both you and that madam look familiar. That's why I want to tell you the truth. Actually, even I can tell that you're not here just to buy something from that girl. You want to find her herself. Don't you think that the shopkeeper is very clever? She wouldn't tell you the truth." Hearing this, Mrs. Chin felt a bit embarrassed. But she was eager to find out about Gu Yao, so she didn't deny it. Mrs. Chin nodded to the woman. "Honestly, I came today to find that girl just like you to settle some scores with her. But I arrived too late," the woman in pink said with anger in her eyes. "That girl was beaten black and blue 2 days ago and was begging on the shop floor. Maybe because the shopkeeper had received some money from her before, or because she was worried she would affect business, she hired a carriage and sent her away." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou immediately understood that Gu Yao had been taken to the government office. After asking the woman in pink, she got an answer. "Yes. If you know that girl, who is the same Gu Yao who caused me trouble, please pass a message to her family, especially to her mother. Be careful not to be too greedy in life." Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Chin both felt confused, mainly because they didn't understand what kind of grudge existed between the woman in pink and Gu Yao. Just passing along a message without knowing the full story seemed pointless. Moreover, they didn't even know her full name or her surname. How could they tell Shinrui and others about this? The woman in pink saw that Mrs. Chin and Mrs. Zhou understood her meaning and said, "I run a bookstore on West Street, and I am the youngest daughter of shopkeeper Yen." Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, "All right, Miss Yen. We will remember your words." Whether to pass the message or not was uncertain. Mrs. Chin was even more hesitant to speak, mainly because she remembered that the woman was from the Yen family. She suddenly recalled the last time she took a matchmaker to propose marriage, only to be rejected by Inger. Wasn't that young man also surnamed Yen? And coincidentally, his father also ran a bookstore on West Street. Just then, Mrs. Chin heard Miss Yen say, "I believe Gu Yao's mother hasn't forgotten. Not long ago, my brother took a matchmaker to Gu's house to propose marriage, and it was the girl he mentioned before." After Mrs. Chin and Mrs. Zhou testified at the government office, they took a carriage back to Gu's village with 2 officers. As soon as they arrived home, Mrs. Chin didn't bother to wash her hands. She grabbed a large box of pastries she bought on East Street and headed straight to Gu Ying's room. Because she was walking so quickly, she didn't notice the calls from Zhu Shi and others, as her mind was entirely on her Inger. Gu Ying sat on the bed reading a book. When she saw her mother return, she put the book aside, hugged her mother's neck, and pressed her cheek against her mother's cheek, calling out, "Mom," several times. Since arriving in this time period, It was the first time she saw her mother go far away, even though the original owner's mother had gone on trips before. But this time, her mother was going to find Gu Yao to argue with her. She couldn't rest easy. When Qin Shi heard her precious daughter call her Mom, tears fell like broken pearls. She missed her daughter so much that she hugged her tightly. She never wanted to be apart from her daughter again. Gu Yingying almost ran out of breath, but didn't remind her mother to loosen her grip. This feeling was warm and safe. She wanted to stay in her mother's arms a little longer. While wiping away her mother's tears with a silk handkerchief, Gu Yingying heard Qin Shi mention some things that happened last night after going to the city. When she talked about the young daughter of shopkeeper Yan, Qin Shi's face looked especially awkward and said, "You don't know, Inger." At that time, in front of young Mistress Yan, I wished I could hide my face with a silk handkerchief. Sigh. I was afraid she would look at me too long and remember my face. If she sees me again, she might recognize me. I am. Gu Yingying didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she thought these things weren't her or her family's fault. It wasn't a big deal. I refused young Master Yen face to face. I didn't accept gifts first, and then let him withdraw his message, like some people do. Right? Isn't that embarrassing? Qin Shi quickly nodded, yes, yes. At that time, Xian Lan's mother also said the same thing when advising young Mistress Yan. It's all in the past. No need to bring it up again. Gu Yingying waited for Qin Shi to loosen her grip. Soon, she saw Zhu Shi bring in a basin of water. She took a cloth to help her mother wash her hands, but was first handed the cloth by Qin Shi to do it herself. Mother and daughter exchanged smiles and then looked at Zhu Shi with grateful eyes. Xinger, last night, thanks to your mother coming over to help take care of Inger. Later, we'll cook a few more dishes and invite your parents to eat with us. Qin Shi had only stayed overnight outside. She didn't want to go to Missouri Lane with Zhou Shi or bother Zhou Shi's family to stay overnight. Instead, she chose to stay at a guest house. Although living in the inn allows me to talk privately with the Zhou family, it's not the same as being at home. My second daughter-in-law is so hardworking, and my daughter is so well-behaved. Zhu Shi squinted and smiled, then said to Qin Shi, Mother, my parents also said that when you come back, please invite us to dinner and bring some treats for my younger sister. No need to thank us. We are family. Exactly, no need to be so polite, Gu Yingying said with a glance. After Zhu Shi went to pour water and came back, Gu Yingying had already divided the pastries into 4 parts and handed them to Zhu Shi. This is for you, Mother. Zhu Shi refused to accept. Qin Shi didn't realize that she had only bought 4 portions of pastries, 1 for herself and her second daughter-in-law, and 2 for her daughter. She didn't understand why her daughter had given them all to her sister-in-law. Take these 2 portions and give them to Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu. No need to thank us. This one, take it to Grandma Su. We still need her help to sell our shampoo, Gu Yingying said. She only kept 1 piece for herself, not saying who it was for, knowing that her sister-in-law understood. My parents don't need to have any. They can keep it for Sister Xinlan and Aunt Feng, Zhu Shi suggested. Qin Shi advised Gu Yingying, just help if your sister asks you to. You know I went with Xinlan's mother and we came back together. I bought it, so she must have bought some too. If she bought it, how could she not give Xinlan some? Zhu Shi no longer refused, thanked her, and hurriedly left the bedroom to take the pastries to her parents' house. After Zhu Shi left, Qin Shi patted Gu Yingying's hand gently, with a caring look, and said, At least save a piece for yourself. Are you silly? This big box of pastries was bought after waiting in line for half an hour. The bakery was very popular, and Gu Yingying had bought pastries there before, so she knew. Confident in her skills, Gu Yingying said, Mother, if I open a shop someday, I believe more people will come to buy pastries than there are now. Definitely, Qin Shi said with great confidence in her daughter. She also knew that Zhu Shi, although leaving 1 piece, wouldn't be willing to eat it all. She would keep some for her and Inger. As for Feng Mei, Qin Shi suggested, Look, your Aunt Feng only needs to take a break from her busy schedule. Sister Lan often invites her over as a guest. In my opinion, the water we use to wash her hair is probably better than the pastries we give her. Sister Lan has bought many pastries for Aunt Feng in the city. How many pastries could Aunt Feng not have tasted? Remember, earlier she promised Aunt Feng that she would find Gu Yao and make her compensate for their losses. Although she hasn't gone to find her, her mother and Aunt Sue did. They also went to the government office to testify, proving that Gu Yao was lying and trying to harm others. The so-called issue was about using the shampoo made by her older cousin to sell to others. This was purely slander. Her older cousin's shampoo. Two of Fan's friends each took a bottle, with different fragrances. In the hall of the government office, they poured out the water so that the women who had bought Gu Yao's shampoo and others present could see clearly. The hair-washing water was brown. It smelled faintly nice, with hints of orange and orchid fragrances. In contrast, Gu Yao's shampoo was dark and smelled terrible, making anyone who sniffed it want to scold her. Faced with the truth and witnesses, Gu Yao could no longer defend herself. The magistrate said that Gu Yao was injured by others, but she was to blame because she had hurt others first. It was her own fault. Gu Yao cried and made a fuss in the hall, saying she was hurt and wanted compensation for her medical expenses. The magistrate refused to listen and only ordered Gu Yao to compensate for the losses of the women she hit and those who bought her shampoo earlier. She only stole a bag of herbs from me and then went to the pharmacy to buy over 100 sets, making nearly 200 bottles of shampoo to sell. At her selling price, each bottle was 5 taels of silver. If she compensated at the original price, it would be a lot of money. And she still has to pay double. Gu Ying secretly smiled. Now Gu Yao and her group are in trouble. The main reason is her foolishness, thinking that the few dozen taels of silver she earned the day before could make the singer girl and her brother Gu Rongdong separate. But she didn't expect that the singer girl wouldn't accept the money and boldly told Gu Yao, "I want to marry the person who loves me and cares for me. After waiting for years, I finally met your brother. We love each other and want to live honestly together. Even if you are a sister, don't think about breaking us apart." After singing, the singer girl Wan Mei closed the door, ignoring Gu Yao's curses, and kept the harmful person outside. Gu Yao didn't give the 50 taels of silver she had, nor did she see her older brother. She thought about how her brother had always been kind to her since they were young, always carrying her when she was about to fall, and protecting her from being bullied by other children outside. He had taken care of her for many years. But she didn't expect that after her brother met that sly fox, he would abandon their parents and her, his younger sister. Gu Yao originally planned to sell some hair-washing water at the shop, earn 50 taels of silver, and then move somewhere else to sell. However, after being annoyed by the singer girl, she decided to work harder to earn more money and bring her brother back. She went back to the previous shop to continue deceiving people. The more she lied, the more she angered others, and she ended up getting beaten. Gu Ying imagined in her mind how Gu Yao, to repay the money she owed, went around borrowing from others, feeling rejected everywhere. She felt very happy about this. Inger, all the ingredients for the hair-washing water are now known because Gu Yao told everyone. She even said it in front of the magistrate when asked. Qin Shi said, feeling guilty for not guarding the ingredients well and letting that harmful person get the advantage for free. Gu Ying comforted Qin Shi, saying, "Mother, not everyone can learn things as quickly as I and second sister. Look at Gu Yao, she made her own shampoo and still got beaten." These honest words made Qin Shi worry even more. She knew that the harmful person and her parents had gone out, and they probably wouldn't borrow much silver. They had been living in this village for many days but hadn't helped the villagers at all. Especially Shinrui and Gu Yao's mother and daughter. They saw the villagers and just lifted their chins and walked away, ignoring everyone who greeted them. People like that wouldn't be able to borrow silver from the villagers, that was for sure. She was afraid they would come back here, asking for money again. Gu Ying saw Qin Shi deep in thought and knew what she was worried about. She softly said, "Mother, let's just focus on living well, working hard, and earning more silver. As for food and supplies, I also asked Granny Sue for help to exchange some rice and flour. Not much, but enough for the next month. As for the matter with second uncle's family, they brought it on themselves. It has nothing to do with us." Mrs. Qin also sensed the underlying meaning in the words. No loans of grain or money would be given. This matched her own thoughts. But she also thought that if Gu Yao didn't repay the money, she would have to go to jail. For an unmarried woman, that meant she might never marry in the future. That girl was already very picky, and since her mother had been teaching her, she wouldn't listen to her father's advice. She looked down on ordinary young men. The ones that might catch her eye, her mother thought, probably wouldn't be suitable for her. If they could borrow the money, that would be good. But if they couldn't, her life would be over. Gu Yingying looked impatient, not caring whether she went to jail or not, or whether she could marry in the future. Either way, they wouldn't be supporting her. Mrs. Qin saw the displeasure in Gu Yingying's eyes and wisely stopped talking. After leaving the bedroom, Mrs. Qin went to the kitchen to cook. She stood by the stove, calmly thinking for a moment. First, she considered from her husband's perspective, what would happen if she didn't help the second family? Then she thought from her daughter's point of view, most of the money and grain her daughter earned herself. She couldn't just take her daughter's things to help the second family. That would make her daughter very upset. Her daughter was her and her husband's close little girl. She had to protect her well. When Mrs. Qin finished preparing a table of food, Gu Qingyu and Shen Rui's couple arrived at the kitchen door, calling her together. Normally, if she heard Shen Rui greet her like that, she would be very happy for a while. But today, after Gu Yao caused trouble, hearing their greeting, Mrs. Qin only responded with a cold Shen Rui smelled the aroma of fried meat and completely forgot that she and Qingyu hadn't eaten for several meals since Gu Yao's trouble. Usually, she looked down on rural women like Mrs. Qin, but today, for Yaoer, she listened to Qingyu's words and came to ask Mrs. Qin for help. Shen Rui gave Qingyu a subtle signal. Seeing that he didn't speak, she stepped forward himself and said to Mrs. Qin, who was too indifferent to even look at him, "Besides you, there probably isn't another relative who can help our Yaoer. You've always said to treat Yaoer like your own daughter." When discussing this matter, Shen Rui specifically reminded Qin, "It was on the day when Qingyu and I brought Yaoer back and stayed here, as you mentioned." Qin only lowered her head to look at the scrambled eggs on her plate, which were prepared for her daughter. It turned out that when Shen Rui was talking to her, she hardly heard her address her as you. Now, hearing it, she felt it was fake and harsh. Qin didn't want to argue with Shen Rui, the loud woman, and simply asked coldly, "How can a countrywoman like me compare to your daughter and Qingyu? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're all dirty and ragged. What kind of person are you? Didn't you say that to me before?" "I haven't forgotten. That was just a moment of anger." Shen Rui hurried to defend herself. But Qin stepped forward, picked up a stick, and said irritably to Gu Qingyu, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't go now, I'll call someone." Seizing the chance, Shen Rui pushed Gu Qingyu forward, who just bumped into the end of the stick, grimacing in pain. "Big sister-in-law, you're so cruel," Shen Rui shouted loudly, afraid others wouldn't hear. "Even if you don't help us, you shouldn't hurt Qingyu like this." As she spoke, Shen Rui saw Qin's face turn angry as she pointed at her, but couldn't say a word. She secretly felt pleased and deliberately kicked the wooden door of the kitchen, making a loud bang. She didn't believe that the troublemaker, hearing the noise, could still sleep peacefully. They had money, but refused to help them. Were they waiting to die and be carried away in a coffin? In the bedroom, Gu Yingying heard the commotion but wasn't worried about Qin. Before the loud woman arrived, she had already told her mother her thoughts. So, her mother, no matter how much she tried to keep the peace, wouldn't be as kind to that woman as before. With Uncle nearby, she wasn't worried that the loud woman would hurt her mother. The people from the main household had already shown enough generosity last time. If the loud woman caused trouble again, even if Mr. Shen and his wife were willing to stay, the head of the Gu family and the elders would make them leave. Gu Yingying's lips curled into a mocking smile, thinking, "Mother, just let that loud woman shout a few more times and kick a few more times. By then, let the neighbors and passers-by know. Two good people, neither missing arms nor legs, but after some trouble at home, they ran over to the Chong family. Bullying an honest older sister-in-law and an injured niece who can't walk. What kind of thing is that?" The sound of the door being kicked and quickly stopped. Gu Yingying then heard Gu Qingyu's words coming from the kitchen. "All right, Rui, stop making things difficult for the older sister-in-law. Come on, let's go to the city and find some old friends to ask for help. Your old friends, every one of them, are just after fame and profit. When you were a teacher at Jinxia Academy, you hosted good food and drinks for them, so they were your friends. But now you've lost your job and come to the countryside. After so many days, who still remembers you? Shinrui was furious. Who can I blame? The ones who truly treat us well. You always look down on them. Not because they come from the countryside and are too simple, but because you dislike them.
Ha ha ha.
Zhu's mocking laugh interrupted Gu Qingyu's words. Gu Yingying secretly felt happy. As long as her second sister-in-law came back, everything would be fine. From the kitchen, after a quarrel, Shinrui's sharp crying was heard. Then, everything went quiet. Gu Yingying closed her eyes slightly, trying to calm her mind. When Qin and Zhu brought the food later, the three of them could happily eat together. Gu Yingying waited until Qin and Zhu arrived, bringing along Fan and Su Xinlan's mother and daughter. According to Fan, they heard from Qian that the Gu family was in trouble again, so they came to see. But before they arrived, they met Shinrui and the others on the way. Shinrui saw me and stepped aside, no longer acting so proud. I deliberately called her Shinshi. I asked if she went to the Chang family to bully Inger and her mother again. Fan sat on a chair by the bed, mimicking Shinrui's helpless tone when she answered her, telling Gu Yingying and the others. You're being too harsh, Madam Su.
Qingyu and I just went to see them. We meant well.
Such kindness from you? When you ask for money and can't get it, you kick the door and falsely accuse people of hitting Qingyu. When Fan mentioned this, she couldn't help but feel frustrated for Qin. I already told you before. Inger's mother. I told you not to keep helping them, because they are doing better than you. Why bother? You said the food is grown at home, and the chickens, ducks, and fish are also raised by yourselves, so there's plenty to eat. Now, it seems you finally understand them. Mrs. Zhou also spoke a few words to Mrs. Qin, blaming her for spoiling the second household too much, raising several ungrateful people. She truly felt angry for her. Gu Yingying, Su Xinlan, and Mrs. Zhu listened quietly on the side, without speaking. In front of elders, even if they wanted to say what was on their minds, they held back. They patiently waited until Mrs. Fan and the others finished talking. Then they asked Mrs. Qin and also inquired how they could help Gu Yao and her brother solve their problems. Only then did she answer. My cousin caused trouble outside and owes debts. She has to pay them herself, or uncle and aunt can help her. As for my cousin wanting to marry that singer girl, that's up to them to decide. Their father had already advised uncle that a man should work hard to find a job and support the family. But did uncle listen? And about their cousin, she couldn't tell him to find a singer girl. It would be better to find a girl from the countryside, at least her reputation would be good. But usually, when Aunt came home, she would call her a wild girl. Everyone in the village knew that. So there's a saying, be kind and gentle. Let their cousin and her brother do as they please. It's better for uncle and aunt to suffer a little so aunt can see who the real troublemaker is. After hearing this, Mrs. Fan smiled and said, Mrs. Zhou remembered meeting Miss Yen outside the powder shop that day and mentioned it to Gu Yingying. Not sure if your mother told you when she returned, but we met Miss Yen, the daughter of Mr. Yen. She asked me some questions and I answered honestly, including some about you. Gu Yingying smiled kindly. Good. It seemed that before Mrs. Zhou answered Miss Yan's questions, she had thought carefully, because she knew Mrs. Zhou was always careful. Also, earlier, her mother had told her that she and Mrs. Zhou went into the powder shop to ask the shopkeeper some questions. Many women had seen this too. Even if Mrs. Zhou didn't say anything, as long as Miss Yen sincerely wanted to find out some news, it would be easy. Since Lady Yen has already told the truth honestly, there is nothing more to hide. Being honest with each other is better for getting along, Gu Yingying said sincerely. Mrs. Fan and Mrs. Zhou listened and nodded in agreement. I went to the government office with your mother to give testimony, and Lady Yen went too. She even helped clarify that the hair wash water she bought from Gu Yao is completely different from the one you made and bought from others. When Mrs. Zhou said this, she looked meaningfully at Gu Yingying and said, In fact, the mother of Sunner cares about you a lot. Every time she sees me and Xinlan, she says she's very grateful to you. Once, when someone mentioned Yen, "Oh, mother," Su Xinlan quickly interrupted at the mention of Yen, worried that her mother might accidentally reveal Aunt Xiu's secret. She was upset because Aunt Xiu had heard that young master Yen came to propose marriage at the Gu family, which made her feel uncomfortable. This was a secret Aunt Xiu had asked them to keep. She couldn't tell Ying's sister about it. When Mrs. Zhou heard her call out, she quickly realized she had said too much. She hurriedly changed the subject, following Su Xinlan's lead. "Oh, I almost forgot. I came here to tell Ying that Lady Yen also wants to buy the hair wash water you made. She was too shy to tell your mother directly, so after leaving the government office, she asked me to pass the message to you." Gu Ying always felt something was off, but after hearing Mrs. Zhou's words, she quickly hid her doubt and politely replied, "Okay, Aunt Su. But I will need a few more days. Once my second sister-in-law finishes making the shampoo and it's ready, I will ask her to deliver it to you. Please help pass it to Lady Yen." She knew Lady Yen had gone to the government office to testify. Although she hadn't met her, she felt grateful, so she generously told Mrs. Zhou, "This time, I will send 2 bottles of shampoo to Lady Yen as a thank you." Mrs. Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until she receives them. There's no rush." After sitting and chatting with Gu Ying for a while, she and Mrs. Fan left the house. The two discussed that after a day, they would help Aunt Zhu make the shampoo. Although Lady Yen and the others hadn't pressed them, finishing it early and delivering it would leave a better impression. Mrs. Fan agreed, saying, "That's good." Gu Ying reached out and grabbed Su Xinlan's hand, saying, "You're hiding something from me." In front of elders, Sister Xinlan rarely interrupted anyone, especially not her mother. So, she saw Xinlan's previous actions as a deliberate reminder to the Zhou family not to mention anything related to Zhao Sun's mother. Su Xinlan did not deny it. "There are things, yes. But maybe it's better if you don't know some of them." "No." Gu Ying refused, asking back, "I am being honest with you. Do you really think it's okay for you to treat me this way?" Su Xinlan tried to pull her hand away, but didn't expect that her strength, which wasn't small, couldn't overpower Gu Ying. She tried twice, but couldn't free herself from her sister Ying's grip. "Didn't expect you to be so strong now," Gu Ying said confidently with a smile. "There's a lot you didn't expect," she added. "Not only did I stretch my muscles, but I also took a beauty pill. You're already too beautiful. You can't secretly take beauty pills anymore," Su Xinlan said, watching Gu Ying sitting on the bed, dressed in white, with her long black hair casually draped, looking elegant and calm. Her delicate, small face was just the size of a palm. Her slender eyebrows and beautiful skin made her look refined. Her long, narrow eyes showed confidence and determination, and her lips curved into a gentle smile, making her look especially charming. She couldn't help but sigh. Maybe when Brother Sun comes back, he won't even recognize you. It would seem like a fairy descended from heaven. Gu Ying, hearing Su Xinlan mention Brother Sun again, couldn't help but tease. Someone probably just sneezed from 1,000 miles away. Maybe after sleeping, he dreams of the beautiful woman marked on his drawings, the one he drew a note about. He might be thinking, a gentle and virtuous lady, a perfect match for a gentleman. Su Xinlan chuckled secretly. Even if Ying's sister misunderstood her, she wouldn't explain. Just like when she interrupted her mother, it was to prevent Ying from knowing how much her brothers and their mother cared about her. For example, Aunt Xiu, when she heard someone from the Gu family mention marriage, someone who ran a bookstore on West Street, the son of a shopkeeper, she felt sad for her brother. But when talking to her mother about it, she was very honest. If Brother Sun, who thinks about Miss Gu day and night, accepts young Master Yan's proposal, I wish them a happy life and everything goes smoothly. Mother looked up and saw Aunt Xiu with tears in her eyes, which made her feel sad. She honestly said, "Inger doesn't seem to care much about these things." Maybe after that setback, she saw some people clearly and understood some matters. She learned a lesson. Now, she is focused on earning money to support the family. Not long after, Mother visited Aunt Xiu again and heard her mention Sister Ying. A few days ago, I went to West Street and overheard some women talking about the Yen family. It seemed that young master, Yen, went to the Gu family to propose marriage, but was turned down. They all felt sorry for him, saying he is talented and from a wealthy family. In the city, it's hard to find a noble young lady of good family. Mother was about to say that such matters depend on fate. But then she heard Aunt Xiaoying say, another woman said that young Master Yen, whether in the city or even in the imperial capital, could find someone much better than Gu Xiaoya. Everyone in Jinsha Prefecture knows that Gu Xiaoya, that reckless girl, is always pestering Fu Xian, but she is disliked by everyone. Aunt Xiaoying didn't like hearing those words. Mother felt the same. Especially since it was Sister Yingying's biological mother who was speaking, she disliked hearing such things even more. That's why, after Yan Xiaonyang mentioned her brother's proposal to the Gu family being rejected, she thought it was because Gu Xiaoya was ungrateful. Yingying's mother was angry and raised her hand to teach Yan Xiaonyang a lesson. Fortunately, Mother stopped her in time. Yingying's mother didn't hit Yan Xiaonyang. At that moment, Yan Xiaonyang, though not hit, looked at Qin with a proud expression and asked, "So, I was right. You are related to Gu Yao. The young lady my brother recently proposed to must be your daughter, Gu Xiaoya." After returning home, Mother told her that when Yan Xiaonyang mentioned Gu Xiaoya, her eyes showed admiration, not dislike. Perhaps because of this, Qin saw her and withdrew her angry gaze that was directed at Yan Xiaonyang. Yan Xiaonyang felt a bit guilty and said, "I was rude just now. I shouldn't have said those things that hurt you. I apologize and hope you can forgive me." My mother did not hear Qin's response and knew she would not forgive easily. When Lady Yan said, "Before I used the shampoo made by this lady's daughter, Gu Xiaoya, I only thought she was restless. But after I used her hair-washing water, I realized she has real skill, and I no longer looked down on her." My mother wondered if Lady Yan knew Auntie Debo. Otherwise, how could she get the shampoo made by Sister Ying? Although she knew Sister Ying was short of money, based on her understanding of her, she believed that no matter how desperate she was, she wouldn't go to the Yen family to sell shampoo. Moreover, Lady Yan was rejected by Sister Ying, who is the younger sister of young Master Yen. My mother felt puzzled and asked Lady Yan, "Do you know the Fan family?" Lady Yan looked toward the West Street and said, "I've only heard of the Fan family, but I've never met them." "Then why are you using products from the Gu family?" Qin looked surprised and asked. "I heard about them from a neighbor," Lady Yan replied with a gentle smile. It was because Lady Yan saw that this neighbor's hair had become darker and shinier recently. Before, her hair lacked luster and looked a bit yellow. Now, seeing her hair improve, Lady Yan was happy for her. She also wanted to ask where she bought the oil. It didn't seem like the usual cinnamon oil she used. If she asked, she could buy some to try. "Your hair has a faint, pleasant scent that makes people feel refreshed instantly," Lady Yan said sincerely. The neighbor listened and asked Lady Yan to wait. Soon, she brought a bottle of hair-washing water, saying it was a gift from her good friend, the Fan family. She told Lady Yan to try it and see if she liked it, then let her know. "All of this was made by a relative of my good sister, Gu Xiaoya. She knows medicine and has treated many villagers." Lady Yan only paid attention to the shampoo and was eager to try it. She deliberately ignored the words Gu Xiaoya. After trying it, she felt very satisfied. She told her neighbor, "Please help me buy a few more bottles. My mother and I both want to use it. You won't believe it, but the shampoo water she made is really good. After using it to wash my hair, it became much softer and easier to comb." That's how Yan young lady finally bought the shampoo, and from then on, she changed her bad opinion of Sister Ying. When Shun Rui came to borrow silver and couldn't get it from Qin's family, she kicked the door and caused a fuss. The next day, Su Xinlan still went to the Gu family to stay with Gu Ying. Because Gu Ying was eager to make money, after Zhu Shi soaked the soap nuts, she asked Zhu Shi to pour a cup of the soaked water and checked it herself. Based on her experience, she knew it needed to soak for another 2 hours. Gu Ying encouraged Zhu Shi with her eyes, saying, "Second sister-in-law, if these soap nuts soak for about 2 more hours, it will be better." When they are mashed and boiled, the soap liquid will be good for washing clothes too. Zhu Shi was a little nervous at first, worried she might be clumsy and waste the herbs. But when she heard her sister-in-law's words, she quickly regained confidence. Once the soap nuts were soaked, they mashed them. Su Xinlan stayed by the bed, keeping company with Gu Yingying. Her mother, the eldest aunt, and Qin's family had gone to help Zhu Shi. So, even though making shampoo at night was tiring, they all persisted and finished boiling the 2 pots of herbs. After the shampoo was ready, Zhu Shi packed it into baskets and carried it into the bedroom to show Gu Yingying. This time, Gu Yingying just casually opened 2 bottles. She said, "This one has a grapefruit scent and this one has a gardenia scent. Grandma Su, Aunt Su, mother, second sister-in-law, thank you so much for helping me. When I get the flower sent from the Imperial City, I will share some with you." The shampoo made by the second sister-in-law seemed a bit diluted, probably because they added too much water. But considering how difficult it was to make, it was already quite good. Gu Yingying felt very satisfied. Before this, Sister Xinlan told her that the flower sent from the Imperial City had already been delivered to the government office days ago. But strangely, the magistrate hadn't distributed it to anyone yet. On the day her mother and Aunt Su went to testify at the government office, she overheard people talking privately. It seemed someone had recently bought new flour from the grain shop. "Must be expensive, right?" Gu Yingying asked. Su Xinlan tilted her mouth and replied, "No need to ask. Originally, these flour supplies were given as a reward from the emperor to the families of soldiers fighting in the northern deserts. In other words, as long as someone in the family was away fighting, regardless of whether they earned any military merit, they could receive 5 jin of flour. But the greedy person took all of it to sell." When Su Xinlan mentioned this, she was so angry, she clenched her teeth. She also felt upset inside, because she believed they deserved it. Why wasn't it given to them? That's why she deliberately told the other person while Fan was still here. Anyway, Xinlan's sister told her that in the letter her uncle wrote to her eldest uncle, it was said they shouldn't treat the villagers badly. The Su family donated their property to defend against enemies and later built water projects to help the villagers live better, not to let them go hungry or cold. Gu Yingying received 2 bags of flour, both new this year, totaling over 40 jin. She sincerely thanked Fan and said, "Thanks to Grandma Su's help, I was able to get such good flour. I only need 1 bag. The other, I'll take home to you and Grandpa Su to make dumplings." Fan smiled awkwardly and was about to explain when Zhou spoke first. "Inger, these 2 bags of flour were specifically exchanged for you. Just keep them. Don't give them away to others." Gu Yingying didn't quite understand Zhou's meaning but saw that Fan was also there, so she didn't ask further. She smiled and said, "Let's wait a few more days. When I feel better, I'll make dumplings and invite you all to come and eat." In a month or so, she should be able to get out of bed and walk around. Then she planned to cook a good meal and invite her family, friends, and villagers to enjoy it. Since her father and second brother left home, neither she nor her mother or second sister-in-law had enjoyed many good days. Some of it was related to the Luo family. Some was caused by the troublemakers from the second household. Even though Gu Yingying heard Qin say that after the second aunt caused trouble and was taken away by her second uncle, several days had passed, and it was rare to see them in the village. It was hard to find Shen and the others to ask if the debt Gu Yao owed had been paid off. She could only ask Aunt Su to help find out about matters related to her second uncle and others. Aunt Su complained that her mother was always causing trouble, and she was annoyed that they hadn't paid back what they owed, yet she still refused to help them. Furthermore, when second uncle was teaching at the academy, he could earn more than 10 taels of silver each month. Anyway, as long as they saved a little, they could accumulate some silver over the year. But over the years, did second uncle ever save a single coin? When they had some money, they didn't think much of it. When they needed money, they just borrowed from this person or asked that person, who owed them anything. I heard from people in the city that Gu Yao's debts were already paid back within the time limit set by the magistrate. She didn't want to return to the countryside, saying that if she did, she might as well jump into the river and end her life. Hearing this, The shrew was so scared that she let her be, and now she's living in the city. Qin still wanted to ask who they borrowed the money from to pay back the debts. Should they pay back the principal and interest? Weren't they out of money? Why are they still living in the city? But she saw Zhou wave her hand, knowing that her good sister didn't want to talk about it. So Qin didn't ask further. Back home, she didn't dare say much in front of Gu Yingying. Only sometimes, while cooking in the kitchen, she would mention these things to Zhu. Tell me, where did your second uncle rent a house in the city? Their food expenses are quite high, probably nearly 10 taels of silver a month. They wouldn't want to live in a poor house, right? Zhu listened, nodded, or simply responded with an indicating she was listening. But she didn't want to get involved in second uncle's family affairs, so she didn't say anything. In front of her mother-in-law, she couldn't speak freely, but in front of her younger sister-in-law, she openly said, "Sister, do you think mother doesn't need to worry about them? Since they dared to go out, they must have some means of earning a living. Otherwise, how could they survive?" Gu Yingying didn't believe that second uncle or second aunt had any real skills to make a living. As for her cousin living in the house rented by Wan Mei, constantly relying on others for support, she was even more useless. But Gu Yao, if they really can't manage anymore, isn't there a wealthy young master who is handsome and talented and highly appreciated by Shenrui? Why wait? Just marry Gu Yao to him, and all problems are solved. Someone would send a house. They could go out for outings and there would be a carriage to pick them up. During weekdays, choosing calligraphy supplies or jewelry is quite easy and carefree. It's a very simple matter. Mrs. Zhu smiled mischievously. She knew that the young master her sister-in-law mentioned was the same Mr. Yen who came to propose marriage last time, but was rejected. Both her mother and Aunt Su had said, "His name is Yen Jin." If he wasn't someone the second aunt admired, she wouldn't have brought a matchmaker to propose. I mean, if you met him without a matchmaker, you might think he's not so bad. Mrs. Zhu shared her honest thoughts. That won't happen. Gu Yingying disagreed. If Sister Xinlan hadn't secretly liked Zhao Sun, she might have told her sister-in-law the truth directly. Only a talented young man like Mr. Zhao could leave a deep impression on her. Thinking of the first time she saw him, his pale, sickly face still carried a gentle scholarly air. There was a feeling that anyone who saw him would immediately know he was unwell, yet also sense that he was trying hard to hide his inner pain. He was a considerate person. Moreover, she had received a warm water bottle from Zhao Sun and seen a portrait he drew. She knew he was learned and talented, far beyond ordinary people. "All right, I won't mention it again as your sister-in-law. Don't take it to heart," Mrs. Zhu said, noticing the sadness in Gu Yingying's eyes. She also felt a bit sad for her sister-in-law. Can missing someone truly bring peace of mind? For example, late at night, she would look at the moon and make a wish, praying to heaven to take good care of Rong Jie, to let him and her father return safely, better than anything else. She never blamed him for being impatient or disliked him for not studying hard, nor did she force him to pursue fame. As long as he was safe and healthy, and he went and returned safely, the whole family would be happy. Hearing Mrs. Zhu's low voice, Gu Yingying knew her sister-in-law was worried again about her second brother. She forced a faint smile and pretended to be interested, asking, "Why bother worrying about these small things? Come on, sister-in-law, stop talking about me. Let's talk about Gu Yao. I was just joking about her and Mr. Yen. It's impossible." First, Gu Yao had high ambitions. Even if she was the daughter of the richest family in Jinxia Prefecture, she probably wouldn't be interested in a common young man. The reason was simple. Gu Yao was influenced by Shenrui and only wanted to find someone with a career in officialdom. Yen Jin is also talented and educated. He is 24 years old and seems to be only studying business, not pursuing official titles. This clearly does not meet Gu Yao's standards for a marriage partner. Furthermore, I heard Yen Jin has a younger brother and a younger sister. Gu Yao has already spoken with Yen Jin's younger sister, Lady Yen, at the government office. She has seen how unpleasant she can be. How can the two of them get along well? Women who marry into wealthy families must learn to get along with their relatives. Otherwise, it will be hard to fit in. If the relationship with her sister-in-law is bad, How can Gu Yao expect to have a good relationship with her mother-in-law? That will be difficult too. Zhu Shi finally managed to pull her thoughts away from Zhu Rongjia. After thinking for a moment, she said, Shen Rui knows young Master Yan and Gu Yao also knows him. If Gu Yao likes young Master Yan, he probably wouldn't come to our house with a matchmaker. Gu Yingying smiled awkwardly.
It was just a joke.
Zhu Shi continued. Young Master Yan is from the Imperial City. His family moved here because his grandfather was appointed to Jinxia Prefecture. I also heard from Grandma Su that young Master Yan and Prefect Yan are related, but they don't see each other often. This was important information. Gu Yingying's eyes lit up suddenly. She thought she could ask Lady Yan for help to find out about the prefect, who was known for his harsh ways. Anyway, when the Fan family returned, they brought a gift from Lady Yan, a box of heart-shaped lip balm. Just looking at the antique-style box was very delicate. After receiving it, she asked Fan to help find out how much such lip balm would cost if bought. Unexpectedly, Fan said helplessly, this kind of lip balm requires a deposit 3 months in advance and has to be brought from the Imperial City. So, it's not something you can buy with money easily. Gu Yingying felt a warm feeling inside. She thought Lady Yan was quite generous. She also wanted to give her a gift, so she asked Xian Lan to help deliver it and indirectly find out more about Lady Yan. Before dawn, Gu Yingying woke up after a sweet dream. To avoid waking Xian Lan, she kept her eyes half closed and pretended she was still sleeping. After waiting for a while, she heard footsteps coming from the backyard. Gu Yingying thought it was the Qian family coming to visit or Zhou family coming to pick up Sister Xinlan. She quickly opened her eyes. She heard Sister Xinlan softly ask, last night, I heard you call me, but after I answered, I asked you something, and then I didn't hear you speak anymore. I didn't want to light the oil lamp to look or ask again, so I just waited quietly. After a while, I fell asleep again. Haha, Sister Yingying, did you dream of me? Gu Yingying smiled softly and said, if I had woken up then, I would have answered you. Last night, I really dreamed of you. I dreamed we went to the city to sell shampoo, and we made a lot of silver in one day. We put all that silver into the bank, and I saw the bank on E Street. She wanted to say she saw Sister Xinlan's older brother, who was looking for her. But she knew that if she told the truth, Sister Xinlan would miss that person even more. So she stopped herself. Ha, you dreamed of my older brother. Su Xinlan smiled and looked at Gu Yingying with curiosity. If Aunt Xiao knew that Yingying dreamed of her older brother at night, she would be very happy. Gu Yingying glanced at Su Xinlan and said, I only saw people in my dreams. I can't remember exactly who I saw, but I do know for sure that I dreamed of you. I dreamed we sold shampoo together, put silver into the bank, and went to the port to play. But she couldn't tell Sister Xinlan the full truth. In her dream, she did see Zhao Sun. It was when she took Xinlan to the port area, saying they were going to a merchant ship to pick out jewelry, that she met Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun appeared before her and Xinlan, dressed in shining armor, looking very impressive. He was very different from the scholar in white clothes she had seen before. This should make Sister Xinlan feel safer. She was happy for Xinlan, thinking she finally saw Zhao Sun return victorious. She also saw, just 10 meters behind him, several men in black standing and waiting for him. With good health, fame, and followers, she believed he could marry Xinlan and live happily. She thought that in just a few days, she might hear the good news of Xinlan and Zhao Sun's wedding. Softly, she whispered to her sister Xinlan. Xinlan. After waking up, she only remembered having a beautiful dream. As for whether Xinlan agreed with her in the dream, or if she spoke to Zhao Sun, she truly couldn't recall. But these forgotten scenes were of great interest to Xinlan. Instead of indirectly asking her, she wondered if the Zhao Sun she saw in the dream was the same as the man in the portrait. She directly asked, is the brother Sun you saw in your dream the same as your ideal hero? Gu Yingying pretended not to understand. Xinlan was very honest. Handsome beyond compare. Brother Sun's good looks were not something ordinary men could match. Whether it was Fu Xian, whom Yingying once admired, or Yan Jin, who came with a matchmaker to propose marriage but was rejected by Yingying, they all paled in comparison. Your sister's taste is impeccable, Gu Yingying said happily. Honestly, in this world, finding a man more handsome than Brother Sun is probably impossible. Treasure him well, Xinlan sincerely said. That's good to know. Gu Yingying nodded and gave her a thumbs up. But after saying this, a wave of sadness rose in her heart. It seemed her good sister misunderstood her, thinking she also had feelings for young Master Zhao. Feelings she had always had some. But those feelings were pure, without any impurities. No matter who misunderstood her, she still refused to defend herself much. Whenever Zhao Sun was mentioned, Gu Yingying took the opportunity to suggest to Xinlan, I remember you told me that in a few days, you and your mother will go to the county seat to visit some relatives and bring them some fish. Could you help me bring 2 packs of bath powder for young lady Yen? Sure, Xinlan agreed happily. She knew that young lady Yen lived on West Street. Even if she couldn't meet her in person, it was easy to bring the powder to her at the Yen bookstore. Also, help me find out some things about the magistrate. Gu Yingying whispered this to Xinlan. Even if no one was eavesdropping, she was still very cautious. Xinlan scoffed and asked, How much do you want to know about the blood-sucking magistrate? I can tell you everything. You don't need to ask anyone else. Elder sister Yingying also didn't think about it. Her mother and her Aunt Xiao were both from outside the imperial city. In other words, they were both from the same hometown as Magistrate Yen. Would they not know about Magistrate Yen? Gu Yingying paused slightly, then quickly realized she was a bit confused. If she wanted to learn about Magistrate Yen, wasn't it best to ask Sister Xinlan? Mother Su is from outside the imperial city. Then tell me, how did Magistrate Yen come to work in Jinxia Prefecture? And why does he care so much about money, even stealing the flour meant for the villagers given by the emperor? Gu Yingying couldn't stand Magistrate Yan's arrogant behavior. She definitely wanted to find out the truth. This matter isn't simple, and I can't explain it all at once. Just remember one thing. The previous Magistrate Ding, although also from the imperial city, cared for ordinary people. But this Magistrate Yen is my uncle's sworn enemy, and he brought him here. Gu Yingying instantly understood that Magistrate Yan's bravado in Jinxia Prefecture was partly because he had some protection. That person was probably a key official of the Emperor Jingyo's court, but after Emperor Taizu's death, his loyalty to the new emperor was less than it had been to the previous emperor. The emperor, the crown prince, and many officials in the court had decided to send troops to defend against the bandits from the Lu Kingdom. However, that official proposed a suggestion that made many people unhappy. He suggested sending envoys to Lu Kingdom to negotiate with their king, offering some gifts to make them behave. This suggestion was not accepted, but he was not executed for making this proposal. Before father and second brother went to the northern desert, Gu Yingying heard her father say to her second brother, When we go to fight with Lord Su, we must defeat the bandits. Let them know that the common people of Jinxia are brave. Unlike him, who seeks comfort and fears the bandits as if they were the Grim Reaper, she didn't know who that harmful person was. But Gu Yingying understood in her heart. Last time, Wan brought Dongning Yuan to cause trouble at their house. Sister Xinlan said they should lock up those 2 villains. However, the magistrate did not punish Wan Mei much. He only fined her some silver, so the matter was considered settled. It's easy to guess that the magistrate's actions were somewhat related to the person causing trouble. Gu Yingying directly asked Su Xinlan, I don't usually pry into others' private affairs. But Magistrate Yen is different because our place is within his jurisdiction, and he's responsible for it. Last time, Wan brought people to hurt us, and he sided with them. This time, after receiving the flour, he still didn't share any with us. After patiently listening, Su Xinlan honestly replied, You probably remember that during those days, my mother and I stayed at the port of Lanjiang to gather information. Unfortunately, we saw the flour being transported from the imperial city, but we didn't get any. My eldest uncle has already written a letter to my uncle explaining this. I believe when they return, they will give us an explanation. Hearing Xinlan's words, Gu Yingying felt a bit more at ease. But then she thought, Magistrate Yen had only been in Jinxia for a short time, yet he had already done many bad things. She was worried that once Su Chong and the others returned victorious, his misdeeds would increase even more. Then, more villagers might be harmed. Gu Yingying suggested to Su Xinlan, "In my opinion, most of the flour brought from the imperial city is still within Jinxia. If it's hidden in the government office, it's not very clever. Some of it might have been divided and sent to grain shops in the city and nearby counties. Even the most frugal person wouldn't be so stingy before the new year to refuse to buy some flour. Moreover, it's new flour for this year. Whether used for making dumplings or steamed buns, it's very delicious." Su Xinlan admired Gu Yingying and said, "Thanks to your reminder. I only thought that the blood magistrate might hide the flour in the city, but I didn't realize that the more needy people are in Xining County." After leaving the Gu family, Su Xinlan changed into fine clothes and took a ox cart to the county town. She inquired about some matters from Sun Ying, who had previously interacted with the Gu family. When she returned, she brought some treats from Sun Ying: a piece of osmanthus cake, 2 crucian carp, and 2 mountain chickens, all packed in a basket. She took them to the Gu family. The mountain chickens were cooked into soup for Mrs. Zhu, and she personally brought some to Gu Yingying to drink. Gu Yingying asked Su Xinlan to bring a bowl, and they divided it into 2 parts to taste. "I must say, the soup made from the mountain chicken sent by Sun Ying is really delicious." In the memories left by the original owner, Sun Ying was a gentle woman who treated her quite well. However, after accepting everything from the original owner, even though she had been to the county a few times, she never deliberately went to see Sun Ying. Only after receiving a gift brought by Sun Ying's sister Xinlan did she decide to visit the county to thank Sun Ying once she recovered. She planned to bring shampoo and body wash, and also some mutton for the Sun family. Gu Yingying stayed in bed to rest for 2 full months, or more precisely, 2 months and 6 days. At her request, her mother and second sister-in-law accompanied her, and she took a walk in the yard. On the day she was injured by the water buffalo, it was not raining, but after she was hurt, it rained for several days. This time, it was the 2nd month after her injury, and it snowed lightly for 3 days in a row. The cold wind was fierce. Sitting inside by the fire, Qinshi was worried she might catch a cold, so she gave her a hot water bag to warm her hands. Because she wanted to get out of bed and move around, Qinshi and Zhu didn't agree. Finally, when the weather improved and there was some sunshine, she took a walk in the yard. Since it was already December, the villagers were busy preparing for the new year. Neighbor Qianshi brought roasted chicken. When she arrived at the big courtyard gate, she heard laughter coming from the backyard. It was Gu Xiaoya's voice. Qianshi also felt happy. That day, she saw the girl go out, but heard she was injured. She felt guilty then, thinking if she had predicted that she would be hurt after going out, she should have persuaded her to stay. Now, hearing Gu Xiaoya's cheerful laughter again, Qinshi and Zhu felt more at ease. Qianshi knocked on the door a few times. No one came to open it, so she had to stand outside and call, "Gu Xiaoya, open the door." Her voice quickly reached the backyard. Hearing Qianshi's voice, Gu Yingying hurried out and opened the door for her. Seeing Qianshi carrying a water-filled wooden bucket, she scolded her. "It's so cold today, and you still brought fish for me. I feel bad about it." As she spoke, she reached out to take the bucket, but Zhu, behind her, quickly stepped forward and took it instead. Mrs. Qin was relieved to see that Gu Yingying wasn't carrying the wooden bucket. She wondered how this girl was thinking. She and Xinge had hurried out, worried that Yingying might fall, but she still couldn't make her truly worry-free. Inside the room, Mrs. Qin found the cooked vegetables and the cakes made by Mrs. Zhu and offered them to Mrs. Qian. Gu Yingying found 2 bottles of shampoo and handed them to Mrs. Qian. During the 2 months she had been resting in bed, she had eaten many dishes sent by Mrs. Qian and received a lot of help from her. She felt very lucky to have such a good neighbor like Mrs. Qian for herself and her family. Mrs. Qian and the others chatted about this year's situation. None of the families had much leftover grain. Not only did the Su family stop brewing wine, but Jia's family, who usually brewed wine every December, also didn't brew much this year. Honestly, her winemaking isn't as good as Yingying's. Even if she sold her wine, how many villagers would want to buy it? Mrs. Qin had opinions about the people of the Luo family, including Mrs. Dong. Especially Mrs. Feng, who wanted to ask Ying for a prescription to help Mrs. Neo recover and asked Feng Mei to help. Feng Mei found it hard to refuse, but she didn't agree either. She just suggested, "Cousin, maybe I can ask Lawner in the city to find out which doctor is better and help us ask." Mrs. Feng scolded Feng Mei harshly after hearing this. She said Feng Mei was sneaky, always giving Gu shower gifts and helping them out, but was so cold to her real relatives. Would Feng Mei pay for the trip to the city, the doctor's fee, the medicine, and the reward money? Feng Mei responded, "Then how can I ask Gu Shower to give a prescription to Annie Xing's second aunt to keep her and her child safe? Everyone knows it was your family's carelessness with the water buffalo that caused her injury." Mrs. Feng nearly fainted from anger. Her own niece from her family didn't even stand with her. At home, Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Zhu also told Gu Ying about this matter. Gu Ying said, "Thank goodness Aunt Feng refused for us. Otherwise, with my understanding of that wicked woman, I'm afraid she wouldn't stop unless she got some money from us." They hadn't even had children yet, and Mrs. Feng had already told others that Neo's family was mother and son, not mentioning the mother and daughter. It is clear that Feng believed what that great master said, that Neosher was pregnant with a boy. There's no need to argue with that kind of woman who favors boys over girls, is foolish, and very greedy. The best solution is to stay away from her to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you for reading and for your support and encouragement. I wish everyone success at work and happiness in learning. Smile. While sitting in a small room warming herself, Gu Ying heard Mrs. Qian say, "Not long ago, Xingyao wanted to eat the orange cake that Ying made. She cried and fussed, asking Feng Mei to come and get some. Feng Mei went home, took some cakes from Lawner, and gave them to Xingyao. But while Xingyao was eating at home, Jia's woman snatched the cake away and even made Xingyao cry." Gu Ying looked at her with disdain. How could Jia's woman, a grown woman, fight over food like a child? Doesn't she feel guilty? Although last time the Luo family paid some money, it shouldn't have been so bad that Jia's woman couldn't even afford a piece of cake. Mrs. Qin pointed at Gu Ying and said to Mrs. Qian, "It turns out Ying treats Neosher and Xingyao very well. When she made some cakes, she thought of giving some to them. When she found out Neosher was pregnant, she even boiled red water for her to drink. Later, when we harvested the rice, the Luo family came to eat with us. We didn't say anything." Mrs. Qian nodded. She knew this was true, that the Luo family had wronged Gu's family. But Jia's woman, to fight over a piece of cake with a young girl, is really unworthy of being an elder, Mrs. Qin said, feeling ashamed for Jia's woman. Fighting over food with a younger person is worse than slapping oneself. Thinking about Xingyao, who was indeed pitiful, Mrs. Qian just now said that the girl also wanted to eat the cake Ying made. There was some flour at home, still from this year's harvest. Making cakes or dumplings wasn't difficult. But recalling the wrongdoings the Luo family had committed before, Mrs. Qin didn't tell Mrs. Qian that if it was convenient, she could secretly bring some cakes to Xingyao and others. Mrs. Qian told Mrs. Qin that night Xingyao was beaten, her father came back from work in the county and saw her face swollen on one side. He was heartbroken. He didn't ask questions, but knew right away that she had been bullied by the evil woman from the main house. Not daring to confront the main family's people, the next day, he took Xingyao to the county. Gu Ying remembered that Su Xinlan had told her that Xingyao's father was a carpenter in the county town. Usually, if he wasn't at the shop, he was working with his fellow carpenters at other people's homes. Although the new year was coming, the homeowners wouldn't mind if a craftsman brought his family along to share a meal. But some people should be aware of their manners. Qin said, "Xingyao is a young girl and very shy. If she goes to someone else's house to eat with her father, she probably wouldn't dare to go out and meet people." Qian sipped her tea. She had eaten some sweet cake earlier at home, and now felt a bit thirsty. She needed to drink some tea before continuing their chat. She slowly put down her cup and said, "You and I can think about these things, and Luo Xiaodong, as Xingyao's father, understands them even better. Although he knows he can't do much. When they go out to work, everyone has their own tasks, but they also help each other. the homeowner wouldn't prepare a separate room for him to work with Xingya. So, Luo Xiaodong could only make Xingya sit behind a cabinet to avoid her feeling shy. When the family started to eat, Luo Xiaodong served the food, giving Xingya some eggs and black fungus, and told her to sit behind the cabinet to eat. Xingya ate a bowl but felt she wasn't full, yet she didn't dare to say anything. Some vendors carrying snacks passed by the street where the family lived, calling out their wares. Their voices reached Xingya's ears. Come take a look. Crystal dragon and phoenix cakes, sweet rice cakes, mung bean cakes. If you don't like them, they're free. Xingya had long wanted to try some cakes. She finally got a few pieces, but before she could eat, Jia's wife snatched them away. She didn't get to eat anything. Being scolded and hungry, she had never felt so miserable. Besides her, it was hard to find another girl so unlucky. Especially just before the new year. Dad, I want to eat. The young girl swallowed several times, risking being laughed at or even being chased out of the house just to say it. Even though her voice was quiet, Luo Xiaodong, who was polishing furniture along the grain, heard her. When he heard his daughter say she wanted to eat cake, he immediately took a string of coins from his pocket and said to Xingya, "Here, take this. Stand at the door and call out. When that old man comes, buy some to eat." When Xingya heard this, she happily stood up. Even though she accidentally bumped into the small wooden table next to the cabinet and hurt her head a little, she endured it. She looked up at Luo Xiaodong and saw his gentle eyes, which made her feel warm inside. She stretched out her right hand and said sweetly. Luo Xiaodong generously handed her a string of coins. Xingya was so excited, she started to cry. Before this, even in her dreams, she never imagined that one day she could buy whatever she wanted like other children. She had never had so much money in her life. Her tears blurred her eyes, but after stepping outside the door, she suddenly burst into loud laughter. Her laughter reached the hall, and also the nearby Sun's grain shop. Hearing this, Luo Xiaodong looked worried. When he stood up, he felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Luckily, a junior brother saw him and helped steady him. He ran outside and saw Xingya holding the coins and still smiling foolishly. Luo Xiaodong hurried over, picked her up, and after a while, managed to speak. "Xingya, are you possessed or something?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xingya only giggled foolishly. Luo Xiaodong then took her to buy some cakes. With a string of coins, he bought more than 10 boxes of cakes and gave them all to Xingya to eat. Xingya wanted all the cakes but was reluctant to open them. She hesitated for a while before opening one box and taking a small piece of orange cake to taste. She shook her head in disappointment and said, "It's not as tasty as Sister Ying's orange cake." Luo Xiaodong's heart sank. How could he mention such things in his master's house? He could only tell Xingya to enjoy the cakes and not talk about these things anymore. After eating a few pieces, Xingya returned to normal. She stopped giggling and crying. However, when Luo Xiaodong finished work and was carrying Xingya to the ox cart, he saw Suning, who had once wanted to marry him but couldn't. He was about to turn away to avoid her seeing Xingya, but he heard Sun Ying's cold voice. "Other families' meals smell good, their cakes taste delicious, everything about them is better. But you all forget even the smallest good things about others. Do you miss the cakes made by Guangying? Humph. Go back and tell your mother to take care of your family and keep your livestock safe, so they won't cause trouble for others." Luo Xiaodong knew he was in the wrong but also thought that his daughter was innocent. He didn't dare look up at Suning, only glancing at a nearby ox cart and quietly asked, "Things from before were my fault. I didn't treat you well. Now that I am a father and you and your family are managing your business well and living better than I do, I feel sorry. It's all fate. But my child is still young. Please forgive us." Suning coldly replied, "If it weren't for your daughter, so she won't grow up to be greedy and unreasonable like you all, who would bother talking to you." That evening, the news spread back to the Gu family village. Mrs. Qian not only heard villagers mention it, but also heard the young girl, Xingya, talk about it herself. She thought Suning was right, but also felt sorry for Xingya. After arriving at the Gu family, Mrs. Qian mentioned Saning to Gu Ying and also talked about Gu Yao and the others. I didn't expect you haven't seen each other for many days, but Saning still cares about you. Unlike your second aunt and them, who only come when there's trouble. When things are good, they stay at home enjoying peace and don't come to see you. Gu Ying didn't want to bring up Xingye. Although Luo Xiaodong's mistake had nothing to do with Xingye, thinking about how much harm Luo's family had caused in these days made her resent them. She also cared about Niu and Xingye, but after she was hurt, it was rare to hear anyone ask about them. She remembered she used to send them cakes and ointments, caring for them. But after she was injured, she heard from Sister Xinlan that neither Niu nor Xingye, like Feng Shi said, blamed her for running over there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hurt by the water buffalo. What kind of logic is that? But Saning had helped her, and she managed the grain shop. She knew which grain shops in Xianing County sold flour shipped from the Imperial City. To find out more and to thank Saning, Gu Ying told Mrs. Qian, "You're right. Saning treats me much better than my second aunt and them. Not to mention, she cares about me. I have discussed with my mother and second sister-in-law. Tomorrow we will go to the county town to visit Saning. My family still has a lot of fish. I will send you 2 carp later to take to Sun's house. They are merchants, so they should like these." Mrs. Qian also supports me visiting Saning, so she suggested this. I won't bother the neighbors with formalities. Okay, I will send her the carp. That's a good idea. Qing Ying, accompanied by Mrs. Qin, went to the Su family. They arranged to meet Su Xinlan and her daughter, and together they headed to the banks of Lan River. Originally, they planned to take a ox cart to the county town, Jing'an City. But after arriving at the Su house, Mrs. Zhou said that this morning, a relative of the Su family was about to take a boat to the county, so they all decided to go by boat. Traveling by boat is more comfortable than by ox cart, and since they had gone to the county several times before by cart, taking the boat today would let them see a different view. Qing Ying looked happy. Even though she had recovered, she still needed her mother to support her and her second sister-in-law to care for her when they went out with family and friends. When they reached the Lan River, Qing Ying couldn't help but softly ask Mrs. Qin, "Mother, am I not doing well? Why are you still worried?" Mrs. Qin looked at Qing Ying with a caring expression. The girl was so pitiful. She had been resting in bed for 2 months and had become so thin. Most of the family's food and money were earned by her. It was all her own fault for being so helpless, unable to support the family, and causing trouble for her daughter. Mrs. Qin thought that being at home for 2 months, she hadn't eaten well or rested properly. Since they were out today, she decided to take the chance to walk around the city with her daughter. The county town was just across an ancient stone bridge from the government city. They could visit the county town first, then go to the government city later. When she suggested this, Qing Ying quickly praised her. "Mother, you're so good to me. You always tell me what's in your heart. I've finally recovered, so I should enjoy a few days of fun. Tonight, we won't go back." Mrs. Zhu was worried. When they left, she didn't tell anyone to help take care of the house. Now, her mother and daughter are out, but who'll feed the animals at home? Qing Ying immediately noticed the worry in Mrs. Zhu's eyes and said, "Second sister-in-law, since we're out for a walk, let's not worry about the house." Actually, it was still evening when I received the fish sent by the Qian family. I quietly told Mrs. Qian to help watch over some things. I gave her the key to the main gate of the courtyard and asked her to help feed the cattle, horses, pigs, and chickens. Mrs. Qian happily agreed. But she didn't tell Zhu's family, wanting to see if my second sister-in-law would turn back. Just then, I heard Qin say, "Annie, since Rongjia went to the northern desert, you haven't been able to eat or sleep well. Recently, you've been helping me take care of Inger, which is tiring. Since we rarely get to go out, just enjoy yourself and don't worry about home." Last night, I already told Grandma Qian to help with some chores. Hearing this, Zhu's face quickly lit up with a warm smile. Mother is so thoughtful. Now we can go out and have fun without worries. She said this happily, dancing and pulling Gu Ying's hand, shaking it back and forth. Seeing my second sister-in-law still showing such innocence in front of her mother-in-law, her younger sister, and friends made me feel happy inside. Do what you want to do. That's the most comfortable. Chin was happy inside but also worried because we were by the river, where many people might see us. She couldn't help but remind Zhu. Annie, the boat hasn't arrived yet. Why are you so anxious? As soon as she said this, Zhu realized she had been too impatient. Even though she was happy inside, she kept her feelings to herself. When the guest boat arrived, she and Chin went with the younger sister-in-law to the boat, then boarded the passenger ship together. The passenger ship was simple and elegant, with 2 floors. It wasn't as fancy as the merchant ships docked at Lanjiang port, but it was still quite tasteful. Before even stepping on the boat, they could hear the gentle sound of a zither from the hall on the first floor. Once inside the hall, on the suggestion of a relative of Aunt Sue, a maid on the boat took them to a refined room on the 2nd floor. Because the Sue family relative had other guests to entertain, she went to another elegant room. So, Gu Yingying and the others sat around a wooden table. 3 of us sat on one side, while Su Xinlan and her daughter sat opposite us. The table was near the window, so we could enjoy fruit or tea while admiring the scenery. Occasionally chatting is quite nice. Even in winter, when they take a boat, they can enjoy fruit in a private room. There are oranges and grapefruits from Jinxia Prefecture, as well as apples brought from the imperial city. Gu Yingying chose 2 large apples and peeled one for each of Su Xinlan and her daughter. Just as she was about to peel another for her mother and second sister-in-law, Xinlan's younger sister handed her 2 peeled apples. They both smiled happily and peeled their own apples to eat slowly. The apples are sweet and sour and taste pretty good. Gu Yingying ate one, then picked a smaller one to peel and eat again. During these 2 months of rest in the bedroom, she definitely ate plenty of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but she didn't eat much fruit, especially apples. In this time and place, in this world, apples are not something ordinary people can eat every day. They talked while eating, saying how delicious the apples from the imperial city are. If Aunt Sue goes back to her family next time, she should take a boat and bring back more apples to enjoy. Aunt Sue joked with Gu Yingying. Why don't you come with me next time?
Just pick whatever you like.
Once you choose, I'll ask someone to send it to you, and also help bring the apples back. Gu Yingying felt there might be more to her words, maybe related to Zhao Sun, but she wasn't sure. She was worried Aunt Sue might misunderstand her, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Aunt Sue didn't insist on explaining further, and their conversation became more cheerful. There was nothing to worry about. They all enjoyed chatting happily together. Before they knew it, they arrived at Jing'an port. The passenger boat docked. A gentle female voice came from outside the door. If there are any shortcomings in our service, please forgive us. We welcome you to visit again. It was one of the women waiting outside, who had prepared tea and brought snacks for them. Gu Yingying felt a little reluctant to leave. She had just enjoyed the scenery for a while, eaten 2 apples, some snacks, and sipped tea. And now it was time to go. As they left the private room, they saw 2 women waiting outside, each holding a tray, offering fruit for them to eat. Gu Yingying chose a red apple, held it in her hand, and followed Zhu's family out of the boat. Su Xinlan also held an apple, slightly larger and redder than the one she had chosen. It was clear that her good sister had prepared it for Aunt Xiao, so she handed the apple to Su Xinlan. Keep it for yourself to eat. I have one too. Su Xinlan looked ahead at the Yanhua Bridge nearby. After crossing that old stone bridge, she could visit Aunt Xiao. She really wanted to bring Sister Yingying along to show Aunt Xiao. During this time, Aunt Xiao had been very caring about Sister Yingying. She also sent some rice and flour and made some pastries, which she asked someone to deliver to Sister Yingying. I picked this especially for her. You should keep it. Giving it to her together is also good. Gu Yingying guessed that Xinlan was choosing the apple for Aunt Xiao. She thought Xinlan would soon take it to her. She wanted Aunt Xiao to eat one more apple, so she made this suggestion. Su Xinlan understood Sister Yingying's thoughts. She, referred to her mother, who was looking for her brother. It was just what she wanted, so she happily accepted. Gu Yingying's eyes showed happiness. She thought about hiring a carriage for Xinlan and her mother to go to Aunt Xiao's house first, while she, her mother, and her second sister-in-law went to Sun's grain shop. After lunch, They planned to meet at the Yuelanen's entrance and then go shopping together. She shared this idea with Qin's family. Gu Yingying only heard Qin say, "After you got hurt and stayed at home to rest, you didn't eat less." Aunt Xiao from Xinlan sent pastries and such. Maybe we should go to Sun's shop and buy some flour, then ask your Uncle Sue's family to help deliver it, so it's easier for her to make dumplings. Zhou and Xinlan exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. They wanted to go along. They asked Gu Yingying and her family to join. "Why don't we all go together? Let's go shopping over there." Xinlan knew her mother was willing, so she kindly invited Aunt Xiao's family to join. But Qin, thinking that her family had 3 people, felt it might bother others if they went with Xinlan's group. She found a reason to decline. Everyone understood and didn't press further. The 5 of them parted at Jing'an Port. Zhou helped Gu Yingying hire a carriage. After paying first, she took Su Xinlan into another carriage heading toward Missouri Lane. Gu Yingying sat in the carriage, overhearing her mother and second sister-in-law talking about how it wasn't right to ask Aunt Sue to help stop the carriage or pay the bills. She couldn't help but smile softly and said, "Being able to go out together shows we trust each other. It's too strict to divide everything so clearly. That's not good." Qin and Zhu listened and felt that she had a point. They didn't argue further. It had been 2 months since they last went out. This time, even in the cold month of December, Gu Yingying looked out the carriage window at the scenery of Jing'an City. She noticed that the restaurants near the port weren't very busy. She remembered that before the new year, many merchants from countries like Yun had already gone back home or were on their way. The local villagers, for some special reasons, also came fewer times this year to buy New Year supplies. One reason was that their families didn't have much spare money. Another was that some heads of households were still away fighting. The people at home didn't have much energy to go shopping. For example, if the second sister-in-law didn't go out with her mother and herself but went alone, she probably wouldn't feel like visiting any shops. Still, no villagers had said that they shouldn't go to Mo Bay to defend against the bandits from Luogua. In fact, everyone supported it. However, just receiving a letter from a family member required giving extra silver to the officials, which made some villagers uncomfortable. This included her mother, and her second sister-in-law. Another issue was about receiving flour. It wasn't that any family was so poor they couldn't survive without 5 jin of flour, but that 5 jin was sent by the emperor to the families of soldiers in Jinxia Prefecture. Why hadn't they received it yet? Gu Yingying thought that, given the long friendship between the Gu and Sun families, it wouldn't be hard to ask Sunning about these matters. Moreover, in the past, the original owner had no conflicts with Sunning. Sun's grain shop was not far from Jing'an Port. Even if they didn't take a carriage, it wouldn't take long to walk there. They only took the carriage because they brought some special local products, making the ride more comfortable. The shops line both sides of the street, and many vendors carrying baskets are out selling food. They walk and call out to attract customers, trying to sell the delicious treats they brought. Gu Yingying looked around and saw many pedestrians watching the lively scene, but few actually bought food. She felt a pang of sadness. The new year was coming, and it was so hard to make a living. So difficult. Especially the old woman standing to the right of Sun's grain shop's door. It was already late in the lunar month, yet she wore only thin clothes, trembling in the cold wind. Seeing her, Gu Yingying immediately wanted to jump down from the carriage and take off her own coat to wrap the old woman warmly. As the man in black driving the carriage spoke, the carriage stopped smoothly outside Sun's shop. Gu Yingying and Mrs. Zhu got off first, then helped Qin out of the carriage. The 3 of them looked at the thin, white-haired old woman at the same time. Before Gu Yingying could say anything, Qin smiled and stepped forward, pointing at the wooden bucket in front of the old woman. "Madam, my young daughter wants to try some sweet rice cakes. I heard you have some." The old woman's face showed a kind smile. Her trembling hands picked up chopsticks and looked at the half-full bucket of cakes, asking Qin, "Just these few pieces?" "They were made overnight and picked out early this morning. They're still fresh. I've bought some. I want to take a few home for my neighbors to try," Qin said. Seeing Gu Yingying and Mrs. Zhu approaching, she thought it would be a good deed to buy all the old woman's cakes so she could go home early and warm up. Although it didn't snow today, it was uncomfortable for an elderly person to be out in the cold wind. The old woman shook her head slightly. You can buy a few to try first. If you like them, you can come back and buy more. I'm usually in the city or Jing'an City, so it's easy to find me. Gu Ying saw that the old woman didn't take money and only asked Qin which cake she wanted. She knew the woman wouldn't accept money easily. So she quickly signaled to Qin and handed the old woman 1 or 2 silver coins. I think these cakes are pretty good. Help me pack a box so I can take them home to eat, she said. The old woman packed a box of cakes for Gu Ying, then took the money and gave her nearly 200 coins in change. She told her that now it was already the 12th lunar month, and the people coming out to buy New Year goods were fewer than the visitors in previous years. Business is really hard now. Gu Ying wanted to say that things were not so bad forever, just for now. She believed that in a few months, when the soldiers returned victorious, everything would get better. Things will improve after the new year, Gu Ying said sincerely. The old woman shook her head slightly and leaned close to Gu Ying's ear, speaking in a whisper only they could hear. Young lady, even though the new year is coming, some unlucky words shouldn't be spoken. But I have to say this. Seeing you carrying big and small packages and arriving by carriage, I guess you're not really here to buy cakes. You probably just feel sorry for me and want to give me some silver. Please don't think that way, Gu Ying said quickly. She didn't expect the old woman to speak so frankly. Her good intentions were clear, but she didn't want her to misunderstand. A trace of awkwardness flashed in her eyes. I'm happy that you care for me. Young lady, do you and the Sun family have some connection? The old woman asked with concern. Since the old woman didn't seem to be nosy, Gu Ying told her honestly. Our 2 families do some business together, and I am also somewhat acquainted with the daughter of shopkeeper Sunday. I came out today because my family has little food left, and I wanted her to help me see if I could buy some flour here. They definitely couldn't buy rice, because the magistrate had issued an order that only shopkeepers of grain stores could sell rice to people in the city and county. Farmers with land were not allowed to buy. The old woman looked puzzled and asked, Not long ago, many grain shops in the city and Jing'an City started selling new flour. Didn't Miss Sun tell you about this? Gu Ying briefly explained that she had been injured and was resting at home for a while. In the past 2 months, she knew some things. Others, even her sisters Xinlan and the others, hadn't told her, so she didn't know. It's a pity you came a few days late. If you had come earlier, even if their grain shop didn't have any to sell, I could have taken you to another shop to buy some. Unfortunately, their shop is quite far from the port and in a somewhat remote location, so they still sold out of flour. The old woman sighed after saying this. Gu Ying asked her how it was so difficult to buy flour this year. After chatting, they learned that some people were secretly doing bad things to get more money. Before leaving, the old woman gave each of Gu Ying and her friends 2 pieces of cake and refused to accept any more money. She told them to ask around when they got back to see if anyone still had some rice to spare. If they found any, they should come back and tell Sun Ying. That way, she could let Gu Ying know in time. Gu Ying was very touched and bowed to the old woman. Meeting you outside Sun Ying's house is truly a blessing from heaven. Honestly, it's not easy for us to come here. We took a boat and then a carriage, which was quite difficult. We didn't expect that, after all that effort, we still wouldn't be able to buy what we needed. Meeting you here shows we are destined to meet, the old woman said, pointing toward the West Street. Before meeting you, I saw many women from nearby who came to rent rooms or find work. My husband and I used to be able to manage a few rooms and help them. When they couldn't find work and were worried, we would kindly introduce them to others. Gu Ying thought that the old woman's family might have a daughter-in-law like the Jia families, who was well off and capable of earning money, but, because of her children's lack of filial piety, was now selling food on the street just before the new year. This year, I think even those hiring workers are fewer, Gu Ying sighed. That's right, the old woman said with a helpless look. She used to introduce the women renting her house to relatives on West Street to cook or do laundry. Now, many people prefer their maids to do more work at home rather than hire outsiders. Because of fewer tourists, laundry houses only get local jobs, barely making enough money to survive. So this year, many of our houses are empty and not rented out. My husband and I have also lost quite a bit of money. The elderly woman shook her head helplessly and said, it's so difficult. Inside the shop, Gu Yingying and Mrs. Qin, along with others, handed the gifts they brought to Sun Ying and her friends. While sitting in a private room drinking tea and chatting, she overheard Sun Ying mention that the new flour this year was sold out quickly. Selling out isn't the main issue. The real question is, where did the new flour come from? And why, without many people knowing, was it sold out so fast? Sun Ying's lips curled into a helpless smile. Who else could supply us with grain? Besides him. Who else would it be? We small shopkeepers just follow orders. We don't ask questions. What else can we do? You paid for the flour with your money, and you always keep the receipts. Gu Yingying wanted to see the receipts, so she could show them to Grandpa Su later. Once Su Chomi returned with his troops, they could use the evidence to hold the corrupt official, Yan Jifu, accountable. Sun Ying's hand holding the teacup trembled suddenly, but luckily she didn't drop it. After a long while, she said, doing business with him, even if it means losing money, we can't refuse. We can't even mention the receipts. All right, Yingying, let's not talk about this anymore. Not just in my house, but after you go back, don't mention it to anyone. Gu Yingying saw the worry in Sun Ying's eyes and understood she was scared. She knew Sun Ying was only advising for their safety, but she didn't want to give up so easily. Why should they be bullied and stay silent? Even if that person is the governor of Jinxia Prefecture, there are still reasons to speak up. If you have the truth on your side, why fear the villains? Isn't that being too cowardly and foolish? After leaving Sun's house, Gu Yingying wanted to visit a few other grain shops to learn more. But Mrs. Qin didn't allow it, and Mrs. Zhu also advised her to stay put and not ask or interfere. They said she should pretend not to know anything until after the new year. She agreed in front of them, but after returning home, she found an opportunity to go to the capital city. She went with Sister Xinlan to Aunt Feng's house, and they arranged to meet Aunt Feng, then took a bullock cart out together. She took the shampoo and other items she brought and delivered them to Sister Lan's place, claiming she was going out shopping with Xinlan. Sister Lan led her to visit several grain shops. The shopkeepers at those places, just like Sun Ying said, had no new flour for sale. I also mentioned earlier that I didn't have a receipt for the previous purchase. There was only a shopkeeper from a distant grain store near the port who told Gu Yingying some honest truths. They forced us to buy their flour, whether we wanted it or not. We couldn't bargain or refuse. And there's something else you wouldn't believe. They sell us flour in brand new black bags with no writing on them. Gu Yingying felt disappointed, especially after hearing these words. There was no useful information at all. Just as she was feeling let down, she suddenly heard the shopkeeper say, "If young lady really wants to buy new flour, it's not hard to find someone who can help." Gu Yingying asked. The shopkeeper looked to be in his 40s, quite friendly, willing to answer any questions. When he said she could find someone, she decided to ask more. She didn't have to go personally, but knowing a bit more would help her understand who might be stopping the flour meant for them. The shopkeeper pointed toward the port and said just one word. But after hearing this, Gu Yingying understood it as him asking if she understood. She shook her head immediately. "I don't understand at all. You said earlier that you come from Gujia village and you can't buy rice in the city, like the people here. You came out before the new year to buy some grain, asking friends and relatives for help. Why not go to the female shopkeeper at Ingwa Pavilion, Dongyuer?" At this point, the shopkeeper clearly didn't want to say another word. Gu Yingying took out a silver ingot from her purse and placed it on the counter. It was her way of paying for some information, and also for tea. The shopkeeper picked up the silver and returned it to her. "Sorry I couldn't help you, but if you follow my advice and go to Dongyuer, buying flour won't be a problem." Sun Xinlan also knew who Dongyuer was. She was no ordinary businesswoman. If they asked her to find Dongyuer, not only might they fail to buy flour, but even just going to see her was enough to make her feel disdain. What kind of woman was she? "Don't worry. Even if we starve on the street, we won't go to that woman named Dong. Giving her money for nothing," Su Xinlan said proudly. The shopkeeper sighed softly. These young women really haven't experienced hunger. They wanted to buy some flour but argued about what kind of business Dong Yuer was in. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, do as you like." Anyway, he had said what needed to be said and helped them think of solutions. If they didn't appreciate it, he couldn't blame them. Gu Yingying waved goodbye to the shopkeeper and left the grain shop with Su Xinlan. After leaving, they found a tea house. They went inside to buy some tea and sit in the main hall, listening to other customers chat. This tea house wasn't close to the port. Most customers were locals living nearby. They probably didn't want to stay at home, so they came out with friends to enjoy tea and chat. Gu Yingying ordered 2 cups of green tea and a plate of sweet cake, costing her 2 taels of silver. Fortunately, the shop assistants at this tea house were kind. They found a seat by the window for her and Su Xinlan, so they could see the street outside. They sat down, sipped the tea, which was sweet and refreshing. Gu Yingying felt her money was well spent, and a small smile of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Su Xinlan quietly complained, "Aren't we supposed to bring water with us? We said we wouldn't need to buy anything. Why did you insist on buying?" Later, they planned to go to the silk shop to buy fabric for Aunt Gu and second sister-in-law Gu. They wanted to make new clothes for the new year. After working all year, they needed to finish the new clothes before the holiday. Last time, when she went out with her mother, she wanted to buy some fabric for Yingying and the others. But it didn't go well. They met Yin Yuejiao and Fu Xian at the silk shop, which made her uncomfortable. She felt annoyed and left the shop with her mother, planning to come back another day to pick out fabric for Yingying and the others. But because she was busy, she came back several times later, but each time she was there to buy other things and didn't get a chance to buy fabric. Today, she was determined to buy the fabric they needed. So she was upset with Gu Yingying, thinking she shouldn't waste money like that. Gu Yingying said casually, "Going out to play means eating, drinking, and enjoying the scenery. Once at the tea house, just enjoy drinking tea and eating some pastries. It's rare to go out for a walk, so no matter what, as long as you're happy, that's enough." Su Xinlan looked into Gu Yingying's eyes and saw warmth there. She wanted to say something but held back, unable to speak. Most of the women sitting in the hall were dressed in fancy clothes. Only Yingying's older sister, sitting across from her, wore plain black clothes. Although her clothes looked fairly new, in the eyes of some women, they still didn't compare to the beauty of fancy dresses. She knew that Yingying's sister had new fancy clothes in her wardrobe, but she was reluctant to wear them. However, since coming to the city, she was willing to spend money on tea and pastries. She couldn't help but think. Last time, she went with her mother to visit Aunt Xiao, bringing some pastries made by Yingying's sister, which made Aunt Xiao very happy. Aunt Xiao tasted the pastries made by Yingying's sister and looked pleased. She told her mother, "Gu's young lady treats me very well, sending me hair-washing water and food. When Brother Sun returns and has the chance to marry Gu's young lady, I will definitely teach him to treat her well." Is that even necessary? Brother Sun is careful and thoughtful. Whatever he can think of, he has already done for Yingying, her mother reassured Aunt Xiao. "Don't worry." Aunt Xiao then said, "I heard that Gu's young lady plans to rent a house in the city to sell food. If so, she might need to wait until Brother Sun returns, studies hard, and saves some silver before going to Gu's family to propose marriage." Her eyes showed both hope and helplessness as she spoke. It was as if she was eager for Brother Sun to return soon so he could marry Yingying, but also worried that if he didn't pass his exams or didn't have a house in Jinxia City, it would be hard to propose marriage at Gu's family. While Su Xinlan was thinking about this, she suddenly heard a strange female voice behind her. "Has your mother agreed with that matchmaker to let you marry him?" It was one woman asking her friend's question. Another woman replied, "He isn't from Jinxia. He just moved here with his parents to stay with his uncles. He has no house, no shop, and no savings in the bank. Why would my mother agree to them?" She found that the purple fancy dress the other person was wearing was not as good as her own. Then she looked at the woman's figure, which was too thin, as if a gust of wind could her over. As for the woman's appearance, she also had a delicate face like Yingying's, with curved eyebrows. But when she looked at people, her eyes were full of disdain and contempt, giving a not very friendly impression. Plus, the woman wore heavy makeup, which was not as simple and elegant as Ying's natural look, making her appear graceful and charming. However, the woman was unwilling to agree, and if Ying had a choice, she wouldn't want to. Thinking of this, Su Xinlan felt even more worried about her brother. "Hey, are you thinking about your brother again?" Gu Ying saw Su Xinlan lost in thought and overheard what the two women said. She thought Su Xinlan was missing her brother. Su Xinlan quickly nodded. Of course. Since she thought no one in the hall knew her or Ying, she whispered, "I heard it. Did you hear it too? What do you think?" Gu Ying was quite indifferent and said, "She and Gu Yao are the same. They think that enjoying their parents' love at home makes them princesses who should marry a prince or a noble son. But they don't realize they don't have that kind of luck." Hearing this, Su Xinlan felt much more relaxed. She knew that Ying wouldn't judge a person by how much money they had. But she also thought that, in the future, it was better to save some silver. She kindly advised, "If you drink more of the tea I brought, and buy less from the tea house, it would be good." Gu Ying smiled softly. "Really going out and bringing all this stuff, aren't you tired? Okay, from now on, I'll listen to you, and spend less money. Is that good, my dear sister?" Laughing at Ying's teasing, Su Xinlan was very happy. "That's my good sister." Seeing 2 pieces of cake left on the plate, she thought they were paid for and didn't want to take them. So she asked the shop assistant to wrap the cakes in brown paper and take them away. Ying originally wanted to sit for a while longer to listen to the 2 people at the next table talk about buying flour. But Sister Xinlan didn't want to sit here anymore, so she had to leave. After they went out, Gu Ying remembered that the last time second sister-in-law went shopping, she mentioned wanting to buy some to eat. There was a place selling on East Street. "Let's go to East Street first." "That's exactly what I was thinking. I need to buy some cloth so I can take the ox cart home. If we stay out too late, it will be hard to get back," Su Xinlan said, wanting to return before it got dark. Gu Ying recalled that Su Xinlan had admitted before that she missed Zhao Sun. She teased her. "Whether you go home early or late doesn't really matter. Tell me what kind of cloth you want to buy. I can help you buy it. You can visit Aunt Xiao and spend some time with her. Before the hour of the monkey, just head to Yuan Inn to catch the ox cart." "Really? You'll go with me?" Su Xinlan's eyes lit up with happiness. If she took Ying to visit Aunt Xiao, how happy would she be? She remembered that last time they went out, Aunt Xiao said she regretted the decision to look for her brother. If she had known earlier that someone could cure her brother's strange illness, she wouldn't have hesitated, even if someone threatened her with a knife, to stop her from sending the letter or asking for help to withdraw her marriage proposal. Someone who could cure his illness wouldn't be afraid to be with him or suffer hardships. And if he recovered his health, he wouldn't want Ying to suffer either. Gu Ying happily agreed. "Okay, I'll go with you." Since it was a sudden decision to visit Aunt Xiao, she hadn't brought any gifts, worried it might seem rude. But she also didn't want to buy more, fearing Xinlan might say she was being unreasonable about money. Gu Ying carried the 2 pieces of cake and, after walking less than 3 meters, stopped and flagged down a carriage. She and Xinlan rode to West Street. On the way, she asked Xinlan at least twice, "Last time, you said that staying up late reading made you weak and that you didn't look very healthy. Are you feeling better today?" Su Xinlan just smiled silently, not answering. Gu Ying, feeling uneasy, asked again. "You asked me to come with you. Do you want me to help you check if you're feeling okay?" Finally, when Xinlan was asked again and seemed helpless, she got off the carriage, took Gu Ying's hand, and led her to a river near West Street, so she could take a picture. This river is not as wide as Lawn River, but the water is very clear, and you can see the stones at the bottom. Gu Ying stood by the river and quickly saw the figures in the water. On the left was her, and on the right was Su Xinlan, who was swaying back and forth. Usually in the village, Xinlan's younger sister is well-behaved and polite, whether at home or outside. But at this moment, she was so happy to see her beloved's mother that she couldn't help but dance with joy. Su Xinlan's cheerful voice rang out. "Big sister Ying, you look so beautiful that even the fish don't dare to come out and play. How else can I help you look after them?" Xinlan pretended to be sad as she said, "Are you trying to make me feel inferior?" Gu Ying blushed and gently pinched Xinlan's ear. "You're so naughty, really," The women washing clothes by the river were either talking or beating their laundry. With all this noise, how could the fish in the river be willing to swim over? They fed fish at home, so they knew fish like quiet places, right? While talking, she quietly loosened her grip, but nudged Shinlan's hand with her elbow. This good sister also liked teasing herself. Shinlan pretended to be scared and let out a small, "Oh." As soon as she shouted, a few women nearby turned to look at them, less than 2 meters away. One woman stopped beating her laundry and smiled at them, asking, "Are you two young ladies from Xinling County?" "Yes, madam, we are from there," Shinlan replied politely. "Ha, what a coincidence. We are from the same hometown. Are you from Gujia village or Chifeng village?" the woman asked again. Both villages belong to the same town, and their accents are the same. Gu Yingying didn't know why the woman wanted to ask about this. She only heard Shinlan say, "We are from Gujia village." The woman happily put down her pestle, stood up, and ran over to Shinlan, holding her hand tightly. She asked, "Then you must know that your village has a skilled female doctor, Miss Gu?" Shinlan looked at Gu Yingying beside her, trying hard to hide her pride so the woman wouldn't realize that the person she was looking for was right there. Even in front of strangers, even fellow villagers you don't know well, you should be careful. "So," Shinlan asked, "may I ask what the lady is inquiring about?" Gu Yingying looked at the woman and felt she seemed kind and not the type to ask inappropriate questions. Even if she trusted Sister Shinlan, after seeing the borrowed medical books, she remembered many useful prescriptions. However, she only remembered them and had never treated anyone herself. She was worried that if the woman asked more, it might make Sister Shinlan uncomfortable. She gave Su Shinlan a subtle signal to reassure her that she didn't need to worry. If she wanted to speak, she might as well tell the woman everything. The woman looked toward a house nearby and said, "My home is on the other side of Xinning County, in a different direction from yours. We have a few acres of poor land and a few small houses. Life is hard, but we manage. However, last winter, my husband caught a cold and fell ill after working in the rain. To treat him, I had to come out and find work." After patiently listening to her, Gu Yingying understood the situation better. She realized that the woman's husband wasn't just sick from getting wet once. His health was already weak, and after drowning, he caught a cold and was frightened, which made his condition worse and caused nightmares. Why didn't this woman tell the truth? Was she worried about too many people washing clothes by the river? Or afraid that Sister Shinlan might recognize her and then tell others what she knew? Gu Yingying gave Su Shinlan a subtle signal, hoping she would ask how the woman knew about her. Normally, her successful treatment of Zhao's stubborn illness wouldn't be something the mother or landlord would easily share. Moreover, since the woman was working in the city, it's uncertain whether she knew Zhao's mother. And Gu Yingying and the woman didn't live in the same village. Even if she had treated villagers before, no one would necessarily tell the woman about her. Su Shinlan had long wanted to ask how the woman knew about Gu Xiaonyang's medical skills. Seeing Yingying's meaningful look, she understood and asked, "Madam, may I ask how you found out that there is a female doctor, Gu Xiaonyang, in our village?" The woman looked toward a nearby house and signaled with her eyes, prompting Su Shinlan to lower her head slightly before quietly speaking to her. "That's why I can't speak loudly, to avoid being overheard by others." Su Shinlan smiled slightly, understanding, and looked at Gu Yingying, who had already taken a few steps back while she was listening to the woman speak, and said, "She is the person you're looking for. But today, we can't stay here too long because we need to find friends or relatives to help us buy some food." When the woman heard that the young Dr. Gu Xiaonyang's family had little food, she kindly suggested, "Why don't you come back with me? Help treat my husband, and I will buy food for you." "Do you think that's possible? We've already asked several shops, but they all said they have no supplies," Su Shinlan said deliberately to provoke the woman, hoping she would reveal who was hiding a lot of food. That way, she could tell her husband later. When her husband wrote to her uncle, those who did bad deeds behind the scenes would be punished. After hearing this, Su Shinlan pretended to be kind and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to discuss with Gu Xiaonyang before I give you an answer." The woman begged, "Miss, please help me. Ask Gu Xiaonyang to come and see. Honestly, I've asked several doctors to treat my husband, but none of them could cure him. If I hadn't overheard them talking about Gu Xiaonyang last night, I might not have known. Don't worry, I will do my best, Su Xinlan replied sincerely. After saying this, she moved closer to Gu Yingying and whispered in her ear. How about we skip visiting Aunt Xiao today? I already told her the truth. You're Gu Xiaonyang. Gu Yingying didn't blame Su Xinlan for being honest. Instead, she felt comforted by her friend's openness. Earlier, Xinlan's sister mentioned that the woman was introduced by a relative to work in Missouri Lane. Her employer was a close friend of her relative, also working at the government office. The employer's wife was a bit lazy, not fond of cooking, washing clothes, or cleaning the house. But her husband didn't dare offend his parents-in-law, so he hired people to do chores at home, ensuring there was hot food after work. When friends visited, they kept the house tidy and presentable, making everything look nice. The woman was very diligent in her work, and both her employer and his wife were very pleased. Because of this, they didn't worry much about what she said in front of them. One day, the employer saw the hair-washing water made by Miss Gu at the government office. It was really good, so he asked someone to get a bottle and brought it home for his wife. He personally washed his wife's hair and said that a female doctor made this water herself. It was very effective. In Jinxia City, many young women and wives were eager to buy this kind of hair-washing water. It took a lot of effort for him to get one bottle, but he finally did. His wife was so happy that she immediately gave the woman 10 taels of silver and asked her to buy more lamb and other good food to prepare a feast for the employer and his friends. These people all worked at the government office. When they ate together, they also talked about how good Miss Gu's hair-washing water was better than ordinary female doctors. One of the officers said he had seen Miss Gu in the rice fields, injured while harvesting, but when he saw her again, her face had no scars. The woman remembered Miss Gu well. Later, when she went out to wash clothes, she secretly asked around if anyone had relatives in Gujia village who could help her find Miss Gu. Coincidentally, she met Su Xinlan, who came from Gujia village. After learning about these things, Gu Yingying thought to herself that she was lucky to trust Sister Xinlan. She had previously stepped back a little to give space to the woman and talk with Xinlan. She then found out some information. The woman had relatives working at the government office and was doing chores at one of the officers' homes. It was easy to find out how Deputy Governor Yen took away the flour and how it was hidden. She looked calmly at Su Xinlan and said, "She means she wants me to go to a pharmacy in Xinling County to wait until someone brings her husband there, so I can treat him?" Ha! She doesn't dare tell the truth. Who would be willing to treat her husband? He just got caught in the rain and now he's so sick. Clearly, he drowned. In front of her friends, Gu Yingying was not afraid to speak honestly. Su Xinlan's eyes flashed with a clever look, thinking that the woman seemed honest, but was afraid to tell the truth. Could she have some difficult reason for hiding things? But none of this mattered. As long as they bring Sister Yingying along, they won't have trouble finding out whether the woman's husband was really drowning or not before he fell ill. Su Xinlan stepped forward and honestly relayed what Gu Yingying had said. She also mentioned that it was really inconvenient to go today, both because of the limited time and because they needed to buy food. The woman, trying to get medicine for her husband, hurriedly suggested, "Why don't I buy the food for you now? But there's one thing. No matter where I buy it, don't ask me about it." That won't do, Su Xinlan firmly refused. If they didn't know where she bought the food, how could they gather information? She had the money, but didn't know where it went. Wasn't that unfair? The woman looked troubled. If she didn't help the young lady and her friends buy food, they wouldn't help treat her husband. But if she did, some things might become difficult. After thinking for a long time, she came up with a somewhat better plan and said to Su Xinlan, "How about this? You come early tomorrow before dawn and wait for me here. I will take you to buy the food. If you wait until morning, there will be too many people here, and it won't be convenient whether or not you meet someone you know. You know we still live in Gu's village." How can I get there so early? Su Xinlan felt that this woman was only thinking about herself and not considering her or Yingying. A hint of awkwardness flashed in her eyes. "I'll find a cart to come pick you up," the woman said, holding back her pain as she spoke. Renting a cart to go to Gu's village meant they had to pick them up before dawn. Without paying for a sheep, it would be hard to find someone to do this job. But to get a skilled doctor to treat her husband, she was willing to spend any amount of silver. Su Xinlan didn't ask Ying anymore and simply nodded with a smile. Ying and Su Xinlan quickly left the riverside and headed to an intersection on West Street. They stopped a carriage and headed toward the port. Near a silk shop at the port, the two entered one after the other. They each chose some silk and then went to the Yulan Inn to take a bullock cart home. They didn't dare buy too fine silk, worried that their mother and second sister-in-law wouldn't accept it after they brought it home. But since the new year was coming, Ying also didn't want her kind relatives to have no new clothes to wear. Su Xinlan usually spins thread and weaves cloth, then gives it to the Fan family to sell. She also saves some silver coins. Before her father left for the northern desert, he left some silver for her and her daughter. After entering the silk shop, she chose fabrics she liked without worrying about the price. She also picked out some fabrics for Gu Ying and her friends to buy, planning to deliver them to the Gu family after returning to the village. The ox cart Gu Ying and her friends rode in belonged to Old Ju. After entering the cart, Gu Ying saw that the couple from the same village, Old Gu and his wife, were also sitting inside. She happily greeted them and shared the 2 pieces of cake she brought from the tea house. Before closing the cart door, Old Ju took out some cooked duck eggs given to him at the village entrance by his wife and shared them with the villagers sitting in the cart. He was worried they might be hungry on the way if they hadn't eaten lunch. Gu Ying politely declined, saying, "Old Ju, you keep them for yourself. Ying and Xinlan have already eaten, and we're not hungry. Take them all. I'll be done working today when I get back home. There's plenty of good food there," Old Ju said. He closed the cart door and went to drive the ox cart toward the Gu village. As they traveled, the sound of wheels rolling over the road filled the air. Gu Ying thought to herself, tomorrow morning, when she goes to see that woman by carriage, how will she find a way to ask her for information? This is a rare opportunity, and she must not miss it. As for healing illnesses, it wasn't as difficult as the woman imagined. In the past, when she treated villagers, she often did so without seeing the patient in person or taking their pulse. She only heard some details, prescribed medicine, and helped cure them. Among those she healed were elderly women over 80 and children under 10. However, treating middle-aged men was something she had done before in the New World. In this time period, there are many complicated rules. Even if she wanted to help others, she was afraid of gossip. Her friends and the families of patients wouldn't agree. Old Gu opened his bag, took out a handful of roasted raw nuts, and handed some to Gu Ying and Xinlan to eat. Gu Ying was just about to eat when she saw old Master Gu's wife hand her an orange, so she took it again. Riding in the same ox cart as the 2 elders, it was truly a happy moment. They ate, drank, and chatted happily along the way. Old Master Gu's wife said, "Today we came out to buy New Year supplies. Whether it's eating beef noodles at a restaurant, buying fabric at the silk shop, or shopping at the general store, I haven't seen many villagers. Sigh, it's hard not just for us farmers but also for the shopkeepers. That's true. If you say our villagers in Gujia village are having a hard time, it's because we sold all our rice this year. The magistrate didn't allow us to buy grain at the granary, so it's tough. But in the nearby town, they still have their rice, yet some say life is still hard for them too." Su Xinlan said this, and soon remembered meeting a woman by the river, learning some news. Tomorrow morning, she will send someone to pick us up, and Ying's sister will treat her husband's illness. Both old Master Gu and his wife, Meng, trusted Ying's medical skills. But when they heard that she and Su Xinlan went out alone, without the adults present or consulting them, and agreed to help someone secretly, they were unhappy. Especially Meng, old Master Gu's wife, couldn't help but complain. "Why did you agree, child? First, you didn't say that Ying is a girl and shouldn't go to the county to meet her suitor. Even if she covers her face, it's not convenient. Tomorrow, both of you shouldn't go out. When I and Grandpa Gu go to the village entrance, we'll stop that carriage and explain everything." Old Master Gu immediately agreed. "Yes, listen to Grandma Gu. That's the right thing." "That's not right," Su Xinlan thought to herself. She agreed to help because she needed to find out something. Not helping wouldn't be right, would it? Moreover, Ying herself said she was willing to help treat her husband's illness. Ying wasn't worried at all. If she almost called out Old Master Gu, but then she realized they were talking about Grandpa Gu, so she followed their meaning and said, Grandpa Gu, didn't we just say? Farmers like us are having a hard time. Our difficult lives are also related to that stern official. To understand these matters, how could we know without asking someone working in the government office? Once everything was explained clearly, we received permission from Mr. Gua and his wife. Gu Ying only heard them say that they wouldn't stop the carriage tomorrow morning but would go with her and Sister Xinlan. Otherwise, without an adult nearby, they wouldn't feel at ease. Gu Ying really wanted to say that bringing two elders along might cause them trouble and suffering. Before dawn, Gu Ying got up, carried a leather lantern to light her way, and walked to the village entrance. She saw Su Xinlan and her mother, Su Tai and his wife, and Mr. Gua and his wife already waiting there. Her heart warmed suddenly. Just going out to help someone get better, and so many villagers care about her. It shows that in this village, there are still few people like the Feng and Jia families who treat her well. Most are like Su Xinlan and others, sincerely kind to her. They waited less than half a cup of tea before a carriage arrived. The driver was a man in black, wearing a hat and covering his face, speaking coldly. But with the elders following behind, Gu Ying was not afraid. After Su Tai and his wife got on the carriage, she quickly followed and sat inside. The man in black asked, You're supposed to help treat someone, but you brought so many idle people. Why is that? If I didn't bring them, I wouldn't go, Gu Ying said proudly, not giving the man in black a chance to ask again. The man in black stopped talking, sharply whipped the horse, and drove the carriage toward Jing'an City. Before crossing the Yanyu Bridge, the carriage stopped, still before dawn. Gu Ying sensed that the man in black planned to stop in the county town and not go to the government city. She immediately opened the window and said to him, The lady said she wanted me to buy something for her and asked me to treat her husband. If you want to stop halfway, I won't mind. Please let Grandpa Gua and Grandma Gua stay behind and go with me to treat the patient. Grandpa Su, you and Sister Xinlan can go to the government city, to Mo Alley, to find that lady and buy what she needs. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, but during these days the words buy grain couldn't be spoken lightly. So Gu Ying didn't mention grain. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Monday. Orange Summer Little Words, May 9th, 2022. The man in black snorted coldly and said, Since you refuse to treat him, what's the point of you coming? As a female doctor, it's your duty to help patients feel less pain. You came out to save people, not to hurt them. Understand this clearly. Gu Ying stood her ground. This man was not following the rules and was being so rude and unreasonable. Was she afraid? She saw Su Tai getting angry and about to open the carriage door, knowing that the old master was planning to confront that man. Gu Ying quickly signaled to him to stay calm and not get angry. Maybe, in that man's eyes, since they lived in Gu's village, it was strange for them to go out and buy grain from others. That's why he treated her like this. But in order for Sister Xinlan and the others to go to the city and find that woman to get some news, she had to persuade Su Tai to hold back his anger and not confront that man now. Once they got the information, they could deal with him later. I advise you to keep your promise. Yesterday, I promised that lady I would do something today, and I will. But if you can't do it once I go to the clinic, I might stop prescribing medicine for the patients. Just watch and see, Gu Ying said calmly. The man in black had no choice but to drive back. He stopped the carriage in front of a medical clinic. Gu Ying got out of the carriage first. After old Gu and his wife also got down, she led them to the Zhang's medical clinic to treat the woman's husband. The Zhang's medical clinic was near Xingning Port. It was still early morning. Under the light of the lantern hanging outside the house, Gu Ying could see several people busy inside the house. One of them was the chief doctor of the clinic, Zhang Mingyi, who had once taken the pulse for Emperor Taizu and treated his headache. From the memories left by the original owner, Gu Ying knew that Zhang Mingyi, had treated the original owner's injuries before. When the original owner was 12, she received a new pair of shoes made by her mother. She wore them to the village entrance to show everyone her beautiful, beaded shoes. But just as she arrived, Gu Yao, who had been kicked out of Shun's house, stepped on her foot. The new shoes were soiled when Gu Yao stepped on them. Seeing the mud print on the shoe surface, the original owner angrily lifted her foot to step on Gu Yao, but Gu Yao pushed her gently, causing her to fall to the ground. The original owner's right ankle was injured when Gu Qingfeng rode to the county town to pick up Dr. Zhang Mingyi and bring her back home to treat her. In her memory, Zhang Mingyi was a gentle middle-aged man who treated her carefully and spoke softly. Several years had passed since then. She was not yet 20, and Zhang Mingyi, who had treated her, was probably under 50. Gu Yingying was waiting outside the door, planning to wait until Zhang Mingyi put down his brush before knocking and entering. Even if the door was open, it wouldn't be polite to walk in without greeting. Unexpectedly, a young man in black put down his paper, came to the door, looked at Gu Yingying, and asked, "Miss, what is your family name?" "I'm Gu." Gu Yingying replied briefly, noticing beads of sweat on the man's forehead, understanding he was busy, so she kept her answer short. The man made a pleased gesture with his hand and said, "I've heard a female doctor would come, and now she's here. Please come in." He then led Gu Yingying and the others into the hall of the clinic. As soon as Gu Yingying entered, she looked toward Zhang Mingyi, who had treated the original owner. Just a glance revealed that he was different from the Zhang doctor in her memory. He looked very similar to Zhang Mingyi, handsome and tall, with a slim build. But the Zhang Mingyi in her memory was extraordinary, wise, able to listen to patients' feelings, and saw everything clearly. This middle-aged man, however, immediately looked at her with a cautious gaze when he noticed her watching him. Feeling puzzled inwardly, the young man in black looked at Gu Yingying and said to the middle-aged man, "This young lady was sent by Mrs. Luo to treat the person who was brought here in the middle of the night." The middle-aged man, who looked like Zhang Mingyi at the counter, showed a hint of doubt in his eyes and asked. Almost simultaneously, both the young man and Gu Yingying answered, "Please open the door and lower the curtain, so this young lady can ask questions outside the door." "Just listen," the middle-aged man kindly suggested. Gu Yingying hadn't planned to go inside and face the person who treated Mrs. Luo. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, I immediately responded. As we approached the door of a room on the right side of the hall with the young man, I still felt doubtful in my mind. Why does the man who looks like Zhang Mingyi sound different from the gentle voice I remember? He probably isn't Zhang Mingyi, right? Maybe after treating that patient I will know more. I've heard people mention that Zhang Mingyi comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His father and grandfather are well-known doctors in Jinxia. The Zhang Clinic in Jing'an City has been open for at least 40 years. I also heard villagers talk about Zhang Mingyi's name. Just yesterday, on the way back to the village by carriage, Guo Laodi mentioned it again. Guo Laodi said that on the day Zhang Mingyi was born, Zhang's father was in his study doing a divination and got the Fire-Earth Mingyi hexagram. He thought the hexagram was not very good. Just like the sun sinking into the earth, it symbolized light being hurt, talent being hindered, and difficulty in showing one's abilities. Everything seemed blocked, and gaining fame was very hard. So, he didn't want to name his son Mingyi. But Zhang's mother didn't believe in these things. She thought that whether it was the Fire-Earth Mingyi hexagram or the Fire-Earth Gene hexagram, it didn't matter who divined it. Whether someone can succeed depends on effort, not much on the name. So she named her son Mingyi, and she thought it was a good name. Maybe the name Mingyi itself is good, or perhaps it's because Dr. Zhang's parents taught him well. Plus, he was very smart and could memorize many prescriptions before he was 10. When he was 14, he could diagnose and treat patients alone. That year, your Granny Gua had back pain, and it was Zhang Mingyi who cured her. Guo Laodi, when talking about this, also sighed. In his early years, Zhang Mingyi took the imperial exam in the capital and was the second-best scholar. Later, he worked at the imperial medical office and even treated the emperor. If the emperor hadn't personally visited Zhang's family during a southern tour and learned that Zhang Mingyi's parents didn't want to leave their hometown, he might have been kept in the imperial city forever. Dr. Zhang has treated the emperor before. Could he not cure that woman's husband's illness? I doubt it. Guo wife expressed her opinion. At that time, Guo Yingying also said, "This matter is quite strange." If that lady didn't tell the truth, it means she never went to find Dr. Zhang to treat her husband. Old Mr. Gu and the others listened and thought maybe that was true. Today, when they came to the clinic, they saw someone who looked like Zhang Mingyi, but his voice didn't sound quite the same, and he seemed unfamiliar. This made her even more suspicious. That person might not be Zhang Mingyi. If he's not, then where is the real Zhang Mingyi? A young man stood at the door and asked the patient inside, "Lu Erzwang, your family hired a female doctor, and she's standing at the door now. What do you think?" A few coughs came from inside the room, followed by 2 words, "Invite her." Gu Yingying felt that Lu Erzwang's voice was a bit too weak. She knew that the patient hadn't eaten for at least 2 days, and he was coughing badly, indicating he caught a cold. This matched what Mrs. Luo told her and Sister Xinlan yesterday. He only drinks millet porridge and takes some medicine every day. We didn't dare to feed him meat, worried it would harm his health. If I had known earlier, I should have asked you to treat him. Look, you can even make hair-washing water, so what illness can you not cure? Gu Yingying felt that Mrs. Luo was praising her on purpose, but she just listened without replying. Now, hearing what Mrs. Luo's husband said, she felt Mrs. Luo still hadn't told her everything. It seemed she needed to ask directly. The young man opened the wooden door and went inside, then closed it again. After a moment, he opened the door and asked Gu Yingying to come in, pointing to a blue cloth curtain, saying, "Once you go in, stand just outside the curtain and ask him questions through it. His throat hurts now, and he's dizzy and uncomfortable everywhere. Keep it brief." Gu Yingying's eyes showed a hint of impatience. The man was well-meaning, but he was underestimating her, wasn't he? Since she arrived, she hadn't said a single unnecessary word. But this man still didn't trust her and kept giving instructions. "Okay," Gu Yingying replied after he left the room. She stepped to the curtain, stopped, and could vaguely see the figure lying inside. It looked very thin and fragile. Before she could ask, she heard loud coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Yingying asked Old Man Gu to lift the curtain and go inside to check on Lu Erzwang, to see if his face was pale and to examine his tongue coating. She softly told Old Man Gu some of her known symptoms, hoping he would check the patient just to confirm if he had the same illness. Just as Old Man Gu was about to lift the curtain, the young man stepped forward to stop him. "Sir, you've heard it too. The patient is coughing badly. It's cold in December, and if he catches a serious illness from us going in, it would be a big problem. No matter what the illness is, it's hard to treat in this cold weather." Old Man Gu replied, "We farmers don't catch illnesses that easily. If I do get sick, I won't blame you. Just go home and rest for a couple of days, and I'll recover. I'll go in and check on him now, don't worry." Despite the young man's protests, Gu Yingying quietly left the house, closed the door, and then lifted the curtain to look inside. After checking, she came out and told Gu Yingying, "Just as you said, he's covered with 2 blankets, has a severe cold, headache, body aches, stuffy nose, runny nose, cough with white phlegm, and his tongue coating is thin and white." Gu Yingying was very confident and said, "He must have caught this illness within 4 days. It definitely won't last more than 6 days." This didn't quite match what Luo Shi had previously said. Fortunately, the medicinal powder she brought was also meant to treat this illness. Even though she hadn't seen Luo Shi's food delivery as a healer, she didn't worry about those details and only discussed with Old Man Gu how to treat the patient. She handed Old Man Gu a silver coin and softly said, "If you know someone at the medicine shop, ask them to lend you their wooden bathtub. Get some hot water, test the temperature, and if it's not too hot, add this big bag of medicinal powder." Old Man Gu took the bag of powder carefully, worried about losing it, and quickly put it into his pocket. The young man had not left and, seeing that Gu Yingying was holding the powder rather than herbs, became curious. He approached Old Man Gu and asked, "Can I see it?" Old Guo was about to refuse, but he saw Gu Yingying make a gesture to him, asking him to show it to the man. Since they were both doctors and had seen many herbs before, even if she ground the herbs into powder, the young man could probably tell something just by smelling it. The young man looked at Gu Yingying, who was quite generous, and was willing to talk more with her. After opening the herbal powder and examining it, he asked, "It should contain angelica and oxney, right?" So, you already knew about the incident where he was almost strangled to death and thrown into Lan River. Gu Yingying was shocked. How did she know about this? As she suspected, the patient had experienced drowning before. Just like the original owner, he was very unlucky. "Since you're telling me the truth, I might as well tell you mine. I only agreed to treat him because I wanted to buy some rice for cooking." His wife said he was sick after getting caught in the rain, but she didn't tell me the full story. The man in black looked Gu Yingying up and down and quickly showed a surprised expression. "You buy rice from the grain shop, not from the granary? And you buy it from his wife." Gu Yingying smiled bitterly. "If I could buy it outside, why would I have to beg so humbly?" The man in black asked her to wait a moment, then went to find a wooden bathtub, carried it in, and brought hot water. After filling the tub, he asked old Gu to come in. While old Gu was taking the patient off the bed and into the bath, the man in black told Gu Yingying what he knew. "You shouldn't take this job, really." "No, I want to treat him and make sure he gets better," Gu Yingying said, understanding that the young man was saying this for her sake. He also mentioned that Lu Erzwang was thrown into Lan River after being injured by someone. It wasn't that the local doctors weren't skilled enough to treat Lu Erzwang. It was because they still had their clinic and needed to treat other patients too. If they helped Lu Erzwang and attracted trouble from bad people, it would cause problems. That's definitely not what they wanted. Even if we cure him, it doesn't mean he won't be hurt again by thieves after he recovers. Little lady, you probably didn't ask anyone to help you buy it, and now your family is being chased by bad people. The young man spoke with worry in his eyes. Even though he spoke softly, Gu Yingying heard him clearly. In front of the man, Gu Yingying mentioned Dong Ningyuan and Wan Wan. She wanted him to know that even when she was resting at home, she was already targeted by bad people. Now that she is doing good deeds and helping others with their illnesses, she shouldn't be afraid of them. "I was kicked into Lan River by a quarrelsome woman, drank river water, and even harvested rice with injuries. I have suffered a lot and seen many bad people. But no matter what, I am not afraid of them. Even someone as skilled as Dong Ningyuan, I am not afraid," Gu Yingying said with determination in her eyes. The young man was stunned. Seeing this young lady, she came with medicinal powder to treat patients without knowing much about her. She is young, beautiful, and a bit proud, not very friendly. But why does she blame herself so much? Past things, whether good or bad, shouldn't matter so much, the young man said, not knowing why, but feeling he wanted to comfort her. He had heard about her past, but he didn't dislike her. He just wanted her to relax. Just treat it all as a dream you had, and forget it when you wake up. Gu Yingying felt secretly happy. If the young man didn't trust her, he wouldn't be so patient to advise her. After talking more with him, she wouldn't worry about not getting useful information. "What else can I do besides this?" Gu Yingying pretended to look helpless and said. Even if she didn't like Xian, she could avoid mentioning Jia's family now. But to make him believe her, she tried to act a little more convincing. The young man was pleased to hear this. "I don't know who Gu young lady studied medicine with. Is she a famous doctor in Jinxia Prefecture?" Hearing this, Gu Yingying confidently replied, "I learned by reading books myself. I first treated myself and my family, then the villagers. It was all self-taught." The young man nodded slightly, understanding. In this area, there are indeed some self-taught doctors who can treat people. But when she practiced medicine at the Jing'an City Clinic, she recorded every treatment, regardless of who she treated. She kindly reminded Gu Yingying. Emperor Taizu, during his southern tour in earlier years, once visited our Jinxia region and told some self-taught healers, "Whether you learn medicine in a clinic or by yourself, as long as you can cure people, that's enough. Since you are self-taught and came to our clinic to treat Lu Erzwang, the officials will record your work." Gu Yingying nodded in understanding. "I understand. In this time and place, officials evaluate every healer who comes to the clinic or works at a pharmacy. For example, when she treated Lu Erzwang, they record when she arrived, how she diagnosed him, whether she used acupuncture, medicine, or other methods. All these details are kept in records. Her prescriptions are not kept secret. They must be checked by the clinic's doctors and officials before being filed. Afterward, each copy is kept safely, one for her and one for the patient. What illness did Liu Erzwang have? After she examined him, she prescribed medicine and used specific herbs. Once Liu Erzwang took the medicine, they record how effective it was, how long it took to recover, or if the medicine had no effect and worsened his condition. All these details are honestly documented. Strictly speaking, this was her first time practicing medicine in a clinic. If she successfully cures Liu Erzwang, both the clinic and the officials will reward her. Having cured 10 seriously ill patients in a row, if a clinic director or a renowned doctor recommends her, she will qualify to take the exam in the city. Passing the exam would allow her to intern at a clinic in the county or city. In 1 month, she aims to treat at least 60 patients, doing this every month for a year. When she can cure difficult and complicated illnesses, communicate well with patients and their families, and receive their praise, she will pass the assessment and become a qualified healer. Gu Yingying thought about how, since arriving in this time, she had never treated anyone in a clinic before, even if she had healed others before. Today's treatment of Liu Erzwang was her first. It is important to let the other doctors in this clinic see that I, a self-taught female doctor, also have real skill. Gu Yingying chatted casually with a young man and indirectly asked about the matter related to Liu Erzwang. She understood that Luo Shi sent Liu Erzwang to the clinic to have her treat him because she was worried that if her medical skills were not good enough, she would have a place to explain herself. But there was an important point Luo Shi hadn't considered. When the officials come later and ask her about Liu Erzwang's condition, she will tell the truth.
He drowned, yes, he drowned.
He was rescued 5 days ago after drowning, and that's why he's sick now. It's not because he was caught in the rain recently, which caused a bad cough and sensitivity to cold. Once the officials learn these facts, it's hard to say how they will treat Liu Erzwang privately. Anyway, even if she hadn't seen everything herself, she could guess most of the situation. She really wanted to go find Su Tai and the others immediately and tell them this news. But she stayed calm and bought 2 baskets of large meat buns at a nearby eatery. After the shopkeeper packed them, she carried them back to the clinic. She shared some buns with old Gua and his wife, giving each a few. She also divided some among the doctors in the clinic. The middle-aged man who had been writing the prescription earlier took the buns and invited Gu Yingying and the others to sit at a side table to eat. He said, "Young lady, you don't need to spend so much. I was just telling Zhu Qin and the others that once our clinic finishes preparing breakfast, you all can join us. Who would have thought you'd buy these buns first?" The young man nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, working at our clinic, we get food and lodging." "Haha, Gu young lady, you treat us to breakfast and later we'll treat you all to lunch. Isn't that great?" A few other female doctors also suggested that Gu Yingying and her group stay and eat here. Gu Yingying smiled and thanked them. In her heart, she knew that if she hadn't bought breakfast, the clinic staff wouldn't have invited her and old Gu's family to eat here. But she chose not to say anything and was happy to accept their kindness when they offered. She recalled, "In the past, when my parents and I came to Jing'an City, we also bought buns near your clinic. They were so tasty that I remembered them. Later, I started shopping on my own and would buy their steamed buns to eat." A young female doctor, dressed in white, graceful and beautiful, received a bun from Gu Yingying and sighed, "Honestly, I've tried almost all the buns sold in Jing'an City's restaurants. The best ones are from the place next door. Not only is the meat inside plentiful and tasty, but the buns are soft and fluffy. I also like to eat them." After saying this, she went inside to bring out 2 chairs and invited Mr. and Mrs. Gu to sit. However, the 2 elders eagerly insisted that Gu Yingying sit first. The woman in white smiled slightly and said kindly, "Please sit down and eat first. I'll bring another chair for Miss Gu." She then went inside again, fetched a chair, and placed it in front of Gu Yingying for her to sit. Gu Yingying felt a bit guilty, but saw the woman bring another chair and sit beside her, so she happily accepted. While eating buns in the private room, close to the herbal medicine cabinet, the air was filled with medicinal scents. She was eating lean meat buns, but she could taste a bitter note of gardenia, the sweetness of licorice, and other herbal flavors. This reminded her of her childhood in the New World, when she followed her grandfather to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and ate steamed buns her grandmother had made in the pharmacy. Back then, the buns only had a meaty aroma, but now she could taste the medicinal flavors. A faint, bittersweet smile appeared on Gu Yingying's lips. Without her grandmother by her side, even eating buns in this clinic seemed to carry a bitter taste. People in this time were preparing for the new year. She wondered if her grandmother in the New World was also celebrating the holiday. Had she finished preparing the New Year's goods? Would she, like before, foolishly prepare a big table of delicious dishes just to wait for her to return from her conference in the provincial capital and share a family reunion meal? Tears welled up in her eyes but almost fell, yet Gu Yingying was unaware. The woman in white handed her a silk handkerchief and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Yingying listened and forcibly pulled her thoughts away from her grandmother in the New World. She replied, "I'm fine, just missing my father and second brother. I hope they come back soon so I can buy buns in Jing'an City again." Her words sounded especially sad. After hearing this, the woman in white quickly comforted Gu Yingying and said, "Believe me, it won't be long before you see your father and older brother in Jing'an City. Look, the new year is coming soon." The old man and his wife also helped to comfort her. "Yes, Inger. The new year is almost here. Believe that your father and them will definitely return safely before the new year, driving away the bad guys. Maybe in 10 days or so, we can go to the village entrance to welcome them. Everyone can celebrate the new year happily together." Meng's wife, hearing what old man Gu said, also encouraged Gu Yingying in this way. Mabe is nearly 1,000 miles from the imperial city. From the imperial city to Jinxia Prefecture, it's also several hundred kilometers away. Father and second brother want to come back before the new year. How easy is that? Even though she knew old man Gu and the others were just comforting her, Gu Yingying pretended to believe it and nodded. "Okay. When my father and they return, we will celebrate the new year together, set off fireworks, and have a lively time." The woman in white was happy for Gu Yingying. Before the officials arrived, she stood up, went inside to fetch a jar of rice wine, and placed it on a small wooden table, offering it to Gu Yingying and the others. The cup used for the rice wine was made of bamboo. Gu Yingying took a sip and found the rice wine sweet and very tasty. This was the first time she had a cup of rice wine after recovering. Especially this year, when most families had little grain, being able to drink such sweet rice wine was very rare. Coincidentally, at that moment, the woman in white poured her another cup and said, "This rice wine was brewed by my junior brother. Usually, he doesn't bring it out to drink. Today, since we're eating together, it's fate that we share it. Everyone try some." Gu Yingying reached out and took the cup, covering her face as she drank. She sincerely praised, "The rice wine brewed by your junior brother is sweet, not sour, and very good. If he sold it, many people would fight to buy it." The young man who had spoken to Gu Yingying earlier looked proud and asked, "Someone like me, who only brews rice wine once a year, would actually sell it? Honestly, if it weren't for close friends and family, I wouldn't even give it to others to drink." Gu Yingying nodded politely, saying, "Yes, yes. You work as a doctor in a medical clinic, busy with many tasks every day. After a long day, you feel very tired. When you finally find some free time to brew rice wine, you wouldn't want to sell it." The woman in white lips her smile and says to the young man, "Little junior brother, you're really something." She seems to be joking, but she's also serious. "With your level of brewing, we all know it's just average. You really like hearing nice words, don't you?" Old Mr. Gu takes a sip of rice wine and asks the woman in white, "Miss Zhang, is your junior brother the same as your great-grandfather's little disciple, Zhang Zhufeng?" "Exactly," the woman in white replies happily. "Someone remembers her junior brother because he's good at medicine and kind to others." Zhang Zhufeng looks confused. Although he's still young, he has treated many patients before. He has some memories of certain patients. But the old man in front of him, even though he looks friendly, feels unfamiliar. They don't seem to know each other from before. "Thank you, sir, for remembering me," Zhang Zhufeng says, rubbing his forehead and asking, "May I ask your surname?" Old Mr. Gu points to his wife and says gratefully, "A few years ago, my wife had back pain. You and your master came to our home to give her acupuncture. My surname is Gu, and I am honored. Hearing this, Zhang Zhufeng can't help but laugh and look at the woman in white. Senior sister, maybe Grandpa Gu is mistaken? A few years ago, I went to Gu's village with my master, but it was to Master Shin's house. The woman in white gives Zhang Zhufeng a subtle look. Even if the old man is mistaken, it's no big deal. Gu Yingying smiles and says, no matter who went to Gu's village with Zhang and who treated Grandma Gu, it was Zhang's disciple, right? We're all from the same town. It's lucky to gather here. Let's raise our glasses and wish everyone good luck. She raises her cup and clinks it with the woman in white, smoothly easing the awkwardness. A few men in official robes walk into the hall. When they arrive, the customers waiting at the counter step back voluntarily, moving outside the main door. The middle-aged man at the counter, who is writing prescriptions, remains calm and focused, continuing to write without being affected by anyone. The man leading the group, upon seeing her, walked forward with an air of authority and said in a commanding tone, Dr. Zhang, the female healer, Gu Shi, who treats patients at your clinic. Has she explained anything clearly? Sir, perhaps I should go find Gu Shi and have her explain it to you, the middle-aged man said calmly, lowering his brush as he spoke. Gu Yingying, sitting at the table in the next room, heard this and stood up to come out. She approached the man in charge, bowed, then borrowed paper, ink, and brushes from Zhang Zhufeng. After writing the medical record, she handed it to the man for his review. Your servant Gu Shi greets you, sir. These notes are my observations and experiences since I started practicing medicine at the clinic. Please kindly review them. The man in charge glanced at Gu Yingying. Her charming face was familiar. He had seen her a few times at the government office. He remembered her not just because she was quite attractive, but also because her sharp tongue often caused trouble. Whenever she spoke at the office, she either insulted Zhang San or Li Si. She was quick-witted, and no one seemed to be able to out-talk her. Today, he wanted to see how this woman, who came from the countryside and had no formal training from any famous doctor, would try to deceive him after pretending to treat a patient. He examined her carefully, not only the prescription but also the symptoms she noted for the patient. When he saw the bruises on the patient's neck, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Are you claiming he has an injury on his neck and you saw it with your own eyes? Gu Yingying was about to answer when Zhang Zhufeng approached. He wore a flattering smile and quietly handed a silver ingot to the man in charge as he stepped closer. Sir, Miss Gu came to our clinic to practice medicine. As a young woman, she couldn't have examined that patient herself. I went to check on the patient for her and confirmed that there is indeed an injury on his neck. The woman in white trembled as she said, Junior brother, come back quickly. Gu Yingying didn't want to involve Zhang Zhufeng, and she knew this matter was not really his fault. She also didn't want to implicate Old Gua, who had helped her check on the patient. But the fact that the patient was injured couldn't be hidden, even if she didn't say anything. So she decided to be bold and said to the man in charge, Sir, how could I let Zhang Zhufeng's disciple go to see the patient when I am practicing medicine? I asked and listened myself. Otherwise, you could invite the patient's wife, Ms. Luo, to come and tell her side. Do you think everyone is as bored as you? The leading man looked impatient and asked Gu Yingying. After hearing this, Gu Yingying thought for a moment and replied, I understand, sir. You are busy with official duties, and it is an honor for me to have the chance to see you. The patient, Lu Erzwang, is in the next room. If you are willing, please go in and take a look. She then made a polite gesture with her hand. Long before Zhang Zhufeng gave this man money, she noticed that his lips slightly curved upward. It's not that she didn't know she should quietly give some silver as a reward to make things easier. But she has real skills and has treated Lu Erzwang, which already showed some improvement. Otherwise, Old Guo wouldn't have told her during dinner. The man named Lu said that he used hot water to bathe at home before, but for some reason, he still feels cold. What does this mean? Every family has hot water, but not everyone has a female doctor like her who can add medicinal powder to help warm the person. The Dr. Zhang, who looks like Ming Yi, also asked the man to come inside and have a look. After examining him and understanding his current condition following treatment, it would be good to report back to the higher-ups. The leading man reluctantly agreed. For Dr. Zhang's sake, I'll take a look. As he left the hall for the inner room, Gu Yingying only glanced calmly in that direction, her expression showing no fear. This made the woman in white standing beside her admire her deeply. She softly asked Gu Yingying, "Miss Gu, when we had our meal together, you mentioned you didn't know Lu Erzwang's wife, MS.
Luo.
Why did you agree to let her bring Lu Erzwang here for treatment? You're from Xining County, so you should know that our clinic often has officials coming. In the original memories left behind, there are some details about this, but not many. Fortunately, old Gua and others told her about the doctors in this clinic and how capable the head doctor is. So she had a general idea. Even in the memories left by the original owner, there are few recollections related to this woman in white. However, I heard from Lao Lijing that the Zhang family's doctor, Zhang Mingyi, and his wife have adopted many orphans both when they were in the imperial city and after returning to their hometown in Jinxia Prefecture. Zhang Mingyi supports the orphans' education. Those who wish to pursue official careers can do so, and those who want to learn medicine can study in his clinic. Only the qualified ones stay with them and practice medicine together. For example, Zhu Qin and Zhu Feng, the two doctors, are both orphans adopted by Zhang Mingyi and his wife. Of course, they are also part of the Zhang family and share the family name, Zhang. The woman in white has a stunning appearance, with captivating eyes and a gentle voice that is very melodious. She has a graceful and delicate demeanor, making her a rare beauty. She is likely Zhang Yuan, the youngest daughter of Zhang Qiho, Zhang Mingyi's third younger brother. This is confirmed by Madame Fan, Lao Lijing's wife, who once said, "Just 2 years ago, I went to visit relatives in the imperial city. Coincidentally, I met Zhang Longzhong's family on West Street. I saw his niece, who was as beautiful as a fairy and well-educated. When she saw us, she politely greeted us. I even thought, if any young man could marry her, Zhang Xiaonyang, he would be dreaming happily." Even Gu Yingying, standing beside the woman in white, only glanced at her briefly, not daring to stare at her face for long. Not because she disliked her, but because the woman's gaze when speaking to her carried a probing look, which made her feel somewhat pressured. Earlier, she only dared to borrow brushes and paper from Zhang Zhufeng but didn't dare ask Zhang Xiaonyang for help. Because when both of them looked at her simultaneously, she could sense that Zhang Xiaonyang's gaze was sharp. She was not a pure ancient girl, even if she lied about being self-taught. She knew that few people would believe that. The villagers of Gujia village might say they believe, but perhaps they only say so face-to-face and secretly doubt it behind her back. But Zhang Xiaonyang herself is a female doctor. According to Madame Fan, she is young and has even treated the Empress and others in the palace. She would know whether she was lying or not. Even standing beside Zhang Xiaonyang, knowing she was being watched, Gu Yingying dared not meet her gaze. I am worried that many people might look at her and see that she is hiding too many secrets, which could make them judge her unfairly. Miss Zhang, I understand what you're saying. I've thought about it too, and I agree with your reasoning. But I was born and raised in the countryside, and I know how hard farmers work. I've seen how difficult their lives are. So when I met Luo's fellow villager, even though we didn't know each other before, I still wanted to help her. Gu Yingying can imagine that a young lady like Miss Zhang, even if she earns money through medical skills, is different from other women who rely on their families. Miss Zhang comes from a family of traditional Chinese doctors, and her family has even produced imperial physicians, so she's well informed. However, her knowledge is mostly limited to the busy city, and she might not understand life in the countryside. Gu Yingying can't imagine the hardships Miss Zhang faced while harvesting rice in the fields. While she's thinking about this, she hears Miss Zhang softly ask, "I can see that you are a kind-hearted woman, but I think you might have been too quick to agree to Luo's request. You see, every day many people come to our clinic for treatment. Plus, there are officials who might come too. No matter how good your medical skills are, if you save the wrong person, it could cause trouble. Luo is just a simple woman, with elders at home and children to care for. She finally managed to harvest her crops and was about to stay home to serve her parents and support her family. But she went to the city to find work to earn some silver, just to help her husband. She's honest, and her husband isn't a bad person, Gu Yingying said, confused. Why can't she be helped? While speaking, she pointed to her own neck. Could it be because someone had choked her before? Miss Zhang understood and nodded with her eyes, indicating that was the reason. She wanted to explain more, but she knew that the people inside would soon come out. She had seen many officials come to this clinic, how they paid the doctors for their services. It was clear that the woman in front of her was proud and didn't want to give them money, just to get rid of them quickly. Miss Zhang's lips curled slightly, hesitating to speak. She wanted to advise Gu Yingying, but the words didn't come out. Finally, she pointed inside with her eyes, reminding Gu Yingying, if you help him, you might also get into trouble you shouldn't. Gu Yingying leaned close to the woman in white and softly said, if I save someone, I save them. I'm not afraid. Zhang Xianyangzi felt a bit helpless and then told Gu Yingying the truth, but her voice was very quiet. The person you saved is connected to a murder case. The officials probably already know some details. Although they haven't openly investigated, they are watching them secretly. So, after Lu Erzwang was injured and before you treated him, no doctor could help him. Your treatment has involved you in this matter. Seeing how caring Zhang Xianyangzi was, Gu Yingying felt warm inside. Thank you, Miss Zhang. I will explain everything to them and try to let Lu Erzwang go back early, so it doesn't affect other patients. Gu Yingying also told the truth. People in this time period tend to be a bit afraid when they see officials, especially in special situations. Because of this, the officials didn't leave, and the patients didn't dare to come closer. Thinking of this, Gu Yingying also made a plan. When the men come to ask her about Lu Erzwang, she will talk to them then. You speak like that, but it feels a bit distant, Miss Gu, Zhang Xianyangzi said with a kind smile. No matter what, we are from the same town in Xining County. If you come to Jing'an City in the future, feel free to visit me at the clinic. Hearing this, Gu Yingying felt sweet inside, like drinking honey. Since coming to this time, she hasn't made many friends. Her best friend is Su Xinlan, who is like a sister. Of course, Sunning is also considered a friend. But she and Sunning don't meet often, so they rarely talk about personal things. Today, meeting Zhang Xianyangzi at the clinic and hearing her honest words made Gu Yingying very grateful. Gu Yingying also kindly invited Zhang Xianyangzi to visit her home. If you have free time, you can come to my house. Our Gu family village is by the Lan River, near the royal rice fields. You can fish there and enjoy grilled fish. Also, I have some extra flour that I can make orange cakes for you. Her father and second brother are fighting abroad, so only she, her mother, and her second sister-in-law are at home. It would be very convenient if Zhang Xianyangzi visited. Zhang Xianyangzi smiled happily and said, sure, wait for me. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly stopped. Gu Yingying clearly sensed that Lady Zhang hadn't finished speaking. But she didn't ask further. Soon, she heard the door open with a creak. Knowing it was the officials coming out, Gu Yingying immediately straightened her face and stood still, waiting. The men walked past her without saying a word and went straight to the counter. The leader of the men picked up a brush and wrote a few lines on the prepared rice paper. He then looked back at Gu Yingying and said, Gu family, we have checked. Lu Erzwang indeed has a wound on his neck, just as you said. After bathing and sweating, he has started to recover. Gu Yingying felt relieved. It's not easy to hear that the unreasonable person told the truth. There's no denying it. You are truly skilled and not just an ordinary doctor, the leader said as he handed a note to Dr. Zhang. Then he added, Lu Erzwang was treated at your clinic. Whether Gu family is your patient or not, you are responsible for supervising her and ensuring Lu Erzwang is cured. Until then, she must not leave this clinic. Sir, look, our clinic has no available rooms. How can we arrange accommodation for Gu family? Perhaps I can vouch for her and write a contract promising to cure Lu Erzwang within a month. What do you think? The middle-aged man at the counter was kindly trying to help Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying's eyes flashed with gratitude. She was about to thank him when she saw the leader shake his head. She knew they wouldn't agree. At this point, there was no other way but to agree. Dr. Zhang, thank you. Gu Yingying first expressed her thanks sincerely. If it weren't for the help of the clinic's doctors behind the scenes, that man probably wouldn't have asked so many questions after seeing Lu Erzwang. Most likely, Zhang Zhufeng had quietly given money to that man after entering the inner room. She felt puzzled, but didn't look at Zhang Zhufeng. She agreed to the leader's request, saying, "I will follow your instructions and stay at the clinic to treat Lu Erzwang. I will leave only after he recovers. We will come to check on him regularly," the leader said dismissively, giving Gu Yingying a cold look. Gu Yingying felt uneasy inside. But she also understood that the man was warning her. If she saved someone who is not worth saving, he would show her his power. If she didn't see his strength, she wouldn't understand how formidable he was. She sneered silently. She never thought about secretly letting Lu Erzwang go after treating him. However, no matter who came to see Lu Erzwang, it didn't matter. She let old Gua or other trusted people find out news about Lu Erzwang. After the officials left, Gu Yingying gave old Gua some silver to invite them to ride the ox cart back home. She still had to stay at the clinic to treat Lu Erzwang. But old Gua refused the money. "We earned crops, sold pigs and fish, and have plenty of silver. Why would we ask you for money? Rest assured, you stay here and treat Lu Erzwang. When the officials come, we'll send your bedding and belongings." That was a big help to her. Gu Yingying expressed her gratitude. "Grandpa Gu, Grandma Gua, you are so kind to me. Foolish girl. Who else would we be kind to if not you?" Mengshe looked at Gu Yingying with a caring gaze, secretly blaming Su Xinlan for letting her take this job. In the end, she went to help with the treatment, but it only brought her trouble. Thinking of her husband's words, he mentioned that Lu Erzwang had a wound on his neck and was unwilling to talk much. He softly advised Gu Yingying, "I think you should talk to Lu Erzwang's wife, Luo Shi. Ask her for more consultation fees and travel expenses. Also, ask her for some food money. They're clearly trying to trap you, probably because they've offended someone they shouldn't have. That's why he's been hurt so badly. Sigh, you really shouldn't get involved in this circle." Gu Yingying smiled warmly and listened patiently. Even hearing Mengshe say a few words about herself felt very warm. As she listened, she suddenly thought of her grandmother in the new world. She silently prayed that her grandmother would have a happy new year, eat well, rest well, and everything would be fine. She hoped her grandmother would stay safe and everything would go smoothly. She also wished she could return to the new world, to be with her grandmother, and spend quality time together. From the inner room, she heard coughing and a faint buzzing sound. Gu Yingying quickly walked to the door inside. Through the open wooden door and behind the curtain, she asked Lu Erzwang, "Do you think the blanket is too thick and too hot?" "I can't stand it." Lu Erzwang replied. Gu Yingying entered the room. Behind the curtain, she softly said, "You sweated and detoxed. Nothing else. Your mind is clear now, and you're not affected. You don't need to pretend in front of me. If you're hungry and want to eat, just say so. But I, cough. I have no money to buy anything." Lying on the bed, Lu Erzwang, after smelling the aroma of the bun's meat filling, felt his stomach growl with hunger. It's strange. Before, smelling oil fumes or meat made him want to. He really did once. But after soaking in the bathtub for a while and sweating, he felt much better. Not only did he no longer dislike the smell of meat, but he also really wanted to eat some. Lu Erzwang said to himself, "Miss Gu, cough. Could it be that you're a divine doctor? Even I didn't say anything. Cough. Everyone knows the truth." After saying this, he coughed several more times. Thank you for reading, W. Wishing everyone a happy Thursday. Gu Yingying didn't directly answer Lu Erzwang. Instead, she told him to speak less and rest for a while. When he woke up, she would have someone bring him a bowl of porridge to drink. Lu Erzwang was very angry. Cough, still want to eat porridge. What else? If you want to recover sooner, listen to me. If you want to stay in the medical clinic a few more days, that's up to you. Gu Yingying didn't remind Lu Erzwang that staying an extra day in the clinic would cost him for food and lodging. He's an adult, not visiting the clinic for the first time, so he should understand these things. Gu Yingying left the inner room and casually closed the door. Because she was working for the government, they told her to stay in the clinic and not go back. Her meals and accommodation should be paid by the patients. But Lu Erzwang's situation might make it hard for him to pay her medical fees. Although Luo sure was working in the city and earning some silver, that small amount of silver would take a long time to save up to 20 taels. He also heard old Guo mention privately that staying one night in this clinic would cost at least 2 taels of silver. That's why he initially came to the clinic and asked Zhang Mingyi to go to Gu's village to treat Meng Shi. So, that could also save some money on accommodation, right? As for transportation, since they were using old Lord Zhu's ox cart, it wouldn't cost much. Gu Yingying thought to herself, later, when the elders and others arrived, she needed to ask them to talk to the Luo family. Let the Luo family decide whether to give her rice and let her help cook porridge at the clinic for Lu Erzwang, or if Luo herself would come to take care of Lu Erzwang. Lu Erzwang's lodging expenses should be paid by Luo herself. She had already promised Luo that she would treat Lu Erzwang to help her buy rice or flour. Whatever she had promised, she wouldn't ask Luo for money again, even if it meant losing out. After waiting at the clinic for a while, until Zhang Zhufeng wasn't too busy, Gu Yingying went to the eatery, bought a bowl of porridge and a bowl of chicken soup, and brought them back. She asked Zhang Zhufeng to serve the food to Lu Erzwang so he could eat. Zhang Zhufeng looked a bit confused and asked, "Even though you didn't say anything when you bought buns with your own money, you're still buying for him? If every healer did the same, wouldn't they lose a lot of silver?" "It's just a bowl of porridge, not much money," Gu Yingying replied. She just felt sorry for Lu Erzwang and sincerely hoped he would recover soon so he could go back to work. More importantly, she wanted to hear what she was curious about. Everyone felt happy inside. Zhang Zhufeng helplessly shook his head and said, "Lunch is to be eaten at our clinic, as Dr. Zhang and my senior sister said. Please don't go out to buy more. How else can I do that?" Gu Yingying didn't want to trouble them at the clinic. Even if she had to stay here, she didn't want to eat their food for free. "We still have some rations, so don't worry. Just eat here with peace of mind." Seeing that Gu Yingying was quite reserved, Zhang Zhufeng just advised her this way. Then he carried the porridge and went inside to feed Lu Erzwang. At the counter, there were several people waiting. Gu Yingying was worried that if Zhang Zhufeng left, the young woman at the counter might be overwhelmed, so she voluntarily went over to help. While the young woman was preparing medicine, Gu Yingying took a piece of white wax paper from a nearby stack, folded it diagonally, gently pressed down, quickly pressed the left side of the paper, and easily wrapped the remaining paper inside. She pressed the diagonal corner with her thumb, added the herbs, folded the paper neatly, and tied it with a string. The woman who took the medicine packet smiled and asked Miss Zhang, "Is this young lady a female doctor you invited from the clinic? Look at her skill in packing medicine. She's very experienced. I can tell just by watching." Gu Yingying felt secretly pleased. Her skills, she thought, were learned from her grandfather and others back in the New World. Even though she became a surgeon later, she never forgot what she learned. Unexpectedly, after coming to this time and place, she still received praise from others. If she ever had the chance to return to the New World and tell her grandmother about this, her grandmother would surely be happy. Miss Zhang smiled happily, looked at Gu Yingying, and said to the woman, "She is my good younger sister, Gu Xiaonu. She is very clever and hardworking. She does a great job in packing medicine and giving injections." The woman nodded quickly and said, "Yes, indeed, haha." Behind the woman, a young man heard this and said, "I told you your good younger sister is much better than your little junior brother. A few years ago, I came to your pharmacy to get medicine, and your little junior brother was the one who prepared it for me. He was so nervous. Either he spilled bark paper on the ground or lost the measuring stick." Inside, Zhang Zhufeng, who was watching Lu Erzwang eat porridge, suddenly sneezed. Lu Erzwang was startled and hurriedly asked, "Could it be that I passed it to you?" Zhang Zhufeng looked embarrassed and said, "No, it's nothing. Maybe my master is thinking of me." But in his mind, he thought, maybe his master, out on an outing, met someone asking if his apprentice liked a girl. If not, maybe he was just asking for a toast. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhufeng's eyes sparkled with happiness. Gu Yingying was busy helping Miss Zhang pack medicine and also explaining to the customers why the price had increased since their last visit. This time, the cost was higher. What was the reason? She also had to run errands. When Dr. Zhang was too busy, she would go and pick up the prepared prescriptions and show them to Miss Zhang so she could prepare the medicine. After working for half an hour, she was exhausted and sweating. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Can't you drink your porridge faster?" At least, Zhang Zhufeng could come out and help. Now, the line of people waiting had extended outside the house. Even in winter, there was no coal fire in the hall. Because everyone was busy, they didn't feel cold. Zhang Xianyang saw that Gu Yingying was sweating on her forehead and said, "Little sister, go rest in the side room and have some tea." Gu Yingying felt a bit embarrassed. She looked at Zhang Xianyang, who was still very young. She probably wasn't older than herself, so why did she want to be called older sister? But that wasn't the main point. The important thing was that she wanted to wait until the elders came over to see if Luo Shi had helped her buy grain. This was a matter of eating, more important than anything else. "I'm not thirsty, little sister," Gu Yingying said, afraid to call Zhang Xianyang older sister, because she felt she might be a bit younger. Both women kept calling each other little sister, which made the guests waiting for medicine laugh. One woman joked to Zhang Xianyang, "You two must be so tired that you fainted. Who's the older sister, and who's the younger one?" Zhang Xianyang just smiled and focused on her work, saying nothing. Just before lunch, they finally saw Su Tai and the others arrive, along with Luo Shi, who came with them. Thinking that Zhang Zhufeng was also out and helping customers at the counter, Gu Yingying took Luo Shi and the others into the side room and poured each of them a cup of tea. The green tea in the teapot was brewed by Zhang Xianyang after breakfast. Gu Yingying used it to serve guests. While Luo Shi and the others drank tea, Gu Yingying honestly told them what was happening here. "That I've been trying to treat Lu Erzwang. The medicine is working well. We're letting him stay in the clinic until he recovers, then he can leave," as the officials from the government said. Gu Yingying looked at Luo Shi and asked, "Madam, what do you think?" Luo Shi looked guilty. She had promised to help Gu Xiaoya, but hadn't done it. She trembled as she held her teacup and quietly said, I'm sorry." Before she saw Gu Xiaoya, she had heard from some fellow villagers that Gu Xiaoya was a hardworking farm girl, doing her best to earn money and support her family. It turns out that Gu Xiaoya's father and older brother were at home, so she didn't suffer much. However, a few months ago, they both went out to fight. Most of the family's food, clothing, and daily needs depended on Gu Xiaoya practicing medicine or selling hair washing water, among other things. They had promised to help Gu Xiaoya buy grain, but after taking Lord Su's relatives away, the others not only refused to sell grain but also denied having any to sell. Even though Gu Xiaoya didn't hear her say unpleasant words, Luo Shi felt deeply ashamed. She couldn't help but cry for a moment. Gu Yingying saw Luo Shi like this and understood the situation. She was sure that Luo Shi felt guilty because she couldn't help herself. She also remembered Lu Erzwang was sick and somehow involved in a case of murder. She thought about Luo Shi having a relative working in the government office. Maybe next time they could buy grain. Gu Yingying took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped away Luo Shi's tears. She pretended not to mind about not buying grain and said, "Anyway, I know you've done your best. Some things can't be done just by trying hard. So, you haven't wronged me, and there's no need to apologize." Su Tai and the others listened but didn't say anything because they knew Gu Yingying acted thoughtfully. They believed her comfort was meaningful. However, Su Xinlan saw this and felt a bit guilty because she thought the elders didn't help Yingying figure out how to solve the problem. She immediately asked Luo Shi, "Your difficult situation has been helped a lot by my sister Yingying. That's why she was allowed to stay in the clinic and treat your husband until he recovered, so she could go home. During this time, what did she eat and where did she stay? Did you consider her needs? Since you didn't buy grain for us, shouldn't you pay Yingying's medical fees and the clinic's expenses for food and lodging early on? It's already the 12th month," Su Xinlan kindly reminded her. "Owing money at this time of year isn't good." Little lady, listen to me." Luo Shi was anxious, feeling guilty and unsure how to respond. After thinking for a while, I finally asked, "How about I send some old grains from my family to Lady Gu's house as payment for the consultation? Would that be okay?" Gu Yingying looked at Luo with a puzzled expression. Some old grains, those are better kept for your own family. About 30 Jean, there should be enough. Luo thought Gu Ying didn't understand how much that was, so she explained. Su Xinlan frowned and said, even this small amount of old grains is quite valuable. Even if it's this year's new rice, selling those 30 Jean wouldn't cover your husband's consultation fee. Not to mention, he and my sister Ying still need to pay the people at the clinic. She felt regret in her heart. If she had known earlier that this woman couldn't keep her word, she wouldn't have helped her. If it's not enough, then please wait a bit longer. Once my family harvests the rice next year and it's dried, I will send dozens of Jean to Lady Gu's house, Luo said, feeling heartbroken when she mentioned dozens of Jean. Even if they didn't sell the new rice to the soldiers, the small amount of rice they harvest each year is enough to feed their family. That's already quite good. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working hard to earn some silver coins to support her family. Her honest husband would do the same. Su Xinlan felt uncomfortable inside. She wanted to tell Luo, even 100 Jean of grain wouldn't be enough. You foolish woman. But Gu Ying cared about more than just the grain. She also valued some useful news. So when she heard Luo say she couldn't pay with silver or enough grain, she showed a kind, understanding smile. Don't think about that now, madam. You should go see your husband and spend more time with him. You can even move into the clinic tonight to take care of him. They had already asked Old Gua to bathe Lu Erzwang once. They could wait until next time. Maybe Old Gua or one of the doctors at the clinic could help with this. Luo also understood the underlying meaning of her words. Lady Gu wanted her to stay and take care of her husband. But just this morning, she heard from her family that, if you want to go back and take care of the patient, go ahead. But don't come back. Even if you do, don't expect to get a single coin from me. Honestly, tell Gu Ying, it was originally a job introduced by my relative. It wasn't too tiring, I could eat some good food with the family, and I also received a little pay. In the past, their family treated me very well. But I don't know why, after I took Su's people to buy grain from their friends, they started to say. Gu Ying felt unhappy inside. She didn't argue with Mrs. Luo over the medical fees and grain, which was already very generous of her. Letting this woman come here to take care of the patient was a reasonable thing, since she was caring for her own family. Why was she making things so difficult for her? If someone unaware saw this, they might think it was her own family member who was sick, forcing the woman to come and care for them. It also looked like she had paid the woman to take care of the patient. She had no such obligation. Gu Ying leaned close to the woman's ear, speaking softly but seriously. Whether you stay here to take care of your husband depends on you. Anyway, you know the rules of this clinic. Any patient brought here must be recorded truthfully, Gu Ying said confidently. I may not see the patient myself, nor take his pulse, but just by hearing him speak a few words, I can get a general idea. He has a wound on his neck, which he got after falling into the water, and that has been recorded honestly. The officials also know about it. In other words, whether you want to stay and protect your husband depends on you. I will see what he wants to do. Mrs. Luo looked frightened. As she stood up, she felt a blackness in front of her eyes and almost fainted. Luckily, she held onto the back of the chair to steady herself. Gu Ying led her to the door of the room where Lu Erzwang was. She opened the door for Mrs. Luo. After Mrs. Luo went inside, she casually closed it. Gu Ying returned to her own room, only to hear Su Tai and others asking her why she didn't ask Mrs. Luo how she managed to buy grain, since it had changed. This matter, I believe, once Mrs. Luo sees her husband and comes out, she will tell us herself. Gu Ying still trusted Mrs. Luo in this matter. Just like when she went to see Lu Erzwang, she didn't stand outside eavesdropping because she trusted that woman. When I first met Luo Shi, I promised to help treat her husband. Moreover, I voluntarily saved them the consultation fee and didn't ask for any meal expenses. I believe that no matter how cold-hearted Luo Shi is, she wouldn't hide too many truths from me. Gu Ying smiled confidently, trusting her judgment. She believed she could tell who was trustworthy, and she wouldn't be wrong. Even in the clinic, if another doctor had treated Lu Erzwang, it's unlikely they could make him recover so quickly. In less than half a day, after bathing him with water infused with medicinal powder, he was able to drive away the cold without taking medicine. Gu Ying sat in a separate room and heard the knock on the door. Knowing Luo Shi had returned, she smiled at Su Tai and others, signaling with her eyes. Look, I knew it. That Luo Shi is back, right? Su Tai understood and smiled knowingly. Su Xinlan stood up and opened the door for Luo Shi. She also wanted to see what kind of answer Luo Shi would give Ying after promising her, especially since she hadn't kept her promise. She wondered how Luo Shi, after consulting with Lu Erzwang, would respond to Ying. Seeing the guilt in Luo Shi's eyes, Su Xinlan simply said, "Come in," expecting her to speak directly to Gu Ying about how to handle some problems. Luo Shi said thank you and quickly came over to Gu Ying's side after entering the room. She didn't sit down comfortably but spoke softly. "Miss Gu, I see that my husband is still sweating, but he says he feels much better. You truly are a miracle doctor. You treated him in less than a day, and he's already recovering quite well. He says he wants to eat meat, drink wine, and have some other things." Gu Ying secretly smiled to herself. She really wanted to ask Luo Shi, since she's around 40, shouldn't she have some common sense about life? Lu Erzwang had been resting in bed these days. Whether at home or in the clinic, he felt too cold. During his illness, he only drank some porridge and didn't dare to eat vegetables. Not to mention Luo Shi's current situation, she had no money to buy meat or wine for Lu Erzwang. Even if she could afford it, she wouldn't be able to buy it for him. Do you think you can agree to that? Gu Ying looked at Luo Shi meaningfully and asked. Luo Shi was truly thinking about her husband and only shared her own thoughts. She said, when he was at home, he was always very uncomfortable. Even if there was meat cooked at home, he didn't want to eat. But now, he wants to eat meat and drink wine, and I don't have the money to buy them. Zhou Shi couldn't help but say a few words to Luo Shi. Why do you still act like a child, always jumping to conclusions? Haven't you seen that your husband isn't fully recovered yet? And you're thinking of buying him wine. Aren't you worried about his stomach? Luo Shi awkwardly smiled but didn't dare say that her words were wrong. She also couldn't say that she wouldn't let her husband eat meat or drink wine. She stood there thinking for a while and then softly asked Gu Ying, "Miss Gu, I just went in to see my husband. He mentioned something that I think you should hear. Would you like to come with me to the inner room?" Gu Ying felt relieved inside. Finally, she heard this woman say she had something to tell her. She immediately agreed and left the partition with Luo Shi, heading to a nearby empty room and closing the door behind them. Luo Shi took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket, unfolded it, and showed it to Gu Ying. "You can tell exactly that my husband was drowned before he fell ill. I really admire you. It's not that I don't like to tell the truth. I didn't mention that he was drowned, only that he was caught in the rain and fell ill. But if I had said those things, it might have caused you trouble, so why are you telling me this now?" Gu Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. She felt this woman was a bit talkative. Having shown her the embroidered picture on the silk handkerchief, it was time to talk about the story related to it. She also mentioned some trivial things, like getting up before dawn and working until now without rest. Was she really suffering for their sake? The silk handkerchief Luo Shi took out was not ordinary. It was embroidered with a map of Jinxia Prefecture, showing the Lanjiang River, the plains along the river, and the mountainous terrain, all woven with silk threads. The landscape was vividly embroidered, so detailed that even the government office in Jinxia City could be seen on the map. Gu Ying couldn't help but think to herself, in the old days, I only read in a book that a lady named Zhao was skilled in painting and could draw detailed maps of mountains and rivers with her brush, and she could also embroider them with silk threads. At that time, I had only read about such embroidery in books and never seen it with my own eyes. I wondered how beautiful Lady Zhao's embroidery really was. Now, I have come to this time and seen the finished embroidery in person. Even if it wasn't Lady Zhao who embroidered it, I have at least seen such craftsmanship. But after seeing it, my first thought was that the person who embroidered the map on the silk cloth must be a secret agent from Jingyu Kingdom, working in Jinxia Prefecture. I need to find this person early and make sure she faces the right punishment, so she won't pass information to the enemies and harm the people of Jingyu. The map embroidered on the silk cloth shows 2 places marked with red thread, one in the city near the government office, and another outside the city. Even though the marks are small, careful inspection reveals them. Gu Yingying examined the silk cloth closely. She believed the two marked spots were the starting point and the end point. The city location is near the government office, close to West Street, but not exactly on West Street. Gu Yingying clearly remembered that in a letter her Aunt Xiao once sent her, there was a simple drawing made by Zhao Sun. Interestingly, the locations marked on that drawing matched closely with the spots embroidered on this silk cloth. It's not easy for outsiders to rent a house in Jinxia Prefecture, whether for business or medical treatment. The only nearby places like Mo Alley are suitable for renting a house close to West Street and the government office. Gu Yingying quickly memorized the map on the silk cloth, especially the exact location of the end point. She chose not to ask Luo's family about anything related to this silk cloth. Instead, she stood inside the house, patiently listening to Luo's family speak. Even if she didn't hear much, she didn't interrupt them when they mentioned the silk cloth. Only when Luo's family stopped talking and begged her to help keep these matters secret did she say, "You probably only just found out about this silk cloth today, right? If you keep it, bad people will definitely target you. It's better to burn it and keep things quiet." Since she had already memorized the details, she could easily sketch it out later. There was no need to keep the silk cloth. The most important thing now is to stay alive. Ruoshi took the silk scarf from Gu Yingying, looking at the beautifully embroidered picture. She was about to burn it, but felt a sudden sense of regret. She shook her head and said, "No, this scarf is very nice. The picture embroidered on it is also very beautiful." She truly didn't want to burn such a good item.
Keep it.
"Neither you nor your husband will have a good life if you do," Gu Yingying kindly reminded Ruoshi. In truth, a doctor can only treat patients' illnesses, but cannot always protect them completely. This woman should also think about why Lu Erzwang was choked. And she still hesitated to burn the silk scarf. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Friday. Today, Chungchung took the initiative to tell her mother that she would drive the family car to take her parents for a trip outside on the weekend. Unexpectedly, her mother said, "After you get your driver's license and practice driving more often, then you can take us out." Suddenly, Chungchung felt a little sad. Ruoshi was still hesitating, so Gu Yingying had to make a decision for her. She pulled the silk scarf over, found her matches, and lit it. She then threw it into a fire basin that only had ashes, with no charcoal, and burned the scarf. As the scarf burned, a strange smell quickly filled the room. Gu Yingying took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it into the fire basin. The powder emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, which masked the strange smell after the scarf was burned. Ruoshi smelled this aroma and thought to herself that Gu Zhanyangzi not only didn't value the scarf, but also didn't cherish the medicinal herbs. Such good herbs were just wasted in the fire basin. "It's a pity you're a female doctor and don't know how hard it is to gather herbs," Ruoshi said with a sneer. Gu Yingying didn't want to argue with her, but for her own safety, Su Xinlan's, and the people in the clinic, she had to warn Ruoshi. "If you dare to mention that scarf again, and something happens to you because of it, don't blame anyone." Hearing this, Ruoshi was so frightened she didn't dare to speak. Of course, she was also scared. After leaving the room with Gu Yingying, she didn't dare to go back alone and continued working for her master. Privately, she asked Gu Yingying to treat Lu Erzwang first. After their family harvests the rice next year and it is dried, they will give more rice to Gu Yingying and her family. Gu Yingying kindly said, "Don't worry about that for now. Anyway, Luo's family currently has no money and no food, so talking about these things doesn't really matter. Think about how to take good care of your husband here," Gu Yingying kindly told Luo's family. "Also, even if you don't want to go back to Missouri Lane and work for others, you should at least bring back your bedding. Most importantly, you need to get your wages. The weather is cold now, and you've been washing clothes and cooking for them, doing so much work. You can't serve them for nothing, right?" Luo's wife shivered all over and took a few steps back, almost hitting the wall. She said to Gu Yingying, No. If I go back, they won't let me go." Gu Yingying took advantage of Luo's wife's distraction and struck her unconscious with a slap. She then called Su Xinlan to help. They carried Luo's wife and laid her on a soft bed in the next room. There was a small quilt on the bed. Gu Ying covered her with it. Since there was no coal fire for warmth, covering her with a quilt was to prevent her from catching a cold. This woman was too timid and talkative. It was better to let her rest here for a while. When Su Xinlan left the room and returned with Gu Ying to where Su Tai and the others were, she quietly praised her. You really have a way. Usually, you're so gentle, but when you fight that woman, you don't need anyone's help. Zhou's wife glared at Su Xinlan and asked, do you really think your sister Ying is like that? Thinking about going back soon and telling her mother and second sister-in-law about this, Zhou's wife also planned to bring her clothes. She asked with concern, Inger, why did you knock her out? Even if you couldn't talk to her properly or explain things clearly, you didn't have to hit her. Madam Su, I didn't mean to hit her, Gu Ying said softly, briefly explaining what she knew. While Su Tai hadn't returned to the family estate yet, she quickly found paper and ink and drew the map she had embroidered on a silk scarf. Although the colors, especially black, weren't as bright as embroidered silk threads, the map was very clear. The terrain was detailed enough that, with just a glance, you could see which place was which. Su Tai only glanced at the picture briefly and sensed something was wrong. He asked Su Xinlan, remember the last time you told me that Zhao Sun brought back a letter with a painting, which was a map? You also showed it to me, and I still remember. Why does that painting seem related to this one? After hearing Su Tai, Su Xinlan quickly moved closer to look. At first, it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection, she noticed some issues. She pointed to a bridge near the West Street and said, I feel like something bad might happen around here soon. Sadly, my brother Sun's mother lives right in this area. Gu Ying, worried that Su Xinlan was too anxious, softly advised, don't think like that. Actually, her place is quite safe. After analyzing the situation, Su Xinlan explained, on the map that Luo showed me, there's a mark at this location. But there's also another mark somewhere else. To me, that place is just northwest of Jing'an City. It's probably Luo's family's old home in Shitsi Town. Why can she say that confidently? Because after arriving in this time, she bought a local map and looked at it. She also read about local food and customs. Shitsi Town got its name because it has a few small hills. From afar, they look like a lying lion, very cute. Unlike Kirin Town, Shitsi Town doesn't have royal rice fields where farmers work and earn some silver each year. But Shitsi Town has produced many talented people. Over nearly 1,000 years, many officials, generals, scholars, and artists have come from there. Some old folks even return to their hometowns to retire and are buried there. So, there are also many tomb keepers in Shitsi Town. Usually, they look just like ordinary villagers, so most people can't tell them apart. Even with these tomb keepers watching over the graves, many thieves still try to steal from Shitsi Town every year. Fortunately, these tomb keepers are very diligent. To this day, no one has heard of any family's ancestors' tombs being robbed. But there is a very special ancient tomb. While Gu Ying was thinking about this, Su Tai's voice came to her ears. Inger is right. The place they're interested in is probably Lion Town.
I need to go see for myself.
Before my master followed my brother to the north, he hid some cold weapons there. I want to check if the thieves have stolen them, Fan quickly advised. Calm down. Your brother already said someone is watching secretly. If you go, it might cause suspicion. Mrs. Zhou and her daughter also urged not to go. If they went and nothing happened, people might think something was wrong. It's obvious there's something fishy. Su Tai sighed lightly and said, no need to go personally. I just need someone reliable to check. It's my fault. I've only been watching over our village lately. I haven't checked if the important items in Lion Town are still there. Gu Ying thought quietly. She felt that Lion Town might have already been targeted by thieves. But she also knew that in Jinxia, many people knew Su Tai. If he went himself, it would be too obvious. She remembered Zhang Zhufeng once told her that a patient came to the clinic before, took medicine, and after a few days, came back again. It was probably today. She suggested to Su Tai, how about this? I'll help Zhang Zhufeng send a patient back later. This way, I can take the opportunity to check the ancient tomb and see if anything bad has happened. Su Tai was worried about Gu Yingying going, so he didn't agree. Just stay at the clinic and focus on your work. Don't worry about other things for now. When we return, we'll bring your bedding and supplies. All right. Gu Yingying agreed, but she was thinking to herself that when Zhang Zhufeng arrived, she would tell him about her plan to visit Lion Town. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhufeng entered the room and said to Gu Yingying, who was grinding medicine powder, "Miss Gu, the patient I mentioned has arrived at the clinic. You said you wanted to go with me to Lion Town, right? Then go find my senior sister and tell her we're all going together. Sounds good. I'm not sure whether the senior sister Zhang Zhufeng mentioned is Zhang Xiaonyangzi or Zhang Zhuqin." I asked, "Which senior sister do you want to take with you?" "It seems Zhang Xiaonyangzi went to needle a woman and hasn't come out of the room yet." Zhang Zhufeng replied helplessly, "Then I'll wait a little longer for her. Once she comes out, we can go together." Sister Yu Yin is a bit strict, but her medical skills are excellent, and she has treated the Empress and others. Bringing her along is always a good idea. Gu Yingying smiled knowingly. That's right. But she also considered some practical issues. There are only a few female doctors in this clinic. If they take Zhang Yuyin away later and leave Zhu Qin and the others here, would they be able to manage? Just as she was thinking about this, there was a soft knocking at the door. Gu Yingying went to open it and saw Luo Shi standing outside. Seeing the hopeful look in Luo Shi's eyes, so pitiful and pleading, Gu Yingying quickly guessed that this woman must have a request and came to ask for help. She waited for Luo Shi to speak first. Luo Shi gently rubbed her left sleeve with her right hand, not daring to look at Gu Yingying for long, only glancing at her face and then at the back of her hand. After repeating this a few times, she softly said, "Miss Gu, thank you for treating my husband. He feels much better, but he's very hungry now and wants to eat porridge. I can't go back to the city right now to ask my master for wages. Could you lend me some silver? Once my husband recovers a bit, I will go with him to settle the wages and return the money to you." Gu Yingying felt a pang in her heart. She was already so poor that not borrowing money from others was quite an achievement. How could she still help others? She looked at Luo Shi with questioning eyes. "If I lend you silver, what about me? Practicing medicine without charging consultation fees is one thing, but also paying for meals and buying porridge and chicken soup for Lu Erzhuang." She had done so much for her patients, and she had tried her best. The silver in her purse totaled less than 20 taels. She wanted to buy some New Year goods before the holiday, but even if she couldn't go shopping now, she couldn't afford to spend a single extra coin. Her mother and second sister-in-law had worked hard all year. As the New Year approached, even if she couldn't buy jewelry or gifts for them, she felt she should at least prepare some apples or small treats for them. Of course, I understand that Luo Shi's situation is very difficult. She is a woman who had to leave her home to make a living. Facing so many hardships, she can only endure in silence. How could she dare to go to the government office and ask for help? She also didn't feel comfortable letting Luo Shi go back alone. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yingying said to Luo Shi, "It's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I really don't have much silver." She then took a silver ingot from her purse and handed it to Luo Shi, saying, "Take this to buy some food, so you and your husband can eat. Once you're full, you can think together about how to find someone from your hometown who drives a cart, or a friend who can take you to your relatives in the city. Maybe they can help you." This small amount of silver was given to Luo Shi, and Gu Yingying didn't expect her to return it. Gu Yingying also felt helpless. She thought if only the officials hadn't told her she must stay in the clinic to treat patients and couldn't go home, she might have been able to sell shampoo or other things to earn some food and money. She could also make a little silver. But right now, she could only stay in the clinic, paying for her own food and lodging. It was uncomfortable and not free. The reason she dared to tell Zhang Zhufeng that she wanted to go to Lion Town with them was because the patient, Lu Erzhuang, was from there. She could find a reason to go and visit. She thought that even if the officials found out, they wouldn't be too harsh on her. But even if she went to Lion Town, she wouldn't be able to earn silver. So the little money she had left in her purse was for herself. "Miss Gu, 1 or 2 silver coins might not be enough," Luo Shi said after taking the silver ingot, feeling uneasy. Before she met Gu Xiaoya, She had heard from neighbors working in the ink alley that Gu Xiaoya, from Gu family village, was a farmer girl who could sell a bottle of shampoo for 5 taels of silver. Her family owned a lot of land and raised chickens and ducks. Their monthly income was probably more than what ordinary farmers could earn in 3 or 5 years. Luo sure couldn't understand why. Even though everyone said Gu Xiaoya was good at making money and had a good family background, it was so hard for her to borrow a little silver. Gu Yingying could see from Luo Shi's complicated expression that she was thinking about something. It seemed she felt she was being too stingy. But there's no need to take out money and show it to Luo Shi just to see if I am also poor. I just shook my head and said, I really don't have more. Luo Shi didn't believe that Gu Yingying had no money. She clenched her teeth and said, I'll only borrow 1 or 2 silver coins from you, together 2 taels. Tomorrow morning, I will find someone from my hometown to talk to my relatives and think of a way. When I get the money, I will return 3 taels to you. Is that okay? Gu Yingying just looked at Luo Shi. That's settled. Luo Shi was anxious inside, but couldn't let her husband go hungry. Thinking about what her husband had suffered after falling ill, her heart felt like being pricked with needles, hurting unbearably. She smiled sadly, tears falling down, and said to Gu Yingying, I showed you that silk handkerchief. You said, keeping it might cost us our lives. I understand that. But my husband is being treated in this clinic, and maybe those bad people already found out. How can we avoid harm then? So he wants to eat porridge and I can't. Such a small request she couldn't refuse. If one day he was hurt by bad people and could no longer be with her, wouldn't that be her lifelong regret? Gu Yingying understood. But she really had no money. That was the truth. She patiently advised Luo Shi, the silk handkerchief has already been burned. Why worry about it anymore? Since you came to the clinic and decided not to go back to the alley to work for others, just stay here and take good care of your husband. Although many people come to this clinic every day, it's still safe. You can rest assured. Luo Shi tearfully agreed. Okay. Her husband had also told her before that Gu Xiaoya had silver and was willing to lend it. It's kindness, not willing. It's just proper. Don't make things difficult for her over this. Holding the silver ingot Gu Yingying gave her, Luo Shi recounted her husband's words. Miss Gu, we are very grateful that you can treat my husband. Moreover, my husband also said that he had angered the wrong person. Not only would it bring trouble to our family, but it might also cause problems for you. So he wants to get treatment early and take me back home. That way, you can leave this dangerous place sooner. Gu Yingying felt very complicated after hearing this. She thought some things didn't seem as simple as Luo Shi said. The idea that she might be in trouble sounded like a joke. At first, to persuade her to come and treat Lu Erzwang, this woman didn't mention how Lu Erzwang got sick. Only after she arrived and started treating Lu Erzwang did she say it might cause trouble for her.
Isn't that
a bit late to say? In other words, some plans had been arranged by Luo Shi and others beforehand. And she, without knowing, was caught in the trap. Since she had already treated Lu Erzwang, she could only do her best to cure him. Otherwise, her first time treating a patient at the clinic would be a failure. If that happened, she would lose her qualification to practice medicine in the future. Not only that, but she might also be punished by the officials. Gu Yingying couldn't even imagine it. Her father and second brother were fighting far away. If she were punished again, how could her mother and second sister-in-law accept it? Moreover, their family had little silver now. If she was punished again, the whole family might have to live in hardship. She took some medicinal powder and asked Zhang Longzhong to help. She told him to add the powder to hot water after an hour to help Lu Erzwang dispel dampness and cold. By evening, she could rest assured. She didn't want Luo Shi to handle these matters. First, she couldn't understand some things Luo Shi did, and second, she couldn't fully trust her. She could only ask Zhang Longzhong for help. Zhang Longzhong smiled and said, Don't worry, you can go with Yuan and the others. I will find someone to check on Lu Erzwang. Gu Yingying smiled and bowed to thank him. Then she got into the carriage with her 2 senior sisters, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Zhufeng, and headed to Lion Town. Luo Shi sat by Lu Erzwang's bed, wiping tears and crying as she spoke. You only blame me, saying I have a short sight, and that Gu Xiaoya thought things through better, not wanting to burn silk scarves. But have you thought about it? I am just a woman from the countryside. I've never seen such fine things before. The embroidery on them looks like paintings, so beautiful. You asked, if I told you to burn it, could I do it myself? Thinking about that piece of silk cloth, even if I couldn't show it to others, keeping it for myself would be better than burning it. But Gu Xiaoya was so cruel, saying it couldn't be kept and had to be burned. Mrs. Luo felt heartbroken just thinking about it. Although Lu Erzwang felt a bit more relaxed after sweating, he still coughed from time to time while talking. So, he preferred to listen to Mrs. Luo and not speak if he could help it. All right, enough cough cough. It's already burned. Don't mention it anymore. Knowing Mrs. Luo tended to talk a lot, Lu Erzwang didn't want to bring up these things again. Mrs. Luo nodded. Okay, let's not talk about that. First, let's eat some porridge, then we can discuss other things. While speaking, Mrs. Luo showed Lu Erzwang a silver ingot she borrowed from Gu Yingying. She wanted him to see how stingy the kind-hearted female doctor, Gu Xiaoya, was in his eyes. Lu Erzwang sighed softly and thought to himself that he couldn't blame Gu Xiaoya for this. The person who had taken care of him before, Guo Quanan, had also told him that Gu's father and older brother were still fighting outside and might not return before the new year. People, cough, cough, have their own difficulties. Cough, cough. You should understand, Lu Erzwang advised Mrs. Luo. Hearing Lu Erzwang cough every time he spoke, Mrs. Luo felt heartache. She went to talk to Zhang the doctor, wanting to give her husband some medicine. She knew that before Gu Yingying left the clinic, she personally brewed medicine and asked Zhang to keep it safe. She didn't want Lu Erzwang to suffer from coughing, so she wanted to pour him some medicine. Zhang the doctor shook his head slightly. It's not time to take medicine yet. Just give him some warm water first. Mrs. Luo had no choice but to follow his advice. After giving Lu Erzwang some warm water, Mrs. Luo took the silver ingot and left the clinic to buy lean meat porridge at a nearby eatery. When she arrived and asked, she found out that today, too many customers had come to buy porridge, and they had already sold out. The shop still had other food, but those were too expensive and she couldn't afford them. But she couldn't bear to see her husband go hungry. What should she do? Mrs. Luo stood in the hall, watching the guests sitting at the tables, drinking wine, playing dice, and eating happily. Her heart felt heavy and uncomfortable. At the table closest to her, there were many delicious dishes, like braised pig's trotters and soy sauce duck. Seeing these tasty foods made her stomach growl even more. But at that big wooden table with all the good food, only one man was sitting. Mrs. Luo saw that the man was holding a wine cup, taking a small sip, then setting it down again, without eating anything. She couldn't help but wonder, why isn't he eating if he has money for food? Could it be that his money was taken away by the wind? Not bothering to cherish what he has? Looking at others, some have food but are too lazy to eat. But she and her husband want to eat, yet they are reluctant to spend money. Comparing in her mind was fine, but once she thought about him more, she felt uncomfortable inside. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from behind Mrs. Luo. Madam, my young lady wants to see you. She asked me to find you. At first, Mrs. Luo thought the woman was talking to someone else. But before she could turn around, the woman's hand gently rested on her shoulder. She had no choice but to turn and look at the woman, asking, Your young lady is. In the house of the Eastern Lord in the city, there are indeed children, but aren't they all still young? Mrs. Luo wasn't sure if the woman had mistaken her for someone else. The woman who had spoken to her earlier was wearing a light purple veil over her face. Mrs. Luo saw that her eyes were deep and a little cold. The woman quickly handed Mrs. Luo a gold ingot, saying, Once you meet her, you'll understand. Seeing the gold, Mrs. Luo didn't hesitate and agreed. All right, but she also had a request. I have some urgent matters to attend to and can't leave for long or go too far. Please understand. The woman softly replied, Not far. My young lady is outside, and she told me to find you just to say a few words. Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. Mrs. Luo then felt reassured and followed the woman out of the hall. They didn't walk far before stopping beside a beautiful carriage. A sweet female voice, coming through the open carriage window, reached Mrs. Luo's ears. "Madam Luo, I finally see you again. Please come up and sit." Mrs. Luo hadn't yet seen what the woman looked like when she saw the person inside the carriage pull down the curtain. She couldn't see anything more. Listening to this woman's voice, it was pleasant but also quite unfamiliar. It felt a bit strange, but I wasn't too worried. She's just a woman, after all, and I couldn't do much to her. Moreover, this woman was very polite and well-mannered. After the woman who brought her here opened the wooden door of the carriage, she sat inside. Soon, the carriage door was closed again. Only then did I notice that the person inside the carriage was not just the woman who greeted me earlier, but also a woman with a very cold look in her eyes. "Madam Luo, I am Miss Wan, the one who helped tidy your house and wash clothes for you and your husband." I finally remembered. I realized that was the case. I had only gone to do some work for them before, knowing who I was working for, but I had never seen Miss Wan herself. Today, even though I only saw her with her face covered by a veil, I thought she was a beautiful woman. The woman gently lifted her veil, so I could see her face. While I was looking at her, she said, "I heard from your husband that your cousin, Miss Gu, is here to see you because she is treating your husband's illness." I had seen Mr. Gu before, but I didn't remember his full name. I thought that Miss Wan had given me a gold ingot when she asked someone to come and get me. I thought she was very generous. In this regard, she was much better than Lilia. I sincerely praised Miss Wan. I never expected Madame Gu to remember me and treat me so well. Coming to see us makes me very grateful, and she even gave gold. I feel a bit guilty. Earlier, Miss Wan said she was the wife of her cousin, Mr. Gu. So I shouldn't call her Miss Wan anymore, but Madame Gu. Earlier, I had been paid for the work I did for Miss Wan and her family. I didn't know if she received the gold today, whether I still needed to wash their clothes or do other chores. I thought to myself, the female doctor treating my husband is indeed Madame Gu. But she is no longer working at the clinic. I am the only one staying behind to take care of my husband. If Madame Gu needs any help, she can wait a little longer. Miss Wan quickly understood my meaning. She was worried I might come looking for her again, perhaps because I wanted to ask her to do more work, and she was busy. She gently shook her head at Luo Shi and said, "Madame Luo, you are overthinking. I know you're here taking care of your husband, so I wouldn't ask you to do work for me. I just came to see you and brought some food." Then she handed the wooden food box she brought to Luo Shi with both hands. Seeing the old-fashioned food box, Luo Shi became happier. But she knew it wasn't proper to open the box in front of everyone, so she said to Miss Wan, "Thank you, Madame Gu. I will give this to my husband to eat first, and then I will return the box to you." Miss Wan replied, "It's just a box. Keep it." Luo Shi was very happy. This box was probably worth more than 5 taels of silver, and she couldn't buy it easily. It felt a bit heavy, so she knew there was a lot of food inside. Only later did she realize she had only told Miss Wan to give food to her husband, but she hadn't mentioned leaving some for Madame Gu's younger sister. She awkwardly smiled and said, "I will also leave some for your cousin, Madame Gu. When she returns, she can enjoy it." Miss Wan had wanted to ask where Madame Gu's younger sister was, but seeing Luo Shi so happy with the box, she didn't ask. When Luo Shi mentioned it herself, she said, "No rush. You can take it to your husband now and eat together. As for the portion for my cousin, please help her eat it too. By the way, Madame Luo, did Madame Gu say where she was going?" Luo Shi pointed in the direction of Lion Town and honestly replied, "Madame Gu went to Lion Town. She said she was going to treat someone's illness. When she returns, it might be evening." Miss Wan smiled knowingly and said, "When I go back, I will tell my husband so he can talk to his sister. Everyone says she's here to treat your husband, but she keeps running around and helping others, leaving you alone here, buying food and so on." Seeing how much Miss Wan cared for her, Luo Shi felt very touched. She told her about borrowing money from Madame Gu's younger sister and how she wanted to leave a piece of silk cloth but didn't. She also shared everything with Miss Wan. Miss Wan remembered everything in her heart. She thought she should hurry to see Dong Yuer and tell her about Gu Yingying and the others going to Lion Town. An hour and a half later, Gu Ying sat in a carriage and returned to the medical clinic. Zhu Qin walked over quietly and gave her a subtle signal. It was clear she had something to tell her. Before she could wash her hands, she followed Zhu Qin into a small room. She asked confusedly, "Zhu Qin, it's almost dark, but there are still many patients waiting in the hall. Why are you not watching over them and instead brought me here?" Moreover, she needed to wash her hands quickly to share some lean porridge she brought back from Liontown with Mrs.
Luo.
She also had to grind some medicinal powder to give to Mrs. Luo and Lu Erzhuang. Zhu Qin pointed softly toward the hall and said quietly, "If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't rush to bring you in. You wouldn't guess that Mrs. Luo borrowed silver from you, but still tried to get a woman to give her a food box. Sigh, she didn't listen to your advice not to give Lu Erzhuang meat or wine." Gu Ying almost fainted from anger. She had finally managed to help Lu Erzhuang warm up, and it was working. But Mrs. Luo disobeyed her and, while she was away, fed Lu Erzhuang braised pig's trotters and let him drink some wine. According to Zhu Qin, she and Dr. Zhang had warned Mrs. Luo to follow Gu's instructions and not give Lu Erzhuang meat or wine. Mrs. Luo was not happy to hear that. She asked Zhu Qin and the others, "She won't let my husband eat, so I shouldn't eat either? If I don't have something good, how can I have the strength to work?" Mrs. Luo looked impatient, so Zhu Qin and Dr. Zhang stopped trying to persuade her. She's usually obedient, but now she has good wine and meat, and she won't share with her husband, Gu Ying said with a self-deprecating smile. She was annoyed by a family member of a patient who didn't listen. But even if this patient's family was disobedient and untruthful, she couldn't ignore them. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to continue working at the clinic. Gu Ying asked calmly, "Has she borrowed silver from anyone else?" The woman had told her before that she had no more silver. But after she left for a while, the woman suddenly had wine and meat again. Who did she borrow money from to buy these? Zhu Qin thought for a moment and said, "Even if she borrowed silver, she probably wouldn't be willing to spend money on these. I saw the wooden lunchbox she brought back. It was well made, with several layers, and could hold a lot of food." Gu Ying had a bad feeling. She thought that the greedy Luo might have gotten into trouble. Maybe Luo told someone everything about the lunchbox after taking it. She felt confused but tried to hide her feelings. She was just grateful that Zhu Qin told her the truth. She gave the 2 oranges she brought from Liontown to Zhu Qin. "I have a few more oranges. You can keep these to eat," Zhu Qin said. She didn't want to eat the oranges because she knew it wasn't easy for Gu Ying to bring them back from Liontown. She had seen many doctors in this clinic. But someone like Gu Ying, who was skilled in medicine, tried her best to help patients without taking any money. She was the first she had seen. Zhu Qin felt frustrated for Gu Ying. That woman didn't cooperate at all. Whether she could eat or not, she gave the food to Lu Erzhuang. Our clinic staff can testify that she was disobedient and wanted Lu Erzhuang to eat. If his condition worsens, it's not our fault. Thanks for telling me quickly. I'll go see him right away and try to treat him again. As for Luo, who refuses to cooperate, she should leave early. Gu Ying said this and then left the room to find Luo. At the door of Lu Erzhuang's room, Gu Ying heard voices from inside. "I feel bloated. I can't or get it out. Please call Dr. Zhang to check." Lu Erzhuang's voice came through. Luo muttered, "I only wanted you to try a little, but you refused. You're afraid I'll eat everything myself and leave you nothing. So I ate the braised pig's trotters and roasted chicken. Now I feel bloated and uncomfortable, huh? You wanted to call Dr. Zhang? He's not here to treat you." Inside the room, there was a loud banging sound. Gu Ying guessed that Lu Erzhuang was angry and kicking the bed frame hard. Men like him, who take out their anger on their family, are really something. Suddenly, there was a violent cough, followed by Lu Erzhuang's angry words, insulting Luo as a useless woman who couldn't handle anything and was terrible at her job. She also asked Luo Shi if she had grown a pig's brain, acting foolishly. If Zhang Longzhong hadn't come, she wouldn't have known how to focus on his illness. Luo Shi quickly advised, "That won't do. You're so sick now, and you've just started to recover a little. How can I curse you? Get lost."
You.
Cough, cough, cough. Silly woman, Lu Erzwang, despite coughing badly, kept scolding Luo Shi, saying that if she didn't go away, she might really make him angry enough to die. Soon, the wooden door of the room was opened. Gu Yingying stood at the door and saw Luo Shi with tears in her eyes. This time, seeing Luo Shi crying, she felt no sympathy at all. Who asked Luo Shi to act so stubborn? When Luo Shi saw the female doctor, it was like seeing a savior. She quickly reached out and grabbed Gu Yingying's wrist, begging, "Young lady Gu, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Please, go help my husband prepare some medicine to cure him. His stomach is very bloated and he feels nauseous. It's just porridge and herbal tea. We haven't eaten anything hard to digest." Why would his stomach be bloated? Gu Yingying pretended not to understand. All the medicines Luo Shi had given Lu Erzwang were clearly written on the prescription. Not only did Dr. Zhang from the clinic check them, but even the officials sent by the government had examined them. Anyone who took those medicines would know if they caused his stomach to bloat. Luo Shi realized she couldn't hide the truth from the female doctor and had to speak honestly. "It's not just porridge. He also ate some meat," Luo Shi said with a look of grievance, only describing how warmly and generously Madame Gu had fed her husband. It was hard to refuse such kindness. She didn't mention that she thought Lu Erzwang was pitiful, that he hadn't eaten good food for days, and that she had fed him whatever he asked for. Really generous, finishing a roasted chicken. That shows your husband has a big appetite. Gu Yingying looked at Luo Shi, a woman who was wrong but refused to admit it. She couldn't help but sneer. At this moment, Luo Shi was begging her for help but still blaming others for her mistakes. People like her, wherever it's cold, they stay there. Let her be cold for 2 days, and she'll understand that asking for help isn't that simple. Luo Shi also caught the implied meaning in her words. This young lady didn't want to help her or treat her husband. That won't do. To be honest, I already said it was Madame Gu who sent us the food. If it weren't for you being her husband's cousin, she wouldn't have thought of sending us food. Recently, Gu Yingying rarely heard anyone mention her cousin and his family. When Luo Shi brought it up now, a faint amused smile crossed her face. Since her second uncle and others moved out of Master Shin's house and rented a place in the city, the first and second branches rarely saw each other. One reason was lingering resentment. The other was disdain for visiting that family. The food they sent, Gu Yingying wanted to ask Luo Shi if she dared to eat it. Was she afraid of poison? But she was too lazy to ask such a foolish woman. Just like when she heard Luo Shi mention Madame Gu, she only listened briefly. She wasn't interested in finding out if Madame Gu was a relative or not. She also felt grateful inside for not asking Luo Shi that question. If she had asked, she would have been ashamed of her family's reputation upon hearing the truth. That disgraceful man, Gu Rongdong, with hands and feet, was being supported by Wan Mei. It was disgusting. Luo Shi watched Gu Yingying's expression carefully. Seeing her eyes show sarcasm, she knew she didn't like her cousin's wife. It made sense. She was so stingy, yet Madame Gu was very generous. Besides Madame Gu, who else would be willing to send us food? Luo Shi felt resentful, and her words carried a sharp edge. Gu Yingying nodded. "Good. Just remember who sent you the food." Since she liked eating the food others sent, she decided to let Lu Erzwang indulge a bit longer. Next time she saw Madame Gu, she would ask her to send someone to get a doctor to check him. "It's getting late. I need to go rest," Gu Yingying said lazily, then left directly. Luo Shi stood at the door, wanting to call her back, but she was unwilling. She hesitated, unsure whether to chase after her or step back. Finally, she had no choice but to go to the main hall and ask Zhang the doctor for help. When Zhang heard Luo Shi say Lu Erzwang's stomach was bloated and needed help, he immediately refused. He has a female doctor treating him. "You should go find Miss Gu. I have already asked Lady Gu, but she said she was tired and needed to rest. Mrs. Luo knows that the doctors working here are under Zhang's supervision." So, she took the opportunity to speak poorly of Gu Yingying in front of Zhang. Zhang Zhufeng, who was wrapping medicine nearby, also heard Mrs. Luo's words. When he came to get the prescription, he was angry and asked Mrs. Luo, "I remember clearly that after Lady Gu treated your husband, She told you not to eat spicy or greasy food. But you didn't listen. Now your husband has a stomach ache, and you blame Lady Gu. Humph. Is this how you treat a doctor? It's a shame that Lady Gu was so kind to you. Mrs. Luo knew she was in the wrong, and felt regretful inside. If she had known that the doctors here protected Lady Gu, she wouldn't have spoken badly about her. Thinking about asking Zhang, but knowing it wouldn't help, she decided to go back and find Gu Yingying instead. However, there are several rooms in the back courtyard of the clinic. Mrs. Luo looked around but couldn't find Gu Yingying. Standing under a osmanthus tree in the backyard, Mrs. Luo finally waited until a woman approached. She asked, "Young lady, may I ask which room Lady Gu Yingying, the doctor here, is staying in?" The woman, holding a lantern, looked at Mrs. Luo and recognized her from the hall, where she had argued with Zhang and spoken a few words to Zhu Qin. Not knowing her well, the woman didn't tell the truth. "I don't know," she said, then lifted her chin and left the backyard. Mrs. Luo watched her go and muttered a few resentful words in her heart before returning to the room where Lu Erzwang was. Gu Yingying had taken a bath and was resting in her room. Before dawn, she got up and went to the clinic. She worked all day and was very tired. She fell asleep quickly. Gu Yingying was only awakened when she heard a knock on the door. When she opened the door, she saw her mother, second sister-in-law, and Su Xinlan with her two daughters standing outside. She invited them in, poured each of them a cup of tea, and then went to wash up. Yesterday, before Xinlan's sister left the clinic, she said she would come to see her again today. At that time, I also advised Sister Xinlan that if there was nothing else, she didn't need to come. But I didn't expect Sister Xinlan to still come. Even more surprising was that Sister Xinlan and her group brought their mother and second sister-in-law along. The resting room in the medical clinic is next to Grandpa Zhang Yuan's study, located at the back of the yard. When you open the carved wooden window, you can smell a nice fragrance. The room is very tidy, with a carved wooden bed, table, and chairs all cleaned and shining. Resting inside the room feels very comfortable and peaceful. All night, I only heard Mrs. Luo outside talking to someone. After that, no one spoke, and I was able to sleep peacefully until morning. After washing up, Gu Yingying returned to her room and sat next to Su Xinlan. She wanted to talk about her trip to Liontown yesterday and also mentioned to her mother and second sister-in-law about the singer that Gu Rongdong found, who visited the families of patients. "Yesterday, I went to Liontown. I found out that," Gu Yingying spoke softly, worried that Mrs. Luo might come over again this morning and over here. She told them about her visit with Zhang Zhufeng and others to Liontown. Based on the map, they searched nearby and found several ancient tombs. Su Xinlan and the others listened quietly, thinking about some questions. After patiently hearing Gu Yingying, Su Xinlan shared her opinion. "I saw the map you showed me, the one your eldest uncle looked at. When we returned, I also told him that there might be more than one ancient tomb nearby. But no matter how brave the thieves are, they wouldn't dare to rob all the tombs in that area." Gu Yingying nodded in understanding. It seems that Sister Xinlan's view is the same as hers. Among those tombs, only one was targeted by the thieves. Fortunately, after visiting the site yesterday, they examined the soil around the tomb and found some useful information. Since the New World, she has read related books and learned some methods for finding ancient tombs. One method is to judge the underground situation by observing the color and softness or hardness of the soil near the tomb. Even though Liontown and Qilintown both belong to Xian County, the soil in Liontown is mostly red clay. Yesterday, she visited an ancient tomb nearby and grabbed some dirt to examine. She found it to be quite coarse. Soon, she realized that there must be another ancient tomb underground without a stone marker. While Su Xinlan was here, Gu Yingying shared her thoughts with her. Su Xinlan quickly remembered everything, even though she wasn't very familiar with that area. She decided in her heart that once she returned home, she would tell her eldest uncle about it. She believed that her uncle would know how to deal with those troublemakers. "After I go back, I will definitely tell my uncle," Su Xinlan said. Gu Yingying let out a gentle sigh. She showed Su Xinlan the several bags of dirt she had brought back from near the ancient tomb. She believed that once Su Xinlan showed them to Su Tai, he would understand everything without needing further explanation. After talking about the tomb, Gu Yingying then told Qin and the others, "Mother, second sister-in-law, just yesterday, the singer girl Wan, who was found by our cousin, came to visit Lu Erzwang's wife and brought them lots of food." Qin and Zhu looked at each other in surprise. That reckless young man rarely visited their home or sent gifts. Why would his mistress Wan send food to Gu Yingying and Lu Erzwang? It's not just food, Gu Yingying continued. According to Zhu Qin, it was Luo's wife who told her, and she even received a gold ingot from Wan. Gu Yingying thought this was very important and needed to be shared with her mother and second sister-in-law. That family, whether it was Gu Rongdong's parents and sister or himself, all lived in rented houses. Especially him. He hadn't paid any rent. Wan paid for everything. Gu Rongdong didn't treat his relatives well, yet he allowed Wan to give money and food to strangers. If Wan is lying or if her cousin is involved, then she's helping him do bad things, Gu Yingying thought. She didn't dislike Wan herself, but she found it hard to believe Wan would be so generous to strangers. Some of Wan's actions were truly hard for ordinary people to understand. If Wan came to see Luo's wife, it wasn't with good intentions. That wasn't an exaggeration. Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. She has gold to give Luo's wife, but didn't think to give some to his parents. In my opinion, it's likely that Miss Wan is lying, just making up a fancy reason to visit the Luo family. If she had been honest and said she was a singer, the Luo family might have accepted her. Being a singer isn't a bad thing, Mrs.
Zhu said fairly.
As long as Miss Wan keeps herself pure, earning a living by singing isn't wrong. But she has no proper status and is living with Gu Rongdong. What kind of example is that? When her husband was still at home, he often told her that no matter how badly her second uncle's family treated her, she should still treat them well. Not for any other reason, but because second uncle was her father's younger brother. Her husband's older brother had passed away, and he wanted to treat Gu Rongdong, his cousin, like a real brother. So, he hoped she would be kind to them. But recently, when Gu Yao and others caused trouble at their house, they even let bad people come in, nearly hurting her. Having gone through such unpleasant things, how could she still treat Gu Rongdong and his family as her own, with all her heart?
Xinger is right.
The reason Miss Wan is willing to pay money to support Gu Rongdong is probably just to get a proper status, Qin said disdainfully. Women like her, even if Shenrui and others allowed her to come in, wouldn't agree to marry into the Gu family. Gu Yingying sneered. Not a chance. Women like Wan Mei might care about having a title, but they probably don't look up to Gu Rongdong, that spendthrift. Really? Qin asked, puzzled. Gu Yingying said, for women like Wan Mei, finding a obedient man makes them feel secure.
So?
They come with bad intentions. Gu Rongdong brought this on himself. If he ends up unlucky, he can't blame anyone else. Qin thought carefully for a long time. She believed that even if Gu Rongdong wasn't her biological son, he had treated her badly. Still, he was part of the Gu family. As an elder, she needed to find out why the woman Gu Rongdong had brought home wanted to visit the Luo family. Once I know the truth, I'll think about how to explain to the head of the Gu family after I go back. We don't want Gu Rongdong to bring home someone improper and cause trouble outside, which could bring trouble to us. Gu Yingying immediately agreed. Mother, I'll listen to you. We really can't let Gu Rongdong and them do whatever they want. Perhaps they have kept the people from the main family away so much so that they can't even cry. Indeed, a mother is always wise when dealing with complicated issues. They carefully stored the clothes and food brought by the mother and second sister-in-law. They also took out a few pieces of the pastries brought by Su Xinlan and her daughter, sharing them among a few of them to taste. These pastries were made with flour given by their relatives, and they were very tasty. Especially the red date cake, which was sweet. Gu Yingying ate one piece and wanted another, but she knew that the cakes packed in the lunchbox totaled less than 15 pieces, so she had to hold back. Before leaving the room, Su Xinlan leaned close to Gu Yingying's ear and softly said, You've been at the clinic these past 2 days. Don't keep going out to buy food. Someone will bring it to you. Stop joking, Gu Yingying replied with a glance. There's still a lot of work at home, and it's not close to the clinic. Riding a cart every day costs quite a bit of money, right? Although they have a horse in winter, riding back and forth makes them feel cold, even with warm clothes. She doesn't want her mother and second sister-in-law to be cold just to bring her some food. Are you joking? When noon comes, you'll know, Su Xinlan said playfully, only able to tell Ying this much for now. With their mother and Aunt Gu nearby, she couldn't say too much openly to Ying. Gu Ying felt that Su Xinlan was being a bit secretive, as if she already knew the answer, but was deliberately not telling her. She wanted to ask again, but then heard her mother ask, Inge, is the room you're staying in at the clinic prepared by Zhang's family? Did they tell you how much silver they charge per day? Looking at the furniture in the room, it still looked quite new and was kept very clean. Even the teapot on the wooden table was polished brightly. It definitely wasn't something Ying arranged herself after moving in yesterday. Mrs. Qin sighed and said, I think the room they prepared for you isn't worse than the one I share with Aunt Sue at Yulanin. Even a picky person like your second aunt wouldn't find any fault with such a room. Ying felt comfortable living in such a clean room. Anyway, we should give them more silver as payment for cleaning the room. Knowing that Inger also loves cleanliness and would take good care of the house, Qin didn't say anything more. Gu Ying smiled happily and said, This room isn't for patients or doctors in the clinic, but is a study room prepared by young Lady Zhang. The room next to it is her grandfather's study. She told me that when I have free time, I should help them, and they won't ask for any silver. How can that be? Zhu felt guilty. Although she had visited the clinic with her mother before and had seen the beautiful young Lady Zhang, she also saw her grandfather Zhang Qiho and her grandmother Huang. Once, just before the new year, they came rushing over. Zhu remembers clearly that when she and her mother were waiting in line at the counter, they received oranges and sweet cakes from Huang. Knowing that the Zhang family is very hospitable, she suggested to her sister-in-law, maybe when we see young Lady Zhang later, we can share the food we brought with her. Qin smiled awkwardly. Young Lady Zhang was born into a wealthy family. She has tried all kinds of cakes, so she probably wouldn't care about the simple food we brought. But maybe she would, Gu Ying told them honestly. Just yesterday, we went to Liontown, and on the way, we were hungry. We saw young Lady Zhang eating cold steamed buns. The cakes packed in the food box, no matter how bad they taste, wouldn't be less tasty than cold buns. Qin and Zhu found it hard to believe, but eventually trusted her. When you're away from home, you just have to accept things. Gu Ying also said, and young Lady Zhang said that when she has free time, she will come to visit us. I will also tidy up her room so she can stay comfortably. That's good. We can visit any time, Zhu said generously. I will make sure her room is well prepared. Whatever she wants to eat, I will cook for her, Qin added happily. We all welcome her, Qin said with a bright smile. After Qin and her family left the clinic, Gu Ying took Zhang Zhufeng to treat Lu Erzwang, who knew that Lu Erzwang would act like he was sulking, refusing to let Zhang Zhufeng give him medicine, not allowing him to look at his tongue coating, and not letting him ask questions. He simply refused to cooperate in any way, even making things difficult for the two doctors. The most annoying was Mrs. Luo, who kept standing by the bed muttering. She said she had begged Gu Ying humbly yesterday to treat her husband's illness. But she didn't invite the female doctor, which caused her husband to have a swollen belly for most of the night. Late at night, when Dr. Zhang brought some herbal medicine for her husband to take, he finally went to the toilet and took care of his urgent needs. Otherwise, a living person might have been harmed by you, Mrs. Luo said loudly behind the curtain, deliberately making sure Gu Ying heard her. When the officials come, I will honestly tell them how ruthless and unkind the female Dr. Gu is for treating my husband. Gu Ying didn't mind at all. She simply asked back, then why don't you ask who prepared the medicine you gave your husband last night? Since she was the one treating Lu Erzwang, there was no other doctor in the clinic besides her who could have prescribed the medicine for him. Before she left the clinic to go to Liontown, she handed the herbal powder to Dr. Zhang, asking him to help find someone to prepare it. Now, Lu Erzwang's stomach wasn't as swollen anymore. The fool was thinking about how to speak badly of her. Gu Ying sneered and said, Don't think that just because you have a mouth, you can say whatever you want to slander me. Let me tell you up front, If your husband feels his stomach is swollen, we will have to investigate that too. Mrs. Luo didn't understand these things and didn't care. She only knew that her husband went to the toilet last night without anyone helping or supporting him. He went on his own. And when she was resting beside him, he even got up himself and poured her a cup of tea to drink. In the morning, when she saw him get up and sit at the wooden table to comb his hair, he also moved a backrest chair next to her, sat down, and chatted with her. It turned out her husband worked in the fields, could carry a load of rice, and could even stand up to those who bullied her. She used to be grateful to Gu Xiaoya for treating her husband. Something that happened last night made her feel very cold inside. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy Tuesday. Today, Orange saw a kitten that was less than 10 days old. Even through the glass, it looked very cute. Later, if the officials come and hear how Gu Xiaoya got her food, she won't need to worry about her. She will simply tell them, I think this female doctor isn't good enough. I don't want her to treat patients anymore. My husband and I will go home. Then they will see how Gu Xiaoya can continue practicing medicine in the clinic. How can she help others in the future? Zhang Zhufeng noticed Luo's sneaky look in her eyes. After opening the curtain and coming out, he signaled to Gu Ying. He wanted to tell her that Luo was just a selfish person. She shouldn't have helped that woman. Good intentions often go unappreciated. Gu Ying expected that Luo wouldn't cooperate with her. So, she thought that when the officials arrive and ask questions, Luo should speak first. After Luo speaks, she will find someone in the clinic to help testify whether she tried her best to treat Lu Erzwang or if the troublemaker didn't cooperate. It's best to scare that fool away so she won't get too emotional and start talking nonsense again when the singer girl comes to visit. Gu Ying left the room. When Zhang Zhufeng came out, she casually closed the door. She went to the side room, took out paper and ink, and started writing about the patient's condition today. While she was doing that, Zhang Zhufeng approached and asked, Miss Gu, this morning I saw your mother-in-law in the backyard. She asked me if I went to Liontown yesterday and brought a female doctor. Did she cause any trouble? I told her the truth. Gu Ying didn't put down her brush, but listened carefully to what Zhang Zhufeng said. She smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, mother-in-law. Then, pretending to be casual, she asked, I hear you call the doctor who prescribes medicine Dr. Zhang, not Master. So, is there another Dr. Zhang? Zhang Zhufeng quickly made a shushing gesture and warned her carefully, Don't ask about this. Gu Ying nodded understandingly. She wasn't trying to investigate, but when she heard him mention it, she took the opportunity to ask. Zhang Zhufeng was thinking about how to tell Gu Xiaonyang about the situation in the medical clinic. Although he had only met Gu Xiaonyang yesterday and their acquaintance was still new, he could see that she was a good person after taking her to Liontown. Both he and his senior sister trusted her. They were willing to share some of the clinic's matters with her. However, considering that Madame Luo might come knocking at any time, he dipped his fingertip in tea and wrote a line on the wooden table. My master has gone to join the Prince of Jingnan in battle. Gu Ying looked at Zhang Zhufeng with a puzzled expression. It seemed her earlier guess was correct. The person in the clinic who was prescribing medicine to patients was not Zhang Mingyi. She then pointed to the sky and looked at Zhang Zhufeng with a knowing smile. She wanted to tell him that she understood. His master was probably following the emperor's orders to accompany the crown prince into battle, ready to heal the soldiers whenever needed. Wasn't it the same when Emperor Taizu went to war? He also took Zhang Mingyi and others with him. Zhang Zhufeng's face lit up with joy. Ha! That's great. Talking to a clever woman didn't require explaining everything in detail. Gu Xiaonyang could guess quite a bit. This made him feel much more relaxed. Hearing Zhang Zhufeng praise her, Gu Ying didn't feel modest. Of course. Don't forget, if I were too foolish, how could I dare to guess? Just as Zhang Zhufeng was about to speak, he suddenly heard footsteps. He understood immediately that officials had arrived. He quickly wiped the wooden table with a cloth to erase the few remaining words written with tea, which described the patient's symptoms for today.
Just sit here for a while.
I'll take these out first and show them to the officials, he said to Gu Ying. After saying this, Gu Ying quickly glanced at the words she had written on the paper. It was only a few lines, clearly describing the patient's condition today. Soon, she put on a veil, picked up the note, and left the room for the hall. In the hall, only Dr. Zhang was present. She didn't see Zhang Yuan or Zhu Qin. At the counter, there were more than 10 tall men dressed in black, divided into 3 groups, standing behind a man in brocade robes. This was much more than the people who had come to the clinic yesterday. And Dr. Zhang, unlike yesterday, did not stand at the wooden table to talk to the officials when they arrived. Instead, he walked to the counter and respectfully stood facing the man in charge. There was a gap of about half a forearm between them. Gu Yingying watched this and wondered silently. Could it be that the visitors today are close associates of Prefect Yan? Otherwise, why would Dr. Zhang, who is usually unfriendly, not eager to flatter Prefect Yan, and even dislikes being disturbed while practicing medicine, come to the counter to greet them? As soon as Dr. Zhang saw Gu Yingying approaching, noticing her looking at him, he quickly reminded the man in charge, "Young Lady Gu, please come and meet young Master Yan. Tell him about what you've seen, heard, and felt while practicing medicine here." Gu Yingying felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Why does this person also have the surname Yan? She had already glanced at the man in charge earlier, noticing that he was also looking at her. His sharp eyebrows lifted slightly, and his narrow phoenix eyes held a strange, hard-to-notice joy. His lips curled into a carefree, rebellious smile. He gave her the impression of a reckless, carefree young man. What significance does talking about practicing medicine with someone like him have? Gu Yingying moved to stand opposite young Master Yan, slightly behind Dr. Zhang, and bowed politely to him. Miss Gu from the Gu family has met young Master Yan. She still held a list in her hand while bowing. Hearing her cold voice, young Master Yan looked away from her face in displeasure. He only wanted to embarrass her, the woman who once caused him trouble, who was forced by his father to admit fault at the government office. While Gu Yingying was bowing, young Master Yan reached out with his right hand, took the list from her, and without even looking at it, tore it apart right in front of her. He then threw the torn paper pieces onto her head, mockingly saying, "I only want to hear how the patient describes their condition. I have no interest in your writing. You, who abandoned your patient and traveled far to Liontown to practice medicine, cannot be a responsible doctor." Seeing his cruel act of tearing up her carefully written report, Gu Yingying was filled with anger and frustration. "I don't know if that person heard from Miss Wan or someone else about my visit to Liontown yesterday. Even if I understand that I shouldn't offend young Master Yan here, I still want to share my opinion. Young Master Yan, I don't quite understand what you mean. According to reason, I was treating a patient from Liontown, which is reasonable and proper." Yan Yuan smiled mischievously at Gu Yingying and said, "Your words, little Miss Gu, have enlightened me. I now realize I may have misunderstood you. All right, I will have someone take Lu Zhuang away and bring him to the government office to be kept. Meanwhile, you can go there to treat him." "No." Gu Yingying was angry. She had seen young Master Yan tear up the note and throw it at her, which made her furious. Now she heard such unreasonable words again. She glared at young Master Yan and said, "I am a female doctor. I should be treating patients at the clinic or at their homes. I am not a criminal locked in a prison, so I shouldn't have to listen to you." "Humph." Yan Yuan snorted coldly, showing disdain as he said, "If you want reason, I will allow it. In Jinxia State, you, a country girl, don't get to decide everything." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yuan called for Luo Shi to come forward. He asked her, the patient's wife, to speak honestly about whether she was satisfied with Gu Shi's medical skills. Luo Shi looked at Gu Yingying with a sad and helpless expression, but she didn't say a word and started crying. Seeing her like this, Gu Yingying sneered inwardly. Before, this woman hadn't been very cooperative, and now, standing in front of young Master Yan, she probably wouldn't speak up for her. Fortunately, the doctors in the clinic all knew how skilled she really was. "Luo Shi, if you have any grievances, just tell this young master," Yan Yuan said. As he spoke, he told Zhang Longzhong to step back to the wooden table and record everything Luo Shi and Gu Shi said. Zhang Longzhong was reluctant but dared not disobey, so he did as told. Gu Yingying was not afraid. No matter what Luo Shi said, she felt she had done nothing wrong and could face it confidently. Soon, she heard Luo Shi say, "Sir, before you arrived, I truly didn't dare speak about the female doctor. Because the lady did not say anything, I couldn't invite her to treat my husband. I also dared not think about what might happen if I spoke. She might become upset and refuse to help me or my husband again." However, with the support of the officials, the lady no longer fears. Mrs. Luo spoke with anger, glaring at Gu Yingying. She recounted how Gu Yingying abandoned her patients to go sightseeing and refused to prescribe medicine for her husband. Yan Yuan immediately said, "With me here, I won't let you two be bullied by that incompetent doctor, Gu. If she wants to practice medicine, she should do so properly. Otherwise, I will take you to the government office, and she can treat your husband there." Gu Yingying shook her head repeatedly.
No.
"I will not go to the government office." But before arriving at the clinic, Yan Yuan had already planned how to get revenge on Gu Yingying. Now, with Mrs. Luo's testimony, he was even less willing to let her go, this village doctor. He then ordered his men, "Tie up Gu and take her to the government office." Zhang the doctor quickly put down his brush and ran over to plead for Gu Yingying. However, Yan Yuan coldly refused. "If you dare to speak more, I might as well tie you up too. Young Master Yan, I know Gu Yingying. She is patient and responsible with her patients. She didn't abandon them to go sightseeing, as Mrs. Luo said. If you don't believe me, I can find some doctors to testify for her." Even when stopped by a few men in black, Zhang still argued for Gu Yingying. He couldn't believe that even the son of the magistrate could behave so rudely at a clinic. Yan Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile, and he responded with his eyes, "If I agree to your request and let Gu go, she must not know how powerful I am." Long ago, Wanwan liked Gu Rongdong because of Wan Mei but thought he was too poor, which affected her business. She took swordsman Dong Ningyuan to Gu's house, intending to show the family members bothering Wan Mei a lesson. Unexpectedly, after going there, she heard that Gu Rongdong had a cousin who had obtained the same treasure. Wanwan believed that she adopted Wan Mei to use her singing to earn money. But after Gu Rongdong visited Wan Mei, that unworthy woman became distracted. To make that unkind woman give up on love and affection sooner, Wanwan decided to visit the Gu family village herself to seek compensation from Gu Rongdong's relatives for her loss. However, after going there, she learned that most of Gu Rongdong's money was earned by his cousin Gu Yingying. Since Gu Yingying has a valuable treasure, it would be better to have her hand over the treasure to settle Gu Rongdong's debt. Unexpectedly, Gu Rongdong's mother, Shen Rui, and his sister, Gu Yao, said that they wanted to get the treasure from Gu Yingying, the reckless girl, which was almost impossible. To get the treasure, Wanwan accepted Gu Yao's suggestion, with her mother watching over, and let Dong Ningyuan sneak into the Gu family house, no matter how he searched. In the end, Dong Ningyuan finally entered the main hall but was hurt by Gu Yingying's second sister-in-law. They didn't find the treasure, but her sword was taken away, and because of that sword, someone found out about his true identity. He couldn't deny it, no matter how hard he tried. Yan Yuan was furious and embarrassed, not because Wanwan and Dong Ningyuan were hurt or learned lessons after going to the Gu family. It was because he, the son of the official of Jinxia Prefecture, liked listening to Wan Mei sing and drinking fine wine with her, something that unkind woman had earned through 3 lifetimes. But that unkind woman refused him, and instead accepted Gu Rongdong, who was so poor he couldn't even pay 20 taels of silver. This forced him to seek revenge from the Gu family. The most obvious target was Gu Yingying. If she hadn't given some powder to her second sister-in-law, Dong Ningyuan might not have been knocked out, which led to his true identity being discovered and the Gu family reporting him. Back at the government office, Yan Yuan ordered people to move Lu Erzwang and his wife to a small room in the official residence, with 2 guards watching over them. As for Gu Yingying, the irresponsible female doctor, she was thrown into jail. Watching Gu Yingying being and taken to jail, her proud and stubborn back made Yan Yuan feel reluctant. At this critical moment, shouldn't that rural woman beg him to let her go? Before the guards opened the jail door, Yan Yuan deliberately clapped twice behind Gu Yingying's back. Seeing that she still didn't look back at him, he thought she was too foolish. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips as he said to Gu Yingying, Gu Corporation, considering you once helped make windmills and harvesters to help my father and others deliver tribute rice early, you have done your part. I allow you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, begging me to let you go." His words were full of sarcasm, and Gu Yingying heard every word. She didn't bother to look at young Master Yan, nor did she want to reply. She is a healer, not a lamb to be slaughtered. No matter the reason, she shouldn't be thrown into prison over a false charge. This is not only unfair to her, but also shows a lack of respect for a female doctor. In Jinxia, many well-known female doctors have appeared. No matter what, doctors in this time and place are quite respected. Just look at young Lady Zhang. Everyone knows she once treated the Empress, so her medical skills are excellent. But not everyone can invite young Lady Zhang to treat them. Yesterday, Gu Yingying heard Zhang Zhufeng say that the wife of Magistrate Yan once came to the clinic, saying she often had trouble sleeping and asked Zhang Young Lady to treat her. However, Zhang Young Lady politely refused. No reason was needed, just one sentence. She was unwilling. After hearing this, Magistrate Yan's wife had no choice but to leave quietly, regardless of what she thought. But she is also a female doctor, unlike Zhang Young Lady, who once treated the Empress in the palace. Yet, she was locked up by that hateful young Master Yan. When the prison door opened, Gu Yingying was kicked into the cell by the man in black on her left. She grimaced in pain. One of the men in black, through the iron bars, shouted at Gu Yingying lying on the ground, "You ungrateful thing! You deserve to be locked up forever. Since you can't practice medicine or do hair washing to fool people, and can't earn silver to support your family, how will your lazy family survive?" After saying this, he sneered mockingly. "Ha ha." Gu Yingying struggled to get up from the ground, stood straight, and coldly said, "My family members are not like you, lazy and good for nothing. And I haven't committed any crime, so I shouldn't be in this prison. Your reckless behavior will surely lead to punishment someday. I want to see how badly you will suffer." The 2 men in black outside the door were furious after hearing this. They hurriedly fought to open the door and go inside to teach the woman a lesson. However, the man standing on the left suddenly calmed down. He quickly reminded the man next to him, "Don't do it." The young master said that this rural woman once caused him to lose face. She even apologized in front of many people. "We should lock her up, let her go hungry for a few days, until she comes to us and apologizes to the young master by bowing." The other man smirked and said, "Why not just go in and give her a good beating? What can she do?" He was probably thinking that someone saw how charming Gu Yingying was and didn't want to see her hurt. Gu Yingying stood in the cold, damp room. Although she could hear the voices outside, she couldn't understand them clearly. She could only guess what they were saying. One of the men might have said that she was locked up because she caused young Master Yan to lose face. If she admitted her mistake, she might be released sooner. But if he really said that, he was underestimating her. Not to mention that she didn't want to go to the prison, but the bad people had forced her in. Her father and brother were fighting outside, and she was doing good deeds by helping patients. Neither her family nor she had done anything wrong. Why should they lock her up? If they did, they should first apologize and let her go out. Otherwise, she wouldn't just accept it. A stubborn light flashed in Gu Yingying's eyes as she thought about how to find someone to help her send a message to old Li Zheng and ask for his help. In this beautiful place, besides old Li Zheng, she couldn't think of anyone else who could help her. The voices outside grew quieter, and soon Gu Yingying heard footsteps. A strange male voice announced that it was time to eat. But then she heard another man outside say, "This prison holds someone with a big appetite. Let her go hungry for 2 days first. When she realizes she should eat less, then give her food." The other replied, "Understood." As soon as the words fell, the sound of footsteps came again, growing lighter and lighter until they were inaudible. Gu Yingying realized that something was wrong. Although she had hidden some powder on her, the water jar was still in the medical room. Not eating a meal made her stomach uncomfortable, but going a day without water was unbearable. Gu Yingying waited outside the house until the person changed. She heard the voices, which were different from the previous 2 people talking, so she took out the powder from her sleeve and patted it on the back of her hand. For a moment, The fresh scent on her hand spread through the bars and quickly reached the nose of a guard outside, who was dressed in black. The guard was dozing off when he caught the strange smell. He had hallucinations, seeing a tavern ahead with some brothers sitting at a wooden table drinking. The smell of the wine was so good that he swallowed a few times eagerly. Without hesitation, he stood up and went to open the door. Gu Yingying heard the knocking on the wooden door and deliberately shouted, "It's on fire." The guard was still holding the key and was opening the door, thinking he would get to enjoy some good wine once inside. So he paid no attention to the sounds from inside. But then, hurried footsteps approached, getting closer and closer to the guard. At the same time, someone ran to the official residence to report the matter to young Master Yen. Outside the main hall door, a man dressed in black stood and said to Yen Yuan, who was sitting by the tea table drinking tea, "Young master, something bad has happened." Yen Yuan had been busy outside all day. Finally, he managed to imprison Gu Yingying, a girl from the countryside he disliked, and was resting at home. After drinking some tea and eating a pastry, someone came to bother him, which made him quite annoyed. Yen Yuan impatiently said, "Didn't your mother teach you? When night falls, don't come out to scare people." The man, feeling anxious, only paid attention to the words, "scare people," and didn't understand the full meaning of Yen Yuan's words. He hurriedly told Yen Yuan about the fire in the prison. He also emphasized, "It's the big prison where the female Dr. Gu is held." It caught fire. Yen Yuan's face lit up with joy. "It caught fire? Good. If it burns, she will know that crossing me has serious consequences." The man standing outside the door listened carefully and kindly warned, "But young master, the Gu family has received the emperor's favor before, especially for improving farming tools, truly helping the people of Jingyu country. If something happens to her, when the harvest comes next year and the emperor asks, we might all be in trouble." Hearing this, Yen Yuan realized the situation was serious. He was very scared, thinking to himself, "If something happens to Gu Shi, will I be imprisoned? More importantly, since my father is the local governor, will he lose his position because of this? Quick, go check." Even though two maids helped him up, Yen Yuan had already stood. But he still felt dizzy, as if his head wasn't his own. Just as he was leaving the hall to visit Gu Yingying in the prison, he was stopped halfway by a man in black. Angrily, he kicked at the man and said with hatred, "Get out of the way. If someone gets hurt, I will kill you." Usually at home, he was afraid his father, the governor, wouldn't give him money, or that his father would blame him for not studying hard, so he couldn't pass the exams and become successful like his father. He was also afraid his father might hit him when his mother wasn't around. But last night, after his father received a letter, he hurried to the countryside, saying he was meeting an old friend and not to tell anyone. Because his father was away from the government office, he dared to take a group of people to the clinic to confront Gu Rengong's sister-in-law, Gu Shi. With his father gone, he was doing whatever he pleased at home and outside. But he didn't expect that just after feeling happy for a little while, either the prison caught fire or someone stopped him on the way. Yen Yuan was furious. Young master, the man in black, who was hurt by Yen Yuan's kick, endured the pain and said with a bitter face, it was Master Su's older brother, who led a group of people into the government office, making a fuss to see Master Yen. When Yen Yuan heard this, he thought to himself that no matter how big the problem was, it wasn't as serious as the fire at the prison. He didn't care whose older brother came. He just hurried toward the prison. Before he reached the gate, he heard a voice from afar. "Did you just shout that there was a fire?" An adult should always prevent problems before they happen. This saying was spoken by that mediocre doctor, Mr. Gu. As soon as Yen Yuan heard that harmful voice, he felt like rushing forward to stop her. He thought the fire in the prison was serious enough, more so than others breaking into the government office. But he didn't expect that after rushing over quickly, he would hear such absurd words. His initial panic was replaced by anger. He quickened his steps and arrived at the prison gate, where he loudly scolded the guards inside. He called them fools. How could they be so stupid? How could a lowly woman in prison trick them? "Young master, please stay calm. We came here to help in an emergency," said the man in armor, who was the leader of the group. After being scolded by Yen Yuan, he still tried to explain himself and his brothers. Think about it, if the prison was on fire, how serious would that be? Moreover, the woman from the Gu family was the one the young master personally ordered to be locked up. He also instructed that she only be starved for a few days and that the punishment was to be handled by the young master himself. He had listened to these instructions and followed them. So why, when the young master arrived, did they not show respect? Why did they let him be humiliated in front of his brothers? Yen Yuan showed no respect to the man and sneered, "Help in an emergency? I think you're just here to watch the fun. A bunch of idle people, always eating and drinking, couldn't even properly guard the dangerous woman in prison." Fuming, Yen Yuan walked to the iron gate of the prison. He gently pushed it open. He was curious. Why didn't Gu escape? A sweet, fragrant smell wafted out from the prison, and Yen Yuan caught the scent of fresh, pleasant air. Unconsciously, he stepped inside, feeling a sudden chill that made him shiver uncontrollably. A faint look of reluctance flickered in Yen Yuan's eyes. He wasn't afraid of the cold. When he was at the official residence, the fire in the room kept him warm. So when he returned, he took off his brocade robe to stay warm. When he heard the prison was on fire, he didn't even think about putting it back on and hurried over. Losing his brocade robe to stay warm wasn't fear, just a small matter. Yen Yuan thought this and suddenly felt much more relaxed. His cold eyes stared at Gu Ying. Even though the lantern's dim light outside the gate made it hard to see her face clearly, her graceful figure was still visible to him. For this troublesome country girl, he originally only felt resentment and unwillingness. But now, the prison was cold, and her indifferent aura made him feel even colder. He didn't know when, but the women who saw him always looked at him with eyes that couldn't look away, giving him flirtatious glances. Some brave women from the Moon Reflection Pavilion even dared to hold their wine cups and invite him to drink together. But this country girl, Gu Shi, whether in the medical clinic or in the prison, always looked so proud and aloof when she saw him. Yen Yuan couldn't believe it. The prison was so cold and gloomy. Could this troublesome country girl really not be afraid of the cold at all? So he said to the guard outside the door, "Go, bring some wine for me. Young master, please wait a moment." The guard on the left responded, and then ran out quickly. He soon returned with a pot of wine. He entered the prison, handed it to Yen Yuan with both hands, and said, "Young master, here is the wine." Yen Yuan didn't reach out to take the wine. Instead, he kept looking at Gu Ying, who was turned away from him, and ordered her, "Gu Shi, pour some wine for me." Before he had her brought in, he had secretly told those guarding her that once she was locked in the prison, her ropes would be untied. Not to let her walk freely in the room, but because the guards watching her were experts. Even if her ropes were untied, she wouldn't dare run away, even with 100 brave hearts. Yen Yuan didn't expect that before he arrived, they had already opened the door for her. But she really didn't run away, just as he had said. When he first came in, he saw her face. It wasn't very clear, but he could guess that if he saw her face, he would see her cold, sword-like gaze. A gaze full of killing intent. But when did she quietly turn her face away? He didn't notice at all. Yen Yuan felt a surge of anger inside, an unnamed anger. In this world, is there any woman who doesn't want to take the initiative to approach him and ask him to look at her a few more times? What is the Gu family pretending to be so proud about? Or is her aloofness just an act? Ultimately, she feels inferior because she comes from the countryside and cannot compare to the noble young ladies from the city. After Yen Yuan spoke, he didn't hear Gu Ying's reply, nor did he see her turn around. His anger grew even more. He ordered the jailer. "Gu's daughter is so delicate. In this cold, dark room, she might be freezing and can't speak clearly for a while. Just pour this wine for her to warm her up." The jailer understood immediately. Pour this wine for her meant lifting the wine jug and pouring all the wine over Gu's daughter. Just as he was about to lift the jug, Gu Ying angrily turned around, snatched the jug from the man's hand, and smashed it at Yen Yuan's feet, who just shivered when they came in. "Humph, and still have the nerve to say I was cold. Young Master Yen, Where is your face? Gu Yingying had already heard, before Yan Yuan arrived, that the outside guards had said someone was coming to find the young master. She also heard that Su Chong's older brother, leading a group, had stormed into the government office to ask the magistrate for an explanation. It seemed they wanted to ask about the flower issue, but one of the guards said, maybe the young master is too busy. He'll send someone to stop that old troublemaker, so he doesn't find out that Gu's daughter from their village has been locked up, or he might cause a fuss. Sigh, I don't know what the young master is thinking. Gu's daughter is honest and works as a healer. Why must she be imprisoned? That's none of your business. Stop asking. After that cold male voice fell, everyone who was talking earlier fell silent. Soon after, Gu Yingying heard someone shout, "Young master, the young master has arrived." She felt a little happy inside. As she expected, this arrogant young master, Yan, would come first to the prison to put out the fire, rather than deal with other matters. Not for anything else, but because she was the one he had ordered to be locked up. Perhaps even now, his harmful father, the corrupt magistrate, still doesn't know about this. Where has Magistrate Yan gone? Before young master Yan entered, Gu Yingying was still thinking about this. Could it be because she visited Liontown yesterday and later Su Tai also sent someone to check there? Some people already knew that there was a secret over there. So when they found out that others had also been there, they started to feel a little nervous. She was hoping that Su Tai and the others would make a big fuss about it. That way, even if Su Chong and his group didn't return victorious, some righteous people in Jinxia would stand with the villagers and demand an explanation from Magistrate Yan. Yan Yuan's furious roar interrupted Gu Yingying's thoughts. How dare you try to harm me? You're asking for trouble. Yan Yuan kicked the wine jar into the corner of the wall, but he secretly scolded himself for not kicking harder. With a gentle kick, he could have hit the village girl's foot. But why not show her some color? Young Master Yan, I don't drink alcohol, so I can't stand the strong smell. I don't know why someone as noble as you would come to this prison to drink, Gu Yingying said mockingly. For someone who doesn't like drinking, smashing something they dislike was understandable. Moreover, I haven't hurt you in any way, she added confidently. Hearing this, Yan Yuan sneered coldly and said, Why would I come here to drink? It's because I thought about your family. You find it hard to get enough food, and there's no wine. So, I thought I'd bring some for you to try. But you refused to show gratitude. This is what we call forcing a toast and then breaking the toast. He still remembered not long ago, when he took a singing girl to the port to stroll around. After buying some pastries at a restaurant, the girl said she wanted to invite him to buy some rouge and powder. He wanted to refuse because he wasn't interested in those places. But the girl told him, I have a good sister. After she received some silver from a young lady, she said she was going to a powder shop today to help sell head wash water. She asked us to go support her and help her out. Yan Yuan usually didn't care about business matters. But when he heard that the girl who made the head wash water was very good at making money, he became interested. And she was just a girl from the countryside. After being rejected by a talented young man, she still refused to give up and kept pestering him, almost causing her future mother-in-law to harm her. This woman would go alone into the woods to pick herbs and stay up late to make hair-washing water, just to exchange for some rice or flour so her family could have enough to eat. Yan Yuan was just curious. What kind of hair-washing water could be so valuable? So, he followed the woman to a cosmetic shop to watch for a while. He saw many people buying hair-washing water. But not long after, he returned to the shop and saw Gu Yao, who had been hurt and was crying on the ground. Gu Yao was the sister of the poor scholar Gu Rongdong. She secretly received a few silver coins from the shopkeeper, hoping she could help Gu Yao this time. They arranged for her to get medical treatment and found someone to heal her wounds. After taking the silver, the shopkeeper hired a carriage and took Gu Yao to the government office. Thinking of Gu Yao, who grew up in the city, Yan Yuan remembered how she was always polite and called him Young Master Yan, happily whenever she saw him. Even though he wasn't very patient with her, she still liked to chat and share interesting stories with him. Unlike this country girl, who was so rude. Your fine wine, you keep it for yourself, Gu Yingying said boldly in front of Yan Yuan, not afraid at all. She expressed her opinion. I've never hurt anyone or done anything wrong. But you, so rude and unreasonable, just because you're the son of the magistrate, locked me up. Can you give me some wine to drink? Humph, maybe you put poison in it. Yan Yuan was so angry his eyes seemed to smoke. Fine, as you wish. I'll give you a cup of poison wine. Just as he was about to have the guard outside bring the wine, he heard footsteps approaching. He could only hold back his words. As the footsteps grew closer, Yan Yuan quickly stepped out of the house and ordered the guards outside. Gu Yingying in the prison also heard this and sneered. Ha! She didn't bother to think. By now, someone was coming here. Besides coming to find him and persuade him to stop harming people, what else could they be here for? Soon, someone came to the door and whispered a few words. Not long after, footsteps were heard again, heading toward the main gate. Gu Yingying understood that the visitor had spoken with Yan Yuan and then left the prison together. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol, which masked the scent of the medicinal powder she had previously sprinkled. She grimaced in disgust and felt a bit regretful that she hadn't smashed the wine jar on Yan Yuan's head at that moment. If she had and he had died, it would have been a way to eliminate a threat. However, she knew that she and her family would be punished for such an act. Thinking of this, she abandoned that idea. She decided that not killing Yan Yuan was probably the wiser choice. Gu Yingying stood in the prison for a while, but she was too tired and sat down on a pile of dry grass against the wall. While sitting there, she pondered many questions. Especially, she wondered why young Master Yan would bring people to the medical clinic, take her away, and imprison her in the jail. Was it because he had secretly harbored a grudge against her for a long time? Or was he doing it to help someone close to him seek revenge? She and he had never had a direct conflict. After thinking about it, she remembered Shinrui outside, helping Dong Ningyuan and others guard the door, and assisting the villains in bullying the people of the main house. Because of that, Su Tai had told Prefect Yan after arriving at the government office that the son of the prefect, this young Master Yan, should apologize to the Gu family. Young Master Yan had followed through. It was probably because of that incident that he developed hatred toward the Gu family. Gu Yingying couldn't understand why Gu Rongdong, who grew up in the city and even studied at Jinxia Academy, liked women like Wan Mei. This young Master Yan, being the son of a prefect, must have read the teachings of sages. Yet, he also liked the singer Wan Mei just like Gu Rongdong. Now, Wan Mei was living with Gu Rongdong, even though they had no official relationship and she was supporting him financially. She believed that a man like young Master Yan, who had seen many people, wouldn't feel lonely or sad if Wan Mei was no longer around. But she had visited Liontown yesterday to check on the ancient tomb. This matter was surely known to others and was secretly told to young Master Yan. Perhaps he was afraid she might discover some secret and reveal it. It was only because someone let her be put in this prison. The person who came to find young Master Yan earlier was probably someone close to Prefect Yan. Since they left so quickly, it's likely that Prefect Yan has already returned and went to ask young Master Yan about her. Gu Yingying thought for a while, but she felt dizzy and then lay down on the straw-covered ground to sleep. The room was too cold, and Gu Yingying was awakened by the cold. She sat on the ground, silently counting in her mind. She wanted to count until she was tired and could fall asleep. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the prison door opened. A figure carrying a cowhide lantern approached, and soon a familiar voice reached her ears. "Inger, it's me, Grandpa Su. Come, follow me home." After saying this, Su Tai reached out and helped Gu Yingying to her feet. Hearing the kind words, Gu Yingying's eyes filled with tears of joy. As he led her out of the prison, she tremblingly said, "Thank you for coming to save me. I thought I wouldn't get out tonight." Su Tai gently patted Gu Yingying's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay now, Inger." After leaving the prison and following Su Tai and the others out of the government office, she got into a carriage. Inside the carriage, besides Su Tai and her, there was also Su Xinlan, who had been waiting inside from the beginning and hadn't gotten off. Su Xinlan softly told her about what had happened after she was taken away by Prefect Yan's son, Yan Yuan. "Xiao Yi went to the clinic to bring you some food, but she didn't see you. After asking Dr. Zhang, she learned that you had been taken away by the son of the prefect. She immediately returned to the city, intending to find an old acquaintance, Prefect Yen, to ask why he allowed his son to disrespect a skilled and kind-hearted female doctor. When Su Xinlan mentioned Prefect Yen, she paused for a few seconds after saying old, then continued with acquaintance. It seemed that the relationship between Xiao Yi and Prefect Yen was a bit complicated. Gu Yingying tentatively asked, Xiao Yi, want to find Prefect Yen? Su Xinlan saw that Gu Yingying's eyes showed doubt. She thought Yingying was just confused after being locked in the prison by the bad people and couldn't remember much. She kindly reminded her, hasn't my mother told you before? Xiao Yi, that is, the mother of Brother Sun, is from the same place as her, in Juyuan village outside the imperial city. And Yan Jifu, he is from the same hometown as the two of them. Gu Yingying still didn't quite understand after hearing this. When Su Xinlan mentioned old acquaintance earlier, she paused in the middle of her words. But she also vaguely understood that maybe Xinlan's sister didn't feel comfortable mentioning it, so she didn't say more. She could only keep her doubts in her heart, thinking she would ask someone about it when she had the chance later. She wasn't interested in other people's private affairs. It was just because Yan Jifu, that harmful man, had caused trouble for the villagers in Jinxia. Moreover, he let his son Yan Yuan run wild, hurting her. She didn't want to let this matter go easily. It turned out she wanted to stay in the prison, waiting for someone to rescue her or to confront Yan Jifu, and then come out. Unexpectedly, her wish was granted, thanks to Lao Lijing rushing over overnight to help. Gu Yingying sincerely admired and appreciated Elder Su. In the carriage, Su Xinlan sat beside Su Tai, sitting next to her. No matter what she said to Su Xinlan, she didn't hear Su Tai speak. She thought Lao Lijing was just thinking deeply, making a gesture to silence her, wanting Xinlan not to speak anymore. So, as not to disturb Lao Lijing's thoughts, Su Xinlan pursed her lips and smiled, shaking her head at Gu Yingying, indicating she wouldn't say anything. Her eldest uncle was a very focused person. Even if they were talking or singing in the carriage, it wouldn't affect him at all. Gu Yingying's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Why wouldn't Sister Xinlan listen? Never mind, if Sister Xinlan wanted to chat, she would listen more. When Aunt Xiao took the carriage back to the city, passing near the port, she saw a group of people riding horses heading toward the government office. The figure of the elderly man riding at the front looked very familiar. She quickly recognized him as my eldest uncle. She hurried to the government office. Gu Yingying listened and exchanged a meaningful look with Su Xinlan. Earlier, Xinlan had told her and her second sister-in-law that sometimes she traveled to the city with her eldest uncle in an ox cart, and she would send some gifts to Aunt Xiao. This way, many of Su Xinlan's friends and relatives knew Aunt Xiao. It was understandable that Aunt Xiao could recognize the man leading the group as Su Tai. Afterward, even if Su Xinlan didn't say anything, Gu Yingying could guess what happened. It was probably because Aunt Xiao arrived at the government office and immediately went to persuade Su Tai to wait before going in, so she could talk to Magistrate Yen first. However, she didn't manage to stop Su Tai. That's when Su Tai led a group of people to storm into the government office to confront Magistrate Yen. Magistrate Yen wasn't in the office, so the guards didn't dare to stop Su Tai easily. They had to send one of his brothers to find Yan Yuan. No matter what, Su Tai was Su Chong's older brother. In this prosperous place, most people wouldn't dare offend him easily. Yan Yuan didn't go to the office. He went to the jail instead. Since Yan Yuan didn't come out, some guards had to tell Su Tai the truth. The magistrate wasn't in the office. A magistrate not being in the office probably meant he was out on official business.
Su Tai understood this.
But he would definitely ask, when would the magistrate return? The guards didn't dare tell the truth because they didn't know if the magistrate would come back tonight. Since Su Tai came with a group to confront the magistrate, he wouldn't wait patiently in the hall for long. After my eldest uncle arrived at the office, even when he met Aunt Xiao, she told him not to rush to find Magistrate Yen. She suggested waiting until she could ask someone clearly first, Su Xinlan said. Grandpa Su wouldn't listen to that. Gu Yingying quietly shared what she guessed. So, I think Aunt Xiao went to find Magistrate Yen, asking him to come back and see what had happened while he was away. When he returns and finds out his son wrongly accused good people, he will apologize to Grandpa Su and promise to release me, she added. Truly insightful, Su Xinlan admired her greatly and praised Gu Yingying. Many things she hadn't even told her sister Yingying, she had already guessed. Gu Yingying was not modest at all. Haha, some things aren't that complicated. Whoever hears a little and thinks about it will naturally figure out what happens next. Su Xinlan was a bit skeptical and asked, if that's true, can you help me estimate how long it will be before my brothers and I can return? This was a question Aunt Xiao cared about very much. Right now, I am telling Yingying's sister this because I also want to know if Brother Sun drew pictures for Yingying's sister and asked someone to bring them back while he was away fighting. Where is Yingying's sister? Does she think of Brother Sun's kindness during her deep thoughts? Su Xinlan looks at Gu Yingying with curiosity. Gu Yingying has also guessed the answer to this question. It's not because of Zhao Sun, but because their father and second brother are also away fighting. They hope that everyone can come back before the new year to celebrate with the family. But she knows it's hard to make this wish come true. So she tries to give an early estimate, saying they might come back at the end of February or the beginning of March next year. Su Xinlan feels this makes sense. But she also remembers going to the medical clinic with her mother and Aunt Gu, seeing Yingying's sister, and then visiting Aunt Xiao's house. She remembers some things Aunt Xiao told her. She can't help but wonder and ask Yingying's sister, when they return victorious, will you come to the city to welcome them, like many villagers? Is that even a question? Gu Yingying looks a bit embarrassed, not sure if Su Xinlan is thinking about Zhao Sun and just feeling confused. She immediately pinches Su Xinlan's nose and says, think about it, if my father and second brother are coming back, how could I not go to greet them?
Su Xinlan fell helper.
Besides your father and second brother, isn't there also a... She almost said Zhao Sun's name. But she remembers what Aunt Xiao told her before, not to tell Gu Yingying in advance that Zhao Sun has feelings for her. Since she didn't hear Su Xinlan say the full thing, Gu Yingying guesses in her heart that her good friend is too shy to say it out loud. She pretends to be jealous. I didn't expect that in Xinlan's heart, your good friend, matter less than your brother's son. That's not true. Su Xinlan feels shy and a bit speechless. But she still doesn't tell her that Zhao Sun likes Gu Yingying. Just then, the carriage stops. Neither Gu Yingying nor Su Xinlan can do anything but listen to Su Tai. Xinlan, tonight we will stay at Yuelanin and tomorrow morning we will go back home. After saying this, Su Tai stepped forward and opened the carriage door, then got out. Gu Yingying let Su Xinlan get out first before she herself stepped down. She wanted to close the door herself, but it was Su Tai who had gotten out before her and Xinlan who closed it. She and Su Xinlan followed Su Tai into the lobby of Yuelanin. After Su Tai spoke with the innkeeper, a woman dressed in light pink clothes came over and led her and Xinlan to a room on the second floor. Both of them were very tired, so after taking a bath, they obediently rested. Gu Yingying was pulled up by Su Xinlan. Because of this, she didn't get to finish a nice dream and couldn't find out what happened next. She felt a bit sad inside but couldn't tell Su Xinlan about it. She also couldn't blame Su Xinlan for pulling her up. Su Xinlan saw the helpless look in Yingying's eyes and imitated the dream-talking Ying had said when she woke up, repeating a few lines for her. Second brother, you're back, but I didn't see young Master Zhao. Tell me honestly, has he been taken by a beautiful woman from the desert and decided to stay there? Her words sounded a bit bitter. Yingying blushed shyly after hearing this but denied it quickly, saying, that's not true. I don't remember what kind of dreams I had. Su Xinlan didn't care what Yingying said and just repeated the few lines she remembered Yingying saying in her sleep, using her tone. Really? I was overthinking. She looked quite upset and quickly explained, no, that's not it, second brother. You really shouldn't think too much. There are many strange things in this world.
Look.
While saying this, Su Xinlan mentioned the scoundrel Fu Xian and also talked about Gu Rongdong, who is a soft eater. She also mentioned Dong Ningyuan, who sneaked into the Gu family as a thief, but was knocked out by the Zhu family. She said those men were so bad that no one would want them, yet some women with poor judgment still thought they were treasures. Top-quality scoundrels like them were so popular that some women fought over them. Even a handsome man like young Master Zhao, who went to fight in the desert, would be very sought after. Su Xinlan was very curious, wondering why Ying had been saying some new and interesting words lately that sounded quite fun. I don't know how Sister Ying thought of this. Haha, bad guy. Did you think of that during the day? Did you say it in your dreams because you thought about it so much? Honestly, Fu Xinlan and your cousin really do live up to that name. Su Xinlan shared her opinion. Gu Ying chuckled and said, "Next time you're too tired and rest, I'll tell you what you said in your sleep." It sounds like you really believe it. Let me ask you, were you thinking too much during the day so you dreamed about it at night? Gu Ying refused to admit it and Su Xinlan couldn't argue with her. There were only the two of them in the room. Whatever either of them said, without a third person to witness, could be considered true or false. It all depended on who was right. Su Xinlan looked helpless and decided to stop arguing with Gu Ying for now. She pointed toward the wooden door and said, "Hurry up and wash up so we can go downstairs and take the ox cart home. There's something I didn't tell you last night. My eldest uncle took some people to Lion Town. Not only did they visit an ancient tomb there, but they also caught a few thieves nearby. One of them was even a government worker, a relative of the Luo family." Hearing this, Gu Ying was surprised. This matter actually involved the Luo family somehow. That shouldn't be. The Luo family lives in Lion Town, and their relatives are from that area too. He works in the government office, so he has a stable job. Why would he help thieves dig up tombs? Isn't he afraid that the descendants of the tomb's owner will find out and take his life? Gu Ying had been there before. She heard Zhang Zhufeng and Miss Zhang say that several ancient tombs in Lion Town had guardians. Usually, those guardians lived normal lives like other villagers and were not easily recognized. But in critical moments, they would do their duty to protect the dead inside the tombs from being disturbed so they could rest peacefully forever. They also kept a close watch on the valuables buried in the tombs. So when Su Tai and his men arrived and caught some tomb robbers, those guardians would likely be grateful and support Su Tai. They hurried overnight to the countryside to see an old friend, Governor Yen. After arriving, they were soon discovered by two tomb guards. They then followed Governor Yen. They learned that Governor Yen was visiting that old friend for a certain reason. After meeting Su Tai, they honestly told him everything. One important detail was that Su Tai cared most about. The ancient tomb he checked earlier actually stored many weapons. Some of the swords were made by the master who helped Gu Ying create harvesters, along with his apprentices. These were rare treasures. The master had gone to war with Su Chong. The reason those swords and knives were hidden in the tomb was to quickly retrieve them when needed and send them to the north. Su Chong had told Su Tai about this before. Su Tai kept it in mind. So, when he saw the dirt brought by Gu Ying's messenger, he noticed many problems. One tomb guard said Governor Yen had left Lion Town and probably returned to the city.
Su Tai didn't care about that.
He just wanted to find Governor Yen and settle accounts. Even if it was awkward to bring up the weapons, he had caught the thief. Whether or not the thief stole anything, a person working in the government shouldn't be helping criminals. That person deserved punishment. My eldest uncle didn't expect that when he arrived at the government office and met Miss Xiao, he would hear about you being thrown into jail. Of course, he wanted to rescue you first, said Su Xinlan. After Gu Ying finished washing up and they went downstairs, she led her out of the inn. Outside, Gu Ying saw an ox cart and old Zhu standing nearby. Old Zhu smiled warmly when he saw them come out and helped open the cart door.
Quick, get in.
Inside, there's some warm baked bread your old teacher bought for you. Eat it while it's hot. Old Zhu reminded them to eat the bread while it was still warm before closing the door. Gu Ying was indeed hungry, so she picked up one piece and started eating. Su Xinlan held a piece, but was reluctant to eat. She knew her eldest uncle had gone to the government office again today, still trying to talk to Governor Yen. I wonder if Uncle has eaten by himself? Last night, Uncle didn't eat or drink anything. He's an old man, so he shouldn't skip meals just because he's busy, or it might upset his stomach. Brother Xinlan, please eat something while it's hot. Don't let your uncle's kindness go to waste, Gu Yingying said, worried that Su Xinlan wouldn't eat the pancake, and she urged, your uncle will go to the government office to see Prefect Yan, and everything will go smoothly. Don't worry, no one dares to trouble him, Su Xinlan shook her head. If uncle hadn't gone to fight in the north, those supporting Prefect Yan behind the scenes wouldn't dare to trouble uncle, no matter how brave they are. But uncle isn't in the imperial city anymore, and he hasn't come to Jinxia. And the person supporting Prefect Yan in secret sent someone to meet with him yesterday at Lion Town. That supporter is in the shadows, which makes things complicated. But to avoid worrying Gu Yingying, Su Xinlan kept eating her pancake. She didn't care much about the taste right now. Gu Yingying looked at her with a hint of relief in her eyes. She blamed Yan Yuan and Madame Luo for being too much, which got her thrown into jail and also caused Xinlan and her family trouble. Last night, they had to rush to the government office to rescue her. She was thinking of preparing good food at home to invite Xinlan and her family to dinner. As for the patient she treated earlier at the clinic, Lu Erzwang, Madame Luo could ask any doctor she wanted to treat him. It didn't matter. She had done her best, but Madame Luo, a greedy woman, spoke badly of her in front of Yan Yuan at a critical moment. Such ungrateful people shouldn't expect her to keep being kind to them. They took a cart to the village entrance. After getting off, Gu Yingying wanted to send Xinlan back first and invite her and her mother to her house for dinner. But unexpectedly, she heard Xinlan say, my home is just ahead, so don't bother sending me. You should go back and rest for a while, then at noon, bring your mother and sister-in-law to my house for a meal. I was just thinking of preparing some food at home to invite you and Aunt Sue for dinner, Gu Yingying said, surprised that Xinlan was the one to bring it up first. Xinlan gently raised her eyebrows and said, let's have dinner at my house first. Just the day before yesterday, my great-aunt's friend in the city brought back some lamb meat through a helper and shared some with us. I will cook some lamb soup later, and we can all have a drink. Whenever I think of lamb soup, it makes me a little hungry. Since last night, I've only had some water and a flatbread, so I'm definitely not full. When I heard Sister Xinlan say there was something delicious, I suggested, maybe after I go back, I can send some ingredients over and cook lamb soup for you. Let me go with you to get it, Su Xinlan said, knowing that I hadn't rested well and wasn't full, so she didn't want me to go back and forth. She followed me to the Gu family. On the way, we met many villagers, including my neighbor, Mrs. Qian. I only heard Mrs. Qian say, Inger, you've finally come back safe. Sigh, women like Mrs. Luo shouldn't be bothered with. Look, you even spent silver to help her husband get treatment, but in the end, she falsely accused you. Who in the world is so unreasonable? Although I knew she was talking about sistering, I nodded in agreement. Seeing that Xinlan also nodded, I smiled and replied to Mrs. Qian, Grandma Qian, actually, there aren't many people like Mrs. Luo who don't appreciate kindness. From now on, who would dare to help others with treatment? All this is because you trusted her too much, thinking she said nice things so she could do them. But she was just talking casually. Mrs. Qian advised earnestly, warning me not to trust people easily, especially strangers, to avoid more trouble. I obediently agreed. Grandma Qian, I'll remember that. Mrs. Qian also noticed that I looked a bit worn out. Even if she had more to say, she held back. She watched us walk away and then went to gather firewood in the woods. When I got home, I quickly went to the storage shed and picked some yams, red dates, and goji berries, then gave them to Xinlan. I asked her to use these ingredients to cook the lamb, preferably adding some carrots for extra nutrition. Good, I'll go back now and get ready, Xinlan said with a small smile. After packing the ingredients in a small cloth bag, she took them home. At home, I told Zhou about what happened yesterday after we arrived at the government office. I didn't expect to hear Zhou Shi say, I knew about what you mentioned before dawn. I heard it from your great-aunt. Honestly, I didn't think Yan Xiao would come to Jinxia Prefecture as the governor, and I certainly didn't expect him to harm us. Su Xinlan has heard Yan Xiao's name before. When she was at Xiui's house, her mother asked Xiui about some matters related to Yan Xiao. Although the two elders spoke softly, she still heard some of their words. For example, She learned that Xiui and Yan Xiao are not only from the same hometown, but also once had a marriage agreement. Su Xinlan took out all the ingredients she brought from the Gu family and handed them to Zhou Shi. She then went outside to pull a few carrots from the vegetable garden. Pulling carrots at this time of year was quite cold for her. But to avoid delaying cooking, after pulling the carrots, she quickly put them in a wooden basin and carried them to the backyard, planning to wash them with well water. Zhou Shi brought a kettle of hot water, first poured half a basin of cold water, then added some hot water, and started washing vegetables herself. "Mother, let me do it. It's so cold." Su Xinlan tried to take the basin, but Zhou Shi protected it, not allowing her to touch. "Go wash the yams and cut them into pieces, and prepare some slices. After I finish washing the carrots and cut them, we'll cook everything with the mutton. When your sister Yingying and the others arrive, the meal will be ready." "All right," Su Xinlan agreed and went into the kitchen to cut vegetables. Soon, Zhou Shi finished washing the carrots, brought them in, took the knife from Su Xinlan, and started cutting the carrots. Su Xinlan went to light the fire. Once Zhou Shi finished cutting the mutton and carrots and put them into the pot, she began cooking mutton soup. "Speaking of these carrots," she said, "it was back when I went to my maternal grandparents' house with my parents that I first got some. When I was young, I tasted carrots there for the first time and thought they were delicious. Later, we started growing carrots ourselves, but it was different." Zhou Shi listened and sighed. "That's true. Rarity makes things valuable." Everyone agrees with that. We used to think carrots were tasty because they really were, and also because we didn't grow many here. But once almost every family in the village started planting carrots, they didn't taste as good anymore. When talking about objects, people naturally come to mind. Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but remind Su Xinlan. People are the same. If you treat her well for the first time, she might feel grateful. But if you keep giving her more, she will start to take it for granted and won't be as thankful as before. So, from now on, whether you're going out alone or with your sister Yingying, don't agree easily to any requests from strangers. This time, Inga was falsely accused and put in jail. Early in the morning, Mrs. Zhou was about to talk to Mrs. Qin and others when she saw them coming. She invited Mrs. Qin and her daughter inside to sit. Before serving tea, Mrs. Zhou heard Mrs. Qin crying. Although she didn't say much about Xinlan, she just said, "Inger is too kind-hearted and always thinks of others. It's her. From now on, even if we are too poor to eat, I won't let Inger practice medicine anymore." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou felt guilty for Xinlan. No matter what, this matter also involved Xinlan. It was Xinlan who first told Luo, and then told Inger. Mrs. Zhou took the chance, before Gu Yingying and the others arrived, to tell Xinlan about some things Mrs. Qin had said earlier. "Your Aunt Gu said that if Magistrate Yan doesn't release Inger, or if after releasing her, he still makes Inger work at the government office to treat Lu Erzwang, she will go complain to Magistrate Yan. Aunt Gu wants to complain to Magistrate Yan?" Xinlan shook her head helplessly. It's easy to say at home, but actually doing it is very difficult. Suddenly, Xinlan came up with a good idea and said to Mrs. Zhou, "If that Yan person is the one causing trouble today and making things difficult for my uncle, or if he continues to harm the villagers in the future, we should gather some fellow villagers, discuss with them, and go together to complain to the government office. That way, they could at least make a big fuss. Once the higher officials investigate, even if Magistrate Yan has someone protecting him, he will be punished. Not only will he face severe consequences, but anyone secretly protecting him, no matter how powerful, will also pay a price." Mrs. Zhou listened, and her eyes sparkled with joy. "Honestly, Xinlan, your idea is really good. When Inger and the others arrive, I'll tell them too. It's not just for Yingying to hear, but also for Grandma to know." Su Xinlan believed that once Grandma found out, she would support them. Yes, Zhou nodded with a small smile and agreed. Grandma Fan, Su Xinlan's great-aunt, had left early in the morning. She probably hasn't returned yet. Some things Grandma Fan and the others didn't tell Xinlan, so she didn't ask. She only said to Su Xinlan, "When Grandma comes back, we'll tell her. Today, Grandma isn't at home." Su Xinlan quickly understood Zhou's meaning and smiled, saying, "Okay, Mother." After Gu Yingying returned home, She first went to the storage shed to find some food and brought it to Su Xinlan. Then she left the shed to find her mother and second sister-in-law. Yesterday, her mother and second sister-in-law were busy outside, probably asking neighbors to help feed the pigs and cattle. Now, second sister-in-law should be feeding the pigs. Gu Yingying hurriedly ran to the pig pen, but didn't see Zhu's figure at the door. She then went to another pig pen, but still saw no sign of Zhu. She opened the wooden doors of several pig pens, but didn't find Zhu inside. Feeling helpless, she ran over to the cattle pen. When she arrived at the door and stood outside, she heard voices coming from inside the cattle pen. I know it was Xinlan who brought Inger back. She did it because she wanted to save Inger and bring her home, even if it was tiring. We owe the Su family too much, this includes Xinlan. We thought she would stay here and talk with Inger for a while. When it's time to cook, we plan to let her stay for a meal. This was Qin's voice. Mother, I think so too. But I didn't expect Xinlan to come just for a little while and then leave. Maybe we shouldn't invite them for lunch today. We can wait until evening to invite them, Zhu suggested. That's a good idea, Qin agreed. Zhu was very happy and said, I'll cook some pork rib soup later, so my sister can have a good meal and get some nourishment. After a brief pause, Zhu added, working in the clinic is already tiring enough for her. And that son of Yanji, who was struck by lightning, has put her in jail. Her words were full of anger. Justice will be served, she said firmly. Believing in Yan Jifu doesn't mean he can be a government official forever, nor does it mean he can protect his son for a lifetime. Eventually, his son will face bad luck. After hearing this, Mrs. Zhu scolded Yan Jifu and others a few more times before stopping. Xinger, you wake up early to do chores, then go with me to Aunt Sue's house, and after coming back, you do more work. You've worked hard. Look, the pigs, chickens, cows, and horses are all fed. You should go wash up and rest for a while. When I finish cooking and the pork rib soup is ready, I will call you and Inger to eat together. Gu Yingying stood outside, hearing Qin's gentle voice. Even without seeing Qin, she could imagine how warm her mother's smile was. She reached out and pushed open the wooden door, walking into the cow pen. Seeing Qin reaching out her right hand to help Zhu Shi remove a piece of dry grass from her head, she said, Mother, I'm back. Look how good a daughter-in-law can be. Second sister-in-law is feeding the cows and cleaning the barn, and you're just talking by the side. When Qin saw her daughter return, her eyes sparkled with happiness. She quickly stepped forward, embraced Gu Yingying, and called her Inger repeatedly. She gently rubbed Inger's forehead, worried she had suffered in prison. Holding Inger's hand, Qin led her out of the cow pen. Suddenly, she noticed Inger's eyes were bloodshot and felt very distressed. She told Zhu Shi to go to the kitchen to wash her hands and get some water, then wiped Inger's face. Your sister must not have slept all night, which is why she's so tired, Qin said, tears welling up. Let's let Inger wash up and rest for a while. When she wakes up, we can all have lunch together. Zhu Shi nodded quickly. Yes, mother. However, after hearing this, Gu Yingying told her mother and second sister-in-law about her plan to invite them to dinner, which she had discussed with Su Xinlan. She came just to pick up some ingredients. After she goes back, she will cook lamb soup as I told her. Gu Yingying explained. Qin and Zhu Shi, the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, listened and took Inger's hand to the kitchen. They each washed their faces with a basin of water. Then, the three of them went to Su's house together, intending to help Su Xinlan and her daughter cook and eat together. Upon arriving at the Su family's kitchen, the aroma of lamb soup filled the entire room. Gu Yingying took a deep breath. The smell was very pleasant. But after smelling it, her stomach felt even hungrier. Su Xinlan, understanding her feelings, picked up a spoon, served her a bowl of lamb soup, and handed it to her, saying, Try it and see how it tastes. Gu Yingying found another bowl, shared half with Su Xinlan, and handed it to her, saying, I'll try it too, but I might not be able to judge it well. Let's each have half and taste together. Su Xinlan looked at Zhou Shi, asking if it was okay to drink half a bowl of lamb soup before the guests had finished their meal. It seemed a bit inappropriate. Zhou Shi smiled knowingly at Su Xinlan, saying it was fine since Inger was drinking it. Seeing her daughter and Inger both safe and enjoying food together, talking and laughing, Zhou sure felt a sense of happiness. After Su Xinlan finished half a bowl of lamb soup, she praised Gu Yingying, saying, "Wow, Yingying sister, your ingredients are really good. The lamb soup you made is very delicious. When my father and the others return, we will slaughter a sheep and ask you for some ingredients to make more soup." "All right, I'll bring you some ingredients then," Gu Yingying whispered softly into Su Xinlan's ear. "Don't just give you ingredients. If I give you some lamb, that's fine too. When Uncle Su and the others come back, your brother should be here too. One sheep isn't enough for all of us." Hearing this, Su Xinlan remembered something her mother had told her before, about someone in the inn talking in their sleep, mentioning her brother. "If your brother returns, we'll slaughter 2 sheep and invite you over to help cook. Wouldn't that be better?" Su Xinlan grinned mischievously. Earlier, Aunt Xiao had told her and her mother that if her brother returned and married Yingying, it would be a blessing for their family. She looked forward to tasting Yingying's cooking when her brother came back. Whether it was some lamb soup or pastries, she was eager. "Xinlan, I'll take your Aunt Gu and the others to the main hall first. You can bring the food over later," Zhou said, knowing both girls were hungry and wanting to eat early. "Yes, mother," Su Xinlan obediently agreed. Mrs. Zhou saw that Gu Yingying was also helping to serve the dishes, so she let her rest for a while and asked Su Xinlan to serve instead. "It's okay. I'm at your house, just like being at my own home," Gu Yingying said as she carried a bowl of stir-fried chives and pork and headed to the main hall. The wooden table in the hall was already very clean, but Mrs. Zhou insisted on wiping it again with a cloth. Only after that did she take the dish brought by Gu Yingying and place it on the table. Soon, Su Xinlan brought over a clay pot and placed it near the fire pit. This was so Gu Yingying and the others could easily drink the mutton soup cooked in the pot in the hall. Gu Yingying and Su Xinlan went into the kitchen together. One served rice, and the other took chopsticks. After a short while, they brought the soft, sticky rice to Qin's family. After a few bites of rice, Zhu's family found it fragrant and tender, knowing it was cooked with this year's new rice. They thought that at this time of year, especially in Gu's village, it was rare to enjoy such good rice. She softly said to Gu Yingying, "Little sister, this rice is cooked with this year's new rice. You should have another bowl later." Then she helped Gu Yingying serve a piece of stir-fried meat, encouraging her to eat more. Sitting opposite, Mrs. Zhou also saw this scene. It was clear that Zhu's family genuinely cared about her younger sister-in-law, and she felt happy for Gu Yingying. Soon, she remembered what she heard yesterday when she took Xinlan to the county seat to visit her good friend Lu Xiaoxiu. Sunur's lifesaver has gone to the medical clinic to treat patients. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have gone there in the morning and brought some food for her. I don't know if Gu's young lady is resting well at the clinic while treating others. She's already thin, and if she's too busy outside, she won't be able to rest properly, and she might become even thinner," Lu Xiaoxiu said with pity in her eyes. To Mrs. Zhou, it seemed that Lu Xiaoxiu cared more about Inger than she, as a mother, cared about Xinlan, and she thought Lu Xiaoxiu was doing a better job. The clinic Inger went to is run by imperial physician Zhang Mingyi. Didn't their family help many poor people before? As for Inger, the female doctor, it goes without saying that she will be well taken care of, Mrs. Zhou reassured Qin. She told Qin to relax, saying Inger wouldn't suffer at the clinic. "I have received letters from Sunur, and in almost every one, he mentions Lady Gu. For a woman he has never met, he cares so much about her. It shows that in his heart, he doesn't just see Lady Gu as a lifesaver, but cares for her deeply." When Lu Xiaoxiu said this honestly, Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but smile secretly. She remembered that after Xinlan returned home, she often mentioned that Inger had misunderstood her several times. People thought that the woman Sunur liked was Xinlan, not her. If Inger could stay longer at the clinic to practice medicine, maybe after Sunur and his friends defeat their difficulties and return, he might be able to meet her. By then, even if he is shy, he could go to Gu's house to propose marriage himself, so Inger would know his feelings. But it's Xinlan. She clearly knows this isn't the case, but she can't say it openly. Mrs. Zhou felt awkward talking about this in front of her good friend Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu said sincerely, "You know that Suner is too shy. He can draw his own picture, but can't write what he wants to say to Lady Gu." She felt helpless. Her son was so reserved. She also advised Mrs. Zhou a few words. "It's Suner who doesn't want me to say anything. Now, if Lady Gu has any misunderstandings about Xinlan, it's just between you and her, and no one else will know." Then Lu Xiaoxiu looked at Su Xinlan sitting beside Mrs. Zhou and softly said, "Xinlan, just help Aunt Lu and your brother Suner for now. Don't tell Lady Gu the truth. When your brother comes back, I'll tell him to thank you properly." Su Xinlan was amused by Lu Xiaoxiu's teasing. It's not a big deal, so why bother explaining so much? But thinking about how she had helped her brother with his feelings for Yingying, she agreed with Lu Xiaoxiu's suggestion. "All right, when my brother comes back, you can tell him, and maybe draw a picture for us too." Lu Xiaoxiu looked at her with a loving gaze and said, "You really can't think of something else?" After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoxiu looked toward Jing'an City and asked Su Xinlan and her mother, "The weather is getting cold. I plan to send some lamb chops and dumplings to Lady Gu at noon. I wonder if she likes to eat them?" "Don't worry, as long as it's something you send, my sister Yingying will love to eat it," Su Xinlan said with a gentle smile to Lu Xiaoxiu. Previously, she had been entrusted by Auntie Xiao to bring back pastries for sister Yingying to enjoy. Whether it was the sweet osmanthus cake or the red date cake, Yingying's sister always said, "The pastries made by your mother are really delicious." Today, she also thought about the lamb chops Auntie Xiao sent yesterday, which Yingying's sister didn't get to taste. So, Su Xinlan decided to cook the lamb meat sent by the Fan family and invite Yingying's family to eat. The rice used for cooking was also obtained yesterday from Auntie Xiao. Auntie Xiao said, "This batch of new rice was sent by a woman from Shijia as a thank you because I gave her some pastries. Take some rice home and try it with your family after cooking." Su Xinlan remembered what Auntie Xiao said, "Don't let Gua Xiaonyang know." So, even when she invited Yingying and her family to dinner later, she didn't mention that the rice was a gift from Auntie Xiao. During the meal, she paid close attention to Yingying. When she saw her finish a bowl, she quickly got up, went over, and helped her by serving more rice. Both Zhou and Qin, the elder women, praised Su Xinlan, saying she was very kind to others. "Thinking back to many years ago, I was still at my parents' house living with my family," Zhou said, recalling how her daughter treated Yingying well. She remembered her own happy days when she was young, eating with good friends. She sighed and said, "Back then, I also had a good friend, Xiaoxiu." Hearing Zhou mention Zhao Sun's mother, Gu Yingying listened carefully. Qin and Zhu, the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, also listened attentively because they knew about Yingying's feelings. That woman was somewhat concerned about Zhao Sun. Su Xinlan also listened carefully, wanting to learn what Auntie Xiao experienced after she married her father and moved to Jinxia Prefecture, especially what happened to Auntie Xiao and Yan Xiao, who had once been engaged. Why didn't they end up together? During that time, what did they each go through? But after Zhou only said a few words, she didn't mention anything related to Auntie Xiao or Yan Xiao. This made Su Xinlan feel a little disappointed. "The things I want to know seem to be deliberately hidden by my mother." Su Xinlan finished cleaning her plate and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Gu Yingying also came to the kitchen to help her good sister with the chores. She took this chance to talk for a while about preparing a meal later and inviting Su Xinlan and her daughter to come over for dinner. Must it be on the same day? Will they return at the same day? Su Xinlan glanced at Gu Yingying, not sure what she was thinking. It was hard enough to finally get home and rest, but now she was thinking about cooking and hosting guests. "Where are you thinking of going?" Gu Yingying asked shyly, pouting her lips. After thinking for a moment, she shared her opinion. "I feel like you have something on your mind." Earlier, during the meal, Su Bo Mu mentioned Aunt Xiao, talking about how she and her sister used to eat and rest together when they were young. They would share private talks. They got along very well. Later, Su Bo Mu married far away in Jinxia Prefecture, had a husband and children, and moved far from her hometown and her sister Xiao. Even though they were far apart, during festivals and holidays, she still sent gifts to Aunt Xiao. Likewise, Aunt Xiao sent gifts through others. It's not true, Su Xinlan's voice came, and Gu Yingying immediately shook her head. No, I won't be mistaken. When you heard Su Bo Mu mention Aunt Xiao, you kept glancing at her. Maybe you wanted to ask her something but didn't dare. Su Xinlan sighed softly. She didn't want to hide anything from her good sister. She told the truth. There are some things I only learned today from my mother. You might not know, but Aunt Xiao used to be engaged to the magistrate, Yan Xiao. Aunt Xiao and Yan Xiao? Gu Yingying couldn't imagine how those two could have such a past. She was so shocked she stood there stunned. After nearly 5 seconds, she asked hesitantly, did they not end up together? Could it be because Yan Xiao changed his mind? She was also very curious about this matter, but she understood in her heart that as long as Sister Xinlan didn't say anything, she couldn't ask more. Soon after, Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Zhu followed Mrs. Zhou into the kitchen. Mrs. Zhou opened the cupboard and saw that the plates and bowls were already washed and neatly arranged. She smiled and said, with Inga helping Xinlan, things get done much faster than if Xinlan did them alone. Then, she took a few rice cakes from a large porcelain bowl in the cupboard, wrapped them in cowhide paper, and handed them to Mrs. Qin. These are the rice cakes that Xiao Xiao brought me yesterday. She said they taste good whether steamed, stir-fried, or roasted. Xinlan and I both tried them, and they're indeed delicious. We kept some for you. When Mrs. Zhou mentioned that Zhao Sun's mother gave her the rice cakes, Mrs. Qin felt a little shy about accepting them. But Su Xinlan also advised her to take them, so she couldn't refuse. After accepting the rice cakes, Mrs. Qin suggested inviting the Zhou mother and daughter to the Gu family for dinner. Mrs. Zhou didn't refuse and generously said she would take her daughter to help with cooking later. Mrs. Qin and the others were naturally happy to accept. In the kitchen, Mrs. Zhou thought that since no one else was around, she might as well consider Zhao Sun and his family. She advised Gu Yingying, Inger, the new year is coming. During these days, no matter who invites you, just stay at home. Life at home may be a bit hard, but it's better than suffering the bad treatment from those wicked people outside. Although Inger often went out to practice medicine, it wasn't just once or twice. And not every patient she met was as stubborn as Lu Erzwang. She wouldn't always be so unlucky to encounter greedy and ungrateful family members like Luo's. But being cautious is always right. For example, this time, if Xinlan's eldest uncle hadn't gone to help, would Inger have been released only after Yan Yuan felt guilty? Would it have been too late? Moreover, Yan Yuan is such an unreasonable person. How good could his conscience be? Thinking of Yan Yuan, Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It's all because of that harmful person who put Inger in prison. When Inger's mother learned about it, she cried her heart out. Seeing this, she also felt sad. Gu Yingying knew that Mrs. Zhou was advising her for her own good. According to the rules of this world, a healer must not abandon a patient halfway through treatment if the patient has not explicitly asked them to stop. If they do, they will be punished. The patient she was treating, Lu Erzwang, had not yet recovered but was taken to the government office by Yan Yuan. Although Yan Yuan had told her to treat him there, she was imprisoned because of this matter. A healer who treats someone without receiving payment is understandable, but they should also be respected. She feels she needs to talk to the local official about this. In front of Zhou and others, Gu Yingying shared her thoughts. Mother Su, I remember what you said. But I want to keep practicing medicine. I won't give up just because the Luo family treats me badly. I see medicine as my career. Making money isn't important. Helping patients is. As for Yan Yuan, who tried to cheat me, I will also go and discuss it with him. Qin and Zhu supported her. We'll go with you to the government office to tell them about Yan Yuan. Me too, added Su Xinlan. My mother and I will go with you to testify. I can't stand Yan Yuan's harmful actions. No matter who his father is, anyone who harms Yingying will face justice. After washing dishes and taking a bath, Gu Yingying returned to her room to rest. Soon, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw Zhu at the door and asked, Second sister-in-law, are you still awake? Earlier, Xinlan and the others had come to help prepare dinner. Once they finished eating, she and her second sister-in-law did some chores and could now rest. Unexpectedly, her second sister-in-law came to see her. "Little sister, before Xinlan left, she asked me to give you a letter." Zhu took out the letter and handed it to Gu Yingying. This letter was probably given to Xinlan by someone else, and she asked her to bring it to us. Gu Yingying understood. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't be so complicated and she wouldn't need her sister-in-law to pass it on. Zhu nodded slightly. "Yes, I was a bit confused about this before and asked Xinlan about it. Ask her, since she has come, why doesn't she take it herself?" She said that the letter was deliberately placed in Uncle Zhu's ox cart by someone else. It was written on it, from the female Dr. Gu. She always felt that after her younger sister recovered, not many days had passed before so many strange things happened. It was a bit unusual. If no one was secretly harming them, then what could be the reason? Suddenly, she remembered that when visiting the Su family, she heard Zhou mention that Zhao Sun's mother and Prefect Yan had a previous engagement. And her younger sister had also treated Zhao Sun for an illness and received a precious gift from him. Could it be that Prefect Yan wrote a letter and sent it to Uncle Zhu's ox cart? Think about it. Uncle Zhu and his sons had to travel to the city several times a day. The officials in the government office could easily find Uncle Zhu. Zhu sure shared her opinion. Gu Yingying listened carefully and thought it made sense. But today was indeed quite late, and she didn't want her second sister-in-law to be disturbed again by this matter and lose rest. She said to Zhu Shi, "Second sister-in-law, no matter who wrote the letter, I will wait until I wake up tomorrow to look at it. You should also go to rest early. Tomorrow morning, I still have to feed the pigs and cows." Zhu Shi could tell that her younger sister-in-law was not telling the truth. But it was indeed late, and even though she had many things she wanted to understand, she didn't say anything more. Back in her room, Zhu Shi found it hard to sleep. She was either worried about her younger sister-in-law or thinking about her husband. Eventually, she fell asleep because she was tired. Meanwhile, Gu Yingying, after receiving the letter, truly did not open it to read. Not only did she not want to open it, but she also didn't pay much attention to it. That night, she slept peacefully. Gu Yingying woke up early and only remembered having a strange dream. In the dream, she saw her father and second brother returning victorious, along with the handsome Zhao Sun. She was among the crowd and saw him at first glance, immediately telling her sister Xinlan, "Hey, look. The person you've been longing for has finally come back." Xinlan blushed shyly, reached out and pinched her hand, then pretended to be angry, saying, "You clearly were looking at the handsome guy yourself, and you couldn't help but stare." "How dare you blame me?" Gu Yingying immediately denied. That's not true. She had already come out herself, so how could she not see? But it seemed someone was feeling jealous. In front of this person, she couldn't admit that she had seen the person she admired, the brother who was searching for her. While they were talking, Zhao Sun stepped closer with a smile and asked Su Xinlan, "Xinlan, this should be the young lady who cured my stubborn illness, right? Just as you said before, she is a beautiful person with a kind of fairy-like aura." At this, Gu Yingying felt shy after hearing it. She didn't dare to joke with Su Xinlan anymore, nor did she dare to keep looking at Zhao Sun's handsome face. Instead, she lowered her head and looked at her toes. There were many passers-by nearby. Sometimes someone would come over and ask Zhao Sun a few questions. No matter what Zhao Sun said, she didn't dare to listen carefully. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from the crowd. "Look, that's the troublemaker who healed the tomb raider Lu Erzwang. If we don't kill her today, we'll be disrespecting our ancestors." As soon as the words finished, a bright light flashed. Gu Yingying was protected behind Zhao Sun, and the dagger that flew out from the crowd was caught steadily by him. She looked at him with admiration and gratitude. She had many things she wanted to say, but knowing he was Xinlan's beloved, she only said 2 words to him. Su Xinlan chuckled and teased Gu Yingying, "You previously healed Brother Sun's illness, saving his life. Now that he's recovered and everything is fine, he can protect you too. It's the right time for him to repay you. But you're still so distant from him. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "It's just a small matter, no need to mind," Gu Yingying replied with her head lowered. Seeing Xinlan's beloved brother finally return and rescue her in a dangerous moment, she felt grateful both for Xinlan and Zhao Sun. Anything related to you is no small matter, Zhao Sun's deep, magnetic voice came. Hearing this, Gu Yingying suddenly had a strange illusion. She felt as if he was speaking directly to her. But she also understood that in his heart, he probably didn't think that way. She mustered her courage, raised her head, and wanted to look at him, to ask him face to face why he said such things. Suddenly, I looked up and saw that the person standing opposite was a man with a fierce look in his eyes. That man was also someone I knew, Yan Yuan, the one who caused me to be thrown into prison. How dare you come here? I won't forgive you, Gu Yingying shouted angrily and kicked toward Yan Yuan. Unexpectedly, the villain dodged suddenly, causing her kick to miss, and she fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Sister Xinlan, who had been standing nearby, had also left at some point. Feeling pain all over, she saw a few women approaching. When they seemed about to step on her leg, she quickly shouted, "Don't come closer," but she couldn't manage to say it out loud. Not only could she not speak, but she also couldn't move. As she saw herself about to be stepped on, the men who had helped her before, Zhao Sun and others, were no longer around. In her panic, she suddenly woke up. When Gu Yingying woke up, she opened her eyes, rubbed her aching head, and soon heard knocking at the door. "Knock, knock," she yawned and said, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Quickly, she put on a coat, went to the window, and drew back the curtain. She saw sunlight shining through the carved wooden window. Today was a sunny day. The thin layer of snow that had fallen earlier had already melted. She could go into the woods to pick herbs with her small basket again. Gu Yingying looked happy. She hurried to the door, reached out, and opened it. It was Qin Shi standing there, holding a tray with a plate of red date cakes. Gu Yingying pointed to her face, meaning she would eat breakfast after washing up. She took the tray from Qin Shi and entered the room, so Qin Shi could go back to her chores peacefully. When Gu Yingying finished washing up, she still didn't see Qin Shi leave. She looked at Qin Shi with a puzzled expression, took her hand, and led her into the bedroom. The tray she had brought earlier was still on the wooden table. Gu Yingying moved a chair, placed it beside the table, and said to Qin Shi, "Mother, sit down. Let's eat the cakes together." Seeing the worry in Qin Shi's eyes, she understood that Qin Shi had come so early with the cakes, and after bringing them in, she hadn't left. There must be something she wanted to tell her, something she didn't want to say to the second sister-in-law. After moving a backrest chair to the table and asking Mrs. Qin to sit down, Gu Yingying sat beside her. Mrs. Qin reached out and placed a plate of pastries from the tray onto the wooden table. She moved it closer to her and gently said, "Inger, these pastries were made early this morning by your second sister-in-law for you. She didn't want to eat any herself, but she gave me a piece. The rest are for you. You should eat the pastries first. I also want to take this chance to tell you something important." Gu Yingying fed her a piece of pastry and insisted she eat it, saying, "Mother, if you don't eat, I will go back to rest." Mrs. Qin looked at Gu Yingying with a loving gaze. The girl was grown up, yet she still acted spoiled in front of her. But inside, she felt happy and accepted this small gesture. Thinking about her daughter's suffering in the prison, Mrs. Qin was furious and clenched her teeth. Some matters she had mentioned to Inge yesterday, but about Gu Yaoxin's feelings for Yan Yuan, she hadn't had the chance to say yet. Mrs. Qin felt embarrassed. Her niece, Gu Yao, knew Yan Yuan had harmed Inger, yet she still insisted on being kind to him. Only someone as shameless as Shenrui, a snobbish person, could teach her daughter this. It was a pity that Shenrui, earlier, had called Inger a playgirl, just because Inger liked Fu Xian before. Hearing that, she felt like hitting Shenrui to death. She wanted to ask Shenrui, "Is your own daughter well-behaved? When your Yaoer grows up, she might not even be as respectful as my Inger," but she didn't ask, considering Qingfeng's feelings and not wanting to embarrass him. Now, Gu Yao, the unworthy girl, had failed to become a woman with self-respect, just as she suspected. To please her admired Yan Yuan, she was willing to hurt Inger, a relative. Mrs. Qin finished feeding Gu Yingying the pastries and poured her a cup of tea. While Yingying was drinking tea, Mrs. Qin lowered her voice and said, "When your father returns, I must tell him. During the days after he and your second brother went to war, your second uncle's family secretly and openly harmed us." Gu Yingying then told Qin the truth. Su Xinlan had written letters to her father, briefly mentioning recent events in the village. Xinlan's younger sister told her that she had written about 10 pages of letters to her father. She believed that after Uncle Su received the letters, he would tell her father and second brother. She wrote to her father and second brother because she was told to do so, to share good news but not worries, and also because her second sister-in-law advised her, "Your second brother is fighting in a cold, harsh place. He's already suffering so much. We shouldn't write about our troubles at home to him." Reluctantly, she avoided mentioning unhappy things. Though she didn't write about them, she kept a mental record. She knew how Uncle Su and others had hurt the family during this time. Thinking about these things made her feel angry.
She would talk to Xinlan about it.
Her good sister was careful and told her, "Oh, are you upset just because of this? I tell you, there's no need. Before, I also mentioned these things in my letters to my father." This made her feel better. But she also worried about another matter. Her second brother was quick-tempered. She wondered if, after learning about this, he might write to Uncle Su and scold them. If that happened, their father would get angry, and her second brother might be punished. "Xinlan is so thoughtful," Qin said with a hint of relief in her eyes. She had always loved that child. She knew Xinlan had also written about some family matters in her letters for her father to see. Xinlan's letters were different from those written by other family members, less likely to cause trouble. Gu Yingying saw her mother was happy and quickly guessed her mother's thoughts. Whether right or wrong, as long as her mother was happy and Xinlan didn't feel uncomfortable, that was the most important. She remembered that just yesterday, after returning home, her mother and second sister-in-law had mentioned it. After visiting her at the clinic, they went to the city to find some acquaintances and asked about a few things. They inquired whether Uncle Su's family was now living on East Street or renting a house in Missouri Lane. After Shin Rui and others left the village, some villagers said they rented a house on East Street, while others said they rented in Missouri Lane. Some also said they lived on West Street. After Uncle Air left the Gu family village, he went to West Street and became a teacher for the son of a shopkeeper who ran a bookstore there. The shopkeeper was very kind to Uncle Air and even arranged a few rooms for him and his family to live in. However, elder brother was too fond of Wan Mei and didn't go to West Street. He stayed with Uncle Air and the others. Mother went to find Uncle Air and asked several people, but couldn't get any clear news. Finally, she met Penglan on East Street, who told her, "Are you talking about Mr. Gu and his family? What a coincidence. Not long ago, I saw them at a silk shop. They said they now live on this street. It's very convenient for shopping for food or silk." Mrs. Qin, along with Mrs. Zhu, walked around near Penglan's silk shop several times. When they got tired and didn't see Shinrui and the others, she told Gu Yingying how she learned where Shinrui's family lived. "I waited outside the restaurant until a woman came out. She went to a restaurant on East Street. She wore light purple clothes and walked with a slender waist. When she saw someone, she looked very proud, just like Shinrui, Mrs. Qin explained to Gu Yingying how she found out where Shinrui's family was staying. "I waited outside the restaurant, quietly following her when she came out. I found out they rented a house on East Street, but not on the main street. It's a bit further back." Gu Yingying had also visited the city before and wandered around East Street and nearby alleys. She remembered that near Penglan's silk shop, there was a tea house. She used to take Xian Lan there for tea, and Xian Lan once told her that behind that tea house, there were several houses available for rent. She planned to ask someone to help find out more. If the prices weren't too high and the houses weren't too small, she wanted to rent one for a year to sell food. She knew that renting a house on East Street without much silver was almost impossible, but she still confidently said, "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking." Unexpectedly, before she even rented a house, she heard her mother say that Uncle Air and the others had rented a place on East Street. She didn't know where Uncle Air and the others got the money to rent the house. Gu Yingying only heard Qin Shi say, "Yesterday, I went with your second sister-in-law to find Shinrui. to ask her to discipline her children and not let them cause trouble outside. If they get into trouble again, it will harm our family. Chinsher learned where Shinrui's house was after following her once. She told Shinrui once, but Shinrui not only ignored her, she also told Gu Qingyu to chase Chinsher away. Qingyu, our Gu family owns property, farmland, and the money your sister-in-law tricked from us. Did you get even a little bit? Yet this wicked woman dares to come and tell me to discipline my children. When Gu Qingyu was still with the Gu family, he always listened to Shinrui. Now that he moved out with Shinrui, he had to find work to earn money. Under these circumstances, he couldn't ignore Shinrui's words. But he also thought about Chinsher, who was his older brother's wife, and quietly advised, Rui, I think sister-in-law probably means no harm. Maybe she heard something unpleasant outside and just wanted to talk to us. Just talking. Chinsher saw that Gu Qingyu was still so timid, afraid of Shinrui as if she were something scary. Her anger flared up, and she looked at him with blame. You really make our family lose face. Gu Qingyu understood Chinsher's feelings. She thought he was too protective of his wife. But in front of his wife, he could only let his sister-in-law suffer a little. Sister-in-law, Shinrui only heard Gu Qingyu call Chinsher, sister-in-law, again, and immediately spat at Chinsher. How could a woman from the countryside deserve such respect from Qingyu? She sneered. Don't say my children are well-behaved and hard-working, better than your children. Even if my children have flaws, it's none of your business, outsider, to criticize me and Qingyu. After saying this, Shinrui pushed Chinsher and said angrily, Qin, take your unproductive family and get out. Get far away and never come back. Chinsher only heard Shinrui curse her daughter-in-law, Zhu Shi, and was so angry she wanted to fight. She told her to speak with more decency, hoping to leave some room for herself and Gu Qingyu, who would be eager to come here and suffer such frustration. You all moved out of the village and returned to the city. No matter what the villagers say about where you've been, I and Xinger didn't care, let alone Inger. Chinsher angrily glared at Shinrui and said, if it weren't for your son bringing a singing girl, the patient Lu Erzwang, to treat Inger bringing food and money, I wouldn't have come even if you begged me. Shinrui could tell that this rural woman was implying she hadn't properly disciplined her son. Her husband was once a teacher at Jinxia Academy, so even if her son hadn't yet passed the exams, he was still educated. He wouldn't be interested in that singing girl. Humph. Shinrui raised an eyebrow and said to Chinsher and her daughter-in-law, only someone desperate would go deliver food and money to others. I didn't even say my son was involved, and he definitely didn't look for any singing girl. Even if a singing girl came to find him, I would send her away. Since coming to the city, Shinrui not only moved into a fairly spacious house but also could afford to hire a cook to prepare meals for her family. She also hired a woman to help with tidying the rooms and washing clothes, paying her a small fee. All these expenses were paid by her son, who gave her and her husband the money. After her son was released from prison, he sometimes met with old classmates. After a few gatherings, one of them introduced him to a good friend. Her son said this friend knew many officials and nobles and was kind to him and Yan Zifu's son. They helped him with errands in exchange for money. Before this, her son and Yan Yuan had a small misunderstanding because of that singing girl, Wan Mei. Luckily, it seemed even heaven didn't want them to be troubled, so they got a good chance to clear the air and make peace. You're still going to send her away? Chinsher didn't believe Shinrui's strong will to do such a thing, giving away a singing girl who had been paid for. She sneered mockingly. Shinrui went into a side room, took out a jar of wine from the cabinet, and let Chinsher see. My son is much more successful than your son. Just smell this wine. How fragrant and strong is this aroma. As she spoke, she found a cup, poured some wine, and deliberately offered it to Chinsher to smell. Perhaps you, a countrywoman, have never tasted such fine wine in all these years. Mrs. Qin snatched the wine cup and smashed it fiercely in front of Shinrui, saying, You're such a lazy woman. In your whole life, I doubt you've earned enough money to buy a fine dress. Where did this wine come from? I don't know. I advise you to go to the government office soon and bring back your shameless daughter. Shinrui usually only scolded Gu Ying, calling her a flirt, and said she was shameless. But she had never been told about her own daughter. Now that Mrs. Qin said it was Gu Yingying's biological mother speaking, Shenrui was so angry she almost fought her. Fortunately, Gu Qingyu was there to stop Shenrui, and Mrs. Zhu also held Mrs. Qin back and took her away. This avoided a fight. After Mrs. Qin returned home, she told her daughter Gu Yingying the whole story truthfully. Gu Yingying shared her opinion, saying, whether the house Shenrui and them rent was paid with money from Gu Rongdong hiring singers or borrowed from someone by Gu Yao, it's all suspicious. We need to be careful of them. Mother, I also think my sister is right, Mrs. Zhu said. She didn't want her sister, who was rescued from the prison by the elders, to be involved because of her second uncle's family. Yes, you're right. Everything you said makes sense. Mrs. Qin's eyes showed a hint of relief. As long as Inger and Xinger are safe, what else should I fear as an elder? But she couldn't keep her worries inside forever, so she decided to tell Gu Yingying and the others. I'm just worried that the patient Inger is treating might have some grudge against those tomb raiders. Why else would he be strangled and thrown into the river? Gu Yingying nodded in agreement after hearing this. Mother, I've also thought about this, she said. She suspected that Lu Erzwang might be connected to the tomb raiders, and she also suspected Wan Mei and Dong Ningyuan. They might all be involved with those criminals. She even suspected that Yen Yuan, who took Lu Erzwang to the government office, and his father, Prefect Yen, might be secretly helping those harmful people with something. So, we decided to wait a few days before sending someone to the government office or the medical clinic to find out more, Gu Yingying honestly said. It's also good to know whether Yen Yuan took Lu Erzwang away for any other reason. Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Zhu both supported her. Mrs. Qin said, Inger, I also know a few classmates of your second brother who are in the city. Of course, they also know Gu Rongdong. Maybe I can ask one of them to help find out some news. Upon hearing this, Gu Yingying quickly waved her hand and said, in her view, whether it was her second brother or Gu Rongdong, they were both driven out by Su Huan, who funded the building of the academy. The students still studying at Jinxia Academy, especially those living near the port, probably already heard that after Gu Rongdong was released from prison, he became obsessed with a singer. Any student with a bit of ambition wouldn't want to associate with Gu Rongdong. They would probably want to stay far away from him to avoid being misunderstood as someone who relies on others, like Gu Rongdong. It would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? Gu Yingying decided to ask Sun Ning to help find someone to inquire. I think instead of asking a classmate of Gu Rongdong or my second brother, it's better to find someone working in the government office or who knows someone there. That way, it would be easier to learn about recent events in the government office. From what I know, Sun Ning knows someone working in the government office. I want to ask her for help. Mrs. Qin listened and then accompanied Gu Yingying to take an ox cart to Jing'an City to find Sun Ning. After meeting Sun Ning, Gu Yingying explained her purpose. I also know that your family runs a grain shop, so you must deal with those officials. No matter who you ask to help me find out information, it might not go smoothly. The flour sent by the emperor was secretly intercepted by Governor Yen after arriving in Jinxia Prefecture. Some of it was sold by shopkeepers in the city and county. Another part might have been sent to the government office. The grain shop owners like Sun Ning spent a lot of silver to buy that flour. Whether the price was fair or not, they had no choice but to accept it and couldn't bargain. She considered these reasons and felt a bit awkward asking Sun Ning for help. But, besides you, I really can't ask others for help. Gu Yingying looked at Sun Ning with hopeful eyes and spoke. Although the original owner and Sun Ning didn't have a deep friendship, they never argued or lost their temper over any disagreements. When Gu Yingying visited Sun Ning last time and talked with her, she could tell that Sun Ning was a sincere person. Because of this, she trusted Sun Ning very much. If she needed help from someone else, it would be hard to find someone as reliable as Sun Ning for a short time. Sun Ning showed a small smile of relief. No matter what, I am happy that you came to see me. If you ask me for help, I will do my best to help as much as I can. Since Gu Yingying came to the grain shop last time and told her that her family was short of food and wanted to buy some flour, Sun Ning felt guilty because she couldn't help her due to some complicated reasons. Sometimes she wondered in her heart, is it really that hard to buy some rice and flour for Gu Yingying? But now, The situation was indeed difficult. All the big grain shops in the city and county had rice for sale, but they followed the rules and couldn't sell to villagers who owned land. Moreover, Gu Ying's family owned a lot of land. This time, she was glad to see Gu Ying again and heard her say she wanted to find out about officials related to Yan Jifu. She naturally agreed to help. After Gu Ying left the grain shop, Suning was standing by the counter when she saw a man dressed in black. Suning knew this man. A few days ago, he had driven a bull cart to her home and brought charcoal for her family. His name was Yuan Yi, and he was from Chifeng village. In the past, because of his mother's surname, he was detained by the Yin family. Under pressure, he had to help the Yin family hurt Gu Ying. Although he paid some silver to Gu Ying afterward, he still felt guilty toward her family. He especially felt he owed Gu Ying a lot. She knew about this, but she had never mentioned it in front of Yuan Yi. Today, Suning asked Yuan Yi for help to deliver a letter to an official in the government office, someone she knew who worked there. She wanted him to find out some information. She told him everything honestly. Knowing that helping her run away might delay his business, she gave him 1 or 2 silver coins. Yuan Yi refused to take the money and said he would help her find out the information and tell her when he returned. Suning smiled gratefully. Thank you. Within half an hour, Yuan Yi received the exact news and also delivered a message to Suning, informing her about what Governor Yan and Yan Yuan have been doing lately. Regarding Lu Erzwang's matter, he said he mentioned it but kept it brief. Despite this, Suning understood that Yuan Yi had tried his best. She quickly wrote down what she had heard, wrapped it in red cloth, and gave it to Yuan Yi along with 2 silver coins, asking him to accept it. She asked him to help by taking this letter to the bank of Lan River. He was to wait there until old Zhu, or one of his family members, passed by in a carriage, and then pass the letter to Gu Ying. Although the people from both villages had learned their lesson after the fight and no longer dared to fight easily, they were proud and hesitant to let Yuan Yi go directly into the village to give the letter to Su Tai. Instead, they wanted the old village head to pass it to Gu Ying. Yuan Yi understood Sun Ying's idea and agreed to her plan. However, after arriving at the riverbank, he did not wait there as she had instructed. Instead, he parked his ox cart by the river and went to the old village head's house to explain his purpose. The old village head supported him and even gave him 2 oranges. He told Yuan Yi, "You can go back and tell Miss Sun that I will deliver the letter to Gu Ying on time." Yuan Yi was very grateful, clasped his fists, and bowed to thank Su Tai. Su Tai went to Gu's house and handed the letter written by Suning to Gu Ying. "Grandpa Su, was this letter brought back by old Zhu? It seems he finished work a bit later today than yesterday. The New Year is coming, and it's not easy for them." After speaking, Gu Ying took out 1 or 2 silver coins and asked Su Tai to deliver them to old Zhu, thanking him for helping with the letter. "The person who brought you the letter today," Su Tai told the truth. Gu Ying didn't even have time to read the letter before she put on a veil and ran to the village entrance. As she expected, the man who brought her the letter was Yuan Yi, the same person she saw at the government office last time, who had apologized to her. He was standing by the roadside now. He was tall, dressed in a black robe, and looked very handsome. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his deep eyes showed a hint of doubt, which then faded away. His gaze was on her face, and she noticed it. Just as she suddenly realized, she saw him turn and walk toward the banks of Lan River. His figure quickly disappeared from her sight. Gu Ying felt confused. She had come over to give him some silver as a thank you gift. Unexpectedly, he ran away. Gu Ying had no choice but to ask the old village chief for help. She took a few more steps to catch up with Yuan Yi and give him the money for his trip. Although he used to help the people of the Yin family and did some wrong things, this time he came to do a good deed. The New Year is coming soon, and I can't let him make a wasted trip, which might delay him from driving others. Su Tai shook his head slightly. It seemed Inger was still young and didn't understand why Yuan Yi, who was standing by the roadside earlier, left after seeing her. It was because Yuan Yi recognized her. Gu Ying saw Su Tai shake his head and quickly understood the reason behind it. After returning home, she washed her hands and hurriedly found the letter written by Suning. She opened it and started reading. The handwriting was very neat, clearly Sun Ying's. She had seen Sun Ying's writing before at the grain shop, so she had a faint impression. After reading, she realized that Yan Yuan and Gu Rongdong were both irresponsible and lazy. Because of this, her father, who was a prefect, was often angry and wanted to scold them. But her mother protected them, and her father was a bit afraid to offend her mother. So as long as her mother was nearby, her father wouldn't dare to scold them. He wouldn't even dare to hit them. When Yan Yuan learned that his father had left the city to visit an old friend in the countryside, he immediately took a group of people to the medical clinic the next morning and took her and Lu Erzwang away. This matter was reported to his father, the prefect Yan. When his father returned, he allowed Su Tai to take her away from the prison. He couldn't say anything. As for Lu Erzwang, Sunning wrote very little in her letter, only saying that if she learned any definite news in the future, she would tell her immediately. A hint of relief flashed in Gu Yingying's eyes. Regarding Lu Erzwang's injury, even Lu Erzwang and the others didn't tell her the full truth. But since she had treated him, she knew some details. If Lu Erzwang hadn't been involved with the Tomb Raiders or made enemies with them, they wouldn't have easily hurt him. He almost caused his death. Fortunately, Sunning mentioned in her letter that Yan Yuan's father, who hurried overnight to meet an old friend outside the city, was someone who came from the imperial city. He was like the Prince of Jingnan, who once followed Emperor Taizu to fight against rebels, and was a trusted officer of General Chu. Yan Yuan's father did not dare offend this person, so when he received the letter, he immediately went out to meet him. As for the demands made, whether reasonable or not, he certainly dared not refuse easily. In her letter, Sun Ying advised Gu Yingying, "Although becoming a female doctor allows you to practice medicine and earn some money, I think treating Lu Erzwang was a mistake. You can't make another mistake. Lu Erzwang has already been taken to the government office by Yan Yuan. Whatever happens next, it has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to practice medicine anymore and to stay away from Yan Yuan and his friends to avoid trouble." It was clear that Sun Ying considered her a close friend, which is why she made such suggestions. But Gu Yingying was stubborn. She felt she hadn't done anything wrong or owed anyone anything. Why should she hide from others? No matter whose son Yan Yuan was, if he had harmed her, she would seek revenge. A few days later, Gu Yingying took 2 trips, carrying some shampoo and body wash, and asked old Zhu to help deliver them to Zhang Xiaonyang. Since the last time at the clinic, when she used her homemade shampoo on Zhang Xiaonyang, she received praise. In return, Zhang Xiaonyang paid her a deposit of 30 taels of silver and asked her to buy more shampoo. Zhang Xiaonyang clearly said, "I used it myself and found it good, so I want to help you sell some. I'll give you the deposit first, then buy some more to sell in the clinic. Once all sold, I will settle the money I owe you." Gu Yingying happily agreed. Okay. Zhang Xiaonyang wanted to write a contract, but Gu Yingying refused. "You've been very kind to me, and I can't just get less silver because of a few bottles of shampoo." Zhang Xiaonyang smiled softly. "Although we are friends and trust each other, it's better to settle accounts clearly when doing business." So, she agreed, and Zhang Xiaonyang wrote the contract. After she signed it, Gu Yingying signed as well. As a result, she needed to prepare 30 bottles of shampoo and 30 bottles of body wash for Miss Zhang before the 20th day of the 12th lunar month and deliver them to the medical clinic. After Gu Yingying placed the shampoo on the ox cart and spoke with old man Zhu, she heard him say, "All these items are fragile. Even if you put them in the medicine basket, they might not be safe unless someone sitting in the cart helps protect them. I think you should also sit on the cart yourself and watch over them." Gu Yingying originally did this to save time. Hearing old man Zhu's advice, she could only follow it. However, since the shampoo and body wash are packed separately, once they arrive in Jing'an City, she will need someone sitting on the cart to help carry some of them. One woman, who lives near Su Xinlan's house, agreed to help after hearing Gu Yingying's request. When the ox cart arrived in Jing'an City and stopped opposite Zhang's medical clinic, Gu Yingying got off and, with the woman, delivered the shampoo and body wash into the clinic. At that time, Miss Zhang and Zhang Zhufeng were busy in the hall. A woman who came to buy medicine, a good friend of Fan's, approached Gu Yingying and bought some. Just yesterday, I asked someone to tell my good sister to send more hair washing water for us to use during the new year. I didn't expect to find some today. The woman's eyes sparkled with happiness. After chatting with Gu Yingying for a while, she left the clinic, carrying her bundle. Several women who came to see Miss Zhang for treatment, upon seeing the hair-washing water in the clinic, secretly asked Miss Zhang, "Excuse me, Miss Zhang, is the hair-washing water sent by Gu Miss still 5 taels of silver per bottle?" "Yes, no price increase," Miss Zhang replied with a slight smile. Most of the women who came to the clinic to see her were willing to spend money. But she didn't mind if they asked about the price before buying. "Would it be possible? I'll buy 6 bottles of hair-washing water for 28 taels of silver," one woman said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she took out her purse to show Miss Zhang. However, Zhang Yuan didn't look at her. But she understood in her heart that the woman wasn't trying to bargain. She simply didn't have much silver with her. I didn't want to embarrass her, so I said, "My friend's hair-washing water is made by herself, and it really works well. Even if it sells for 5 taels of silver per bottle, or 6 taels, I think it's worth it." The woman immediately understood. Lady Zhang didn't want to cheat her friend, so she wouldn't lower the price. She herself also really wanted to buy it. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Maybe I can borrow some silver from you to buy the hair-washing water. When I get home, I will return it to you." Shaoranzhong smiled and said, "No rush. I can help you buy it." After the woman bought the hair-washing water and returned home, she quickly came over and gave the silver to Lady Zhang. She also told her an important piece of news. "After I went back, my mother said she saw young Master Yan today. He was strolling at the port with Gu Xiaonyang's cousin Gu Yao." "How did you find out that Gu Xiaonyang has a cousin?" Xingyun Zhang couldn't help but feel curious. Before this, Gu Yingying had only stayed in the clinic for a few days and hadn't met this woman. So, how did the woman know about her family affairs? Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Wednesday. Last weekend, Orange went with her parents to a relative's wedding. It was rare to go out and gather because of YQ. Many peers saw Orange and felt envious because many of them were busy taking care of children. But they saw Orange's parents picking some fruits similar to mulberries at the tree for her to eat. Orange also did her best to be good to her parents, to thank them for raising her. Wishing everyone all the best and family happiness. Orange summer little words, the woman scoffed and said, "Lady Zhang, have you heard about what happened not long ago in the city? It's about Gu Xiaonyang's cousin, Gu Yao. Someone hired a singer to help her sell fake hair-washing water at a powder shop." When she mentioned this, Lady Zhang quickly understood. "Oh, I see." Several women who had been treated by her said they used fake hair-washing water. After washing their hair, their scalps itched badly, and they got oily easily. One woman, 23 years old, said that after using the fake hair-washing water, her scalp itched, so she scratched it. Unexpectedly, she scratched her scalp so hard that it became sore, and a lot of small bumps appeared. It was both painful and itchy, making her very uncomfortable. I remember that woman. When she first came to the clinic for treatment, she wore a veil hat. We didn't dare speak to her openly in the main hall. Only after we moved to the inner room did we feel comfortable enough to talk honestly. Whenever I mentioned that she bought shampoo water from someone named Gu, she would get very angry and grit her teeth. She even threatened to fight that woman once she recovered. Zhang Yuan patiently advised her that getting angry over such a small matter wasn't worth it. She also told her that buying fake shampoo water had caused her trouble and that she could report this to the authorities. I don't know if that woman went to report it, but I did hear that Gu Xiaonyang's younger cousin, Gu Yao, sold fake shampoo water to others, which made people uncomfortable, and she was beaten for it. Soon after, Gu Xiaonyang confronted Gu Yao and made her apologize. Of course, Gu Yao, who often did bad things, learned her lesson. I didn't mean to pry into Gu Yao's private affairs. But considering that my good friend Gu Xiaonyang came all this way just to find Sunning and ask for some news, it seemed unusual that Gu Yao, who was related to her and had caused her suffering by imprisoning her in the government jail, was getting close to her. When that woman left the clinic, I quickly went to find Gu Yingying and told her what I knew. In my opinion, even if Gu Yao deliberately angered you and tried to turn the person who harmed you, young Master Yan, into her close friend, she's not young anymore. She should care about her reputation outside. Gu Ying felt disdain in her heart. She thought, with a mother like Shinrui, could Gu Yao really know how to keep herself pure? It was thanks to Yen Yuan that Gu Yao wasn't too enthusiastic. If Yen Yuan had treated her with the same patience as he did Wan Mei, she might have been so happy she'd jump for joy. Being able to be with the son of the magistrate, that wasn't just for her mother, but also for her grandparents, to make them proud. They liked to pursue official careers. Gu Yao sought out the magistrate's son. Even if he might not become a magistrate in the future, he was still from a noble family. She probably likes men like Yen Yuan. With him, she's eager to shout to the whole city, "What's the point of talking about reputation?" Gu Ying said with a mocking smile. After she said this, Zhang Yuan didn't bring up any topics related to Gu Yao anymore. However, she had heard some things about the Yen family. While Gu Ying was still in the clinic, she shared some important news with her. "Aren't you out today to find Sun Ying or some other friend to get some news? You were taken away by Yen Yuan's people, and the patient you treated, Lu Erzwang, was also taken to the government office. These things all happened in our clinic, so some people probably know about them." Gu Ying was very grateful that Zhang Xiaonyang was honest and shared these important details with her. She also agreed with Zhang Yuan's point of view. If Lu Erzwang really is a simple and honest man, then why does he let his wife cause trouble? Not only does he refuse to pay me for treatment, but he also asks me for silver. When Gu Ying mentioned this, she thought she had been a bit foolish to treat Luo Shi so kindly at first. She knew that Luo Shi was a cook in the city. No matter what, she had to get along with her employer and the people living nearby. As for women like Su Xinlan, whom she had just met, she dared to ask about her affairs. And more so, women like Zhang Xiaonyang, she had known her before. But after Luo Shi came to the clinic, she didn't dare to ask Zhang Xiaonyang for help. She had sensed this long ago but hadn't told Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and asked Gu Ying, "Was it because you believed Luo Shi before, thinking that as a woman working in the city to earn some silver to support her family, it was not easy?" Exactly. Gu Ying didn't deny this. But after saying that, she quickly explained, "That was just my initial thought. Later, I realized I was wrong. Think about it. If Luo Shi was truly kind-hearted, she wouldn't disrespect me, someone who saved her husband's life." Zhang Yuan chuckled secretly. Seeing her friend think this way, she felt relieved and said, "Luo Shi working in the city might earn a few silver, but it's nowhere near what Lu Erzwang makes. Do you really think that Roth went to the city to work for a little bit of silver to support his family?" Gu Ying smiled bitterly. When she was practicing medicine at the clinic, she really thought that way. "Haha, if you really think that, you're wrong," Zhang Yuan said mockingly. "With the little silver she earns, what could she buy for Lu Erzwang? You should know that Lu Erzwang can get dozens of silver coins just by giving some clues to those tomb raiders." Gu Ying pointed to her neck, trying to answer Zhang Yuan. If Lu Erzwang had that kind of luck and received those silver coins, he probably wouldn't have suffered so much, and he might have almost been strangled to death. He knows too much, and sooner or later, he will die at the hands of those thieves. Zhang Yuan had seen Roth before and knew that woman liked to take small advantages and was a bit foolish. After Lu Erzwang was taken to the government office by Yen Yuan, it wasn't Roth who took care of him. It was a man from Yen Yuan's side, watching over Lu Erzwang. They said it was for his safety, to protect him, but really, they were supervising him. They were afraid he might run away from the government office, or say things he shouldn't outside, which could cause trouble. So Yen Yuan also told others that he'd rather spend money to support Lu Erzwang and his wife than let them go back. Zhang Yuan shared her opinion in front of Gu Ying. But he wouldn't be willing to spend money on a stranger. He probably expects to get 10 silver coins back for everyone he spends on Lu Erzwang and his wife. Knowing they can't pay that much, he probably won't let them live much longer. Before the new year, no matter how upset Yen Yuan is, he wouldn't easily kill Lu Erzwang and the others. But after the new year, it's hard to say whether he'll still let them live. Gu Ying also spoke honestly. A patient who was treated well at the clinic was taken away by the magistrate's son, and the female doctor was kept confined. This strange situation was the first she had seen in 2 lives. Because Lu Erzhuang was taken away by Yen Yuan, whether he recovered or not, Gu Yingying couldn't practice medicine at the clinic during this time. So, after Gu Yingying arrived at the clinic, even though she saw that Zhang Xiaonyang and others were busy, she wanted to help but felt she couldn't do much. Zhang Yuan said, "A few days ago, I went with my junior brother to Liontown to treat some patients there. I also heard the patients' family members ask about the matter related to Lu Erzhuang. I didn't say much, just listened as my junior brother explained to them. Knowing that Zhang Yuan doesn't like to chat idly and is quite reserved, Gu Yingying smiled knowingly and understood. Compared to her, Zhang Zhufeng is a bit more cheerful. They say to my junior brother Zhufeng that someone like Lu Erzhuang, even if he dies from illness, is deserved. Isn't it said that doing many bad things will bring retribution? Someone like Lu Erzhuang, who looks honest but secretly harms many villagers to help evil people, should have been taken to the underworld long ago." Zhang Yuan almost didn't need to say explicitly that if she had known earlier that Lu Erzhuang was such a person, she would have advised Gu Yingying not to treat him. Gu Yingying nodded understandingly and said, "I think Lu Erzhuang probably isn't doing well in the government office either. But he won't endure such hardships for long. Not only the Tomb Raiders would not let Lu Erzhuang go, but also Yen Yuan and his father wouldn't either. In that case, even if he recovers in the government office, he might not live to return to Liontown." Zhang Yuan didn't want to mention Lu Erzhuang anymore because Gu Yingying had come to the clinic and saved a hidden villain, and she had also heard villagers say many unpleasant things. So she advised Gu Yingying, for now, just focus on washing hair and similar tasks. Don't worry about practicing medicine for now. When my eldest uncle returns, I will talk to him about your situation. I believe asking for his help will allow you to treat patients and become a qualified female doctor sooner. When Zhang Yuan mentioned big uncle, Gu Yingying almost didn't react. Who is Zhang Xiaonyang's big uncle? She felt a bit awkward. She said to herself, maybe because your big uncle, like Sister Xinlan's uncle, fought alongside the great-grandfather emperor. So whenever she mentions her uncle, I instinctively think your big uncle is your great-grandfather. It's not just me who thinks this way. My mother does too. Once, when talking about Zhang Xiaonyang's parents, my mother said, Zhang Xiaonyang's grandmother, Mrs. Huang, was very kind to us. She would make tea and offer cakes. Her grandfather was also very generous, just like her great-grandfather, and they both treated people very well. At the time, I thought everything was fine. But later, I realized that both my mother and I had misunderstood their family hierarchy. Zhang Yuan laughed and honestly said, honestly, I've heard this kind of thing before. When my eldest uncle was still running the clinic, I used to help villagers with medicine. People would say I looked like my grandfather and great-grandfather. I would correct them, saying, no, I look like my father and my uncle. Haha. Hearing this, Gu Yingying felt that she wasn't the only one confused about family relations. She also saw that some others might mix up their relatives' positions. There was no need to feel awkward about it, so she just smiled easily. After chatting with Zhang Yuan for a while, Gu Yingying decided to go home. As she stood up, Zhang Yuan held her right hand and asked her to stay. You don't come here often, so since you're here today, you should have a meal at the clinic and stay overnight. Then you can go back tomorrow. But I need to go home and do chores. I told you before, I have pigs and chickens to take care of. It's not good for my second sister-in-law to do it all alone, Gu Yingying said, not wanting to eat at the clinic again and feeling she was always owing favors. It's only for one night here, not a long stay. What are you worried about? Zhang Yuan saw that Gu Yingying was afraid of bothering them, which is why she said this. But she also wanted Gu Yingying to stay so they could go out together tomorrow. Gu Yingying still insisted she needed to go home and work. She said she'd come back next year when things weren't busy, to visit and play. Zhang Yuan told her honestly, tomorrow morning, I'll go with Sister Zhu Qin and others to Jinglin Temple to pray. It's very lively there before the new year. I'd love to take you along to have fun. After arriving in this time and space, I only heard about Jinglin Temple, which Emperor Taizu and his people visited. They worshipped there. My family also took me there, but at that time, I hadn't come yet. They took the original owner instead. From the memories left by the original owner, I learned that Jinglin Temple is very famous. It is one of the most popular Buddhist holy sites in the entire region. In the past, the original owner even went to Jinglin Temple to make a wish in order to pursue exile. After having lunch at the clinic, Gu Ying took a carriage to the city hall and told old Zhu about staying at the clinic tonight. When old Zhu said, "Don't worry, you can rest at the clinic. I will talk to your mother when I go back and tell her to rest assured," Gu Ying felt grateful.
"Thank you so much," she replied.
"You, my child, why do you treat us villagers like strangers?" Old Zhu then remembered another woman, also from the Gu family. He knew that Gu Xiaoya didn't like that woman. But for the family's reputation and as a senior, he shared what he knew with Gu Ying. "This morning, after I took you to the clinic, I hurried to the city hall and soon saw your second uncle's daughter," old Zhu said with some worry. "That girl is not simple." In front of many people, she was flirting with a young man. According to the driver from Qifeng village, her companion is Yan Jifu's son, Yan Yuan. That young man has bad manners and once visited a boat to find singers and drink with them. Gu Ying understood that old Zhu was telling her this for the good of the Gu family. But she also had to be honest. Even if young Master Yan is well-behaved, he might not treat Gu Yao well. I'm not saying that people should only marry within their social class or look down on others. There's a saying, "Are princes and kings really born different? As long as you work hard, you won't worry about being appreciated." But you know what kind of person my cousin Gu Yao is? Not only old Zhu knew what kind of person Gu Yao was, but the villagers also knew she was lazy, greedy, and lacked manners. In general, what kind of man would admire such a woman? So, she dared to speak openly. Even if Yan Yuan was a very well-behaved young man, he would not cherish Gu Yao. When old Master Zhu heard this, he saw that Gu Xiaoyan had now understood everything and showed a satisfied smile. Gu Ying followed Zhang Yuan and others, riding a carriage to Jinglin Temple. The snowflakes like willow catkins floated gently, softly, and fell a few onto Gu Ying's palm. But they melted quickly. The carriage only reached the foot of the mountain. Neither Gu Ying nor Zhang Yuan and the others could avoid walking up to the top of Jinglin Temple. The mountain isn't very tall, but climbing it isn't easy. Especially in winter, everyone was dressed warmly, making walking a bit harder. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan and the others walked slowly, giving her a chance to stop and rest for a while, stretching out her hands to catch a few snowflakes and look at them. It was like when she was in the New World at age 10, going with her grandmother to a temple to pray, also in winter. That day, big snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Luckily, the temple was in the city, and they could take a car to the nearby parking lot. Back then, she was carefree, and no matter what her grandmother did, she just reached out her hands to catch the snowflakes flying into her palms. Watching them fall gently and melt little by little was also a kind of joy. Thinking about it now, her happiness back then was because her grandmother was with her. Now, she was also happy, having a good friend like Zhang Yuan with her. Whether climbing mountains or enjoying the scenery, she felt very pleased. Halfway up the mountain, when Gu Ying and Zhang Yuan stopped to rest before reaching out to catch snow, they heard a strange female voice behind them. Miss Zhang, please wait a moment." Zhang Yuan turned around and saw a woman she knew, smiling and saying, "You've come too." The woman quickly stepped forward and started talking with Zhang Yuan. She said that after her mother-in-law took the medicine prescribed by Zhang Yuan, her health improved. She also asked about the hair-washing water they recently sold at the clinic. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." While saying this, Zhang Yuan looked at Gu Ying beside her and said to the woman, "The hair-washing water is made by my good friend, Miss Gu. If you want to buy some, just tell me in advance so it will be easier for you to get it later." The woman looked happy and said to Zhang Yuan and Gu Ying, "I heard from a cousin that there is a female doctor in Gujia village who makes special hair-washing water. I asked Fanshi for help and bought some. After using it, my hair became much softer." While saying this, the woman gently touched her hair bun and sighed, "It's a pity I only used it once at my cousin's house." She asked Fanshi to buy the hair-washing water. "It has a light, nice fragrance after washing, and I liked it very much. I wanted to buy more, but I didn't want to trouble her again.
So I didn't buy it."
Luckily, I met you today. In the future, it will be very easy to buy hair washing water. Gu Ying thought to herself, if this were the modern world, she might just add someone on WeChat and then send the money after the delivery. Meeting such a coincidence makes things even more convenient. But she could only think this in her mind. In this time and place, how could things be so easy? In the modern world, you can order takeout without leaving home and just open the door to receive it. Unlike here, where if you're hungry, you have to chop firewood, build a fire, and cook. All that takes about half an hour. Gu Ying only heard the woman say she wanted to buy 10 bottles of hair washing water, not just for herself, but also for her parents-in-law and younger sister-in-law. She felt the woman was very generous, not only respectful to her elders, but also kind to her younger sister-in-law. Just like the second sister-in-law, she was very good. After the woman walked away, Gu Ying said to Zhang Yuan, if the woman who just spoke to us really goes to the clinic tomorrow to buy the hair washing water, you should give her a bottle as a gift. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Do you think she's a good person? Haha, I've treated her mother-in-law a few times before. Her mother-in-law used to have trouble sleeping, and I helped her get better. Because of that, she always wants to give me gifts to thank me. But I never accept them. So, little Gu, do you think she would accept a bottle of shampoo if I give it to her? In this way, it's better not to force it, Gu Ying thought. They reached the top of the mountain and arrived outside the temple. She saw several children being carried by their relatives, all standing near an ancient pine tree outside the gate. That pine tree looked very old, with a trunk so thick it would take several people to hug it. I thought that if someone stood under this ancient pine tree in summer, it would be very cool. Behind the pine tree, there is a bamboo forest, now covered with a thin layer of snow. A few monks carrying water passed by the pine tree, then took a side path. One child saw the monks and, looking curious, asked his family member, Grandpa, are the bell sounds I hear every day coming from here? Grandpa replied, yes, the bell sounds here can be heard all the way to Lanjiang Harbor. Are those the bells they ring? The child tilted his head and asked again. Yes, those are the ones, Grandpa said kindly with a smile. Oh, I see. I often hear my father say, be a monk for a day and ring the bell for a day. So that's what it means, the child seemed to understand, and said suddenly. Gu Ying watched this scene and quickly remembered that she had asked her grandmother the same questions when she was in the New World. She used to ask her grandmother, do monks wake up on time every day, eat on time, and recite scriptures on schedule? So when they hear the bell, they get up right away. Her grandmother would patiently answer, just like the child's grandfather. She wondered if her grandmother still in the New World knew that she was thinking of her now. Thinking of these things, Gu Ying's eyes showed sadness. Just as she felt upset, she heard Zhang Yuan softly say, look, the woman in white clothes in front is Madame Liu, the wife of Prefect Yan. When she heard that the woman was Yan Ji's mother, who had once harmed her, even though she hadn't seen her before and held no grudges, Gu Ying quickly looked at her figure. From her back view, she saw that the woman was tall. But she was just out praying for blessings, accompanied by 6 maids and 6 guards. People who didn't know might think she was showing off. On the way to the temple, Zhang Yuan said that the former empress had also come to Jinxia Prefecture and brought people to pray at the temple. But she only brought 2 palace maids and a secret guard to protect her. It was not like this Liu, who is just the wife of a prefect. Does she really think of herself as a golden phoenix? Following Zhang Yuan, I went to the main hall and knelt before the Buddha statue, clasping my hands in a respectful prayer. May my father, second brother, and Zhao Sun return safely. May my grandmother in the New World be healthy and everything goes smoothly. May I have the chance in my lifetime to return to the New World, stay with my grandmother, and take good care of her. May my family in this time and place be safe, happy, and worry-free. I have many people I want to bless and many wishes I want to make, but in the end, I only silently wish for those few. Gu Ying smiled slightly. She believed that she was not greedy. She trusted that her wishes would come true soon. After praying, Gu Ying only heard Zhang Yuan say, my aunt told me that we'll have vegetarian food here later. Look, it's rare for you to come out with us. I was planning to go back soon to follow that official Yan's wife, but hearing Zhang Yuan say this, I couldn't refuse. I nodded with a smile, okay. I've come here before with my aunt and had a meal. Honestly, the food here is pretty good, Zhang Yuan said, noticing Gu Yingying looked a bit reserved. When Gu Yingying was in the New World, she also ate vegetarian food at temples. Things like tiger skin green peppers, stir-fried lotus root slices, and bean sprouts, all quite tasty. She wanted to try the dishes at this temple to see how good they really were. Since it was her first time at this temple, after praying, she told Zhang Yuan, "Aren't you supposed to stay with your aunt and the elders at the nearby inn later? I can't go with you, so I'll wander around inside, and then wait at the main gate for you." "You should come with us," Zhang Yuan said, sensing that Gu Yingying seemed to want to leave alone, as if she had something important to do. She was worried that there might be suspicious people around the temple, and if Gu Yingying accidentally encountered trouble, it would be difficult to handle. Gu Yingying smiled faintly. "I'll just go outside and look around. I'll come to the inn to find you later." She didn't believe that Madame Lu, the wife of Yan Zifu, would go hungry and leave without eating after arriving here. As long as Lady Lu is still in the temple, there is no need to worry about not hearing any news. I only heard Zhang Yuan say, "Be careful and don't talk to strangers easily." Gu Yingying smiled knowingly and replied, "All right, you can rest assured. I'm not a child anymore." A hint of awkwardness flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. She didn't mean it that way. She just thought of a skilled female doctor as a child. But she was only concerned about her friend. After Zhang Yuan and Zhang Zhuxin left with Madame Zhang Mingyi from the main hall, Gu Yingying went to the back courtyard for a walk and to enjoy the scenery. On the way to the temple, Zhang Yuan had mentioned that some women visiting the temple would have maids accompany them to look at the garden. In the back courtyard, there were several tall trees. Under one silver apricot tree, a few women stood. They probably didn't know each other, so they just stood by the trees, each admiring the view, not chatting. Soon, a woman dressed in light pink elegant clothes ran over and said to one of the women standing under the silver apricot tree, "Chunji, the lady asked you to prepare lunch, but you're here slacking off? I'll report to the lady and have you sent away." The woman speaking looked fierce. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, ready to hit Chunji. Gu Yingying suddenly realized that the maids following Lady Lu earlier were all dressed in light pink elegant clothes, and they all had slender waists. If they were both maids brought by Lady Lu, then watching them fight fiercely would be interesting. Gu Yingying thought. Sure enough, as the woman called Chunji saw the other woman raise her hand, she stepped forward and kicked her to the ground. "We serve Madam, and are not better than anyone else. You, this lowly woman, have secretly pulled the young master many times behind Madam's back with those dirty hands. And now you want to slap me with them? Disgusting." The woman who was hit struggled to get up, but the other woman kicked her again, saying these words. Gu Yingying clearly heard what they said. She couldn't help but wonder if these two women were really both maids brought by Lady Lu. Or maybe they were both related to the lady and the young master. Although other maids may come out and sometimes accompany the lady, who among the young masters would have an unclear relationship with a maid. Besides Yan Yuan, I really can't think of anyone else who is as tasteless as him. Even the singing girls on the boat are more refined, and I wouldn't want to take advantage of the maids at home. Gu Yingying watched the two women carefully and quickly remembered what each of them looked like. She didn't stay in the backyard for even a second and turned to leave, heading to a nearby inn. Unexpectedly, after arriving at a private room in the inn and sitting there drinking tea, she overheard voices from the next room. One woman's voice sounded familiar, a bit like Xiuyi's voice. It was a bit deep. But at this moment, the woman's voice she heard was not only deep, but also quite cold. "Do you think I brought my son to Jinxiao Prefecture to come and rely on your husband, Yan Xiao?" the woman said, then let out a mocking laugh. "Ha. Otherwise," another woman snorted coldly and said, "Lu Xiaoxiu, don't think I believe you just because Yan Xiao listens to your lies. Thinking your son was seriously ill and almost dying, then luckily met a village girl who cured him. Haha, honestly, the girl who treated your son's illness, Gu Xiaoya, I saw her here long ago. I heard she came for the talented Zifu Exine." Gu Yingying's heart sank. Did she hear that right? The people chatting in the next room just mentioned the name Lu Xiaoxiu. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun's mother is also named Lu Xiaoxiu. Even more unfortunately, she also heard that the woman mentioned her, saying she had treated someone and had seen her here. But in her memory, including the memories left by the original owner, there was no connection to that woman. How could that woman know so much? Lu Qingwan, I can forgive you for secretly harming me or humiliating me in front of me for now. But if you dare to secretly harm my Suna or the girl Gu Xiaonyang who saved my Suna, I won't let you go. This was also heard by Zhang Yuan sitting opposite. Gu Yingying saw the doubt in Zhang Yuan's eyes and could only helplessly shrug her shoulders. I want to say that I was not aware of this matter myself. Zhang Yuan comforted Gu Yingying with her eyes. No matter what others say, if you don't listen, it will be fine. However, she also considered that the Lu family is not an ordinary family. In Jinxia Prefecture, few people dare to offend the Lu family. She quietly reminded Gu Yingying, in the future, when you see that woman, stay away from her to avoid causing trouble. Gu Yingying understood and smiled. Okay. But even so, sometimes, if you don't provoke others, can you really be carefree? For example, that Mrs. Lu before this, had I ever provoked her? After listening in for a while longer, Gu Yingying learned that Xiaoying and Yan Xiao indeed had a marriage agreement. Yan Xiao, early in his career, abandoned Xiaoying, who had taken care of his mother. He married someone who would help his career, Luo Yuan's daughter, Luo Qingwan from Yizhou Prefecture. She thought that marrying Luo Qingwan would earn her father-in-law's favor and bring her a smooth career path. Because of this, her father-in-law helped find someone to speak for her, which got her the position of prefect in Jinxia Prefecture. He wanted to achieve some political success here and be promoted by the emperor, like the previous prefect Ding, who was transferred to the imperial court. But unexpectedly, Yan Xiao was not comparable to prefect Ding, nor was he as good as the previous prefects. Lu Xiaoxiu disdainfully said to Mrs. Lu, "Your ungrateful husband can still be prefect in Jinxia Prefecture for a few more years. Being his wife, you can often show off and boast. You're already lucky. Just wait a few more years and see if your husband gets promoted or faces serious punishment." Mrs. Lu hysterically shouted, "How dare you, country bumpkin, to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I can kill your son Zhao Sun easily." Gu Yingying, sitting in the private room, overheard this. She had only heard from Fan and Zhou that the man named Yan was not an ordinary person to become a prefect in Jinxia. Later, whether herself or others in the city, they learned that Yan was a bloodsucker. Today, listening to Mrs. Lu's words, she understood even more that the couple could not raise a good son. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. Yan Yuan did not hide Lu Erzwang in the government office to help him or do good deeds. He wanted to find a chance to kill him. When the officials from above come to Jinxia Prefecture to investigate, there will be no witnesses. The thieves who stole from the tomb before also committed suicide or went mad after being imprisoned in the jail. It was only after Lu Shi told Lu Xiaoxiu in her room that Gu Yingying learned about it. Yu Sun's beloved Gu Xiaoya is not a female doctor. She is just a lowly woman. She only pursued the talented Zi Sun, even risking her life to get close to his mistress, Lu Shi said with disdain. Don't say I didn't warn you. With her shamelessness, she would be rejected even by beggars. Only your son would treasure her. Soon, there was the sound of a table being slapped and women cursing. Lu Xiaoxiu was scolding Lu Shi, wishing her to die without a proper burial. But Lu Shi said she wanted Lu Xiaoxiu's son, Zhao Sun, to die in the wilderness and have his bones scattered, so he wouldn't return. Even though Gu Yingying hadn't directly interacted with Lu Shi, she overheard some of her words and knew she was a heart as cruel as a snake. With her father, Lu Yuan, the prefect, protecting her, and her husband, Yan Ji, favoring her, she had committed many evil deeds in Jinxia Prefecture. In a few days, news might come from the government that Lu Erzwang, whom she had treated before, had died from worsening illness. Lu Erzwang, who was wicked and evil, truly deserved to die. But after his death, many of his bad deeds would have no witnesses. When the officials come to investigate, they won't find any proof. Gu Yingying decided in her heart to find a way to save that wicked Lu Erzwing. Then she would find a trustworthy villager to watch over him, so he wouldn't commit suicide. When the officials come to investigate, at least there would be a witness. It wasn't appropriate to discuss these things in the private room. Gu Yingying patiently waited until Zhang Yuan, who was accompanying her great-aunt to visit an old friend, left with them from Jinglin Temple. It was still daytime, but old Zhu, who was driving the ox cart, was no longer in the city. She stood at the entrance of Zhang's medical hall, waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Finally, a bullock cart arrived, driven by a fellow villager. She had just said goodbye to Zhang Yuan and, with the tea and pastries Zhang Yuan had given her, she got on the cart. When they reached the village entrance of Gu's family, it was almost dark. After getting off the cart, Gu Yingying tried to pay the driver, but he refused to accept the money. "I'm delivering fish and meat to relatives far in the city. I was just passing by, so I don't want any payment. Besides, my cart still smells of livestock, so if you don't mind, it's enough that you're okay with it," said the driver. Gu Yingying smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhu." This fellow villager was also from the Zhu family, like Uncle Zhu and her father. He was probably a cousin of Uncle Zhu's son. She called him Uncle Zhu. Back home, Gu Yingying placed all the gifts from Zhang Yuan on the wooden table in the main hall. Then she told her mother and second sister-in-law and ran to Su Xinlan's house. She wanted to honestly share everything she had learned today with Xinlan and her sisters. When she arrived and told them, she soon heard Zhou's words, "I mentioned their matter before, but I thought Yan Xiao's conscience had been eaten by wolves, betraying my good sister Xiaoxiu, so I didn't want to talk about it. But I didn't expect that you went out with that young lady Zhang and still heard about these things. Since it's brought up, I'll say a few words too." Gu Yingying and Su Xinlan both agreed. "Yes, Aunt Su. Mother, I've wanted to know about Aunt Xiao and Magistrate Yan for a long time. Please tell me. Don't keep me in suspense," Su Xinlan urged. Zhou sighed helplessly and said, "Honestly, my good sister is too kind. She knew from a young age that she was betrothed to Yan Xiao, who was from our village. But Yan Xiao lost his father before he was 6 and had to rely on his mother. Everyone knew they were orphaned and living very hard. In that situation, many people suggested to Lu Xiaoxiu's parents that since Yan Xiao's family was in such a condition and couldn't even support themselves, why marry Xiaoxiu to him? They proposed to bring Yan Xiao's mother over, with the village elders present, to witness and dissolve the marriage agreement between Xiaoxiu and Yan Xiao. It is best to cut ties with the Yan family early to avoid future trouble for them." Lu Xiaoxiu's father shook his head. "Such unfeeling things are not something our Lu family would do." Lu Xiaoxiu's mother was so worried she started crying but didn't say anything. She agreed to the idea and helped her daughter cancel the marriage with Yan Xiao. However, both elders asked Lu Xiaoxiu what she thought, even though she was just a child at the time. They asked her, "Xiaoxiu, think carefully. Do you want us to help you cancel this marriage?" Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiu waved her hand. "Father, mother, I won't be unkind. No matter how poor Yan Xiao's family is or how heavy his burdens are, I will stay with him." The elders listened to her words and thought she was very loyal and caring. They didn't praise her, but they knew that what she said she would do, she could do. They understood well what kind of person she was, as she was raised by their own hands. When Zhou Shi mentioned this matter, she also told Gu Yingying and the others, "I believed back then that my good sister Xiaoxiu's promises would come true. Later, when we all grew up, I saw that she kept her word. Before she married into the Yan family, she helped Yan Xiao and his family. She and her parents gathered some money and gave it to Yan Xiao to support his studies, and she personally went to help take care of his weak mother." Gu Yingying felt disdain in her heart. She thought Lu Xiaoxiu was not worth it. In her early years, Lu Xiaoxiu had given so much for Yan Xiao, but in the end, after Yan Xiao achieved fame, he married the daughter of a high-ranking official to secure his career. This shows how ungrateful he was. But then she thought, not marrying Yan Xiao was actually a good thing. If she had married someone like Yan Xiao, he might not have raised their son, as well as Zhao's son. Gu Yingying heard Su Xinlan say, "Fortunately, Auntie Xiaoxiu didn't marry Yan Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a son as good as brother Sun." Look at Yan Xiao's son, Yan Yuan. How could he compare to brother Sun? Hearing this, Gu Ying felt a bit complicated. Should she be happy about it or feel sad? Why did she think of the same things that Xinlan's sister also thought of? It seems that Sister Xinlan's feelings for Zhao Sun are truly deep. Mrs. Zhou's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction, and she agreed with what her daughter said. That's right. Think about it. Your brother Zhao Sun's father, Zhao Ji, fought alongside your father and others in the past. He was brave in battle and protected the soldiers around him. He was a very good man. He had the chance to stay close to Lord Su and hold an official position, but he insisted on returning home to farm. From this, it's clear that Zhao Ji didn't care much about fame or wealth. Gu Ying nodded to show she understood. Xinlan smiled proudly and said to Mrs. Zhou, "If it weren't for Uncle Zhao's good character and his kindness to my father, you wouldn't be willing to help connect me with him and your good sister, Sister Xiao. No matter how eager you are, you wouldn't want to do that. Besides your Uncle Zhao, who is nearly 20 years older than Sister Xiao, there's really nothing bad to say about him in other ways," Mrs. Zhou praised when talking about Zhao Sun's father. "Your Uncle Zhao is responsible. He gave Sister Xiao a happy home. After your brother Sun was born, he was willing to work hard and earn some money, so Sister Xiao wouldn't suffer. Sadly, he didn't live to see her brother grow up, get married, and have children." Gu Ying quickly understood Mrs. Zhou's meaning, that she wanted to help Xinlan marry into the Zhao family. Even if it was a bit hard to accept, she still secretly wished her good sister Xinlan would marry Zhao Sun soon and share life's joys with him. Xinlan noticed the dull look in Gu Ying's eyes and quickly guessed she might have misunderstood her mother's words. But she didn't rush to explain, just changed the subject. "Mother, brother Sun is still fighting in the north. It's too early to talk about marriage. Instead, tell me, what about that Yan family man? After abandoning Sister Xiao, how dare he return to his hometown? Isn't he afraid the villagers will call him heartless?" Mrs. Zhou was first stunned, then burst into a mocking laugh. Haha. She didn't think about why Yan Xiao abandoned Xiao Xiao to marry the daughter of the prefect Lu Qingwan. It was because, in his heart, nothing was more important than making a name for himself. With fame and a beautiful wife, would he still be willing to return to his hometown? Even if she returns to her hometown, will she still care about how her relatives see her? "You're overthinking this," Zhou's family thought. When they remembered how Yan Xiao treated Xiao Xiao after abandoning Lu Qingwan, they couldn't help but look down on him. They had also heard that after Yan Xiao became Lu Zifu's son-in-law, he and Lu Mis were very close. Over the years of marriage, he never took Lu Mis back to his hometown. He also never visited his mother's grave. He showed no gratitude to Xiao Xiao, who once cared for his mother. Now, hearing Inger say that Lu Qingwan had met Xiao Xiao at the inn and said some unpleasant words to her, Zhou's family felt that Xiao Xiao might still be in danger in the city. Immediately, she told Su Xinlan, "Tomorrow morning, come with me to the city to bring Aunt Xiao back, so we can celebrate the new year together." If Yan Xiao's wife hasn't gone to see her or said those harsh words, I wouldn't worry so much. But since they have met and argued, I have to think about her. Su Xinlan also worried about Aunt Xiao, afraid that Lu's family might do something harmful to her, risking her safety. She agreed. "All right, mother." Suddenly, she remembered that Aunt Xiao always cared about Ying. While Gu Ying was still at home, Su Xinlan suggested, "Ying, after I bring Aunt Xiao here, do you think she should come tomorrow evening or the day after for lunch? It would be nice for my mother and Aunt Xiao to have a good chat. Any time is fine. I've been at home these days and have free time." Gu Ying also wanted to thank Lu Xiao, not only for the delicious food she had given her, but also for the gifts from her son. She owed many favors. Feeling grateful, she looked at Su Xinlan and thought, "My good sister is so thoughtful. I just need a chance to thank Lu Xiao properly." Here's one now. After returning to the clinic, Zhang Yuan had dinner with her great-aunt, then took a bath and rested. Back in her room, she found a letter on the wooden table by the window. The handwriting was neat, like her great-uncle's. She took the letter and went to her great-aunt's door. After knocking, she waited until Aunt Mu opened the door. Zhang Yuan handed her the letter and said, "Great-aunt, I found this on the table in my room. It feels like a letter from Uncle has arrived, so I will first show it to you. Mrs. Moose smiled slightly, reached out to take the letter, and told Zhang Yuan to sit in her room for a while, saying she had something to discuss with her. Zhang Yuan obediently agreed. Yes, Aunt. Soon, she entered the room and came to the bed. She sat in a comfortable chair. When she looked up, she saw a letter on the wooden table in the room. The words, "younger sister," were very noticeable on it. She looked at Mrs. Mu with curiosity and asked, Aunt, is the letter in my room the one you already checked? Did you have someone deliver it to me? This letter should be from Uncle Yuan, just as you guessed. These 2 letters are from a friend of mine I met after I went to the inn today. I have read both of them. That's why I kept your uncle's reply for you. Mrs. Mu didn't hide anything in front of her. After you read them, you'll see that someone is already helping your good friend Gu Xiaonyang with her problems. Zhang Yuan only heard Mrs. Mu say that both letters could be read. So, she obediently opened them and looked. After reading, she understood that Governor Yen had people handle urgent matters, and almost everyone knew about it. Her eyes showed happiness, and she said, Aunt, I didn't expect that the thing I casually mentioned would help my good friend. Later, I will write a letter and ask Uncle Zhu to help deliver it to Gu Xiaonyang so she can rest assured. Mrs. Moose smiled happily. Wayne, go back to your room and write the letter. When Gu Xiaonyang replies, bring it to show me.